Transported to a rural life, I awakened a magic farm system, growing vegetables that even the rich second generation can't stop praising. Now, my countryside resort has become a holy land for food lovers. Chapter 1. Year after year, Nanjiale. Peach blossoms covered the mountains and fields, and the wind brought the breath of spring. Under the peach trees across the hillside, two figures, one big and one small, stood among them. Dad, do I look good? The little girl had a small branch of peach blossom in her hair, her face rosy and adorable as she twirled her pink skirt. Very pretty. My Tang Tang is the prettiest. Xiuxian smiled broadly, watching his vain little daughter. This was the second month since Xiuxian had arrived in Peach Blossom Village. He had discovered this treasure-like village during a land survey for work. There was a small mountain covered in peach trees. The villagers called it Peach Blossom Mountain. However, due to its remote location, very few people knew about it. It didn't have nearly the popularity of the rafting attractions in the neighboring village. The village had never really promoted it either. So, after his divorce and quitting his job, he brought his daughter here to this paradise-like place, hoping she could grow up healthy and happy. As for why the divorce happened, his ex-wife wasn't a very competent mother. She ignored her family duties and only pursued the so-called upper class. She had always been cold toward Tang Tang, and Xiuxian had quarreled with her many times. But none of that ever had any effect. She remained as self-indulgent as ever. However, Chen could have endured all of that. He didn't want his child to lose her mother. One day, when Xiuxian came home after work, he found no one in the house, thinking maybe his ex-wife had taken Tang Tang out. But soon after, his ex-wife returned alone. He asked her where the child was. His ex-wife replied that the child was home all along. She said she had left because she saw Tang Tang asleep in the afternoon. Her answer sent Xiuxian's heart plummeting. That night, under pouring rain, Xiuxian searched for hours. Fear loomed heavily in his heart. He was afraid his child had been abducted by child traffickers or had gotten into an accident. In the end, thankfully, with the help of a kind stranger, the child was sent to the police station and eventually returned home unharmed. After returning home, Xiuxian made up his mind to divorce his ex-wife. He no longer trusted this woman. He was completely done. Chen pulled out a photo he had kept for a long time on his phone. A picture of his ex-wife and another man in a hotel. For the sake of his child, he had restrained himself for so long. Yet this woman showed no sense of responsibility or maternal love at all. If she had even a little, Chen would continue to endure for his child's emotional maturity. But the events of that day had crossed his bottom line. He no longer felt secure leaving Tang Tang under her care. I'm sorry, but you can just leave. Seeing the photo, his ex-wife's face turned pale and she agreed to the divorce. To help heal his daughter's trauma, he quit his job and moved out of the house filled with memories of his ex-wife. At the foot of Peach Blossom Mountain, he bought a small courtyard from a local villager, and father and daughter settled down. He also started a rural guest house, semi-operational, with an auspicious name, year after year. Although it hadn't received many guests yet, Xiuxian didn't care much, since his main focus was taking care of his daughter, and he also didn't have to worry about food and shelter. Because the moment he bought that courtyard, his system activated, giving him a piece of land. That's right, a piece of land, an extraordinary one. This land was in his backyard. To outsiders, it was just a small plot with some ordinary vegetables. But for Xiuxian, it was very different. That was just the tip of the iceberg, and there was much more beneath. Inside was a part of a vast dimensional space. The first time he entered, Xiuxian was greatly surprised. The land was extremely fertile, rich enough to drip with oil. Xiuxian, a former land surveyor, could immediately tell. If this land were used to grow vegetables, there would be a guaranteed abundant harvest. When he tried to walk around the field, not long later, he couldn't move forward anymore, as if a wall of air had blocked him. He tried again going in another direction, but it was the same. There was a barrier of air. Eventually, after walking around, he discovered that he could use approximately an area of about 1 mu. The vast expanses of land remaining were blocked by invisible walls. Curious, he asked the system. The reply came. Remaining land is temporarily locked. Fine, then it's locked. But Chen thought it was already good enough. With 1 mu of land, he could plant a lot. He wouldn't even need to buy vegetables in the future. But when he went to sow the next day, he found that the land was already full of vegetables. Although there were only 3 kinds, tomatoes, greens, and radishes. Still, it delighted him. This meant he didn't even need to plant anymore. He had fresh produce ready for use. How comfortable this was. He excitedly picked a tomato. The tomato was bright red, glossy, and looked like a piece of art. He almost felt reluctant to eat it. Now he understood why people used to grow tomatoes purely for ornamental purposes. It was impossible not to fall in love with them. He pretended to wipe it with his shirt and put it into his mouth, biting into it impatiently. The juice burst in his mouth, the sweet and sour flavor exploding on his tongue. The flesh was especially crisp and refreshing. This was just too delicious. Xiuxian had never imagined that he could be completely won over by a single tomato. Immediately, he dropped the seeds in his hand and picked a large pile to take out. Unexpectedly, even with his average cooking skills, the vegetables tasted incredibly good. That day, father and daughter ate until they could barely move. The next day, he re-entered the system space. When he went to pick more vegetables, he found that all the vegetables from yesterday were gone. In their place were 3 completely new types: potatoes, pumpkins, and cucumbers. Xiuxian couldn't help but exclaim, WTF. Even more surprising was that he discovered the system had even prepared trellises for the cucumbers and pumpkins. Xiuxian was astonished. Because the host didn't fully harvest all the vegetables yesterday, the remaining ones were automatically stored in the system's secondary space. Whether it was coincidence or the system intentionally gave this prompt, xiuxian had just been thinking that the vegetables from yesterday had been wasted, and the system had already stored them for him. At the thought, ripples appeared and he entered another space. Inside, the 3 types of vegetables from yesterday were neatly stacked. Xiuxian couldn't help but admire how efficient the system truly was. Over the next few days, through observation, xiuxian found that the land refreshed itself at exactly midnight each night, and the new crops appeared completely at random. As the secondary space filled with more and more vegetables, Chen decided to officially open the rural guest house. After all, he and his daughter alone couldn't eat all the produce. Earning a little money was also a good idea. xiuxian had spent the entire morning playing with Tang Tang on Peach Blossom Mountain. Looking at his daughter running here and there, chasing butterflies and admiring flowers, it was obvious she was having too much fun to stop. But it was time to go home for dinner. Tang Tang, let's go home for dinner. Yay, I love Daddy's cooking the most. Hearing her father's words, Tang Tang immediately abandoned a butterfly she was about to catch and sprinted toward her dad with her short little legs. xiuxian lifted Tang Tang into his arms and gently gave her nose. Little foodie, the moment you hear it's time to eat, you run super fast. It's not my fault, blame Daddy for cooking too well. xiuxian didn't expect this little rascal to blame him. He pinched her plump little cheek, gently. Still being so stubborn. Hee hee, no here, turtle chant. Tang Tang covered her ears with both hands, shaking her head as she spoke. Who taught you this? Was it that brat Xiaoming from next door? Not telling you. Naya. I see Jordan has grown bigger, daring to argue with Daddy now. xiuxian was so amused, he almost laughed out loud. This little girl was truly smart beyond her years. Bickering all the way, the two returned home. xiuxian placed Tang Tang in the courtyard to play by herself while he went to prepare dinner. But the little girl insisted on helping. Helplessly, he gave her a bowl of vegetables to wash, which resulted in water everywhere in the kitchen and herself completely soaked. Chen looked at his daughter, who was making a mess while happily helping, then picked her up, took her back to the room, and changed her clothes. He told her to behave herself and play in the courtyard. If she came back into the kitchen again, he would let her go hungry today. Tang Tang, who had been boo food cheat, with her little lips pouting and hands on her hips, protesting, immediately went off to play quietly by herself. Hee, still think you can outsmart me? Then I wouldn't deserve to be your dad all these years. xiuxian raised his chin smugly as he returned to the kitchen to cook. Without Tang Tang messing around, the meal was quickly prepared. A plate of spicy shredded potatoes, a stir-fried vegetable dish, and a tomato scrambled egg dish. Simple, homely dishes, yet both father and daughter were thoroughly enjoying themselves. From time to time, Chen would wipe a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth, telling her to slow down. It's too delicious. Every time I eat Daddy's cooking, I feel like it's the most wonderful dish in the world. I just can't slow down. After saying this, Tang Tang resumed her enthusiastic eating. xiuxian smiled warmly. His beloved daughter was right beside him. Gobbling up the food he cooked with big bites. He just quietly watched her, stayed by her side. xiuxian felt that this kind of moment was wonderful. Wonderful. Chapter 2: The First Customers. The 3 dishes were quickly finished by father and daughter. xiuxian asked Tang Tang to take a nap and went to wash the dishes himself. As he stepped out of the kitchen, he heard the voices of a man and a woman talking in the yard. Lele, there's a farm restaurant here. Let's have lunch here today. All right, I'm starving already. It's all your fault for getting lost, even while driving. I didn't want to either. Come on, let's go inside quickly. Soon, xiuxian saw a man and a woman wearing matching outfits walk in. They weren't very old, both in their early 20s, likely university students. Welcome, the man asked. Boss, what do you have to eat here? xiuxian pointed at the menu on the wall. It's all listed here. Take a look yourselves. Liwen looked in the direction xiuxian pointed. He saw the menu carved on wooden boards hanging on the wall. Hot and sour shredded potatoes, 35 yuan. Stir-fried vegetables, 35 yuan. Tomato stir-fried eggs, 40 yuan. Cucumber stir-fried eggs, 40 yuan. Mapo tofu, 45 yuan. Liwen was somewhat taken aback. Looking at the names of the dishes didn't seem special, just ordinary homestyle dishes, but the prices were quite unreasonable. Boss, why are your dishes so expensive? Yeah, and they're all vegetarian. Wang Lele, the girl beside him, added her voice. Not expensive at all. Once you taste them, you'll know. These prices aren't expensive at all. xiuxian spoke the truth. Once they tasted them, even if he sold a serving of hot and sour shredded potatoes for 100 yuan, they'd feel it was worth it. He was confident about that. Hearing xiuxian's words, Wang Lele frowned. Is this your way of running a robbery? I didn't force you to buy anything. What I said is the truth. If you think it's a robber's den, you can go elsewhere. I won't stop you. Being randomly called a robber's den made xiuxian quite displeased too. Eat it if you want. If not, don't. All right, Lele, don't say anything. It's not that expensive. Boss, give us 1 serving of hot and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, and tomato stir-fried eggs. Liwen was more or less a young rich man. Otherwise, still attending university, he wouldn't afford a car. This amount of money didn't matter to him. He just didn't expect that in such a remote little village the prices could be so high. Plus, there weren't any other restaurants nearby. They had no choice but to eat here. All right, please wait a moment. Oh, by the way, the table inside is not open to the public. Please be kind enough to sit in the yard. Li Wen and Wang Lele were both startled. You're making us eat outside? Your restaurant sure has a lot of rules. Sorry, that table is for me and my daughter's meals. For my daughter's sake, it has to be hygienic. Please understand. All right then, boss, quickly please. Li Wen pulled his girlfriend, who was about to get angry, toward a table in the front yard to sit. Xiuxian's farm restaurant wasn't big. In the center stood a small two-story house with a front and a backyard. The house was a typical two-story building. The first floor housed the kitchen and the living room. The second floor was where Xiuxian and Tang Tang slept, and the backyard was a vegetable field. Therefore, the dining tables had to be placed in the front yard. There were 6 tables, which could seat approximately 25 to 30 people. If more came, they would have to wait until others finished their meals. Soon, Xiuxian finished cooking the 3 dishes. He carried them to the customer's table. Please enjoy. All your dishes are here. With that, Xiuxian went back to the living room to rest. Li Wen and Wang Lele looked at the delicious-looking dishes on the table. They were quite surprised. It actually smelled this good. Curious, Li Wen picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the hot and sour shredded potatoes. After the first bite, his pupils contracted. This was too delicious. He felt his mouth was getting a great deal of pleasure. The texture was crisp and refreshing, the sour and spicy flavors continuously stimulating his taste buds. It made him chew continuously. Combined with the aroma of the scallions, all these elements blended together perfectly. The bite of shredded potatoes was quickly swallowed down. So delicious. It's absolutely incredible, unmatched. Li Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the pair of chopsticks in his hand moved rapidly. Wang Lily was somewhat astonished. Her boyfriend was a rich second generation, after all. He had eaten many good things, but she had never seen him praise a dish like this, nor act so impulsively before. She also picked up a pair of chopsticks, took a bite, and put it in her mouth. Instantly, she was amazed. Was this still the same shredded potatoes she had eaten before? Why did each thread of potato taste so crispy and refreshing? And why was the potato flavor this delicious? What had she been eating before? Wang Lele was also hooked. She joined her boyfriend in devouring the meal. Soon, Li Wen and Wang Lele finished the shredded potatoes and turned their eyes toward the mapo tofu and tomato stir-fried eggs. Their eyes burned with excitement. Quickly, she took a serving of tomato stir-fried eggs with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes immediately exploded in her mouth. At this moment, even the eggs soaked in the tomato juice became something different. It had been elevated, continuously tantalizing Li Wen's taste buds. Perfect. Tomatoes and eggs were naturally made for each other. But this dish of tomato stir-fried eggs perfectly showcased this pairing. Meanwhile, Wang Lele picked up a bite of xiuxian. Xiuxian was also a traditional signature dish. It was made from potatoes, eggplants, and green peppers. She took a bite of the eggplant first, which was soft and delicious upon entering her mouth. Then another bite of potato, fragrant and slightly sweet. Using the simplest ingredients to create the most perfect flavors. That was the true essence of xiuxian. The couple had long forgotten about talking. They began devouring like a whirlwind. The 3 dishes were soon completely devoured. Li Wen and Wang Lele leaned comfortably back in their chairs. Rubbing their bellies, they let out contented sounds. Totally worth the trip. Thank goodness I got lost driving, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten to eat such amazing food. Yeah, it's just too good. No way. I need to go apologize to the boss. I wronged him earlier, calling his place a robbery den. Okay, I'll go with you too. The 2 stood up and walked toward the house, where they saw Xiuxian lounging on a traditional armchair. Boss, sorry about what we said earlier calling your restaurant a robbery den. Same with me. I shouldn't have questioned your prices. Your food is worth many times more than what you're charging. Xiuxian was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected these 2 young people to come specifically to apologize to him. These 2 youths weren't bad at all. They admitted their mistakes, and that was commendable. It's fine. Your reaction was normal. Just next time, don't speak up before even trying the food. It was a minor thing anyway, so he didn't dwell on it. Boss, we already paid you 120 yuan. The taste of your cooking was truly incredible. We'll definitely come again. All right, welcome anytime. Take care now. After saying this, Li Wen and Wang Lele walked out of the yard. Inside the car. Do you think the boss is actually some kind of super chef who came here to hide away? I think so too. He looks just like some legendary wise old master living in seclusion. Li Wen nodded thoughtfully, believing his girlfriend's words held truth. Meanwhile, the very person they were discussing was right there, cleaning the space. Totally unaware he had been compared to a legendary old master. He was just thinking whether he should hire a waiter. What kind of boss does his own cleaning? That would just be way too pitiful. Chapter 3 Buying Little Dresses for Tang Tang. Xiuxian thought about it this way. But in this remote little mountain village, who would be willing to come work as a server? Even those willing to take the job demanded a high wage. Xiuxian wasn't really short on money now, so paying a server's salary wouldn't be an issue. But he couldn't just hire someone and not give them work to do. After all, the farm stay wasn't making any money yet, and there were almost no guests. Would he hire someone just to sunbathe all day? Xiuxian shook his head, pushing that idea aside. He definitely wasn't some kind-hearted philanthropist. Wasn't spending that money on a cute little dress for Tang Tang much better? After cleaning up the place, Xiuxian continued resting on the armchair, browsing Taobao, ready to buy his daughter a little dress. Although the village was remote, it was already the new century. Internet access was available in the village, and there was no problem with phone signal. Xiuxian found a dress he liked, a green little floral print with a fresh spring feel. On his daughter, it would definitely look better than on the model. He promptly placed the order, imagining his daughter wearing it, and happily paid. Now that it was spring, the temperature in Peach Blossom Village had already warmed up. Just as xiuxian was preparing to keep shopping for his daughter, he saw his little girl rubbing her eyes and yawning, appearing at the foot of the stairs. xiuxian immediately got up, rushing up the stairs 2 steps at a time, and scooped up his daughter in his arms. Tongtong's awake? Did you sleep enough? With both tiny hands wrapped around her father's neck, Tongtong's voice was soft and babyish. I had a good sleep, and I even had a dream. What kind of dream? I dreamed that Daddy bought me a little dress. It was so pretty. xiuxian felt slightly surprised, maybe because of their deep father-daughter bond? Whoa, Tang is so amazing. You guessed it right. Daddy actually did buy you a little dress. Tongtong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Then she gave her father a loud kiss on the cheek. xiuxian faked a look of disgust. Tang drooled on me, and it's stinky too. Daddy is mean. Daddy is bad. If you don't apologize, I won't ever kiss you again. Tang turned her head sideways in anger, giving her father a sidelong glance. xiuxian looked at his little girl sulking and threatening him like that. Though her big eyes weren't intimidating at all, xiuxian decided to humor her. Okay, Daddy's wrong. Tongtong's drool isn't smelly at all. It's sweet and nice. No, you don't mean it. If you don't let me skip handwriting practice this afternoon, I won't forgive you easily. xiuxian was stunned. This little girl was really taking advantage. xiuxian had arranged a small task for Tang every day. It was only 30 minutes of handwriting practice every afternoon, nothing too long. The reason xiuxian wanted his daughter to practice writing was actually meaningful. He didn't ask her to write everything. He only had her write her own name, and his phone number. Although he would always be by her side, taking good care of and protecting her. One can never be too careful. What if there really were some terrible child traffickers? Or if she ever got lost? The more precautions taken, the more hope there was. He was truly scared, terrified of the thought of her disappearing again. Besides that, it could also help her develop nice handwriting, which would benefit her later on. Too bad the little girl didn't realize how much thought her father had put into it. Every day, she would try all sorts of excuses to avoid the practice, thinking up schemes to outsmart her dad. Now this little kid was even using this as a bargaining chip. Well, xiuxian wasn't going to give in. Handwriting practice had to continue. Then never mind, I'll just return the little dress, he said, setting Tang down and taking out his phone to cancel the order. Tang immediately panicked, wrapping both arms around her father's leg. Daddy, no. Forgive me. Don't return it. What? Forgive me? What did I do wrong? Oh no, Daddy didn't do anything wrong. I promised to practice handwriting. xiuxian put his phone back into his pocket. That's more like it. Anyway, it's about time. Come on, handwriting time. With that, he brought Tang back to her room. Tang sat at her little desk, opened her handwriting notebook, looking dejected because her plan had failed, and she still had to practice. What's wrong? Start writing already. Don't you want your little dress anymore? I do. I'll start right away. Sitting beside his obedient daughter who had begun writing diligently, xiuxian couldn't help but smirk. You're still too young. Let me show you that the old dog still has some tricks up his sleeve. He thought to himself, proud and smug. Watching his daughter carefully practicing, though her writing was still shaky and crooked, she could already write her own name now. xiuxian felt deeply satisfied. Is there anyone here? Is the boss around? xiuxian suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Strange, why were so many people coming to eat today? Telling Tang to practice well, xiuxian went downstairs to check. He discovered it was actually village chief Li Dashan who had arrived. Li Dashan was with a man and a woman, standing in the courtyard. The man was a typical middle-aged guy with a receding hairline and a big belly. The woman looked like the balding man's secretary, carrying a briefcase behind him. When Li Dashan saw xiuxian come out, he started speaking. Xiuxian, is your restaurant open now? I brought some guests here for a meal. Sure, the menu's inside. Come in and order something. The group entered the living room. Li Xuanzhang looked at the man beside him and said, Director Qi, take a look. Any dishes you want. Feel free to order. Then he turned his gaze to the menu on the wall. Hot and spicy potato slices, 35 yuan. Stir-fried vegetables, 35 yuan. Tomato stir-fried eggs, 40 yuan. Cucumber stir-fried eggs, 40 yuan. Vegetable trio, 45 yuan. Xiuxian, why are all your dishes vegetarian? I only serve vegetarian dishes right now. Li Dashan twitched his lips. Bringing guests to dine here, ordering only vegetarian dishes would be embarrassing. That wouldn't look good at all. At this moment, Qi Dong, the man with the receding hairline, spoke up. It's fine. Vegetarian dishes are fine. Just a change of taste. After getting used to seafood and meat, occasionally eating vegetarian isn't bad at all. Li Xuanzhang finally managed to suppress his awkward smile. Well then, we'll follow Director Qi's choice. Director Qi, what would you like to order? Qi Dong glanced at the menu. 1 serving of spicy pepper stir-fried eggs, 1 serving of dry-fried green beans, 1 serving of vegetable trio, and also a vegetarian soup. Because there had been no customers for such a long time, the system subsidiary space had already stored many dishes. They were of various kinds, but only those grown in the fields. Seaweed, mushrooms, and other ingredients were simply unavailable. However, this was still enough for xiuxian to compile a lengthy menu. All the dishes listed were ones that xiuxian knew how to cook. They were simple and ordinary, just home-style meals. Okay, please wait a moment. Take a seat in the courtyard. After that couple left, xiuxian had placed a sign on the dining table in the living room. This table is for staff only. Otherwise, when customers sat on it, he would have to ask them to get up again, which would be very embarrassing. And he definitely couldn't remind people every time either. The village chief led the two to sit in the courtyard. Director Chi, as you can see, our village's Peach Blossoms Hill is very beautiful, right? If developed into a tourist attraction, it could definitely compete with the rafting attractions in the neighboring village. Indeed, it is beautiful, but this kind of scenic spot is already too common throughout the city. Unlike rafting, it cannot develop many auxiliary industries. It would be hard to make money. Qidong shook his head, not seeming very optimistic. Chapter 4. Not even my dad has ever hit me. Seeing the investor shake his head, Village Chief Li began to feel anxious. Developing side businesses is easy. We can open a rural guest house, sell handicrafts. As long as we advertise well, we're sure to make money. The Peach Blossom Hill here is really beautiful. Village Chief Li looked at the Peach Blossom Hill behind the guest house. Peach blossoms had dyed the entire small hill pink. It was truly beautiful, unforgettable at first sight. It was a perfect place for spring outings. But mainly, it required proper promotion, otherwise, no one would come. The rafting attraction at the neighboring village had invested a fortune in advertising, which was why it became so popular now. And it boosted the entire village to prosperity. That was why Village Chief Li had relied on connections to contact Qidong, hoping to secure an investment. Qidong was actually a relatively well-known investor. He had been paying attention to the tourism industry for quite some time. Major scenic spots were beyond his investment capability, but this kind of smaller attraction still interested him. Therefore, when Village Chief Li contacted him, he came to take a look. Well, not exactly disappointed. The Peach Blossom Hill was indeed beautiful, but it lacked distinctive highlights. This made him somewhat hesitant. If they invested heavily in advertising, the return and profit cycle would be very long. If they spent less money, the promotion wouldn't be sufficient, and there would be little effect. Chiefly, what you said makes sense, but it lacks a highlight. If everything is ordinary, why would people come here instead of elsewhere? They kept discussing back and forth. Your dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal. Soon, xiuxian served all the dishes. After saying that, Chen returned to lie back in his armchair. Village Chief Li looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, emitting a tempting aroma. His originally regretful mood about bringing the investor here for a meal started to change slightly. These dishes smell so good. Quick, Mr. Chi, try some. Qidong was also surprised by the enticing aroma of these dishes. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of dry-fried green beans. The beans were bright green and hadn't lost their crispness due to cooking. As he chewed, the texture was surprisingly tender and crisp. That would have been impressive enough. But why did they taste so flavorful? Fragrant, savory, and spicy. How can this be so delicious? Unable to hold back, Qidong took another bite of xiuxian. The potatoes were soft and sticky beyond measure, and the eggplants were tender, fragrant, and delicious. Combined with the fragrance of the green peppers, each ingredient complemented the others. Perfect. Qidong couldn't resist. His chopsticks darted out constantly. Watching Director Chi's reaction, how could Village Chief Li not understand? The taste must be absolutely explosive. He also took a bite of the green pepper scrambled eggs. The moment his tongue touched the dish, Li Dashan felt as though his soul, dormant for over 40 years, had awakened. That taste kept luring him. Spicy. Yet the spiciness was just perfect. The aroma of the peppers perfectly highlighted the eggs, yet didn't lose its own flavor. Like they were made for each other. Li Dashan couldn't even remember how long it had been since he'd last eaten something this delicious. So delicious it made his soul tremble. His chopsticks kept picking up more food, completely forgetting he was the host at the table. The secretary also tasted a bite and was instantly captivated. Not caring that the man across the table was her boss, she joined in the race to grab the dishes. The 3 of them finished all 4 dishes in less than 10 minutes. Not even a drop of soup remained. Looking at the empty plates, all 3 fell into deep thought. What exactly had they just done? Qidong glanced at Village Chief Li and his secretary, who had just fought with him for food. You too. Does one still want this investment, and does the other still want to keep this job? Village Chief Li felt a bit embarrassed, but how could this be his fault? These dishes were simply too good. The female secretary was a little panicky. She hadn't wanted to either, but couldn't help herself. Would her job be gone now? Seeing nobody spoke, Village Chief Li broke the silence. Shall we order a few more dishes? Qidong nodded in agreement. Great, I'll go ask for a few more dishes. Xiuxian, let's order a few more dishes. The village chief went to the living room but didn't see anyone, so he shouted. At this time, xiuxian was in Tongtong's room, just finishing checking the handwriting she had practiced. That's good. Go play now, Daddy has to work. Okay. Tongtong's lovely big eyes sparkled. She was finally free. xiuxian left the room and walked downstairs. He saw Village Chief Li waiting for him. Village Chief Li, what else would you like to order? Xiuxian, your dishes are just too delicious. Although they're a bit expensive, only 2 more dishes will be enough, spicy shredded potatoes and tomato scrambled eggs. xiuxian understood. Dishes made by the system were indeed hard to resist. All right, coming right up. The dishes were quickly served on the table. No one said a word when the dishes arrived. They reached directly for their chopsticks. 2 more plates were quickly finished. The group came to the living room to pay. Boss Chun, Even Michelin-starred chefs couldn't compare to you with these dishes. Qidong said, patting his belly that looked like he was 9 months pregnant. Yeah, this single meal was more delicious than all the food I've eaten in my entire life before. Village chiefly praised without holding back. As long as you enjoyed the meal, that's all that matters. Chen Suiyin politely replied. Xiuxian, we've paid. Ding. The village chief paid and left happily with Qidong. After washing the dishes and tidying the table, Chen Suiyin noticed a sneaky head peeking from behind the main gate. When Chen looked directly at him, the head quickly disappeared. The little boy was secretly happy he hadn't been discovered. That hurts. Suddenly, the boy felt a light tap on his head. He looked up and saw Chen Suiyin smiling at him. It was clearly this man who had hit him. Why did you hit me? Not even my dad has ever hit me. The boy angrily said. Just because of your sneaky behavior. What? Do you want to play with Tang Tang again? Chen Suiyin looked at the boy, who was a year or two older than his daughter. I wasn't sneaking around. I was completely open and honest. Then why were you hiding behind the door? That's because. You can't come up with an excuse, can you? That proves you were being sneaky. The boy's face turned completely red, but still couldn't think of a reason. All right, come inside. Just don't be so sneaky next time. Be more confident, boy. Chen Suiyin stopped teasing the little boy. The boy's name was Zhao Xiaoming. He was Chen Suiyin's neighbor. His parents had gone to work in another city, leaving him living with his grandmother. When Chen had first moved here, his grandmother had brought him over with some gifts, saying, now we're neighbors, we should help each other out. Back then, he had been hiding behind his grandma's back, just as Tang Tang had been hiding behind Chen's. The two kids had observed each other from behind their respective grown-ups like that. From that moment on, they gradually became familiar and became playmates. Chen Suiyin had observed the boy for some time and found that he was actually quite filial, always helping his grandmother with chores and never bullying others, though a bit shy. That was why Chen allowed the two kids to play together. Tang Tang's childhood shouldn't be filled with only her father. She also needed playmates her own age. Otherwise, her childhood wouldn't be complete. Chapter 5, The Battle for Territory. Led Zhao Xiaoming into the courtyard. You wait here, I'll go call Tang Tang. Chen Suiyin shouted toward Tang Tang's room on the second floor. Tang Tang, your little brother is here to play with you. That's right. Shortly after they met, Zhao Xiaoming, who was actually older than Tang Tang, was successfully recruited by her as his younger brother. Coming. Tang Tang shouted back from upstairs. Zhao Xiaoming stood in the courtyard, his face turning bright red. After all, being someone else's younger brother wasn't particularly honorable. Especially being a girl's junior. What's worse, the girl was even younger than him. This fact had been hard for Zhao Xiaoming to accept for quite some time. Almost drove him into isolation. Soon, Tang Tang came running down the stairs. Looking at her own junior standing in the courtyard, her expression turned serious, and she coughed twice. Attention! Report today's situation in the village. Zhao Xiaoming immediately snapped his legs together and shouted. Reporting to the boss, everything in the village is normal today. Ma Dan and his group haven't crossed into our territory. Good job. Chen Suiyin looked at the two young kids, smiling slightly. They really went all out in their little act. Chen Suiyin, with nothing better to do, sat down on a chair in the courtyard to watch the two children perform. Just as Zhao Xiaoming finished his report, the boss Tang Tang spoke again. What about De Huang? Why isn't he here? Boss Tang Tang, De Huang might not be able to come today. When I went to pick him up, his mom was currently spanking him with a bamboo stick. De Huang was another junior under Tang Tang. Hearing Zhao Xiaoming's report, Tang Tang furrowed her adorable little eyebrows. She heaved a pretentious sigh. Oh, my top general. Without him, our combat strength will greatly diminish. Don't worry, boss. A spanking is just a minor injury. He'll definitely recover before Ma Dan's group realizes what's happening. Let's hope that's the case. After saying that, Tang Tang rubbed her smooth chin. Too bad she didn't have a beard, otherwise she really would have looked like a wise leader. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the gate. Chen Suiyin looked closely and saw a little boy with slightly yellowish hair. Running while rubbing his bottom, he rushed into the courtyard. Reporting, I arrived a bit late. Please punish me, boss. Sure enough, it was De Huang. Chen Suiyin whistled quietly. This kid's dedication was really amazing. Even after getting spanked, he still came to report. What a shame there were no medals. Otherwise, he'd definitely award him the most dedicated employee. Tang Tang's eyes lit up. It's okay. I know the reason you were late today. Let this punishment be waived. Truly worthy of being my top general. I hereby reward you with half a cucumber. Dad, go get a cucumber. Chen Suiyin was taken aback. How did it suddenly become his matter? Since when did he become your junior? She even started giving him orders? But looking at his daughter, who kept blinking at him dramatically. Fine, I'll play along this once. Children are debts from a previous life, after all. Yes, boss Tang Tang, I'll get it right away. Seeing her father agree, Tang Tang let out a sigh of relief and nodded satisfied. As for why she told her dad to bring a cucumber, it was obviously because she also wanted half of it. When De Huang heard he was rewarded half a cucumber, his eyes sparkled. He had tried it before. The taste was even better than spicy strips. Zhao Xiaoming looked at De Huang, filled with envy. Chen Suiyin came out from the kitchen with 2 cucumbers. He naturally couldn't bring only one. After all, there were 4 people here. He gave each half a cucumber and took half for himself, continuing to watch their play. Zhao Xiaoming saw that he also got half a piece, and his eyes lit up instantly. Tang Tang gave her dad a thumbs up, then spoke. I'll never treat anyone unfairly. If you keep being my junior, There will be many more rewards to come. Eat up. With a small wave of her hand, Tang Tang indicated that they could start eating. A slight upward curve appeared at the corner of Chun Suanyan's mouth. What a character. Those cucumbers were mine to begin with, and now you're using them to win people's hearts. Seems like you've watched too many dramas these days. Looks like I need to control your TV time from now on. Poor Tang Tang didn't yet know that her screen time had been cut short by a stingy father. The three kids quickly devoured the cucumbers. Happiness spread across their faces. Da Huang even felt that his sore, but no longer hurt. Ma Dan and his group have always wanted our xiuxian territory. Can we agree to that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Tang was giving a speech at the front, with her two juniors responding behind her. Chun Suanyan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect his daughter to actually possess leadership abilities. Very good, great spirit. Therefore, we must diligently train our skills. Strive to win the next battle for territory. Win the victory. Win the victory. With that, they began practicing the skills they had been talking about. Playing marbles. Chun Suanyan had heard something about this so-called battle for territory before. Once a month. This was a competition no less significant than the Olympics among the kids in Taohua village. In this territorial battle, each side would bet their own territory. And when kids from one territory entered another's, they had to pay a pack of spicy strips as tribute. So for the children of Taohua village, territory was incredibly important. And the competition was playing marbles. His daughter had once participated in one of these matches, and he had been right there watching. Watching his daughter dominate everyone. With just 2 little followers, she almost won half of the village's territory. The other half had been claimed by Ma Dan. Eventually, the two sides were evenly matched and agreed to settle it in a rematch. Chun Suanyan watched for a while as they shot marbles back and forth. He himself had played this before when he was young. But he never expected that these little brats could make such a big deal out of such small objects. Letting the kids play marbles in the courtyard, he returned to the backyard to check on something. He hadn't yet checked what vegetables had refreshed in his system space today. A ripple spread through the air as Chun Suanyan entered the system space. The 1-acre plot was full of thriving plants. What is this? Chun Suanyan noticed a new species he had never seen before. A small tree over a meter tall, with oval leaves and long white and golden flowers. Chun Suanyan felt a strange sense of familiarity. He seemed to know what it was, but couldn't quite recall. It didn't look like a vegetable either. Golden, white, silver. Honeysuckle. Chun Suanyan slapped his thigh and finally remembered. This was honeysuckle. Although it was edible, it wasn't a vegetable. It was a traditional Chinese medicine. Could it actually grow here? Does that mean ginseng can grow here too? Then wouldn't he strike gold? Chun Suanyan became more and more amazed by the system's mystery. However, the honeysuckle only covered about 1/3 of an acre, so it probably wouldn't fetch a lot of money. Honeysuckle was effective for clearing heat and toxins, lowering blood pressure, lowering blood lipids, and enhancing immunity. It would be great to brew it as tea for Tang Tang to drink. Chapter 6. Sorry flowers, but I really wanted to eat you. Chun Suanyan happily circled around the honeysuckle plant. He was preparing to pick some to give to Tang Tang. These flowers were still very beautiful. Why are there numbers appearing on this air wall? Chun Suanyan suddenly noticed a row of numbers appearing on the air wall. 2/20. It had been almost 2 months since he obtained the system, and aside from those vegetables, this was the first change. What did this number mean? Was the 2 indicating 2 waves of visitors today? And the 20, did it mean how many more visitors were needed? Chun Suanyan could only guess that was the meaning, since the only difference today compared to before was that there had been 2 groups of visitors today. But Chun Suanyan wasn't in a hurry. Once another visitor came, he would know for sure. Picking a handful of flowers, he made a floral wreath for Tang Tang. Chun Suanyan exited the system space. Coming to the yard, he saw the 3 little ones still playing. He tiptoed closer, hiding the flower ring behind his back. Once he reached Tang Tang's side, he suddenly placed the wreath on her head. Tang Tang suddenly felt something new on her head. She took it off with her tiny hands. It was a beautiful flower wreath. When she saw that it was her father who placed it there, her eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. She threw herself into Chun Suanyan's arms. Wow, such a pretty flower crown. Thank you, Daddy. Chun Suanyan picked up his daughter, watching her radiant smile. His heart felt very happy too. As long as you like it. Tang Tang put the wreath back on her head. Daddy, does it look good? Very good. I've never seen such a pretty little beauty. The golden and silver flower crown combined with Tang Tang's adorable face made her look like a little priestess. Extraordinarily beautiful. Da Huang and Zhao Xiaoming looked on jealously. Their leader had such a great dad. All right, it's almost time. You two should go home for dinner. Chun Suanyan checked the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Time to cook. Uncle, goodbye. Chief, goodbye. The 2 younger kids were still quite polite. Tang Tang waved her tiny hand too. Dismissed. Chun Suanyan's mouth twitched slightly. Even this you've learned. The 2 kids left. Chun Suanyan carried Tang Tang back to the living room. You watch TV by yourself. No need to help in the kitchen. I'll cook. Okay, got it. Tang Tang had just wanted to say she'd help, but Chun Suanyan predicted her and cut her off, so she obediently turned to watch television. Chun Suanyan glanced at the system's secondary space. Piles upon piles of vegetables filled the space. It brought him great satisfaction. But now he was a bit indecisive about what to eat. Too many vegetables could be a problem too. How about braised bamboo shoots and soy sauce? What else? Hadn't the honeysuckle just sprouted today? Honeysuckle could be stir-fried with eggs. Decided, tonight they would eat these 2 dishes. He grabbed some bamboo shoots, then went to the main space to pick some honeysuckle. Chun Sui-Nien came to the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Soon, 2 dishes were served on the table. This was Chun Sui-Nien's first time eating honeysuckle stir-fried with eggs. Looking at the new dish, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled. "Daddy, what is this? I've never seen it before." "This is a dish made from the flowers on your head. Try it, see if it's delicious." Hearing that it was made from the flowers on her head, Tang Tang immediately protectively covered her floral wreath. "Daddy, are you going to cook the flowers on my head too?" Seeing his daughter's anxious expression, he chuckled. "No, don't worry. Go ahead, taste it." With that, he scooped a piece of the honeysuckle and egg stir-fry into his daughter's bowl. Hearing that it wasn't her wreath, Tang Tang finally relaxed and started eating. As soon as it entered her mouth, her little mouth couldn't stop. Chun Sui-Nien also started eating. Putting a bite into his mouth, his eyes lit up. The aroma of honeysuckle combined with the fragrance of eggs created an incredibly refreshing flavor. Great. However, the current quantity of honeysuckle was still limited. Chun Sui-Nien didn't plan to add it to the menu for now. He and Tang Tang might not even have enough to eat themselves. The 2 foodies, big and small, quickly finished both dishes. Tang Tang looked at the completely clean plates. She patted the flowers on her head. "Flowers, sorry, I really like you, but I really wanted to eat it." Without hesitation, she handed the flowers on her head to her dad. "Daddy, go fry some more eggs. I want to eat again." Chun Sui-Nien, "Flowers, didn't you worry earlier about your flowers getting eaten before dinner and actually protected them? How come you're willingly handing them over now? With this behavior, the flowers will surely be upset." Chun Sui-Nien patted her head. "No need for the flowers on your head. Daddy still has some in the kitchen. But not today. Eating too much isn't good for your little belly." "Okay." Tang Tang reluctantly took back the flower wreath, knowing she couldn't eat it anymore. It seemed she wasn't as fond of it now. Still, she put the wreath back on her head. After dinner, he spent some time watching TV with Tang Tang. A regular parent watching TV with their child might find it boring, because children naturally like to watch educational shows or cartoons like Peppa Pig, which adults usually couldn't stand. But in Tang Tang's case, this problem simply didn't exist. Because Tang Tang actually enjoyed watching Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. She could even engage Chun Sui-Nien in a back-and-forth discussion. "Daddy, do you know what surname Xiao Xiao's mother had?" As a top student from a prestigious university, Chun Sui-Nien actually knew the answer. "Zhang." "Nope, Daddy, Xiao Xiao's mother's surname was neither Zhang nor Zhou." "That doesn't sound right." Chun Sui-Nien had a million question marks in his head. This contradicted everything he'd known. Tang Tang continued asking. "Then, Daddy, do you know what Zhou Yu's mother's surname was?" This one, Chun Sui-Nien genuinely didn't know. "Tell me then, what's her surname?" "Daddy is so silly. Zhou Yu's mother's surname is He. Don't you know the saying? Since fate gave Zhuge Liang, why did it give Zhou Yu too?" Chun Sui-Nien's mouth twitched slightly. What a classic twist on the phrase. "So you're playing word games with me." He grabbed her with one hand and lifted her upstairs. "It's time for bed." Tang Tang pouted in protest. I'm not going to sleep. You're just mad, Daddy, and you can't handle it." Chun Sui-Nien barely restrained the urge to swat her bottom. "If you say one more word, I'll make you practice writing characters all day tomorrow." Tang Tang immediately shut up. She had no intention of practicing writing all day. Seeing his daughter now quietly silent, Chun Sui-Nien exhaled in relief. This little troublemaker responded only to strictness, not kindness. He helped his daughter brush her teeth and wash up before putting her to bed. Later on, he would come to check if she hadn't fallen asleep. He'd punish her with another day of handwriting drills. This threat left Tang Tang with no other rebellious thoughts at all. After a while, Chun Sui-Nien came in to check. He found his daughter indeed sleeping peacefully, gazing at her sweet and calm little face. He tucked her in gently and quietly left the room. Chapter 7. New Dessert, Peanuts Candy. The sun rose from the east. Golden light shined upon the pink peach mountain, and also onto the small farmhouse at the foot of the mountain. Chun Sui-Nien woke up and opened the window for ventilation. Looking at the hazy sky, free blue sky, inhaling the fresh air of nature. Thus began a brand new day. Seeing Tang Tang was still asleep, Chun Sui-Nien did not wake his daughter. Instead, he went downstairs to the backyard to check what new dishes had been updated in the system today. Ripples formed in the air as he entered the system space. Pumpkin, cabbage. Oh, these are peanuts. Seeing the newly appeared peanuts today, Chun Sui-Nien nodded in satisfaction. Peanuts could be cooked into dishes, but most importantly, it meant another snack for Tang Tang. After so much time, Chun Sui-Nien had also summarized the pattern. Common vegetables like pumpkin and cabbage would appear frequently in the system, but things like peanuts and honeysuckle, being slightly less common, would appear less frequently. Chun Sui-Nien picked a pumpkin, planning to make pumpkin porridge for breakfast. Then he pulled out a few peanut plants, shaking off all the soil. Picked some peanuts to make peanut candy for Tang Tang to eat. Then he took some honeysuckle from the system's auxiliary space, planning to stir-fry some eggs to go with the porridge. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to his daughter last night. Only then did he leave the system space. He came to the kitchen. He peeled the pumpkin, cut it into pieces, and first started simmering the time-consuming pumpkin porridge. Then Chun Sui-Nien stir-fried the peanuts, ready to start making the peanut candy. Mix the stir-fried flour and peanuts together, then add some sesame seeds to enhance the fragrance. Finally, place everything into a grinding cup, grind until nearly done, pour out, then add honey and a little salt, stirring evenly. Lastly, Press it into shape using a mold. The simple version of peanut candy was done. Seeing the porridge nearly ready, he began stir-frying the honeysuckle with eggs. Quickly, a rather abundant breakfast was ready. Xiuxian carried all the food to the table, only to find that the little lazy pig, Tang Tang, had not woken up yet. So he grabbed a piece of peanut candy and went upstairs to call her. Coming to the bed, he found that this little lazy pig was actually still snoring lightly. Smiling slightly, he gently placed the pastry under his daughter's nose. The fragrance of the candy gradually entered Tang Tang's nose with her breath. Tang Tang's nose first subtly twitched. Then she gave up subtlety entirely, deeply inhaling. So fragrant. Tang Tang's eyes shot open, seeing her father by her bedside, holding a piece of pastry in his hand. She quickly reached out with her little hand to grab the pastry, but Xiuxian wouldn't let her have it so easily. He quickly withdrew the pastry. Get up, little lazy pig. Brush your teeth first, then you can eat. Seeing the snack that had been right in front of her snatched away, Tang Tang sat up and grabbed her dad's hand to beg. Dad, just let me eat one first, please. No way. Brush first, otherwise your mouth will be smelly. I'm fine. I'll brush then. With no choice, Tang Tang obediently got up to brush her teeth. Only after supervising his daughter to brush thoroughly did he hand the pastry to her. Tang Tang grabbed it instantly and stuffed it into her mouth. So good. So fragrant. Her cheeks were stuffed full, yet she still remembered to praise the snack. Xiuxian smiled too. It seemed like the pastry was quite successful. If you like it, there's more downstairs. Let's go down. Once seated at the dining table, seeing the plate full of snacks and sweet pumpkin porridge. There was even yesterday's delicious honeysuckle scrambled eggs. Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with little stars. Eagerly, she climbed onto her chair. Xiuxian chuckled and poured her a bowl of pumpkin porridge. Eat slowly. Careful not to burn yourself. Remember to blow on it first. Tang Tang didn't care much about that. If the porridge was hot, she could eat something else first. With both hands, she grabbed one peanut candy at a time, continually stuffing her mouth. Watching his daughter, Xiuxian was afraid she'd choke. So he picked up a spoon, scooped some porridge, cooled it down with his breath. Then, during the gap when Tang Tang was busy eating candy, he fed her a spoonful to moisten her throat. How blissful that must have felt. Well, what else could he do? Who told him this cute little piggy was his daughter? Eventually, the whole bowl of pumpkin porridge he had poured for his daughter remained untouched. But the porridge in his own bowl had run out. Seeing that his daughter was full, Xiuxian finished her untouched bowl. Thus ended this ordinary breakfast. While Xiuxian went to wash the dishes, Tang Tang climbed onto her rocking chair again, imitating her father's way of swaying on it. Seeing his daughter so small, yet acting so mature, Xiuxian lightly smiled. Let her have her fun. After finishing washing the dishes and stepping out from the kitchen, Xiuxian saw his daughter already waiting at the main gate. Dad, hurry up, today's inspection is going to start. All right, coming. Xiuxian replied cheerfully, locked the gate and followed his daughter to begin today's routine inspection. Actually, this so-called inspection was just the territory his daughter had won during the last marble competition. It was about half the size of the village. Of course, there was no way they could walk through half the village, just a few key strategic locations. The small pond at the west end of the village, and the big locust tree at the southern village entrance. And of course, the peach blossom mountain behind their own house was also very important. These three places were the most famous spots in the village and served as major entertainment grounds for the village kids. So owning these territories meant a steady supply of spicy strips. Therefore, all the kids in the village were envious. But there was nothing they could do. None of them could beat his daughter in marbles. Xiuxian didn't know how his daughter even learned to play marbles. At the time, out of boredom and fearing his daughter might be bullied, he stood nearby watching. His daughter was the youngest among the group of children, so standing among them, she looked somewhat fragile. But when it came to playing marbles, she was not weak at all. Those two little fingers, each shot was spot on. She wiped out the boys, leaving them discarded armor and fleeing horses. Only the oldest boy, Ma Dan, could actually match his daughter. They battled evenly, and eventually called it a draw, splitting the territory. Ma Dan got the plaza beside the big locust tree, the eastern stream, and the northern bamboo forest. Their skills were evenly matched. After leaving home heading south, they first arrived at the pond on the west side of the village. The pond wasn't big, nor was it deep, the deepest part only reaching up to Xiuxian's calves. Xiuxian followed Tang Tang around the pond, and found no trace of other kids appearing. She nodded satisfactorily. Dad, look, this is my kingdom I've conquered. The view is beautiful, right? Xiuxian's lips twitched. Just a shallow pond, with a bit of weeds around it. Where on earth do you see beautiful views? So young, yet already learned to lie with open eyes. But he still played along and said, nice, the scenery is good. Hearing her father's approval, Tang Tang felt quite pleased. Come on, Minister Dad, let's keep going. Oh really? You're really going into character, huh? Xiuxian pinched his daughter's chubby little cheeks, smiled, and decided to just play along with her. Okay then, Chief Tang Tang. Seeing her dad being so cooperative, Tang Tang's little face beamed with happiness. Chapter 8. A chance encounter under the big locust tree, exchanging fierce words. Continuing towards the southeast of the village. Soon they could see a huge locust tree. According to Grandma Zhao, neighbor grandma of Zhao Xiaoming, she said when she was a child, it already took 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around the trunk. So many years have passed, and this locust tree has grown even thicker. Moreover, during spring and summer, its branches and leaves grow thickly, making it a perfect place for villagers to cool off. Now is also the season when the locust tree sprouts new leaves, already showing signs of vibrant life. It seems like this old locust tree will live for many more years. They walked around the bottom of the tree, not finding any signs of other children. Just as they were about to return, a boy around 8 or 9 years old appeared on the square opposite the locust tree. Tongtong's eyes instantly turned sharp. The boy on the other side also noticed the little girl under the tree. The two locked eyes. Neither side backed down. Xiuxian recognized that boy. He was Mudun, the ruler of the other half of the village. The boy spoke first. Lady Tang, in 5 days the territory battle will start. I hope you're ready. This time, I'll unify the entire village. Tangting wasn't about to show weakness either. Of course I'm ready. Bragging is easy for anyone. I just hope you won't end up slapping your own face. The little boy scoffed slightly before replying. Last time I let you have it, but this time I'll use my full strength to show you what real difference looks like. How impressive. I'm waiting for your performance. Don't disappoint me. As they spoke, sparks seemed to flash in both of their eyes. Xiuxian, standing beside them, watched with wide eyes. What the hell? These are things that 2 kids under 10 can actually say? Somehow, deep inside, he felt inexplicably excited. Eventually, the two snorted coldly at each other, and then walked off. Tang took her little brother and her dad home. There remained one last place to check. Their backyard mountain. That small hill filled with peach blossoms. Her favorite territory. Xiuxian liked it too. Originally, it was because he fell in love with this peach blossom hill that he decided to settle down here. Therefore, he oddly felt reluctant for his daughter to lose. Although it was just a children's game, it wouldn't affect anything. Yet he couldn't help but hope his daughter would win. This annoying sense of immersion. On the peach blossom hill, the peach blossoms were blooming in full splendor as before. Like pink little fairies. The entire peach blossom hill appeared perfectly normal. The pair finished their patrol for the day. By the time they returned to the farmhouse, it was already 11 o'clock. He let Tang watch TV in the living room, while he went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Just as he stepped through the door to the kitchen, they heard the voice of village chief Li Dashan from outside. Xiuxian. Hey, Tang, is your dad home? Yes, my dad is in the kitchen. Xiuxian stepped out of the kitchen upon hearing that, and saw the village chief with half-white hair, speaking to his daughter. What's going on, Chief Li? Come here for lunch again. Seeing Xiuxian appear, Li Dashan quickly rushed over, as if he had seen a savior, and grabbed Chen's hand. Xiuxian, you absolutely have to help your village chief this time. Embarrassed, Xiuxian pulled his hand back, completely confused. Chief, why don't you first explain what's the matter? He wouldn't just blindly agree anyway. Li Dashan sighed heavily. Xiuxian, you know as well as I do that our village is a poor one. I became village chief at age 22, and more than 20 years have passed, yet the village still shows no improvement. It weighs heavily on my heart. Xiuxian became more puzzled. Could he possibly have come here to ask me to help lift the village out of poverty? How could I possibly do that? I'm just a simple restaurant owner. Chief, cut to the chase. What is it exactly? All right, I'll speak directly. That man I dined with yesterday is an investor. I invited him here to invest in tourism spots for our village, just like the rafting attraction in the neighboring village. However, he isn't satisfied. What does that have to do with me? Everything. Yesterday, he ate your food and praised it highly. So he wants to invest in your restaurant. Of course, you will remain the owner. However, the future management will be done by him. Xiuxian frowned. Investors are indeed sharp, aren't they? Once this place develops into a tourist spot, with the flavor of my dishes, the restaurant will become wildly successful. And more visitors will come here out of admiration, further boosting the scenic area's development. Clever calculation. But unfortunately, it will turn out fruitless. He had no intention of letting someone else interfere with his restaurant. That would only cause countless troubles afterward. Sorry, Chief. I can't help you with that. Li Dashan's heart sank instantly. Xiuxian, won't you reconsider? The money that boss is offering is really a lot indeed. No thanks, Chief. I came here to get away from the noise. I just want to spend time with my daughter and watch her grow up properly. So I really don't want anyone interfering with my restaurant. All right then, Xiuxian. I won't bother you anymore. Watching the village chief walk out of the yard looking dispirited, Xiuxian understood his feelings. He wanted to change the current situation of the village. But Xiuxian wouldn't change his mind either. In his world, his daughter always came first. Letting someone else manage his restaurant would just turn him into a chef, again becoming someone else's employee. He had worked hard to become the boss himself. There was no way he'd go back to being an employee. You actually want me to work for you? Don't dream too big. Besides, he even had a system. Have you ever seen in any novel where the main character works for someone else? He stopped thinking about it and returned to the kitchen to start cooking, entering the system's secondary space. Looking at rows and rows of vegetables stacked like small mountains, Xiuxian walked between them. Potatoes on the left, cabbages on the right. In front were more leafy greens. If he were a rabbit, he really would want to live here forever. This place was definitely a paradise. The deeper he walked, the fewer vegetables there were on both sides. The better quality vegetables were refreshed by the system less frequently. As he walked, not sure what to eat, he suddenly spotted a pile of artichokes about half his height. His eyes lit up. That settled then. He'd have something special for lunch today. When the artichokes first grew, Xiuxian didn't even recognize them. They looked like balls formed by layers of leaves. He had to search online to find out. This vegetable was called an artichoke, a rather rare kind. It was even known as the king of vegetarian vegetables. But in xiuxian's opinion, who cares if it's the king of vegetarian vegetables or not? It was all going to end up in his stomach anyway, because only the tender part near the base of the leaves and the heart of the artichoke were edible. So to enjoy himself fully, xiuxian directly picked up a basketful to take out. He decided he'd eat only the hearts and skip the leaves this time. He also grabbed a few stalks of xiuxian, and finally picked a winter melon to make soup. With the ingredients ready, it was time to start cooking. Chapter 9. Please leave. You're not worthy to eat the food I made. Exited the subsystem's pocket dimension. Arrived at the kitchen. Start by preparing the artichokes. This stuff isn't hard to handle. Just steam them. High-end ingredients often only require simple cooking methods. Steam until the leaves can be pulled off easily. Since we only eat the heart, just remove all the leaves before serving. The lettuce and winter melon soup is much easier. After about an hour of work, the dishes were finally ready. He brought the food to the table and called Tang Tang to come eat. Tang Tang quickly turned off the TV, then climbed onto the chair nimbly. Whoa, artichokes. Xiuxian had once made this for Tang Tang before, so Tang Tang recognized it immediately. Smack! Xiuxian slapped his daughter's hand away. The little one was actually going to grab it directly with her hands. Use chopsticks. Okay, fine. Tang Tang, seeing her action stopped, obediently used chopsticks. Picked up an artichoke heart. Put it in her mouth. Tastes great, really great. The taste of artichoke resembled water chestnuts and taro. But it had a lingering fragrance. After swallowing, a fresh sweetness lingered, making the mouth feel sweet for a while. Xiuxian also picked up a piece and tasted it. It was indeed very good. No wonder it's called the king of vegetables. Even the system's refresh rate for it is relatively low. While the father and daughter were eagerly enjoying the food, a group of people walked into the yard. Boss around? Xiuxian, who was eating, paused. Why does everyone want to see me lately? He looked toward the gate. It was that couple who came first yesterday. Behind them were 3 more people. I'm having dinner right now. Can't they come later? When the group saw Xiuxian was eating, they felt a bit awkward as well. Liwen spoke first. Boss, you continue eating. We're not in a hurry. Xiuxian nodded. Then Liwen led the group to sit at the table in the yard. One long-haired guy frowned. Liwen, you drove us all this way just to bring us to such a rundown place to eat. Jiangwo, don't look down on this place. Just try it, and I guarantee you won't forget the taste. Liwen began to recall the flavor from yesterday as he spoke. Police, this place looks terrible at first glance. Absolutely nothing special. Just some chairs and tables. Calling itself a farmhouse? The taste must be average at best. Jiangwo didn't take Li Wen's words seriously. In fact, he really disliked Li Wen because he had feelings for Li Wen's girlfriend before. But Li Wen had gotten her first. Therefore, Jiangwo always felt disgusted by Li Wen. The purpose of coming today was to mock Li Wen. He continued. The service is bad too. What kind of place makes customers wait like this? Even if you're eating, you should prioritize serving the customers. Enough, don't talk like that. Boss is human too. He has to eat as well. Just wait patiently. I brought you here, not for you to complain. Li Wen felt a bit annoyed. He didn't originally invite Jiangwo. He knew that Jiangwo had a crush on his girlfriend. So he had only invited 2 close friends. But this guy heard about it. This guy insisted on tagging along. No choice, they were classmates after all, so he had to bring him. At least this guy came in his own car. Otherwise riding in the same car would be unbearable. Oh really? So now I can't even tell the truth anymore. Is that so? Then perhaps I can also choose not to serve you. Xiuxian's voice rang out. Jiangwo had spoken loudly. Xiuxian heard everything clearly. Talking trash about his establishment in his face. Does he think I'm easy to mess with? Putting down his chopsticks, he walked out. Sorry, but I only do business with those I choose. Please leave, you're not worthy of eating my food. Xiuxian spoke coldly. The sudden appearance of Boss Chun startled everyone. You? Who even wants to eat your food? I won't eat here anyway. Jiangwo didn't expect the boss to talk to him like this. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Angrily, he pushed his chair aside and stormed out. What about you all? Xiuxian asked the remaining 4. We're not even close to him. Yeah, not close at all. Li Wen didn't expect the boss to be so bold. Actually expelled someone just like that. Alright, you can wait for a bit. I'll finish eating soon, and then you can order. Xiuxian returned to the dinner table. Finding Tang Tang giving him a big thumb up. Daddy is so awesome, driving away the bad guy in one go. He patted his daughter's head. Smiling, he said, Tang Tang, you can never become someone like him, okay? Never speak ill of others. I know. I'm a good kid, not a bad guy. Great girl Tang Tang. Now let's keep eating. Without the earlier interruption, the 2 happily finished their meal. He sent Tang Tang to take a nap. Then he started working. He wasn't worried about Tang Tang being woken up. He had considered this during the renovation. The room had good sound insulation. Unless you shouted loudly, outside noise would be barely audible. He collected the bowls and chopsticks and brought them to the kitchen, then walked into the yard. It's ready. You can come in to place your order now. When Li Wen heard these words, it sounded like heavenly music to him. Finally, the moment had arrived. They entered the dining area. Seeing the menu written on the wall. Boss, we'll have 1 spicy shredded potatoes, 1 stir-fried eggs with onions, 1 dry-fried string beans, 1 hand-torn Napa cabbage, 1 stir-fried chives with bean sprouts, 1 braised eggplant in oil, and a vegetarian soup. Li Wen rattled off a long list of dishes. Xiuxian carefully wrote them all down in his notebook. Alright, just a moment. The group returned to the yard and sat down. One of them quietly asked Li Wen, "Brother Wen, why does this place only have vegetarian dishes?" "I'm not sure either. Maybe it's the boss's personal preference. Anyway, stop talking about the restaurant or we might get kicked out too. Then I'll deal with you later." Then the entire group fell silent. They quietly waited for the boss to serve the dishes. "Spicy shredded potatoes is done. Since you've ordered a lot, I'll bring them out one by one so you don't have to wait too long." Xiuxian placed the dish on the table and announced, "Sure, no problem, boss, you're working hard." Li Wen politely replied. Xiuxian went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Li Wen looked at the fragrant-looking shredded potatoes. He swallowed hard. "Well then, should we start eating while we wait?" "Yeah, okay. I think that works." After saying so, the group immediately picked up their chopsticks and launched an attack on the shredded potatoes. The potatoes might never have imagined they'd become so popular. Chapter 10, Father and Daughter's Battle of Wits and Courage. Today marked the first time Xiuxian had cooked so many dishes. Of course, he couldn't carry them all out at once. When Xiuxian brought out the next dish, the spicy shredded potatoes had already been finished. Even the dried chili peppers used for seasoning were gone. When this group of people saw him carrying the dishes, he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Xiuxian felt like he saw a greedy glint in everyone's eyes, sharp and intense. All eyes were glued to the dish he was carrying. It made him feel a bit uneasy. As soon as he placed the dish on the table, 4 pairs of chopsticks instantly lunged toward it. Xiuxian's mouth twitched. Too terrifying. The speed at which the 7 dishes were devoured depended entirely on how fast he brought them out. Each dish barely touched the table before it vanished. The last bowl of soup was finished off by everyone. All dishes were now served. The 4 of them sat slumped in their chairs, comfortably satisfied. Traveling this far over mountains and rivers was truly worth it. "Brother Wen, still you're the real one. Actually managed to find such a delicious place. Amazing." "Ahem, stay humble. There's also beautiful Peach Mountain behind this farmhouse. We can go for a walk later to help with digestion." Li Wen immediately changed the subject. As for how he found it, because he got lost, he definitely wouldn't say that out loud. It'd be way too embarrassing. "Great idea. From the foot of the mountain, it already looked really beautiful." Wang Lulu exclaimed. Last time was too rushed. She didn't even notice the gorgeous Peach Mountain. This time, she had to take more nice pictures. "Okay, I'll pay the bill, and then we can head to the back mountain." After saying that, Li Wen walked to the living room. As soon as he walked in, he saw Xiuxian leisurely lying on the traditional armchair, enjoying himself. Li Wen couldn't help but envy this kind of laid-back lifestyle. When he one day grew tired of the city, he also wanted to find a place like this. "Boss, how much in total?" 260 in total. "I just sent the payment, boss." "Great. Thank you. Have a good trip." After this group left, Xiuxian went to the backyard. Air ripples appeared as he entered the system space, walking toward the air wall. Sure enough, as Xiuxian had expected, the numbers on the wall had changed. 3/20. The number in front had increased. Looks like it increased based on the number of customers. That meant there were still 17 groups to go before the progress bar was filled. Based on the current flow of customers, it seemed it might take some time. But Xiuxian didn't have any other options at the moment. Now that he understood the condition required to complete the task, he exited the system space. Letting nature take its course would have to suffice for now. He was just slightly curious about what would happen to the system after completing the task. The rest of the afternoon was uneventful. No more customers arrived. After Tang woke up, Xiuxian began supervising her handwriting practice. Today's daughter came up with yet another unique excuse to avoid practicing. Right after waking up, she began shouting loudly, "Daddy, Daddy, save me." This actually startled Xiuxian, thinking that something had happened to his beloved daughter. He hurried to her bedside, asking her what was wrong, whether she had a nightmare. Tangent shed tears and nodded. Then she showed her right thumb to her father. "Daddy, I dreamed a monster ate my thumb, and now it has no strength at all." Xiuxian didn't understand immediately, thinking that maybe something actually happened. He was already getting ready to take her to the hospital. But then Tang said, "I don't want to go to the hospital. I just need to rest well today, so I might not be able to practice writing." Didn't Xiuxian already know exactly what his little troublemaker was thinking? Wasn't it just about not wanting to practice writing? "All right then, you rest well. I'll go get you something to eat." Hearing the word eat, Tangent's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, okay. Thank you, Daddy." Xiuxian went downstairs, picked up a plate of peanut cake, and went upstairs. Placed the dish beside Tang. Seeing the food, how could Tang possibly hold back anymore? She reached out and grabbed a piece, just about to put it into her mouth. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed her tiny arm. How did that thumb suddenly recover? Tangent's expression instantly became blank, because she had just used her right thumb to pick up the piece of cake. I don't know either. Maybe it just healed suddenly. It's weak again. Tangent intentionally dropped the piece of cake onto the bed. But Xiuxian wasn't that easy to fool. "All right, no more faking. Get up. Gai Lanzu, you still have a chance. Otherwise, there will be consequences." Tangent looked ready to cry. Why was her daddy so sneaky, using food to tempt her? Xiuxian held the plate of sweets, eating as he watched his daughter practice writing. "This peanut cake smells really good. Want a taste?" "Yes." "Then just think about it." Tang sniffed the aroma beside her. The scent seemed to be whispering to her, "Come on, little one, come play with me." It was constantly tempting her, but she couldn't eat it. Cruel daddy. She could only transform her frustration into strength. Focusing all her attention on writing. Half an hour passed quickly. Xiuxian observed his daughter, who was writing with a fairly good attitude. He felt quite satisfied in his heart. Good job. Will you trick daddy again in the future? No. What if you do trick me again? Then, let me practice writing for half an hour longer every day. Xiuxian shook his head, indicating it was too little. Half an hour is too short. Make it 2 hours. That's too much. 1 hour. 3 hours. No, daddy, then 2 hours. Okay, deal. Tangting felt like crying. Daddy was too harsh. She simply couldn't outweed him. Xiuxian's lips curled upward. Remember what you said. If you trick daddy again in the future, it'll be 2.5 hours of handwriting practice. I understand, daddy. That's my good girl. Here, have some. With that, he handed the remaining peanut cake in his hand to Tang Tang. Thank you, daddy. Daddy is the best. Looking at the fragrant peanut cake in her hands, she felt it was so hard-earned. All because of you, you made me get caught. She transformed her frustration into appetite and began devouring the cake fong ly. Xiuxian poured her a glass of water, afraid she would choke, then went downstairs. He suddenly remembered something. He came to the backyard, entered the system subspace, headed toward the honeysuckle plants that had just grown yesterday. Sure enough, as expected, there wasn't much. Only 2 big baskets. He picked about 2 gene. Xiuxian planned to use it to brew tea. When he reached the kitchen, he suddenly realized he didn't know how to process tea. He searched online and found he didn't have the tools for tea making either. Even ordering online would take several days for delivery. This was a bit awkward. He silently put the honeysuckle back. Looks like Tang Tang wouldn't get to taste it this time. Chapter 11. Irreplaceable dumplings. Xiuxian couldn't make honeysuckle tea right away, but he wasn't worried. In the system's subsidiary space, nothing would spoil. It would remain in its freshest condition forever. Of course, items brought in from the outside wouldn't be protected by the system. They would still spoil. And unless the system's products were the kind that grew in soil, they wouldn't be contaminated with dirt. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need washing. Every single item was clean and spotless, dust-free. There was absolutely no possibility of pesticides. That would be underestimating the system. If the system used pesticides while growing vegetables, not to mention others, Xiuxian himself would look down on it first. Walking out of the kitchen, he found that Zhao Ming and Da Huang, the 2 young kids, had already arrived. They stood straight in the courtyard, as if preparing for an inspection. Tang Tang, your little brothers are here. Xiuxian shouted upstairs. Coming. Soon enough, Tang Tang came downstairs with her short legs. She ran into the yard. Placing both little hands behind her back, she stood in front of the 2. Okay, report the afternoon situation. Zhao Ming spoke first. Report, today a total of 3 people, including Da Zhuang, came to play in our territory. These are the snacks we have collected. Tong Tong's eyes lit up as she accepted the snacks from Zhao Ming. A pack of spicy strips, 2 packs of potato chips. If not spicy strips, other snacks could be substitutes. Good, they're well behaved. They won't need to hand over snacks for the entire month. Handing over snacks once could cover an entire month. Otherwise, it would be financially burdensome for the kids in the small village. Da Huang, how about your territory? Report, there's nothing in my territory. Da Huang seemed somewhat dispirited, having received no snacks. Well, today's harvest is pretty good. Each of you take 1 package. Tang Tang gave each of them a packet of spicy strips and 1 of potato chips. Her father didn't allow her to eat spicy strips, so she kept a packet of potato chips for herself. Zhao Ming and Da Huang happily accepted the snacks. This was the benefit of having others as your subordinates. If they had gone by themselves, they wouldn't have received any snacks. With their abilities, it was difficult to win territory. The 3 kids began happily eating. Then came the afternoon's training. Xiuxian just lounged comfortably in his armchair, enjoying this pleasant afternoon. Outside the village, on the road, inside a car. Say, which photo should I post? Wang Lele asked her boyfriend Li Wan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. How can I choose? Every photo of yours makes me feel woo-bee beautiful. I find it hard to decide. Hearing Li Wen's words, Wang Lele felt sweet inside. You're just saying that. Then I'll post all of them. Hee okay. Li Wen's 2 friends sitting in the back seat thought that indeed, this was just like Go One. His words were so pleasant to hear. No wonder he was popular with women. Wang Lele clicked send. She uploaded the photos they had taken earlier on the Peach Blossom Mountain to her Douyin short video social media account. Turid saying that at the foot of the mountain, there was a super delicious farmhouse restaurant, and everyone should definitely try it. Because she was fairly attractive, she had a small following. As soon as she posted, comments appeared. Wow, Sister Lily is so beautiful. The peach blossoms behind you are also so pretty. Where's this place? How can there be such a vast peach blossom forest? The scenery is just amazing. This is Taohua village outside the city. I'll post the address in the comments. If you have time, you really should come. It's so much of a hidden gem. And the farmhouse restaurant at the foot of the mountain, that's the best food I've ever tasted. Wang Lele replied from below. Wah, if you recommend it so highly, I must go taste it. Same here, same here. Let's go together with the one upstairs. Sure. Wang Lele watched the positive comments and nodded with satisfaction. When dinner time came, he called the 2 little brats home to eat. It was time for him to prepare dinner. He looked into the refrigerator. Since acquiring the system space, the refrigerator had rarely been used. He only kept a bit of meat he had bought himself, but even that was seldom consumed. It wasn't because Xiuxian didn't know how to cook meat dishes. It was because once he had become accustomed to the vegetables provided by the system, the taste of meat dishes made from regular ingredients felt entirely different. After being used to the taste of the system's vegetables, xiuxian rarely bothered to cook meat anymore, because it was completely unnecessary. Normally, adding meat into vegetarian dishes made the vegetables taste better. However, in the system's vegetarian dishes, adding meat meant the vegetables elevated the flavor of the meat. And yet, even with meat added, it still didn't compare to the taste of purely vegetarian dishes. So xiuxian became reluctant to add meat. It was better to stick to purely vegetarian meals. Only sometimes would certain dishes require meat, such as dumplings filled with meat. Mixing vegetables and meat enhanced the texture of the vegetables, and the meat would perfectly fuse with the aroma of the vegetables. Only in such cases would xiuxian use meat. Therefore, xiuxian decided to make dumplings for Tang Tang tonight, stuffed with napa cabbage and pork, and chives and pork. He went to the system's subsidiary space and took one cabbage plant and a handful of chives. He started by preparing the dough. In addition to a pinch of salt, he also added some potato starch and finally an egg white. This method produced dumpling wrappers that were smooth, glossy, and not easily torn. This was a technique xiuxian had learned before from a dumpling restaurant owner. He mixed the ingredients thoroughly, then added cold water in portions, stirring and kneading as he added. As the old saying goes, soft dough for dumplings, stiff dough for noodles. Therefore, the dough for dumplings needed to be slightly softer. After stirring into a dough ball, he kneaded it on the table until smooth and elastic. Then he placed the dough in a bowl and covered it, letting it rest for about 20 minutes. While waiting, xiuxian started chopping the filling. He finally chopped the napa cabbage and chives. The napa cabbage needed to be seasoned with a bit of salt. He squeezed out the water. Then he added some cooking oil and edible alkali to the chives. Finally, he began preparing the minced meat. He chopped the meat until it had just a slight grainy texture, which would provide a better mouthfeel. He then added dark soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings. Next, he added scallion, ginger, and Sichuan pepper water in 3 portions, followed by an egg. He stirred until the meat filling became stretchy and sticky. Then he let it marinate for 10 minutes. Once it was done marinating, he divided it into 2 bowls. He added the cabbage to one bowl and chives to the other, mixing them well. Finally, he added chopped scallions and poured a little hot oil over the mixtures to bring out the scallion aroma, sealing in the meat's moisture. He stirred well again, and it was done. The dough was now almost ready. He began rolling out the dumpling wrappers and shaping the dumplings. One by one, the dumplings appeared in xiuxian's hands. About half an hour later, the dumplings were finally completed. Time to eat. 2 large plates of dumplings were placed on the table, accompanied by a bit of vinegar and chili sauce. Perfect. Tang Tang had already impatiently climbed onto her chair, hungrily waiting. He helped blow on the dumplings to cool them down and picked a few of each filling into her little bowl. Eat slowly and don't choke. Okay. Tang Tang nodded quickly. Although her father had reminded her, her eyes never left the dumplings. Her little hands didn't even pick up the chopsticks yet, wanting to grab them directly. Cough. What are you doing? Use your chopsticks. xiuxian coughed once to remind her. Tang Tang restrained herself and picked up her chopsticks to start eating. She swallowed one dumpling in one bite. Her eyes immediately widened, chewing vigorously. xiuxian smiled watching her, seeing his daughter so happy with the food. To see his child eat happily, this father was more than satisfied. He also picked up one dumpling with his chopsticks. The skin was translucent and shimmering. He placed it in his mouth. It was the cabbage and pork filling. Tender and delicious, the flavors of the cabbage and pork blended together perfectly. The cabbage was sweet and refreshing, while the pork was savory and fragrant. Together, they seemed to take the taste buds on a journey. So delicious. Truly, nothing beats dumplings. Indeed, the ancients never lied. And when dumplings are eaten with loved ones, such a meal is irreplaceable by any delicacies, no matter how luxurious. This was exactly the case for xiuxian and Tang Tang now. Chapter 12. These are flowers given to me by a fairy. The night deepened, and the sky was filled with countless stars hanging high. After dinner, xiuxian carried Tang Tang in his arms, sitting in the courtyard gazing at the stars. Daddy, why can't we go up to the sky? Because you ate too much, and you're too fat to fly. xiuxian couldn't resist teasing. Tonight, the little girl had actually eaten more dumplings than he did. Hearing her father's words, Tang Tang pouted immediately. I'll punch you in the chest. She began playfully pounding her small fists against her father's chest. Daddy is so mean. You shouldn't say girls are fat. Ha, okay, I won't say anything, stop hitting me. Amused by his clever and precocious daughter, xiuxian burst into laughter. She's already concerned about her figure at such a young age. What would she be like when she grows up? She's definitely going to be a vain little lady. Tang Tang finally stopped her tiny fists. That's better. Alright, that's enough. It's time to go back to your room and sleep. My arms are getting sore holding you. Okay. xiuxian carried his daughter upstairs. After brushing teeth and tucking her in, he turned off the light and returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, xiuxian got up as usual and went to the system space first to check what dishes were available today. He arrived in the backyard. With a thought, the air rippled. He stepped in. Before him was a field of bright, golden sunflowers. The flowers were particularly eye-catching against the backdrop of the farmland. xiuxian was a little surprised. He hadn't expected sunflowers could grow here. Yesterday, it was peanuts, today sunflowers. Looks like the system is into nuts recently. Tang Tang has another snack now. The sunflowers themselves are quite beautiful too. Both pretty to look at and good to eat. That's pretty good. He picked one sunflower. He planned to give it to Tang Tang, making her a girl who sees flowers as soon as she wakes up. The other two plants were familiar, snap beans and scallions. Well, looks like the new crops today aren't suitable for breakfast, so I'll spare you for now. You can live another day. Xiuxian then walked into the system's secondary space. He grabbed several tomatoes, deciding to cook tomato and egg noodles for breakfast. Holding the sunflower, he entered his daughter's room, discovering she hadn't woken up yet. Quietly, he placed the bouquet on the nightstand beside her bed so she could see it the moment she opened her eyes. Then he quietly exited the room. He went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was relatively simple. He peeled the tomatoes and cut them into chunks. He heated oil in a pan, stir-fried garlic and scallions until fragrant, then added the cut tomatoes. With a spatula, he gently pressed to release the juices. Once almost done, he added beaten eggs and stir-fried briefly, then poured in some water, brought it to a boil, and added the noodles. Finally, seasonings were added. A fragrant plate of tomato and egg noodles was completed. As Xiuxian was about to turn off the heat, he heard pattering footsteps coming from the staircase. He turned to look. Tang Tang appeared wearing her white nightgown, carrying the bouquet of sunflowers in one little hand and barefoot, running straight toward him. She jumped straight into his arms. Daddy, Daddy, look at the flower. A bunch of flowers appeared in my room. Look. A slight smile appeared on Xiuxian's lips. He decided not to tell his daughter the truth for now. How beautiful the flowers are. Who could have given them to my little treasure? Could it have been a fairy? At the word fairy, Tang Tang's big eyes lit up, but soon dimmed. I don't know. The bouquet suddenly appeared beside me while I was sleeping, so I didn't get to see it. Her expression showed disappointment. Oh, that's okay. If the fairy comes again tomorrow early, we'll see her then. Xiuxian gently patted his daughter's head. Yeah, I'll definitely wake up earlier tomorrow. Her little eyes were determined. All right then. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Come on, let's go brush your teeth. It's time for breakfast. Finishing his sentence, Xiuxian carried his daughter upstairs to brush her teeth. Back downstairs, seated at the dining table, he saw Tang Tang still hugging the bouquet of sunflowers. Silly girl, how come you didn't realize it was me who gave them to you? Still, looking at her beaming expression, he didn't intend to tell her. Letting his daughter keep her sweet fantasy wasn't so bad. He served her a bowl of noodles. Okay, eat your noodles first. No one is going to steal your flowers. Smelling the fragrant noodles, Tang Tang finally placed the bouquet of sunflowers aside and began to slurp her noodles. After breakfast, Xiuxian washed the dishes, then accompanied his daughter on her inspection of the territory for the day. Tang Tang insisted on bringing along the fairy flowers. Along the way, hugging the bouquet, she kept telling everyone she met that last night, a fairy gave her a beautifully stunning flower. All the way, she couldn't stop boasting. And none of the villagers saw fit to ruin the sweet fantasy of this adorable child. And together with Xiuxian, they all helped preserve this little girl's sweet dream. On the way, the other children couldn't help but look at her with envious eyes. From that day on, a legend spread among the village children that a fairy visited at night and gave beautiful flowers to a lucky girl. After a full round of touring, Tang Tang's face remained bright with joy. Once everything in the territory was confirmed fine, Xiuxian took Tang Tang back to the farmhouse. Before even reaching the front door, Xiuxian spotted two people already waiting at the entrance. As he drew closer, he saw it was the village chief and the investor. He frowned slightly. He could already guess why they had come. Didn't he clearly refuse them just yesterday? When the two saw Xiuxian returning, their expressions brightened. They said together, Mr. Chun, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you a long time. Are you here because of what happened yesterday? Xiuxian replied flatly. Yes, I just hope we can discuss it again. Hold on a second. Xiuxian opened the door and told Tang Tang, go play in your room first. Daddy needs to talk with these adults. MMHM. Tang Tang obediently ran upstairs. Come in. Xiuxian led them to sit down at the table in the courtyard. Mr. Chi, I made myself clear yesterday to the village chief. I won't allow anyone else to interfere with my restaurant. I understand. So this time, I won't be involved in management. I just want to invest and take a small share. I'd be happy with just a portion of the profits. Compared to his original offer yesterday, it was already a big step down. But Xiuxian still had no intention of agreeing, because there was absolutely no need. He was confident, his dishes tasted great, and his restaurant was destined to become a hit. No, I won't cooperate. Please leave. You really won't reconsider? I can offer this much. Chapter 13. The me of today, you can't even dream of. Xiuxian looked toward Qidong. He saw Qidong holding up 5 fingers. 50,000. As long as you agree, this money can be yours right away. And after the partnership is established, I'll also fund promotion for you. All we need is a 50-50 profit split in the future. Xiuxian hadn't expected them to offer so much. He hadn't even spent this much on purchasing and renovating the house originally, though he hadn't gone all out on the Dongshu, planning to upgrade gradually in the future. Still, this 500,000 yuan could completely transform his current setup. But he still refused. It's a lot of money, but I still don't want anyone else getting involved in my restaurant. Qidong's eyebrows knitted together. He couldn't understand why Chen wouldn't accept. This is already a very remote small restaurant. Would 500,000 not be enough for you? I can raise it another 100,000, but no more than that. Even if you raised another million, I wouldn't agree. If you're not here to eat, please just leave. Xiuxian didn't want to continue this conversation. Li village chief, who hadn't spoken all this time, finally said something. I told you so, President Qi. But you just wouldn't believe me. Qidong didn't continue trying to persuade him either. He would just have to keep trying in the future. What he was offering, 600,000 yuan, seemed generous enough. But compared to Chen's culinary skills, not at all excessive. With his own marketing methods, combined with Chef Chen's talent, and slightly increasing the prices, making a few million a year wouldn't be a big issue. Alright then, Chef Chen, we won't discuss this anymore. Just let me order a few dishes to eat. Sure, come inside and place your order. Chen glanced at the time. There was still a little while until lunch. He could cook for them first, then prepare for himself and Tang Tang. 1 vinegar braised cabbage, 1 stir-fried lettuce stalks, 1 chili scrambled eggs, and 1 tomato egg soup. Qidong ordered 3 dishes and a soup, enough for the 2 of them. As they were ordering, a sound came from outside. Bro, it should be around here, the countryside restaurant at the foot of Peach Blossom Mountain. Should be. There are no other restaurants around here. But wow, this Peach Blossom Mountain really is beautiful. Yeah, it's worth the trip. But first things first, let's get our bellies filled before we go hiking. 2 young men walked through the main entrance. Jiang Bian and Jiang He were 2 brothers. They'd come specifically after seeing Wang Leilei's scenic photos. Since they had arrived just in time for lunch, they planned to eat something first before heading up Peach Blossom Mountain. Boss, can we order? The older brother, Jiang Bian, asked. Of course, the menu's on the wall. Chen Sui-Nian felt slightly surprised. What was going on lately? Customers kept coming one after another. Could his restaurant actually be gaining popularity? Bro, it really is this place. The menu has only vegetarian dishes. Exactly. Looks like we didn't come to the wrong place. It was quite hard to find. Jiang Bian and Jiang He's words reached the ears of the 3 men. You two, what do you mean? Did you specially come looking for this place? Village Chief Li voiced their collective confusion. Because other than villagers, practically nobody knew about this restaurant. Chen himself hadn't done any marketing either. Exactly. We saw it online yesterday. A blogger posted something, with photos of Peach Blossom Mountain. It looked amazing. They also mentioned a rural-style restaurant at the foot of the mountain, saying the food was really good. That's why we came to find it. Jiang Bian explained. Hearing this answer, Chen Sui-Nian and Village Chief Li were delighted. Chen was thrilled because now he wouldn't need to handle marketing himself. It seemed the system space's progress might speed up. Village Chief Li was thrilled too. Someone online had advertised his village and already seen results. 2 visitors the very next day after the post. And with people recommending it to others, combining Peach Blossom Mountain scenery and Xiuxian's countryside restaurant, tourists would definitely come to their village. So what sponsorship? They could do this themselves. They could organize the villagers and develop their own industry. As for Qidong, he felt a sharp pang. No good. If Peach Blossom Village went viral online, his plans would collapse entirely. They wouldn't need his investment at all anymore. So what would he earn? Boss, give us 1 spicy shredded potatoes, 1 dry-fried green beans, and 1 tomato scrambled eggs. Boss, hurry, we're starving. Jiang Bian called out his order, unaware of the effect his words had on others. All right, wait a moment. All of you can sit in the courtyard first. I'll cook as quickly as I can. After saying that, Chun went bustling into the kitchen. The remaining 4 people sat in the courtyard. The Jiang brothers took out their phones and took several pictures of the Peach Blossom Mountain behind the countryside restaurant. As for Li Village Chief and Qidong, each was lost in their own complicated thoughts. Village Chief Li, regarding the investment, perhaps we can discuss it again. No need, Mr. Qi. Since you're unwilling, I won't insist any further. Now I know the potential of this restaurant. Like how I'd partner with you. Wouldn't it be better to partner directly with Xiaochen? Village Chief Li, don't think just because 2 people came after seeing the online post, the village will suddenly become popular. It could just be a coincidence. There's no need for Mr. Qi to worry about that. I believe with Xiaochen's cooking skills, becoming popular is only a matter of time. The me from the past, you ignored me. The me of today, you can't even dream of reaching. Village Chief Li now felt at ease, finally no longer needing to bow and scrape before Qidong. Hope that's true, Qidong said coldly. But deep inside, he was regretful. Why had he hesitated back then? Because of that hesitation, he'd now lost a great investment opportunity. Soon, the dishes were all served. Both tables ate happily, especially Village Chief Li, who had once again seen hope for revitalizing the village. Brothers Jiang Bian and Jiang He were practically ecstatic, dancing and gesturing excitedly as they ate. Only Qidong, whose chopsticks hadn't stopped for a moment, felt heartbreak in silence, eating while shedding tears. The more delicious the food, the deeper his sorrow. After finishing their meals and paying, both tables left. The Jiang brothers went to the back mountains to see peach blossoms. Village Chief Li returned to plan how to brand and promote the village. And Qidong, he wanted nothing more than to leave this heartbreaking place. Chen Sui-Nian called Tang Tang downstairs to eat. While preparing meals for the customers earlier, he had also cooked a meal for himself. Now he just needed to call Tang Tang down to eat. After the meal, he sent Tang Tang for a nap, then headed to wash dishes himself. No choice. He had to be responsible for cleaning since he was so diligent. Chen Sui-Nian comforted himself with this thought. Chapter 14. Golden hair and blue eyes. The foreign beauty is too enthusiastic. Chen Sui-Nian, who had just finished washing the dishes, was resting on his favorite high-back chair. Cooking so many dishes in one go had left him slightly exhausted. He took out his phone and browsed online. Sure enough, he found his restaurant's name and Peach Blossom Mountain featured on the short video app Douyin. It even included the address here. Looking at the pictures, several familiar faces appeared in the group photo. It was the big group shot from the 4 people who had dined yesterday. The account belonged to that girl. Besides the pictures of Peach Blossom Mountain, there were many comments about how delicious the food was. The number of comments below was neither too many nor too few. Most of them were saying how beautiful the scenery was. Only a few showed interest in his restaurant. Seems like the two visitors had indeed been an unexpected case. Still, xiuxian was quite satisfied. After all, it was free publicity. Looks like he had overthought it, thinking his place would become popular overnight. xiuxian chuckled at himself. Even if it really became popular, he wouldn't shift his focus to the restaurant business. His daughter would always come first. He needed to spend more time with her. Just as xiuxian was about to close his phone. Hello, is this the year after year farmhouse? A voice with a heavy foreign accent spoke in Mandarin. Sitting up, he saw a girl with golden hair and blue eyes standing at the door, a camera hanging from her neck. The foreign girl was quite pretty. Her skin was exceptionally fair, yet without the aged appearance often seen in Western women. It remained pale and tender. Her nose was tall, and her blue eyes attractive, with long lashes. She had a slender figure, wearing a white shirt paired with tight blue jeans, giving her a youthful vibrancy. xiuxian was taken aback. Wow, even a foreigner came here? Yes, this is it. May I ask why you're here? Oh my god, thank goodness, I finally found it. I'm here for photography, but I'm literally starving, so I wanted to come have a meal first. But it was so hard to find. The roads here are way too winding. The blonde beauty moved her hands energetically while speaking. xiuxian could clearly see she was someone tormented by the village's narrow paths. Indeed, the village roads were quite complicated. When he first arrived, he followed Tang Tang to navigate. That little Tang Tang remembered the way perfectly after walking through just once. That had astonished xiuxian for quite a while. That's fine. Come in and order something. Thanks. Could you help me read the menu? I can't recognize much Chinese. Daisy asked with a troubled expression, her big eyes looking at xiuxian. Well then, how about I recommend a few dishes that'll be easier? Oh, that sounds great. Thank you so much. The shredded potatoes with hot garlic, dry-fried green beans, and braised eggplant and soy sauce are all very good choices. Oh, I love potatoes, so I'll go with the shredded potatoes. Okay, please wait a moment. You can sit in the courtyard while you wait. Thank you so much, boss. You're handsome and kind. My name's Daisy and yours. Daisy stretched out her delicate hand, gesturing to shake hands with xiuxian. Chen felt a bit at a loss. He didn't react immediately. It's impolite to leave a lady's hand hanging, you know? Handsome sir. Oh, hello, my name is xiuxian. Finally, he reacted, stretching his hand out to lightly shake Daisy's. What a shy handsome guy, so cute, Daisy teased, her eyes smiling at the corners. Chen had never interacted with such an enthusiastic girl before. He'd only ever been in one relationship. His face slightly reddened, but quickly calmed down. All right, Miss Daisy, I'll go cook your meal now. You can wait in the courtyard. Okay, Chen, she said with a gleam in her eyes. xiuxian hurried into the kitchen. She was just too enthusiastic, a little more than he could handle. Daisy was a photographer who had recently arrived in China, loving travel and photography. Yesterday, she saw this place online and thought the Peach Mountain was absolutely gorgeous. In her homeland, the Warring States, she'd never seen scenery like this. So she came straight away, nonstop. She had half Chinese blood in her mother being Chinese, so her skin was better than most Westerners. Though illiterate in Chinese characters, she could speak Mandarin, albeit with a heavy accent, but enough for basic conversation. Looking at the courtyard full of pink peach trees behind her, her eyes sparkled. This is so romantic. I love this mountain so much. Right now, she really wanted to rush up the mountain, but her stomach was in revolt, so she decided to deal with her hunger first. xiuxian took 2 potatoes from the system space and began preparing the meal. Even a foreigner had come to eat at his restaurant and was acting overly enthusiastic too. No wonder foreigners were considered so expressive and open. Even an older man like xiuxian found it a bit overwhelming. It's not like he had never seen a foreigner before. Shaking his head, he pushed all unrelated thoughts aside and began focusing on cooking. Soon, a plate of shredded potatoes with hot garlic, golden in color and full of fragrance, was ready. He carried it to the courtyard and placed it on Daisy's table. Your dish is ready, please enjoy. Wow, thank you so much. Daisy looked at the steaming hot shredded potatoes with hot garlic on the table, its aroma making her stomach growl even more. She picked up her chopsticks eagerly and quickly took a bite. Oh my god, is this really potato? Why does this potato taste so amazing? The spicy and sour flavors continuously stimulated Daisy's tongue, combined with the crisp texture, making her unable to stop eating. Bite after bite. Her chopstick skills weren't very skilled, which slowed down her eating pace quite a bit. Each mouthful of shredded potato redefined Daisy's understanding of potatoes. Is this what real Chinese cuisine truly tastes like? In no time, the entire plate of shredded potatoes had vanished into Daisy's stomach. She exhaled deeply. So delicious. She stood up and walked into the living room, where she saw xiuxian resting on the traditional high-back chair. Chun, your food is absolutely fantastic. It's like the creation of a god. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. xiuxian was completely unsurprised by Daisy's praise. He had full confidence in his cooking. It was easy to impress a foreigner, after all. Oh Chun, you're incredible. You're even better than my father. He's a Michelin-starred chef, and his food doesn't taste nearly as good as yours. No, Chun replied modestly. After all, the main reason was the quality of the ingredients. Who else could have such a magical system as his? Chun, goodbye. I'm going to take photos at the back mountain now. Goodbye. Daisy left the farmhouse with lingering delight, but she had already decided she would definitely come back for dinner tonight. Chapter 15. Let me try your game. Watching the beautiful foreign girl leave, xiuxian went to collect the dishes. Compared to other restaurants, The dishes at Chen Suinyan's farmhouse were actually quite easy to wash, because hardly anything was ever left behind. Everyone practically finished their plates. 3 groups of customers had already come today. That was more than yesterday or the day before. Chen Suinyan smiled slightly. It seemed his restaurant's business was slowly improving. After finishing the dishes, Chen Suinyan comfortably lay back in his armchair, dreaming about the future. When the money starts coming in more and more, he'd buy all kinds of little dresses for Tang Tang. Long ones, short ones, yellow, green. Anyway, it was his little girl. She looked good no matter what she wore. He was thinking happily. Noticing Tang Tang had just woken up, Chen Suinyan sat beside her watching her practice her handwriting. Tang Tang hadn't come up with any strange excuses to avoid practicing today. She was either getting better behaved or hadn't thought of a good excuse yet. Half an hour passed quickly. Chen Suinyan nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. You were very good today. Dad will give you something delicious to eat. At the mention of food, Tang Tang couldn't help drooling slightly. Wow, thank you, Dad. Taking his daughter to the living room, he had already set up the table earlier. Wow, sunflower seeds. Sharp-eyed Tang Tang spotted them immediately. She ran toward the dining table. The sunflower seeds were harvested by Chen Suinyan during his free time from the sunflowers. They were all raw seeds. He hadn't roasted them. Though roasted ones smelled better, they could cause excessive internal heat and had less nutritional value than raw seeds. Moreover, these were seeds from the system. Each one was large and plump, with kernels that were rich and full-bodied. The taste was incredibly good, crispy, fragrant, and with the unique freshness of raw seeds. They didn't need roasting at all. Most importantly, these seeds were big. Eating them was extremely satisfying, way more satisfying than the smaller ones. So satisfying, in fact, that Chen Suinyan found it hard to stop. If there were an endless supply of these sunflower seeds, he could probably keep eating until the end of the world. Tang Tang grabbed a handful and stuffed them into her mouth in excitement. Chen Suinyan's lips twitched slightly. Moments later, Tang Tang spat all the seeds out. Not tasty. These seeds aren't sweet at all. Dad, I don't want them. So you only suck the shell, is that it? Helpless, Chen Suinyan sat next to her, peeled a plump seed, and extended it toward her mouth. Open up. Ah. Tang Tang obediently opened her mouth. Chen Suinyan placed the seed kernel into her mouth. Tang Tang closed her mouth and chewed. Her little body quivered in delight. Her eyes lit up as she quickly swallowed it down. Dad, I want more. I want more. She quickly moved her face close to Chen Suinyan's. Full of eager expectation, Chen Suinyan pinched her rosy little cheeks. That's wishful thinking. Peel them yourself. No, I can't. Tang Tang started to act cute. All right, okay. Since you practiced your handwriting so carefully today, I'll do it for you. Hee, Dad is the best. And so, Chen Suinyan began feeding her, peeling one, then feeding one. Watching his daughter's expression light up with enjoyment. To be honest, that feeling was pretty satisfying. From time to time, he teased her by pretending to feed her another seed, only to pop it into his own mouth. Tang Tang snapped at the empty air and realized her seed was now in her dad's mouth. She pouted and looked at Chen Suinyan with a disappointed gaze, causing him to burst into laughter. Time passed little by little, until her 2 little playmates showed up. Chen Suinyan gave each of the 2 kids a handful of sunflower seeds. Then the dish was nearly finished. Okay, that's enough for today. Go play. Okay. Satisfied with her snack, Tang Tang obediently nodded. She then began playing in the courtyard with her 2 friends. Xiaohuan looked at the glass marbles they were playing with. He couldn't help but sigh. This kind of thing, any child in the countryside must have played. It had stood the test of time. During his era, it was already around. Shambudao nowadays kids were still playing with it. Suddenly, he felt a little itchy to play himself. Tang Tang, can Dad play with you? Ah, Dad, what did you say? Tang Tang was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that her dad, being so grown up, would still want to play with children's games. Tilting her head, she looked at Chen Suinyan with big eyes. Chen Suinyan's face flushed slightly, but he persisted with his somewhat shameless request. I mean your marbles game. Can I join in? Dad is really good at it. Okay. Here, Dad, here are some for you. Tang Tang divided some marbles from her own collection and gave them to her dad. Dad, the rules are simple. Each person gets 5 marbles total. Each person places 1 marble on the ground. There's no limit to how you play. You can shoot by rolling on the ground, or you can lift it and strike from the air. Whoever hits the other person's marble first gets to take the one they hit. This continues until the other person has no marbles left. That person then loses. Got it. Chen Suinyan nodded, looking at the 3 children in front of him. So who wants to play against me? Zhao Xiaoming and Da Huang immediately shook their heads, declining. Only his own daughter eagerly raised her hand. Dad, me? Chen Suinyan nodded. Though he knew his daughter was really good at marbles, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. After all, he was an adult, a veteran player. How could he possibly lose to a child? Okay then, let's begin. First, they defined a large area in which marbles could be played. Inside this space, there were 2 small circles at each end, acting as starting points. Once one side captures a marble, the captured marble must return to its starting point, and the round restarts. Then, the side whose marble was captured goes first. The initial move was decided by rock, paper, scissors. Chen Suinyan and Tang Tang stood at 2 starting points. Dad, let's do rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Rock, scissors, paper. Seeing his daughter's scissors against his rock, he won the chance to go first. Chen Suinyan looked at the designated playing area ahead. It was roughly a circle with a radius of about 2.5 meters. Inside it were many xiaoxian stones, different in size, acting as obstacles and terrain features. The 2 starting points were 5 meters apart in a straight line. The opponent's marble was already very small. Chen Suinyan didn't recklessly shoot straight at it. Instead, he gently rolled his marble a little forward. It rolled forward just a few dozen centimeters. He intended to see how things developed. Then Tang Tang called out, "Dad, sure? I can let you reshoot once." "Uncle, shoot it behind a rock and hide it. Don't leave it exposed in the open," Zhao Xiaoming reminded beside him. Xiuxian paused. "You can hit mine from this far away." He didn't believe it. "No, it's fine right here." "Okay then." Before long, Tang Tang spoke again. "Pack." A blue marble flew from the other side, hit his marble directly. Xiuxian, wow. Already over before it even started. Xiuxian wore a look of shock. Chapter 16. A Marble's Master. This is true terror. Xiuxian watched as his daughter cheerfully walked over to pick up his marble. His mouth twitched slightly. No wonder he had seen her play marbles before. Everyone else hides behind rocks. Yet this little girl's power is already this terrifying. She must be a master of marbles. The two returned to the starting point. Xiuxian had learned his lesson. This time, he shot his marble behind a rock. Tang Tang saw that her father had become clever. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Still too young. She held the marble in her little hand and shot it toward another rock next to the one behind which her father's marble was hiding. The marble hit the rock and bounced directly into Xiuxian's marble. Xiuxian, even like this? Xiuxian's mouth twitched again. "Uncle, the rock you're hiding behind shouldn't have other rocks beside it." Zhao Xiaoming reminded him from the side. "I know." Xiuxian returned once again to the starting point. Holding the marble tightly, he shot it behind an open rock. This time, there's no way she can hit it, right? As Xiuxian was thinking this, he saw Tang Tang place the marble on her thumb like a coin toss and flick it up. Xiuxian watched as the marble traced a beautiful arc through the air and then accurately slammed into his own marble. Xiuxian, what a joke. How are we even playing this? He was completely broken inside. Tang Tang skipped happily over to pick up the marble. "Dad, don't be discouraged, you still have 2 left." Xiuxian took a deep breath. He looked helplessly toward Zhao Xiaoming outside the field. Zhao Xiaoming shook his head. "Uncle, give up. There's no way around it. Boss is invincible within 5 meters. Isn't this little girl actually the main character? And not just any main character, some battle-type system holder. In other novels, someone like her would be like a bug that breaks the game." Xiuxian stared at his daughter. Tang Tang ran back to her starting position. "Dad, shall we continue?" "Continue what, Hammer? There's absolutely no way to play this fairly." "Nope, I surrender." There was no way he could win, so continuing would just be seeking more humiliation. Xiuxian wasn't dumb. Besides, losing to your own daughter wasn't that embarrassing, right? What about that Ma Dan? Is he that strong too? "No, uncle. He might have been somewhat equal before, but definitely not anymore. That heavenly strike just now is something Boss only recently mastered." Zhao Xiaoming continued explaining to Xiuxian. "So next time during the territory war, which will be Boss's moment of total unification, Boss might very well become the first person in the village's history to accomplish unification." Da Huang added, voice excited. "That's right. The entire village will belong to Boss." Zhao Xiaoming's voice was also filled with excitement. "Keep it low key. Keep it low key. This is nothing much. Don't worry. I will definitely not forget all of you in the future." Tang Tang said in an old-fashioned manner, placing both little hands behind her back, listening to the 3 boys' overly dramatic conversation. Xiuxian wondered whether he and they were living in completely different worlds. How could they be that passionate? While he had to cook and wash dishes every day? How nice it was to be a child. Slightly envious, Xiuxian looked at the 3 kids. He gave the remaining 2 marbles back to Tang Tang and decided to just sit aside and watch them play. The sunset delivered its colorful clouds to the sky. An afternoon passed quickly. Looking at the half sky painted golden, Xiuxian called the 2 little kids to come home for dinner. It was time to start preparing the evening meal. He let Tang Tang play in the living room while he went to the kitchen to cook. He went to the system's extra space for a while. He didn't know what he felt like eating. So for dinner, he might as well eat something light. How about a top-tier vegetable barbecue? He took a bit of Chinese cabbage, potatoes, cauliflower, 1 eggplant, green beans, leeks, and 2 corns. Looking at the full basket of vegetables, Xiuxian thought that should be enough for the 2 of them. Running a rural restaurant, how could he not have bought a barbecue grill? Xiuxian took out the barbecue grill that he had bought, but never used, and placed it in the courtyard. Tang Tang saw her father carrying out a metal stove. Her big eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, "Dad, what is this?" "A barbecue grill. Tonight we're having barbecue, skewers." Tang Tang's eyes immediately sparkled. "I love skewers the most." "Then come help Daddy thread the skewers." Okay. Xiuxian cut the cabbage and potatoes into slices, took out some bamboo skewers, and handed them to Tang Tang. "You just thread the vegetables onto the skewers like this." "Got it. Did you learn?" Xiuxian demonstrated for his daughter. Piercing the skewer from one end to the other of a sliced vegetable piece would allow the vegetable to lie flat on the skewer, ensuring even heat distribution. Okay, I got it." Tang Tang nodded seriously. "All right, then you show me how you thread them." Xiuxian handed her a bamboo skewer. Tang Tang took the skewer and picked up a slice of potato. Holding the skewer in one hand and the potato slice in the other, she slowly brought them together. The skewer pierced straight through the center of the potato slice. "Well, you didn't learn it right." Xiuxian looked at the potato slice lying perpendicular to the skewer. "Tang Tang, if you thread it like that, it won't cook evenly. You need to do it like this." Xiuxian demonstrated again. It was Tang Tang's turn. But again, she pierced the center. Xiuxian looked at his daughter, who stared back at him with an innocent expression. "You little rascal, are you doing this on purpose? You're amazing at playing marbles, but can't even thread a skewer properly." He didn't ask his daughter to continue threading. He let her play by herself. If he let her do it, he'd have to remove the vegetables and rethread them anyway. It'd just be a waste of effort. He also worried she might hurt herself. So he decided to just stop her from threading. When he had threaded nearly enough, xiuxian started preparing the barbecue sauce and dry seasoning. Both were the soul of barbecue. Once everything was ready, he added charcoal to the grill and placed the skewers on it. He brushed oil on both sides of the vegetables. When they began to soften, he applied the barbecue sauce. Once fully cooked, he sprinkled on the prepared dry seasoning. A perfect skewer was complete. He picked up a potato skewer and handed it to Tang Tang. There, be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. Tang Tang eagerly took it and took a big bite. Ugh, so delicious. Tang Tang's eyes narrowed into crescents. Her face wore an expression of pure delight. Xiuxian's lips twitched. Thankfully he had blown on it first. Otherwise, she'd definitely have a blister in her mouth. Xiuxian also took a skewer and put it in his mouth. The flavor of the seasoning and dry spice mix was good, but it didn't mask the ingredient itself. The system-grown potato tasted like a bully, completely dominating the flavor. The seasonings were merely layers added on top. Not bad. Didn't expect system vegetables to be so delicious when grilled. Father and daughter sat together in the courtyard. In the twilight garden, the two of them, old and young, grilled and ate beneath the orange glow of the sunset. It was warm and incredibly peaceful. Chapter 17. Peach Blossom Mountain Under the Sunset. Daisy felt like she had taken the best photo of her photography career. Right now, she felt like she was walking on air. Light-footed, she floated along to the farmhouse restaurant. There, she saw Xiuxian cleaning up the barbecue stand. "Chen, good evening." Xiuxian heard the somewhat familiar but not quite standard Mandarin accent. His expression was surprised. Wasn't it already dark? How come she hadn't left yet? "Hello? Why are you still here?" "Oh, Chen, you won't believe what I just captured. It's definitely God's most perfect artwork." "Wait, didn't I just ask why you're still here? What I meant was, why haven't you gone home yet?" Xiuxian mentally grumbled. "Your response was completely off topic. Is that so? Then congratulations, for taking a photo you're satisfied with." "Chen, thank you. By the way, are you still open? I'm starving. I really want to eat your food." Daisy covered her stomach as she spoke. Xiuxian frowned slightly. In truth, he was still open. He didn't even set specific business hours. It was just getting dark, there was still plenty of time, and it wouldn't affect Tang Tang's rest. "We are. Come in. Thank God. You're the best, Chen. What would you like to order? Why don't you just recommend something for me again?" "Chen, the potatoes at lunch were so good today." "Thanks. Please wait a moment." He led Daisy to sit in the courtyard. The courtyard was lit up, so there was no worry about seeing during dinner. Xiuxian turned to head to the kitchen. As he passed the living room, Tang Tang, who was watching TV, curiously asked, "Daddy, who is that outside?" Her Mandarin is even worse than mine. Don't laugh at others. She's a foreign sister. Upon hearing she was a foreigner, Tang Tang's eyes lit up instantly. "Daddy, can I sneak a peek at the foreign sister?" "You can, but you don't need to sneak. I'll introduce you and your sister." Xiuxian then took Tang Tang to meet Daisy. "Hello, Miss Daisy. My daughter wanted to come and make friends with you." "Sister, hello. My name is Tang Tang. You're so pretty." Tang Tang stretched out her little hand. "Oh my God. How can there be such a cute little girl?" "Little sister, you're also very beautiful. My name is Daisy." Daisy stretched out her hand and shook Tang Tang's. This was Tang Tang's first time meeting a foreigner. She stared with wide, curious eyes. "Sister, why are your eyes blue?" "That's because my dad's eyes are blue, so mine are blue too." The two beautiful girls talked back and forth. "Well then, come inside the living room and chat," Xiuxian suggested. Earlier, he hadn't let Daisy inside, afraid that his daughter would be shy, but now they were friends, so no problem. It was also closer to the kitchen, so he could watch Tang Tang while cooking. In case Daisy turned out to be a bad person, he could also respond in time. He let the two girls chat in the living room while he went to prepare Daisy's meal. Xiuxian decided to cook some quick stir-fried Chinese cabbage. It was easy and fast. He chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, then mixed vinegar, sugar, soy sauce, and other seasonings into a sauce. He added oil to the pan, sautéed the ginger and garlic until fragrant, stir-fried the cabbage stems until softened, then added the cabbage leaves. Finally, he poured in the sauce, continued stir-frying briefly, and served it. He brought it to the dining table in the living room. Daisy was showing Tang Tang her photos taken today. After all, now that she was friends with his daughter, he couldn't keep treating her like an outsider. He wasn't that rigid. "All right, Miss Daisy, the food is ready." "Oh, Chun, thank you so much." "No problem, small thing. Little angel Tang Tang. Press here, and you can keep scrolling. Sister is going to eat now." Okay, got it, sister." Daisy handed the camera to Tang Tang and went to eat at the table. Xiuxian came over to Tang Tang's side and started looking at the photos with her. To be fair, professionals really are professionals. The photos Daisy took were not a little better than Wang Leilei's. They were much better. Every photo was incredible, especially the one of the Peach Mountain at dusk. It was beautiful beyond belief. There was even one photo featuring his own little shop. The two-story White House, the pink Peach Mountain, set against the orange sky. It looked like a painting straight from an artist's brush. Everything looked harmonious, beautiful, and exuded a warm, relaxed atmosphere. Just seeing it made one want to forget all worries and settle inside the scene forever. Xiuxian actually found himself wanting that particular photo. "Miss Daisy, I was wondering if I could get a copy of one of your photos." "Miss Daisy?" Xiuxian, seeing no response, turned his head to look. He found the curly-haired beauty actually licking the plate. Xiuxian couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. "Is it really that delicious?" "Miss Daisy?" Xiuxian called again. and this time Daisy finally responded. Oh my god, this dish is just too good, Chun. What's up? That photo you took? I really like it. May I ask if you could send it to me? No problem, small thing. She transferred the photo from the camera to her phone. Chun Sui-Yin was already thinking about finding time one day to turn that photo into a framed print, to place it in the house. This way, the artistic atmosphere would surely rise rapidly. After paying, Daisy had just walked to the door when she hesitated and paused. Then she turned back. Chun Sui-Yin looked puzzled as he watched Daisy return. What's wrong? Chun, it's too dark outside. I'm afraid I won't be able to find my way back. Where did you park your car? At the village entrance. Chun Sui-Yin frowned slightly. The village path indeed had countless twists and turns. The roads were limited for cars, so most people just parked at the square near the village entrance. But his shop was quite a distance from the entrance. Well then, Miss Daisy, why don't you stay here tonight? I have a spare room. There was a guest room downstairs, just in case of situations like this. Oh, thank you so much, Chun. You're such a good person. I'll pay you for it. No need. Consider it payment for the photo. I can't take your hard-earned work without giving anything in return. Chun Sui-Yin never intended to charge her. He had that much generosity. He couldn't let the dignity of their great nation down in front of a foreigner. Oh Chun, I really didn't expect that you're not only so handsome, but also such a good person. It's really amazing getting to know you. Praised like that, Chun Sui-Yin felt slightly embarrassed. No problem, no problem. Let me show you to the room. A bed, a cabinet, a table, and a bathroom. The room was simple, yet clean and neat. It's a bit plain. I hope you don't mind. Oh Chun, it's fine. This is already great. Alright, if you need anything, come find me upstairs on the second floor. After saying that, Chun Sui-Yin left the room. He locked the courtyard gate, then took Tang Tang upstairs to sleep. Chapter 18. Flowers wilt, but my love for you won't. Morning. Fresh air is always the best key to a wonderful day. Chun Sui-Yin stood by the window, looking at the rising sun, feeling the gentle cool breeze. Another pleasant day had begun. Chun Sui-Yin first peeked into Tang Tang's room. His little sleepyhead hadn't woken up yet. Beside the bed was the sunflower and honeysuckle wreath he had given her. The sunflower was still fine, but the honeysuckle wreath had already started to wilt. Looks like he needed to weave her a new wreath. Chun Sui-Yin went downstairs. Daisy hadn't woken up either. He went to the backyard to see if the system had any surprise prepared for him today. Ripples formed in the air as he entered the system space. Chun Sui-Yin felt a bit disappointed. All the vegetables that refreshed today had appeared before. He entered the system's secondary space. He picked some honeysuckle flowers to make a new wreath for Tang Tang later. Then he grabbed some greens and sweet potatoes. This morning he'd make sweet potato and vegetable porridge. He still had some dumplings left from last time, so he'd pan-fry some to go with the porridge. Making the porridge was simple enough. Just chop up the greens, cut the sweet potatoes into pieces, and cook them together with the rice. No need to thaw the dumplings. To prevent them from cooling down, he wouldn't pan-fry them yet. At this moment, Chun Sui-Yin started weaving the wreath. Before long, a beautiful flower wreath was born. Chun Sui-Yin even admired his own craftsmanship. It was getting prettier every time. He placed it aside with satisfaction. He stirred the porridge with a spoon to avoid sticking. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, a familiar sound rang out. Chun Sui-Yin knew his beloved daughter was awake. He stepped out of the kitchen and hid the flower wreath behind his back. Down the stairs came a little girl in bare feet, wearing a white nightgown. She was holding the half-wilted honeysuckle wreath and rushed straight into her father's arms. Daddy, my flower wreath wilted. Her voice was sad, her eyes slightly wet. Why are you so sad? Didn't you want to eat it that night? Chun Sui-Yin gently wiped the tears from his daughter's eyes with one hand. No, I didn't. I didn't want to eat it. It was a gift from Daddy. I just didn't want it to wilt. Her voice grew more sorrowful. Chun Sui-Yin's heart trembled. A warm current flowed through his entire body. He gently patted Tang Tang's back. Silly girl, no more sadness. Once a flower is plucked, it will wilt. That's a fact we can't change. We just need to remember it in our hearts. I know, Daddy, but I still feel sad. Really, there's no way around it with you. Look what I have here. Chun Sui-Yin brought out the wreath from behind his back. Guess what it is? Tang Tang's eyes lit up like stars as she saw her daddy pull out a brand new wreath, as if by magic. It's a wreath, Daddy. So pretty. Do you like it? Still sad. I like it. No longer sad. Daddy, would you help me put it on my head, please? Of course. Tang Tang beamed with joy, her eyes still misty, but full of happiness. With both hands, Chun Sui-Yin gently placed the flower wreath on top of his daughter's head. Click. Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter echoed. It drew the attention of the father and daughter. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, dearies. This scene was just so beautiful. I couldn't help taking a photo. Daisy was excitedly dancing around with the camera. Chun Sui-Yin smiled and shook his head. No worries. Breakfast is almost ready. Just wait a bit, he said, then picked up Tang Tang and went upstairs to get washed up. How come you aren't wearing shoes again? If you don't put shoes on next time, I'll spank your butt. Humph. I was just in a rush to show you that the flowers Daddy gave me wilted. Tang Tang pouted, showing her displeasure. You dare talk back after I scold you? Do you want me to take the wreath back? No, I won't talk back anymore. Tang Tang covered her head protectively with her hands. That's better. Daddy, thank you. I thought I had really lost my flower wreath. Tang Tang gave Chun Sui-Yin's face a loud kiss. Chun Sui-Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. He was truly happy. Silly girl, why are you thanking Daddy? He stretched out a hand and ruffled his daughter's hair. Flowers may wilt, but Daddy's love will never wilt. When the flowers wilt, Daddy will always give you more. Okay, Tang Tang understands. Tang Tang's love for Daddy will never wilt either. Good. Daisy stared at the picture in her camera. Her heart was practically leaping out. A girl in a white nightgown, holding a withered wreath in one hand, while a calm and steady hand gently placed a prettier flower wreath on top of her head. The little girl wore the flower wreath on her head, her eyes still misty, but her smile radiant with joy. Just looking at her felt like one's heart had been cleansed by a holy light. And in the adult's gentle eyes were only doting affection for the little girl. All of this combined together. It was already the most beautiful scene in the world. Daisy's excitement couldn't settle for a long time. Coming to Peach Blossom Village really felt so worth it. She believed with this photo, and yesterday's sunset, she could really compete for a photography award. At this moment, xiuxian came downstairs with a fully dressed Tang Tang. Tang Tang, go play with sister for a bit while daddy makes breakfast. Okay. Tang Tang obediently nodded. Daisy watched as Tang Tang walked towards her. Oh my little angel. Good morning. Good morning, sister. But why does sister always say oh before speaking? Is sister in pain somewhere? If it hurts, you should see a doctor. Hearing Tang Tang's words, Daisy's expression froze. Oh my little angel, it's not that I'm in pain, it's just a habit of speech. Okay then. In the kitchen, the porridge was already done. xiuxian started pan-frying dumplings. Frozen dumplings didn't need thawing. Just add enough water to cover a quarter of them while frying. Then cover the pot and cook for about 8 minutes. Uncover, let the water evaporate, and they were done. xiuxian carried the porridge and dumplings to the table. He called the two to come eat, and served each of them a bowl of porridge. Oh Chun, thank you so much. Coming here must be the best decision of my life. No problem, it's just setting one more pair of chopsticks. Eat now. xiuxian continued to show his traditional virtue. Then he began feeding Tang Tang. This kid didn't know how hot the porridge was. To keep her little mouth from burning, it was better he feed her. Daisy scooped a spoonful of porridge, cooled it, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes instantly widened. The freshness of the greens and the sweetness of the sweet potatoes felt like two little hands massaging her tongue. So delicious. She picked up another dumpling, popped it into her mouth. Crispy shell, tender and delicious meat filling. Daisy felt like she never wanted to leave this place again. This must be the food of the gods. Chapter 19. Even Tao Yuanming would be envious. Daisy left right after breakfast. She insisted on shoving 300 yuan into xiuxian's hands as payment for last night's stay and this morning's meal. Chen couldn't really refuse, so he accepted. Money-wise, while he himself wasn't greedy, more was always better. He had already earned over 1,000 yuan these past few days. Minus the cost of buying the house, and aside from electricity, water, and a few seasonings, there was practically no expense. Pure net profit. At this pace, earning over 10,000 yuan a month should be a breeze. After seeing Daisy off, he washed the dishes, and Tang Tang, Dai Jug, her little brother and daddy, began their daily routine inspection. Of course, she was definitely wearing the flower crown gifted by her little brother daddy. Her cute little chin was held high in the air all the way, and paired with the white little dress she wore, she looked even more like an elegant little swan. She greeted everyone she met along the way. Uncle, hello. Look how pretty I am. Then she would deliberately shake her head to make the flower crown more noticeable. Ha ha, pretty. Very pretty. Tang Tang is extremely pretty. The villagers also knew how to play along. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle is also very handsome. After receiving a satisfying answer, the little girl would also compliment in return. Sorry about this. Sorry for the trouble. This little one is just so vain. No problem. She really is pretty. Having such a beautiful daughter is a blessing. No. She has a really bad temper and doesn't hesitate to get mad at people. Chen couldn't let this little girl be too smug. Otherwise, her tail would really wag into the sky. I'm not bad at all. Tang pouted in protest. This kind of scenario happened nearly all the way. Tang Tang would puff herself up a bit, and then Chun would bring her down a notch. Though Chen knew that his daughter simply wanted to show off the flower crown he had given her, he still couldn't allow her to become too arrogant. That wouldn't be good. One must stay humble. Though from an outsider's point of view, it was clear the father and daughter were playing off each other, clearly both showing off. So shameless. After the inspection, nothing unusual was found, so they returned to the farmhouse. To Chen's surprise, there was a dense crowd of people waiting outside. Chen felt like he must have seen wrong. His restaurant now actually had so many visitors. Boss is here. Look, believe me, the food must be incredibly delicious. Otherwise I wouldn't have driven you this far. Seriously, it's unforgettable after just one taste. I want to come every day. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Chen spotted the Jiang brothers from yesterday, as well as Li Wan and Lei, the couple, and they had all brought groups of people with them. They had formed 2 clusters, waiting at the door for him to return. So they were repeat customers. That made sense. No one could resist eating the system's vegetarian dishes just once. Once you'd had a taste, you'd never forget it. Please come in. Chen opened the door and sent Tang Tang upstairs to play. You can order whatever you want to eat. Boss, we came before those big brothers over there. Please make our food first, okay? Li Wen spoke up with a smile. He couldn't wait a moment longer for such delicious food. Besides, he really did come first. Zhang He's group seemed older than Li Wen's group, likely having been out working for a few more years. No problem. Let me see what you're ordering. If some dishes are the same, I can cook them together. How about that? Alright, no problem. Zhang He's group didn't object either since they did arrive later. It was only proper to follow the rule of first come, first served. Li Wen started ordering 1 spicy shredded potato, 1 dry fried green beans, and so on, ordering 7 or 8 dishes. After Li Wen finished ordering, Zhang He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Boss, just give me the exact same dishes as them. Li Wen was stunned. Wow, you really are smart. Chun, of course, was more than happy. This would save him quite a bit of effort. Brother Jiang, brilliant idea. This way we won't have to wait long. Genius. Zhang He basked in the praise and felt rather smart himself. The number of people in both groups was similar, and the boss's food quality needed no explanation. Ordering the same dishes made perfect sense. All right, everyone please wait a moment. Come and sit in the yard. After saying this, Chen hurried to the kitchen to start preparing. For some dishes, he planned to cook 3 portions, so lunch for himself and Tang Tang could also be sorted in one go. He entered the system space to fetch the ingredients needed. Chen got to work. As he cooked more and more dishes, his cooking skill continued to improve, and he also became faster. About an hour later, all the dishes were served. Chen also called Tang Tang downstairs to have a meal. Dad, today we have so many guests. Does that mean we're going to get rich? What are you thinking? Getting rich is not that easy. This little girl was even more optimistic than he was. He could only say that he was earning more than before. Just these 2 groups of customers at lunchtime. They brought him 600 yuan. That was more than what he used to earn working overtime Shinku. And it was much easier too. Of course, it was mainly because the dishes from the system were delicious. Otherwise, there might not even be any customers. The prices wouldn't be this high either. In a regular restaurant, who would dare charge 35 yuan for a plate of shredded potatoes? Jiang He's group and Li Wen's group ate very quickly, almost without stopping. Bro, this is really good. Glad I skipped class and listened to you. After eating this, I wouldn't mind skipping school. Ha ha ha, of course. I've been coming for 3 days straight, and each time I'm amazed all over again. Li Wen was very proud of discovering such a hidden treasure countryside restaurant. That's why he kept bringing friends from various schools to eat here. Bro Jiang, damn, this place is incredible. These dishes are really just vegetarian? Are you sure they're not meat disguised as veggies? You idiot. Do you even think meat could be as delicious as this? Meat dishes are nothing compared to these. Jiang He scoffed. Well said. Still, why did this Nungjavler owner choose such a remote place? If he opened a place in the city, he'd be making so much money he couldn't handle it all. You don't know anything. Do you even understand what a high-level person is? To them, money is like dirt. They open a restaurant just for leisure, for peace and quiet. Look at this environment, and the peach blossom mountain behind. Even Tao Yuanming would be green with envy. Jiang He began teasing his friend again. Both groups paid and left. Xiuxian and Tang Tang had finished eating as well. He sent Tang Tang upstairs to take a nap. He himself began cleaning the house. Xiuxian, are you there? Your package arrived. A delivery guy appeared at the door shouting. That's me. Xiuxian took the package. It was the little green dress he'd ordered for Tang Tang. Looks really nice indeed. It'll look even better when Tang Tang wears it. Chen carefully opened the package, inspecting the dress. Then he quietly went upstairs and placed it beside his daughter's bed. He went back downstairs to continue cleaning. Xiuxian smiled happily thinking about the expression on his daughter's face when she woke up and saw the dress. His table cleaning speed increased noticeably. Daisy returned from the village back to the city. As soon as she got home, she hurriedly uploaded the photos to her computer and made some minor edits. No big edits were even needed. They were already beautiful enough. Daisy looked at her masterpiece. Satisfied, she uploaded it to her personal social media feed. But the photo of Xiuxian placing the flower crown on Tang Tang. Chen had declined Daisy's request to share that photo online. He didn't want Tang Tang to be exposed online, so Daisy didn't post it. Daisy was no Wang Lele, the small blogger. With her excellent photography skills and naturally beautiful looks, she had become a top influencer. She added a caption to her post. In this noisy world, when was the last time you truly watched a sunset? As soon as the post was published, people started liking and commenting. Wow, this photo is amazing. Can't say much, just wokao. Incredible. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to look at my phone. I don't know why, but seeing this photo by Sister Daisy with that caption made me want to cry. Yeah, beautiful scenery always touches the soul. With my daily work days, I've even forgotten what the sunset looks like. No way, tomorrow I'm going to. What's the point of going to work every day and putting up with the boss temper? I'm going to. I need an inner healing journey. Reading the comments, Daisy felt very happy. If her photos could bring peace to people's hearts, that was her greatest satisfaction. She left the location in the comments section. Then, she began packing her luggage. She decided to stay in that small mountain village for a while. The scenery was just too beautiful. Definitely not, because Chen's rural restaurant was so delicious. She placed her suitcase in the car trunk and drove back out of the city, heading toward Taohua village. Chapter 20. Daisy steals the spotlight and drives the ex-wife away. The cleaning was done. Xiuxian went to the system space to check the mission progress. 10/20. Yesterday, there had been 4 tables of customers. Combined with the previous 3 times and today's 2, it should be 9 times total. Why was it 10? Was it because Daisy's breakfast this morning was also counted? It probably was. After all, Daisy had paid. Xiuxian was very satisfied with the progress. Halfway done already. There would be no more guests showing up now. Guests who wanted to eat would usually arrive just around mealtimes. Wang Leluo wasn't even a famous blogger. Having this many guests was already pretty good. Xiuxian leaned back in the armchair leisurely, resting. When Tang Tang woke up from her nap, she saw the little green dress by her bed and immediately pattered downstairs again. Dad, is this the dress you bought? It's so pretty. Yep. Do you like it? Try it on and see. He helped his daughter put the dress on. Xiuxian was truly impressed. The little green dress suited Tang Tang perfectly, making her look like a little fairy. Tang Tang spun around in her new outfit, clearly satisfied with it. Dad, does it look good? Looks amazing. No wonder I bought it. Cheating. Dad, you're shameless. It's because I'm pretty. Haha. Fine, fine, you're the pretty one. Though he said so out loud, inside he was muttering sarcastically. You're the one who's shameless, okay? The afternoon passed peacefully and beautifully. Then, Chen played with Tang Tang, practicing calligraphy, meeting some little kids, and playing marbles. The leader showdown only happened every 2 days. By then, nearly all the village children would participate. It was a monthly grand event. Even Chen Sui-Nian felt a little excited at the thought of his daughter dominating the competition. He'd get to share in her glory then. He'd gain some face. Just as Chen Sui-Nian was savoring this peaceful happiness, it all vanished because of an unwelcome visitor. A woman had come. She called away the 2 kids who were playing in the yard. When Chen Sui-Nian saw this woman walking into the courtyard, he frowned heavily. He hadn't expected that this woman could actually track him down here. Tang Tang also saw her and hid behind her father, her eyes showing a bit of fear. Chen Sui-Nian turned and comforted her. Tang Tang, go upstairs first. Okay. Tang Tang immediately ran upstairs. Once Tang Tang was gone, Chen Sui-Nian spoke. This place isn't for you. Leave. His voice was icy cold. Upon hearing that, the woman sneered. What's wrong? After divorcing me, you've sunk this low, playing with kids all day? Humph. Indeed, I was right to leave you. The woman who came was Chen Sui-Nian's ex-wife, Zhang Yating. A selfish, vain woman obsessed with luxury. They had met and fallen in love during college. Even during their dating days, Zhang Yating loved partying, loved various luxury brands, and always demanded Chen Sui-Nian to buy them for her. At that time, Chen Sui-Nian hadn't thought much about it. It seemed normal for a girl to be a bit vain. They got married right after graduation, but after marriage, Zhang Yating grew worse. She began spending money recklessly. Back then, Chen Sui-Nian had been only an ordinary land surveyor with a modest salary. Zhang Yating, however, didn't even look for a job, continuing to laze around at home. Chen had scolded her many times, but it didn't work at all. Then, when she got pregnant, Chen thought having a child might calm her down a little. Indeed, during the pregnancy, she was much better. But after the child was born, her true nature re-emerged. She never took care of the child, spending all her time going to those high society parties with her girlfriends. Even worse, she sometimes hit Tang Tang, something that nearly made Chen Sui-Nian lose his temper. And then an incident happened, finally making Chen Sui-Nian decide to divorce her. Yet he never expected she would manage to find him here. Chen Sui-Nian felt absolutely nothing at Zhang Yating's words. Can you stop beating around the bush? What do you want? If nothing, get out now. Chen didn't want to exchange even a word with her, only wishing for her to leave. Don't be so cold-hearted. We were at least husband and wife before. Zhang Yating smirked. Don't try to get sentimental. We have absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore. Chen Sui-Nian frowned. He knew she had nothing good in mind for coming here. If you won't say, then I'll throw you out. So saying, he walked toward the gate to close the courtyard door and push her out. All right. I'll say it. I want the daughter back. Impossible. Chen Sui-Nian didn't even think. He immediately refused. Don't refuse so quickly. I'll give you 1 million, plus the house your parents left you. At hearing Zhang Yating mention his parents' house, Chen's heart ached. It was always his deepest regret, the biggest guilt he carried toward his parents. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'll never give the child to you. Get lost. Chen Sui-Nian didn't know why this woman suddenly wanted the child again, but he had no patience left. He would absolutely never hand Tang Tang over to such a reckless woman. Zhang Yating frowned, and just as she was about to start nagging again. Oh Chen, what's wrong? What happened? Why are you so angry? Daisy walked in with graceful steps. She strolled to Chen Sui-Nian's side, glancing at Zhang Yating with a teasing gaze. So this is your ex-wife? Not that great, huh? Chen, your taste used to be really bad. She had heard everything clearly from outside and already understood the entire situation. She chose to believe Chen unconditionally. A woman who tried to buy a child with money was definitely not a good person. Therefore, she decided to help Chen and drive this woman away. Zhang Yating looked at Daisy in shock. This woman was way prettier than her, even standing by Chen Sui-Nian's side like a romantic couple, mocking her. What mattered most was the naturally elegant and noble aura Daisy radiated, something that made her jealous. What she had always pursued was exactly this kind of vibe. She spent money on Dabine, bought designer brands, and attended various parties just for that sensation. Zhang Yating's coming this time was also for the very same purpose. She had met a middle-aged man who was also divorced, very wealthy, and typical upper class. This gave her a chance, and she wanted to achieve her goal by marrying this man. Through matchmaking, she found out that this man could no longer have children due to health issues. Therefore, in this marriage, he wanted to find a woman with a child, so he could also experience the joy of parenthood. Thus, Zhang Yating couldn't wait to find out where Chen Sui-Nian had gone. Hence, this current scene unfolded. So this is your new lover? And even a foreigner, looks like a vixen in disguise. Chen Sui-Nian was also surprised. He hadn't expected Daisy to come back again, and actually stand by his side to help. Oh my god, this entire outfit you're wearing, at least half of it is fake. Don't you feel ashamed wearing it? You're calling me a vixen? If I were you, I wouldn't dare to go outside at all. Daisy's words were sharp, giving absolutely no face to Zhang Yating. Oh my god, is that actually makeup on your face? I thought you just slapped flour on it. This is the first time I've ever seen such terrible makeup skills. Oh, though I'm glad you did wear makeup, otherwise without it, I'm afraid you'd scare people to death. Oh my god, why is your neck a different color from your face? And you even have a double chin. I really can't bear to watch anymore. Daisy kept talking non-stop, making Zhang Yating nearly furious enough to twist her face. Indeed, half of the luxury brands she wore were fake. Although her parents had some money, they were just middle class and couldn't afford her expensive lifestyle. But for appearances, she chose to buy counterfeits. As for makeup, she thought her skills were decent, but compared to Daisy's naturally fresh and clean face, she paled in comparison. Also, she couldn't match up in age either. She was already nearly 30, while Daisy looked early 20s. And there was no comparison in figure either. Fine. You two are in cahoots. I definitely won't let you two off the hook. Jealousy had already distorted her face completely, twisting her expression. Oh my god, she still has the nerve to stay here. Is God trying to kill me with laughter? Upon hearing Daisy's mockery, we'll see about this. Zhang Yiting flipped her hand and stormed away. Chapter 21. The half-Chinese beauty Daisy moves into the rural guest house. Oh please, I've never lost when it comes to pissing people off. Daisy scoffed, watching Zhang Yiting walk away. Xiuxian stared in disbelief. Whoa, and here I thought you were just another foreigner. Your Chinese trash-talking skills are legit. He swallowed hard. Miss Daisy, thank you for helping me get rid of her. Oh Chun, it's nothing. But you can't drive women away like that. You've got to hit them where it hurts. Their looks, clothes, age, figure. You know, the usual. That's how you really make him furious. Daisy exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, Miss Daisy, for the advice. With Zhang Yiting gone, he felt a wave of relief. Oh, Chun, no problem at all. Don't call me Miss Daisy. Just Daisy is fine. Alright then, Daisy. So, why are you back all of a sudden? Oh, Chun, I'm planning to settle in the village for a while to improve my photography skills. So, can I continue staying in your room? Don't worry, I'll pay rent. Daisy blinked her big eyes hopefully at Xiuxian, praying he wouldn't refuse. Chen felt a bit awkward under her gaze. After all, she'd just helped him out. If Zhang Yiting showed up again, she could help chase her off too. Sure, we can discuss the rent later. Great. Perfect. Without another word, Chen hurried upstairs. He wanted to check on Tang Tang. He was worried about her mood. Reaching the second floor, he pushed open Tang Tang's bedroom door. He saw her hugging her legs, sitting on the floor with her head buried between her knees. The sight made his heart ache. He walked over and gently hugged her thin shoulders. Tang Tang lifted her head and saw it was her dad. Daddy, is Mom here to take me away? I don't want to go with Mom. Her voice trembled slightly. Chen shook his head. Daddy won't let you go with her. Not now, not ever. His voice was gentle but firm. Hearing the definite answer, Tang Tang immediately threw herself into her father's arms. Daddy is the best. Tang Tang wants to be with Daddy forever. Her eyes glistened with tears. We will be together, always. Chen hugged his daughter tightly. Come on, let's go get something good to eat. Let's see Tang Tang smile again. At the mention of food, Tang Tang's eyes lit up once more. I want sunflower seeds, peanut cake, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Chen was taken aback. Wow, that's quite the list. You're quite demanding, aren't you? Well, alright. I'll get you all of it. For Chen, getting those things was no problem at all. He carried Tang Tang downstairs. Daisy was busy moving her luggage into her room. Daddy, is Daisy going to live with us too? Yeah. Is that okay? Do you want Daisy to live with us? I do. Daisy takes such pretty photos. Great. He got some of the snacks he had promised Tang Tang and put them on the dining table for her to eat. Then he walked over to Daisy. Daisy, need any help? Oh, Chun, thanks, but no. I've already finished moving everything in. Oh, alright then. I put some homemade snacks on the table. You can go help yourself and rest a bit. I'll start dinner soon. At the mention of food, Daisy's eyes lit up. Oh my god, Chun. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I'll definitely eat with appreciation. Alright. With that, Chun turned and headed into the kitchen. He now needed to prepare food for 2 people. Since he'd agreed to let her stay, he might as well provide meals. Of course, he'd adjust the rent accordingly. He entered his system's secondary space as usual and took out a variety of vegetables. But he wasn't planning to barbecue tonight. He was going to make spicy vegetable hot pot. It was a sudden idea. He could enjoy the peak flavors of various system-grown vegetables all at once. As for staple food, he already had noodles at home. That would work just fine. Without hesitation, he got started. The most important part of the hot pot, of course, was the broth base. So Chen started by heating the pot. First, he added some oil, sautéed minced garlic and green onions until fragrant, then added a block of hot pot seasoning and stir-fried until melted. Then came the crucial part, adding an appropriate amount of milk. Yes, milk. It was the secret to making a delicious hot pot broth. After that, he added water, skimming off any foam. Once the water boiled, he added all the vegetables. When the vegetables were slightly softened, he added the noodles. After boiling again, he added the well-prepared seasoning sauce. A perfect spicy vegetable hot pot was ready. He poured it into a large basin and carried it to the dining table. As the aroma filled the air, 2 beauties' eyes were glued, mesmerized, fixated on the hot pot in Chen's hands. He went back to the kitchen, got 3 bowls, and served the 2 beauties, the big and the small one alike. Oh my god, Chen, you're just amazing. This smells incredible. Yeah, Daddy, it's so fragrant. Alright, stop praising me and start eating. Xiuxian laughed. He scooped a bowl for Tang Tang. He started feeding her. With such a hot dish, if left to herself, this little one would definitely burn herself. Meanwhile, Daisy couldn't resist anymore. She took a bite of the baby cabbage and placed it in her mouth. The fresh, sweet, and crisp flavor instantly conquered her tongue. The small snacks on the table had already made her feel that settling here for a while was an incredibly right decision. Now seeing this pot of spicy hot pot, her heart was completely captured. Let her live here forever. My homeland. What's that? Is it better than this dish? Get out of the way. Now Hua is my motherland. I love Hua cuisine so much. A large plate of spicy hot pot was devoured bite by bite among the 3 of them, not even a drop of broth left. Daisy comfortably leaned back in her chair. Her flat little stomach was now slightly bulging, and she gently rubbed it with her hand. Oh my god, Chun, are you sent by God? Your cooking is just too amazing. Xiuxian smiled gently. I'm Hua National. If anyone sends me, it'd be the immortals, not God. Immortals? More powerful than God? Chen was taken aback. He really didn't know the answer to that. But according to the legends, anyway, the most powerful immortals should be more formidable than God. I guess so. Oh God, I'm sorry. But from now on I'm going to abandon you because Chen's delicacy was sent by the immortals. So from now on I believe in the immortals. Is this cultural influence? Chen was a bit stunned. You switched your belief so casually? God himself, if he found out, would probably die of anger. That his follower changed her faith just for a single dish. Oh my immortal. Chen, when can we discuss the rent? Alright, after I finish washing the dishes. Inside, Chen Xiuxian muttered to himself. This was too smooth. Don't you feel any inconsistency? After grumbling, he turned around, picked up the plates, and went into the kitchen to wash them. Meanwhile, Tang Tang and Daisy were watching TV in the living room. Daisy sister, what do you like watching? I like anything. You can watch what little angel likes to watch. Okay, Tang Tang turned on the TV and pressed it to her favorite program. How can I wrong the world, but never let the world wrong me? I am Zhang Yida from Yin territory. Who dares to challenge me to a duel? I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Daisy, watching the hoarse, aged, and mighty voices coming from the TV, fell into thought. What is this? What is it? Peppa Pig. In the night garden? What's with all these old men? Daisy's mouth twitched. This little angel sure has unique taste. Daisy sister, is it good? I really love watching this. Tang Tang looked at Daisy with hopeful eyes. It's good, I really like it too. Great. Daisy sister, we can watch together from now on. Tong Tong's eyes lit up, gaining another playmate. Ah yeah, sure. Daisy was a bit startled. She didn't even understand a bit. Soon after, Chen Xiuxian finished washing the dishes and came out. Seeing Daisy puzzled while watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms with Tang Tang, he couldn't help but smirk. His daughter's preferences might be too hard for Daisy to comprehend. Daisy, I'm done. Let's discuss the rent now. At Chen Xiuxian's voice, Daisy sighed in relief. Watching the Three Kingdoms was still a bit tough for her. Even if she listened, she wouldn't understand it. Watching was even harder to follow. Oh, okay, Chen. The two sat at the dining table. Well, let's keep it simple. 2,000 yuan per month, meals included, electricity, and water free. How about that? For a rural house, this price might seem a bit high, but Chen Xiuxian does provide 3 meals a day. By Chen's own pricing, this was already quite affordable. Oh my immortal, great. No problem at all, Chen. Daisy wasn't short on money, but seeing that Chen had given such a cheap rate, she felt deeply touched. Great. Tomorrow I'll go to the village chief to print a contract. The formalities still needed to be followed. Though, the only printer in the village was at the village chief's. Alright, Chen. After finishing the relevant discussion, tired from the day's work, Master Chen washed and bathed Tang Tang. Then he too drifted into dreams. Chapter 22, Let me go down, or Daisy's sister will eat everything. The early bird catches the worm. The chirping of birds outside the window woke Chen Xiuxian from his sleep. He stretched comfortably and opened the window for some fresh air. Springtime temperature was indeed the most pleasant. After washing up and dressing, he went to Tong Tong's room and took a peek. Tang Tang was still asleep. Chen Xiuxian's lips curled up slightly. As expected, she's a little lazy pig. He decided to leave her to sleep and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. He entered the system space. Today, the system had a surprise for Chen Xiuxian. 1/3 of the land had turned into a rice field. The rice on it had already turned golden yellow. Chen Xiuxian couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the system. Looking at the expanse of rice plants, Chen Xiuxian felt a bit frustrated. He originally planned to use today's freshly grown rice to cook porridge for Tang Tang. Combined with the vegetables from the system, the taste would absolutely be top-notch. It would definitely taste better than regular rice. But there was a serious problem. He didn't have a sickle. Even if Chen Xiuxian brought a kitchen knife and cut like crazy. Once he finished cutting, he still had no way of turning the rice plants into rice. He couldn't possibly peel each grain one by one. Chen Xiuxian sighed. Looks like he could only leave it to the system. The rice would be automatically collected into the storage space tomorrow. But Chen Xiuxian still needed to borrow a rice hulling machine from the villagers tomorrow. Because when the system collected vegetables like cucumbers and tomatoes, they would only keep the fruits. However, for corn, which was covered with husks, the outer husk would also be preserved. So the rice collected by the system tomorrow should be golden brown rice grains, not milled rice. Chen Xiuxian temporarily ignored the rice field for now. He picked a few newly grown corns, then went to the system space to grab some cabbage and carrots. He decided to make some simple corn vegetable egg pancakes for breakfast today. He entered the kitchen. First, Chen Xiuxian started peeling the corn, then shredded the cabbage and carrots. He took a big bowl and put the corn kernels, cabbage, and carrots into it. Then added flour and 2 eggs, followed by seasonings for flavor. Finally, he stirred everything until it was well mixed. Brushed a layer of oil on the pan, but didn't light the fire yet. Then he poured the mixed vegetables into the pan and shaped them into a pancake. He made a hole in the center and cracked an egg into it. Then lit the fire to cook it. A perfect corn vegetable egg pancake was done. He repeated the process and continued to cook the rest of the pancakes. Chen Xiuxian placed them all on the dining table. Looking at his own handiwork, he nodded in satisfaction. The yellow corn, green cabbage, orange yellow carrots, and egg yolks, white egg whites. Combined together, it looked extremely appetizing, fresh, and delicious. Chen Xiuxian couldn't help but pick one with chopsticks and took a bite. With the corn and other vegetables, the texture was extremely rich, and the taste was beyond words. The freshness and crispness of the corn and other vegetables burst in his mouth. In this moment, even the eggs looked a bit inferior. He originally could have skipped adding them, but for a balanced nutrition, he still decided to add eggs. A pancake the size of a palm was eaten in 2 bites. Oh my god, Chun, what delicious food you made again. The smell is so enchanting. Daisy, after washing up, smelled the tempting aroma as soon as she came out. Vegetable egg pancake. You can come and eat. I'll go upstairs to call Tang Tang. Oh, thank you, Chun. Then, Chun Xiuxian pulled the little one up to wash up. Initially, the little one was still drowsy and didn't want to get up. Daisy's sister is already eating downstairs. If you don't get up, everything will be eaten by her. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang panicked immediately. She woke up in an instant. No need for Chun Xiuxian to urge her. Her little hands brushed her teeth in a flash, not even washing her face before rushing downstairs. But Chun Xiuxian grabbed her just in time and wiped her face with a towel. Daddy don't pull me. I need to get the pancake before Daisy's sister eats it all. Her muffled voice under the towel sounded very urgent. After wiping her little face clean, he let her go. Unrestrained, Tang Tang's little short legs dashed super fast. Tang Tang zoomed downstairs. She saw Daisy's sister already clawing her way through the table. Tang Tang instantly climbed onto the stool. Her small hand reached for the corn vegetable egg pancake on the plate. Chun Xiuxian also came down shortly after. He saw both of them clawing at the food on the table simultaneously. Neither was inferior to the other. Luckily he had made plenty today, a whole big plate. It should be enough to go around. Chun Xiuxian then joined the battle as well. A big plate of egg pancakes was quickly devoured. Burp. The 3 of them let out a satisfying burp. Alright, you two rest a bit. I'll go wash the dishes. Oh, Chun, let me help you. Daisy wanted to go to the kitchen to help. No, it's just a few bowls, takes only a few minutes. Chun Xiuxian refused. It was totally unnecessary. Just a pot, a few plates, and chopsticks, nothing much. Oh, Chun, you're too good. How can there be such a perfect man? Of course, my daddy is the best man in the world. Tang Tang also praised her father enthusiastically. No, stay humble, stay humble. Chun Xiuxian chuckled. Nobody dislikes compliments, and Chun Xiuxian was no exception. He felt like he was walking on air. Chun Xiuxian turned and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Daisy sister, do you want to come with us to inspect our territory later? Daisy was taken aback. Well, you even have a territory? Are you 2 landlords here or something? Oh, sure, I happen to have nothing else to do. Daisy responded enthusiastically. Great. Tang Tang was very happy. Her little follower might just gain another member. Chun Xiuxian finished washing the dishes and found Tang Tang and Daisy waiting for him at the courtyard entrance. Daddy, hurry up. Daisy's sister is coming with us too. Tang Tang shouted at the gate. Chun Xiuxian walked to the courtyard entrance with a puzzled expression. Miss Daisy, aren't you going to take photos today? Oh, Chun, I brought my camera. I'm coming with you, and we'll take some pictures along the way. Oh, okay then. Good, because I also need to go to the village chief's place to print the contract. Thus, the 3 of them set off together on the path to inspect their territory. Tang Tang walked at the front with an air of self-importance. Chun Xiuxian followed behind, watching her. Daisy, on the other side, was busy taking photos from all directions. Oh Chun, the scenery here in your village is just too good. Peach Blossom Village was indeed quite beautiful, with bluish bricks, dark tiles, winding paths, and now and then a peach tree blooming by the roadside. It felt just like a paradise hidden from the world. In fact, many villages have this kind of scenery. It's just that nobody is willing to come here. Young people in the village didn't even want to stay and develop locally. So, such beautiful scenes mostly remained hidden and unnoticed. Tang Tang little angel, don't move. Perfect, just like that pose. So pretty. After walking for a while, Daisy had already started taking photos of Tang Tang. There she was under a peach tree, hands behind her back, her head slightly tilted, smiling gently. It gave off a sweet neighbor girl vibe, combined with Tang Tang's naturally innocent and cute face. She looked even more adorable and well-mannered. Chun Xiuxian couldn't help but think, what a beautiful daughter I have. But not long after, he began to regret it. The road should have been covered quickly. But those 2 women made it last a full 2 hours. They spent half an hour each beside the pond and under the big locust tree, saying they wanted comprehensive photos with their land. Daisy was very happy taking photos, while Chun Xiuxian suffered the most. He had to stand by the entire time, bored out of his mind. Why don't these 2 women ever think to take a photo of me too? Chun Xiuxian grumbled inwardly. Chapter 23. Accepting the village chief's request. Seeing that the 2 girls had taken enough shots twisting and turning under the big locust tree, Chun Xiuxian opened his mouth and asked, 2 beautiful ladies, are you done taking pictures? If you're done, we have to go to the village chief's place. If we don't leave now, we won't make it back in time for dinner. Tang Tang and Daisy were clearly not yet satisfied. When a photographer meets someone they really want to photograph, and when a vain child meets someone willing to take endless pictures of them, there's always one willing to hit and one willing to bear it. This pair simply couldn't stop. However, when they heard Chun Xiuxian say they'd missed dinner time, the 2 immediately stopped shooting. Nothing was more important than eating the dinner cooked by Chun Xiuxian. Not even photography and showing off. Seeing them stop what they were doing, Chun Xiuxian led the 2 girls onward toward the village committee office where the village chief was located. The village committee office was right at the village entrance, not far from the big locust tree. It only took a short walk across the square to reach. As they arrived at the committee office entrance, they met the village chief coming out from inside. Li Dashan had been thinking a lot these past few days about how the village could develop its tourism industry centered around Taosan Mountain and Chun Xiuxian's farmhouse and he had everything figured out clearly. He was just about to go to Chun Xiuxian's farmhouse to discuss it and, at the same time, taste the meals from Boss Chun that he had been longing for. These past few days, he had only eaten meals cooked by his wife at home, and he was almost about to puke. It was always those few dishes, and although the taste wasn't great before, it was passable. However, since he had tasted the food cooked by xiuxian, every meal had become a torture. But he dared not say it aloud, nor could he frequently go to the farmhouse to eat. Putting aside whether his wife would allow it or not, Boss Chin's dishes were also a bit expensive. His personal savings couldn't take such spending. Even the money he had used to treat Qi Dong, the investor, last time was applied for from his wife. Too many words, and tears would follow. Just as he was stepping out intending to head to the farmhouse, he found that xiuxian had actually come himself. And with him was a Eurasian beauty. Although her hair was golden, her facial features showed traces of Chinese ancestry. Except for her blue eyes, her other facial features were not as prominent as foreigners. Instead, they had a softness typical of Chinese people. Li Dashan was momentarily stunned. When had he ever seen a foreigner in their little village? Still, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had the advantage of age and experience. Li Dashan asked in surprise, "Little Chun, what a lucky wind brought you to me. I was just about to look for you." xiuxian was glad he had convinced these two girls to stop posing, seeing that the village chief was on his way out. Otherwise, there might have been a mix-up, him going to the village committee looking for the village chief while the village chief was on his way to his farmhouse. Moreover, in the village committee office, aside from the village chief usually being around, people in other positions seldom came by, since there was almost never anything to do. It was better to just stay home and do some farm work. Since Li Dashan was not only the village chief, but also the party branch secretary, the village chief position was only his acting role. Because there was almost nobody in the village willing to take on this tiring and low-paying job that brought no real profit, especially for a village like Taohua with no real oil to squeeze. Therefore, Li Dashan had no choice but to double up and take on both roles. xiuxian replied with a smile, "Then I'm glad I arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have made the trip for nothing. I've come to borrow the printer from the village chief to print a few contracts." Li Dashan looked puzzled. "What kind of contracts?" xiuxian pointed to Daisy standing behind him. "Rental contracts. This beautiful lady is Daisy. She has rented a room in my farmhouse and she'll be staying in the village for a while to take photographic works here." Hearing that she was here to photograph the village, Li Dashan's eyes lit up. Was this another opportunity to promote the village? He thought to himself, this must be heaven's blessing on Taohua village. Daisy then jumped forward politely and greeted him. "Hello, village chief. I'm Daisy. Please take care of me in the future." "Hello, I'm Li Dashan, the secretary and acting village chief of Taohua village. From now on, treat this place as your home. And if you like it, please take plenty of photos." Li Dashan felt growing fondness as he looked at her. Not only was she beautiful, but she could also take photos, especially focusing on their own village. Daisy smiled and said, "Oh sure, I came 2 days ago and took a lot of photos, and I've already posted them online. The response online has been great. Maybe not long from now, many people will come to visit." xiuxian didn't think much of it. Although the photos Daisy took were much better than Wang Leilei's, it couldn't be that different. It would probably only bring in a few visitors. Daisy probably wasn't some famous internet celebrity either. After all, who would such a big celebrity come to this remote little village to suffer? Li Dashan's face lit up with joy. He thought, she's already promoting our village without being asked. Really? That's wonderful. Well then, let's go into the office and talk about it. And we can print those contracts while we're at it. Li Dashan's affection for this Eurasian beauty increased significantly in his heart. Although it might not bring in a lot of visitors, anyone willing to help promote the village was surely his good friend. A group of people walked into the room. xiuxian printed the new contract and he and Daisy signed it. Daisy had officially become a formal tenant of Swainin Farmhouse Inn. Li Dashan invited everyone to sit down and enthusiastically pour tea for them. These were the key people for the village's future development, and they deserved a warm hospitality. When it came to Tang Tang, she looked at the yellowish tea and blinked her big, adorable eyes as she asked the village chief, "Uncle Village Chief, do you have any milk?" "I don't like tea." Li Dashan was taken aback. This was the village committee office, not his home. How could there be milk here? Sorry, Uncle Village Chief doesn't have any here. You can come to Uncle Village Chief's house next time, then you'll find some there. xiuxian gently tapped the back of his daughter's head and said to the village chief, "Village Chief, don't listen to this little one. At her age, already so picky, tea isn't good enough for her anymore." No problem. It's totally normal for kids to prefer milk over tea." The village chief shook his head, showing no offense. Yeah, HMPF. Tang Tang, hearing someone defend her, stuck her lips out defiantly. "If you say one more word, today at lunch you're only getting rice, no side dishes." This little girl dared to talk back to him? Not on his watch. He countered instantly with a no side dish threat. Tang Tang surrendered right away. No, Daddy, I'm sorry. I won't be picky anymore." She grabbed her father's arm with both hands and started to act all sweet. "That's more like it." xiuxian gladly accepted his daughter's apology. "Oh my god, Tang Tang angel, you're too cute." Daisy watched beside them, her eyes sparkling with delight. Women naturally love watching adorable creatures act all cute. "Hee, thank you for the compliment, Daisy Jeff. You're cute too, a big angel." Tang Tang happily responded with her own flattery. Don't let her sweet face fool you. She's a real troublemaker in private. xiuxian saw his daughter's chin practically tilting into the sky, so he had to knock her down a peg or two. Daddy's lying. I'm not bad at all." Tang Tang protested, refusing to accept the accusation her father had unfairly pinned on her. Chapter 24. The people of Taohua village, simple and kind-hearted. Xiuxian, can I talk to you about something?" xiuxian was just about to snap back when the village chief interrupted him. At this moment, Chun Sui-Nien suddenly remembered. He had promised the village chief they'd talk about something important earlier. He'd been too busy chatting with his daughter and unintentionally ignored the village leader. Oh sure, Chief Li, go ahead. It's nothing too big, but well, from now on, when I'm promoting the village, would you mind if I also mention your farmhouse? Chief Li spoke with a hint of hesitation in his voice. He knew that Chun Sui-Nien wasn't keen on others getting involved with his business. He was quite worried that Chun would say no, which would rob the village of an opportunity for better exposure and marketing. Chun Sui-Nien hadn't expected this at all from the village chief. He frowned slightly, but didn't reject the idea outright. Chief, can I ask, exactly how would this promotion be carried out? If it was just regular advertising, Chun Sui-Nien could definitely accept, as long as no one interfered with his operations. But if they insisted on meddling into his business, saying things like, for the promotion of the village, you must do this, or you must redesign this area, like that investor last time, then no way in hell, absolutely impossible. Chief Li felt a glimmer of hope. He hadn't been immediately rejected. That meant there was room for discussion. It's very simple, really. We just mention your farmhouse as one of the unique features of our village, that's all. Chun Sui-Nien was relieved to hear that. That works. My farmhouse is already in the village anyway. Chief Li was overjoyed, but tried to hold himself back, because there was still one thing left to mention. That's great, xiuxian, but you know, our village is quite poor, so, we probably can't pay you for the usage rights. Oh, that's not an issue at all. No need for money. It's nothing more than a favor. As long as the village doesn't damage my reputation or speak ill of my farmhouse. Chun Sui-Nien didn't care about the money. After all, this was a win-win deal. Truth be told, it was actually more beneficial for him. No problem at all. Of course not. How could we ever do that? You're going to be a treasure for our village in the future. At that moment, the chief couldn't hide the joy in his heart any longer. Come on, xiuxian, let's go have dinner at your place. My treat. Chun Sui-Nien was taken aback. Something about that sentence felt oddly off. Well, chief, you really don't need to treat me. Come to my place for dinner. It would be impolite to let you pay anyway. Chun Sui-Nien wasn't the kind of person who wanted to profit off of small favors. Proper etiquette was important to him. Wonderful. Then I won't be shy about it. Chief Li thought to himself. Asterisk great. I don't even have to pay. My personal savings can save up for another meal. Asterisk. Chun Sui-Nien blinked, slightly stunned. Inwardly, he muttered. Asterisk wait, I said I don't need it. But you literally didn't even offer a token payment. What about traditional virtues? God, you cheapskate old man. Asterisk. But he kept smiling as he said. Haha, no problem at all. Don't be shy about it. Then let's go already. It's almost time for dinner anyway. The chief was already eager. His mouth had been watering for days. Everyone left the village office and began walking toward the farmhouse. Along the way, Daisy and Tang Tang walked ahead. Their presence always drew attention. Villagers couldn't stop talking. That girl with the golden hair, is she a foreigner? Obviously. You're telling me something no one else could possibly see. I'm not the only one who can see it. I'm just expressing my surprise. You're just showing off. You bumpkin. What did you say? Say that again. Let's see if I don't beat you up. I called you a bumpkin. Come and get me if you can. You think I'm scared? With that, the two were at each other's throats, rolling around in a tangle of punches and shoves. Their shouting drew the attention of Chun Sui-Nien and the others. The village chief's mouth twitched. Daisy quickly covered Tang Tang's eyes. Oh my god, my little angel shouldn't look at this. Chun Sui-Nien looked puzzled too. How did things escalate so suddenly into a fight? The chief rushed over to separate them. Chun Sui-Nien had considered joining in, but remembering he had to protect Tang Tang, he stayed back. What if those guys got too worked up and accidentally hurt her? Certainly not, because he wanted to see a little drama unfold. Other villagers rushed over to help pull them apart too. The village chief returned with one giant black line on his forehead, apparently having taken a punch around the eye, giving him a panda-like black eye. Except one came from birth, the other from man-made causes. He forced a smile on his face. Sorry about that, just a little accident. Don't take it too seriously. Our village people are generally very kind-hearted. He was desperately trying to save face for the village's reputation. After all, these two people are important figures promoting our village. Can't you tell? A little disagreement, and they start fighting. What could be more proof of simple and honest village manners? Chun Sui-Nien silently rolled his eyes inwardly, but still had to save face for the village chief. Understood. I totally see what you mean. Daisy smiled and said, oh my god, such village customs feel so familiar. It reminds me of my hometown. The village chief asked curiously, may I ask where your hometown is, Miss Daisy? I'm a half-breed. My mother is from China, but I grew up in my father's country, and my father is from the Warring State. The Warring State, a country famously known as the most simple-hearted in the world, where daily life was just as peaceful as fighting a bear or two, or blowing up a neighbor's house with a rocket launcher because their TV was too loud. Wow, no wonder it feels so familiar. Chun Sui-Nien and the village chief silently thought the exact same thing at the same time. After that, nothing else happened, and the group safely arrived at the farmhouse. Then, Boss Chun, we'll be troubling you from now on. The village chief grinned while saying this. Chun Sui-Nien didn't know why, but when he saw that smiling face, he suddenly felt like hitting him across the face with a size 42 shoe sole. That expression was exactly the definition of someone who had benefited but still pretended to be innocent and modest. No problem at all. It's nothing big. Just wait a moment. I'll be right back. Saying that, Chun Sui-Nien hurried into the kitchen to get things ready. Meanwhile, Daisy and Tang Tang sat in the living room flipping through the photos they had taken that morning. Miss Daisy, May I see the photos you took of the village the day before yesterday? Li Dashan was somewhat curious. He wondered what his village would look like through a camera lens. Oh, of course you can. Daisy flipped through the photos from 2 days ago and handed the camera to the chief. Li Dashan took the camera, and the first glance completely stunned him. Was this still his own village? Was this still the Taosan mountain he had been looking at for decades? This scenery, if someone called it a sacred mountain, he'd actually believe it. Miss Daisy, your photos are just too good. Oh, thank you. This peach blossom mountain is naturally beautiful anyway. Looking at these photos, Li Dashan felt like the revitalization of his village might actually have hope. Chapter 25. Add the village chief to the blacklist. Looking at these photos, Li Dashan was already grinning from ear to ear. His original plan was to mobilize every villager, getting each of them involved. He wanted every villager to take a photo of the village and send it to their children working in cities, hoping they could post them on their social media to promote the village. The villagers themselves don't have social media, but their children do. It didn't matter. Any publicity was good publicity. Originally, the village chief had worried that these old folks wouldn't take good photos, so he was planning to go outside and find a professional photographer to take pictures and make posters. But now, there was no need. A top photographer had already appeared before him and taken amazing shots. Miss Daisy, could I have these photos? I'd like to use them for village promotion. Li Dashan looked at Daisy with great expectation, wearing his most pleasing smile. Oh, chiefly, of course, these are photos of your village anyway. Daisy agreed, while silently grumbling in her heart. Dear gods, this old man is trying to get a freebie again. Hearing that Miss Daisy had agreed, Li Dashan's aged face broke into an even happier grin. Excellent. Miss Daisy, you and xiuxian are truly blessings for our village. Looking at his smug expression, Daisy felt an uncontrollable urge to slap him with the sole of her shoe. After sending the pictures to Li Dashan, he immediately took his phone and started messing around with it alone. Daisy continued playing with Tang Tang for a while. Xiuxian soon came out with the dishes. All right, time to eat. The voice of Xiuxian saying dinner was ready sounded like celestial music. To the ears of the three people, it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Coming. Tang Tang was the first to respond, her voice loud and clear, quickly scrambling onto the chair with her short legs. Oh my god, Chun, you're amazing again. You made so many dishes every time. Daisy stared at the food, unable to move her gaze away. Why did she stay here again? Wasn't it just for this very moment? Hee. Xiaochun, I'm really sorry. Using your shop for promotion and then making you treat me to dinner. How could I be so shameless? The village chief spoke while sitting at the dining table. Xiuxian twitched his lips, grumbling inwardly. Do you have no sense of shame at all? Do you even look like you feel bad? Smiling faintly, he said, it's nothing, just one more pair of chopsticks. Haha, Xiaochun, the moment you came to our village, I could tell you were excellent. So polite, such great manners. You coming to our village is truly our village's fortune. Chief Li praised him again. Xiuxian, however, remained indifferent. This old man was only trying to get a free meal. Giving praise cost nothing. A few compliments and he got himself a free lunch. What a sweet deal. All right, chief, enough praise. Let's eat. As soon as Xiuxian finished speaking, the three of them eagerly grabbed their chopsticks and dove in hungrily. Looking at their aggressive attack, Xiuxian muttered, at least try to keep up appearances. But no one paid him any attention, so he quickly joined the battle himself. Otherwise, he would have to lick the plates later. After finishing the meal, Xiuxian silently decided to add the village chief to his blacklist. He would never invite this old guy to eat again. This old man ate incredibly fast. While others took one bite, he took two. Watching the food disappear quickly, Tang Tang, who was slower at eating, almost started crying, frightened the dishes would run out before she could eat more. Fortunately, Xiuxian noticed in time, continuously adding food to Tang Tang's bowl, so she didn't end up crying after all. Tang Tang then cast her loving gaze at her father. Only dad really understands me. After the meal, Li Dashan and Daisy offered to help wash the dishes, letting Xiuxian rest for a while. Chun didn't hesitate to agree, surprising the village chief, who only said it out of politeness. Wow, you really took me seriously? What happened to your good manners from earlier? Daisy had no issue with helping Xiuxian clean up. She genuinely wanted to. But the chief reluctantly entered the kitchen and began washing. Xiuxian had already figured him out. He liked to get small advantages, so why should he hold back? Since you brought it up, I'll happily take you up on it. After finishing the dishes and seeing the chief off, Xiuxian had just helped Tang Tang fall asleep for her afternoon nap. Then, a female voice asked from the doorway, is the boss here? Are you still open for business today? Li Jia and Wang Li had come after seeing the post Daisy shared online. They had fallen in love with the peach mountain shown in the photo, so they made plans to come together today. When they arrived at the village by car, they felt it was absolutely worth the trip. They could already see a corner of peach mountain from the village entrance, pink and tender. As they drew closer, their entire field of vision filled with pink. Their eyes couldn't look away. Just as they were about to step forward to take some beautiful photos, something stopped them in their tracks. Both of their stomachs growled loudly. After a whole morning of driving and then walking through the village's winding paths, whatever they had eaten for breakfast had long been used up. How could they possibly climb Peach Mountain on an empty stomach? Although they had brought some snacks, they were all still in the car. They forgot to bring them out. How could you forget to bring them? Now what do we do? You're blaming me? You didn't remind me either. Li Jia and Wang Li began bickering. I remember now, there was a comment under the video saying there's a farmhouse restaurant at the foot of the mountain. Let's go eat there. Alright, we have no choice. The two girls then made their way to the farmhouse at the base of the mountain. When Xiuxian heard the call, he walked downstairs. He saw two young girls standing there. No surprise. Occasional new customers were normal. He spoke casually. We're open. Come in and order some food. Li Jia and Wang Li both sighed in relief. They really didn't want to go back to the car now. Those winding paths were just too exhausting. From the courtyard into the living room, Li Jia and Wang Li looked at the menu posted on the wall, frowning slightly. Boss, isn't your food a bit expensive? Li Jia sounded a little shocked. With prices like that, it might only match upscale city restaurants. But the dishes shown were all simple vegetarian meals. Xiuxian had expected their reaction. He responded in a calm tone. It's definitely not cheap, but after you eat, I guarantee you won't regret it. You'll feel it's worth every penny. That's what all bosses say, who would admit their own dishes are bad. Li Jia still couldn't believe him. It seemed like one of those shady shops, making her a bit nervous. Out here in the middle of nowhere, what if something happened? There wouldn't even be anyone nearby to help. Xiuxian felt helpless. He couldn't blame them. Well then, do you want to eat or not? I'm not forcing you to stay. Li Jia and Wang Li hesitated. They didn't want to be foolish enough to pay for overpriced food. But if they returned to the car, those winding village paths would make the journey miserable again. Chapter 26. Could the goddess be a plant? Just as Li Jia and Wang Li were feeling confused and hesitant, Daisy heard the voices and came out from her room. Oh, Chun, do you need help? She approached Xiuxian, asking if there was anything she could assist with. Oh my god, are you actually Daisy Shimi Lu herself? Li Jia and Wang Li looked at the blonde, blue-eyed beauty Daisy and exclaimed in surprise. Daisy was taken aback. How come someone else was imitating her voice? When she heard her online name, she understood. These were two of her fans. Hi there, you two. I really am her. She smiled and greeted her two fans warmly. Wow, it's really her, and she's so beautiful. Yeah, even more beautiful than in the videos and pictures. The two young girls were incredibly excited. Xiuxian hadn't even had time to process it all. What is Daisy Shimilu? Is that Daisy's online name? Why do they know Daisy? Are they friends with her? Chen was full of questions. Oh, did you two come here to see the peach blossoms? Daisy smiled as she asked. Yes, we saw your video. Thought it looked amazing. So we took the day off today to come and check it out. Li Jia responded enthusiastically, never expecting she would actually meet Daisy in person. Oh my dear god, then you must also try the food here. I promise you'll never want to leave. Sure, no problem. We'll place our order now. Excuse me, could we take a photo with you? Li Jia and Wang Li took out their phones, eyes gleaming with anticipation at Daisy. Oh, of course, no problem at all. The two girls quickly stood beside Daisy and excitedly snapped a series of photos on their phones. After finishing the photos, Daisy shot Xiuxian a look that said, see how I just helped you out. Chen looked surprised. You talked so much just now, and one sentence from her sorted everything? Li Jia and Wang Li tucked their phones away satisfied. Turning to Xiuxian, they said, Boss, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll order a few dishes here. Consider yourself lucky. Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Oh, I really appreciate it. Then, may I ask what you'd like to order? One casserole potato dish, and one braised eggplant dish. Just those two should be enough. Li Jia casually glanced at the menu before replying. Her mind was still fixed on Daisy. Fine, please take a seat in the yard. After saying that, Chen turned and quickly headed into the kitchen to capitalize on this stroke of luck. After Li Jia and Wang Li had placed their orders, they immediately crowded back around Daisy. Daisy was a bit older than the two girls. She was about 25 years old, while the two girls looked like recent graduates. Sister Daisy, why are you still here? Did you take more beautiful photos? Daisy shook her head slightly at the enthusiastic fans. Of course, she wouldn't tell them she stayed just because she wanted to keep eating the delicious food. How uncool would that be? Oh my dear god, no. Wait a little while, and you'll understand why I'm still here. Li Jia and Wang Li looked even more puzzled. What did that mean? They would know later. Seeing Daisy avoid answering, Li Jia changed the topic. Sister Daisy, why did you change your catchphrase? Wang Li also nodded and added. Yeah, in your videos, Sister Daisy, you used to always say my god. Why did you switch it to my dear god? Oh great. Why do you two keep asking such questions? Can I tell you it's because the food here is too good that I changed it? Where's my image then? Daisy gave a slightly awkward smile. It's just that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. There's no god here, only gods, so I made the change. Oh, that's why. Li Jia and Wang Li both nodded with sudden understanding. They then surrounded Daisy, excitedly chatting about one thing after another. Whoa, are you really Daisy Shimilu? Just as the three were chatting joyfully, suddenly another voice echoed from the yard. Daisy turned her head and saw a group of 4 boys entering the yard and asking. She smiled again. Hello, I am. The 4 people in the courtyard also became excited. Wow, didn't expect we'd actually get to meet you in person. She's even prettier in person. Hey, snap out of it, don't just stare. Among the 4, 2 guys stood frozen, eyes locked on Daisy. Their companions had to give them a pat on the shoulder before they finally regained their senses. Ah, sorry. We didn't mean it. Daisy smiled. Oh, it's fine. Are you all here to have a meal? The food here is really good. Absolutely, we'll definitely eat here. If our goddess recommends it, then this farmhouse restaurant must be good. Come on, bros, let's go inside and place our orders. The 4 guys, upon hearing the goddess's suggestion, hurried inside excitedly. They stared blankly at the menu on the wall for a moment. Could the goddess possibly be a plant? Such thoughts appeared in the minds of the 4 young men. This dish is so expensive. One of the men spoke up. Oh, believe me, once you taste this dish, you won't regret it at all. Daisy continued to speak. Come on, can you not be such a pain? You're guys, right? You're actually complaining about such a small amount of money. Li Jia gave an assist from the side. Hearing that, the 4 men felt offended. This girl was mocking them in front of their goddess. They immediately became unhappy. So what if it's just a few dishes? Order them already. Where's the boss? Xiuxian heard the voice and came out from the kitchen. Looking at the 4 men who wanted to order, he asked, "What do you want to order? Hurry up, don't let the dishes burn." Shredded potato with chili vinegar, tomato scrambled eggs, and also some dry-fried green beans. After carefully noting the orders of the 4 men, who had ordered a total of 6 dishes, Xiuxian immediately returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Although he was surprised that another group of customers had come, he didn't think much of it. "Goddess Daisy, can we take a photo with you?" After placing their orders, the 4 men took out their phones and looked at Daisy with eager eyes. This was their first time meeting an internet celebrity in person. Oh sure. Seeing Daisy's agreement, Li Jia and Wang Li unwillingly stepped away from Daisy, making space for them to take photos. After finishing the photos, the 4 men looked at the pictures on their phones, extremely excited. "Whoa, Lu Mao actually took a photo with such a beauty. Me neither. I never thought my life would be worth it like this." Pathetic. Listening to the 4 men's pitiful words, Li Jia and Wang Li looked at them with disdain. Then they crowded back around Daisy again, like devoted little fans begging for closeness. The 4 men also looked at them with disdain and said, "Aren't you two exactly the same?" But still, they envied the 2 girls who could stand so close to Daisy. "Whoa, are you really Daisy Shimilu?" Just at this moment, another voice sounded. Daisy turned her head and saw another group of people entering the yard. Daisy still wore her usual beautiful and graceful smile. "Oh, hello there, I really am." Now it was the new group in the courtyard's turn to get excited. They had also come because of the photos Daisy had posted online. "Whoa, you're so pretty. You're even more elegant in person than in the photos." "Oh, thank you for your kind words. May I ask if you're here for a meal? The food here is really great." Daisy was dutifully helping Xiuxian promote the farmhouse restaurant. Chapter 27. Let the storm rage on. Hearing Daisy's sweet voice, Li Jia and the others who came in first began to show subtle changes on their faces as they looked at Daisy. This older sister Daisy wouldn't actually be a shill, would she? The more I look, the more it seems like it. But they didn't say it out loud, still cherishing their beautiful image of Daisy. They believed she wasn't that kind of person. The new group of people spoke excitedly one after another. "Really? Then I must try the food here. If big sister Daisy says it's delicious, then it definitely is." This group entered the living room. Seeing the menu on the wall, they frowned. "You're selling a plate of shredded potatoes for 35? Why don't you just rob them? And everything's vegetarian? This might as well be a robber's den." The expressions in their eyes toward Daisy became somewhat hesitant. "Oh my gods, please believe me, you won't regret eating here. If it's not delicious, you can go comment and expose me under my videos." Daisy noticed their confusion and spoke to Guarantee. "Well, since big sister Daisy said so, let's order something then. Is the boss here?" Xiuxian heard the shouting again from the kitchen. With a confused expression, he walked out of the kitchen and looked toward the living room. How come another group of customers had arrived? What was going on today? 3 groups of guests had come in such a short time. "What dishes do you want to order? Hurry up, I'm afraid the food will burn." Xiuxian was somewhat anxious, realizing he was barely managing alone. "Oh, Chun, you go back to the kitchen. Leave this place to me. I'll help you entertain these guests." Daisy noticed Xiuxian was overwhelmed. Xiuxian looked at Daisy. Hearing that she would help him, he felt relieved. "Then I'll bother you. Thanks." He didn't yet know that she was actually the one who had caused all this busyness. After saying that, Xiuxian turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Daisy picked up the notebook where Xiuxian had written down the dishes. Sweetly, she asked, "Oh, may I ask what you'd like to order? All the dishes are really delicious. You can order more." Daisy warmly greeted them. The expressions of the 3 groups of people in the living room subtly changed. Your words increasingly sounded like those of a shill. This new group, looking at the menu priced more than half higher than the market, thought since they had already come in, they might as well do it as a favor to Daisy. It wasn't that much more expensive after all. "Oh, please go sit in the courtyard and rest. The food will come soon." After this new group had finished ordering, Daisy invited the people in the living room to sit in the courtyard. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space in the living room. Daisy tore off the page with the orders written on it and went to the kitchen to hand it to Xiuxian. Meanwhile, Xiuxian had just finished cooking the dishes for the first group of customers. Noticing Daisy entering just then, he said, "Daisy, could you please help me serve this dish? Thanks." "Oh, Chun, no problem. I'm not busy anyway. This is the order from the newly arrived group." Daisy handed the paper to Xiuxian and carried the dishes out herself. Li Jia and Wang Li had already sat at the courtyard dining table. "Oh, your food is ready. Isn't it fragrant?" Daisy playfully said while placing the dishes on their table. Li Jia and Wang Li smelled the alluring aroma from the spicy potato and braised eggplant. Their saliva started wildly secreting in their mouths. Other guests at the 2 other tables also caught the scent. A voice simultaneously echoed in their minds. "This dish actually smells pretty good." Li Jia and Wang Li nodded and started speaking. "This food really seems excellent. Yeah, even better than that in fancy restaurants." Seeing their reactions, Daisy wore a satisfied smile, as if her own child had been recognized by a teacher. "Oh my gods, of course. When I first tasted it, I was immediately amazed. Quickly, try it yourselves." Okay. Li Jia and Wang Li couldn't wait anymore. They picked up their chopsticks, each taking a bite and putting it in their mouths. At the very first second the potato touched Li Jia's tongue, she felt her tongue was instantly captured by the potato, never wanting to return, wishing to be forever enchanted by this incomparable creamy and soft flavor. Wang Li picked up a piece of eggplant and put it into her mouth. Instantly, Her eyes involuntarily narrowed into crescents. The unique flavor and soft aroma of the eggplant seemed to melt her tongue. After swallowing that first bite, they said little but stared fixedly at the dishes on the table, eating wildly. At such a moment, even one extra word would disrespect the cuisine. The two tables of guests sitting beside them stared at the two girls, who were paying no attention to their image, with wide eyes. And they became even hungrier. Soon after, Daisy brought the dishes for the four men to the table. The men hurriedly picked up bites with their chopsticks and popped them into their mouths. Delicious. Instantly captivated, the four men focused only on the dishes just served before them. Not even Daisy's graceful figure could draw their gaze away for a moment. Watching the two girls finish their meal, Daisy came out and took the empty plates from Ligia's table. Big sister Daisy, it was really too delicious. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you were a shill earlier. I now understand why you stay here. If I didn't have to work, I would want to stay here every day too. Ligia said with a slight blush on her face. Oh, it's okay, it's normal. Didn't I say you'd understand after eating? Daisy smiled and shook her head, indicating it was no big deal. Big sister Daisy, can we order more dishes? Wang Li felt a little regretful for not ordering an extra dish just now. The two dishes they had were clearly not enough. Oh, of course you can. Very welcome indeed. After saying that, the two girls ran back to the living room to place more orders. After quite a while, xiuxian walked out of the kitchen. He had finally finished cooking everything and was about to sit on his armchair to rest. But before he even sat down, he saw Daisy entering from the courtyard. She excitedly said, "Oh, Shun, two more groups of guests have arrived." Xiuxian twitched the corner of his mouth, stood up again, and headed back to the kitchen. With his back to Daisy, he left one sentence behind. Come on, let the storm rage on even more fiercely. This afternoon, as Xiuxian had wished, customers kept coming nonstop. Even Tang Tang had woken up and started practicing calligraphy, but Shun had no time to supervise her. He let her finish writing and go play by herself. And because the front yard was filled with guests, Tang Tang could only bring her two little followers to the backyard to practice playing marbles. Busy until just after 6, when the sun was already setting and about to disappear completely. Xiuxian finally forced the door shut, finally stopping the continuous stream of customers. Xiuxian collapsed onto the armchair, both arms hanging lifelessly at his sides. He wore a look of despair, as if completely drained. Daisy, meanwhile, held today's menu notebook, tallying how much money had been made today, and Tang Tang stood beside him, using her small hands to give her dad a massage. Daddy, why were there so many guests today? Xiuxian weakly opened his mouth. I don't know either. He felt confused. Normally, there were at most 3 groups of guests a day. Why so many today? The village chief hadn't even promoted it yet, right? Then his eyes fell upon Daisy, who was concentrating on doing her calculations. He fell into thought. Could it be her? Chapter 28. So it was you, the mastermind all along. Xiuxian looked at Daisy. He recalled the behavior of the guests at the beginning of the day. They all seemed to have come after watching Daisy's video, and they were all very excited, like they had just seen a big celebrity. Xiuxian struggled to pull out his phone. He opened the short video app, Douyin. He still remembered Daisy's online username, the one the girl had mentioned. With trembling fingers, he typed into the search bar, Daisy Shimi Lu, and clicked search. The first profile that popped up on the screen had a real human avatar, the exact photo of Daisy herself. Then he saw the number of followers, and he inhaled sharply in shock. 12,404,000. He tapped to open her latest video. It was unmistakably the photo collection of Peach Blossom Mountain that she had taken. Number of likes, over 5.6 million. Even more importantly, she had commented under the video, there's a super delicious farmhouse at the foot of the mountain, everyone should definitely give it a try. WTF. Xiuxian took a deep breath. The one who caused him so much hardship was finally found. It was the woman right in front of him. The very same woman who was cheerfully calculating the accounts. Xiuxian stared at Daisy for a long time, not knowing what to say. Should he blame her? He did make a lot of money today. Should he not blame her? He was exhausted, like a dog. Daisy noticed the way Chun was looking at her. She looked back at him with her big, beautiful eyes and spoke. Oh, Chun, can you guess how much money we made today? Daisy assumed that the reason Chun was looking at her like this was because he wanted to know how much money they had earned today. Well, maybe it wasn't Daisy's fault. He had just not expected Daisy to be such a big influencer with over 10 million followers. Xiuxian replied. Was it about 2,000 yuan? Daisy shook her head. Not because it was none, but because Chin's guess was too low. Oh my god, Chun, you made more than 3,500 yuan today. Xiuxian felt surprised. It was far more than he had imagined. Over 3,000 yuan in a day. That meant over 90,000 yuan in a month. That could buy a small princess dress for Tang Tang. So much. It really surprised me. Xiuxian said calmly. Although it was a bit exciting, he still kept his composure. Oh, Chun, tomorrow there will definitely be even more guests. Daisy continued. Xiuxian furrowed his brows. What Daisy said was right. Tomorrow would definitely bring even more guests. The ones coming today would spread the word, and surely bring even more repeat customers. More importantly, Daisy's video was still trending, so more and more people would come. This made him feel conflicted. On one hand, he was thrilled at making so much money. On the other, his arms hurt so bad. You're a huge internet celebrity with over 10 million followers. Why did you have to come to this little mountain village to take photos? His peaceful little life was going to be gone. Xiuxian helplessly said, I understand. The number will definitely keep increasing. If the food he cooked was bad, maybe this situation could be avoided. But he couldn't do that. He couldn't possibly intentionally make terrible food. it was shameful to waste food. When making dinner for the last table, xiuxian made an extra dish for himself. After washing the bowls and chopsticks, Tang grabbed xiuxian and Daisy to watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms together with her. Xiuxian was fine. He could understand it and even enjoyed watching it. But for Daisy, it was a struggle. She kept her brows furrowed throughout. She could understand a little, but couldn't really get the charm of this drama. Moreover, a lot of the dialogue was difficult to understand. Xiuxian noticed Daisy's discomfort and said, "Daisy, if you don't like watching it, you don't have to stay with us. You can play with your phone or do your own thing." Daisy just felt relieved. Oh, does Daisy dislike watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms then? I'm sorry, sis. I shouldn't have dragged you to watch it with me. Tang was startled by her father's words. She had always thought Daisy liked watching it just like her. Her little face fell. Seeing Tang's expression, Daisy hurried to comfort her. "Oh, my little angel, don't think that. I really like it. Let's keep watching together." Xiuxian twitched the corner of his mouth. "Oh well, if you insist on pretending." "Yay." Tang began cheering again. Daisy, however, cast a gloomy glance toward Xiuxian. "You're showing her people on horseback chopping at each other with swords. You sure this won't corrupt a kid?" Xiuxian returned Daisy's look with a helpless expression. "I already tried to help you. Since you insisted on pretending, there's not much I can do." Tang waved her hands and danced with joy in front of the TV. When the time was nearly right, Xiuxian called Tang upstairs to sleep. Tang pouted and protested. "I don't want to. I'm not sleepy. I don't want to sleep." Xiuxian ignored her and turned off the TV directly. Xiuxian picked up Tang and prepared to go upstairs. Daisy was finally freed, casting a grateful glance at Xiuxian. Xiuxian gave a look saying, "You're welcome," then carried Tang upstairs to sleep. Inside Tang's room, after helping her wash up and tuck into bed, this little kid still seemed unwilling. "I'm not tired. I don't want to sleep. Can you see what time it is now? It's almost 10 o'clock. You can't keep watching. It's bad for your eyes. Watching too much TV will make you go blind. Then you'll never be able to watch TV or play marbles again." Upon hearing her father's words, Tang immediately covered her eyes. Tang doesn't want that. Tang doesn't want to go blind. Tang will sleep nicely from now on. Xiuxian nodded with satisfaction, gently patting his daughter's head. "That's right. From now on, you need to listen well." "Okay." Tang obediently nodded. Looking at his well-behaved daughter, Xiuxian asked the next question. "Also, did you notice today that Daisy didn't like watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Xiuxian looked seriously at his daughter. This question was important. Tang furrowed her cute little brows and lowered her head. Pouting, she said, "I know. I noticed. When Dad said Daisy didn't like watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I knew. Then why did you still want Daisy to keep watching it?" Xiuxian frowned and continued asking. "Because I wanted Daisy and me to like the same things. Since I like watching it, I wanted Daisy to like watching it too." Looking at his daughter whose head hung even lower, Xiuxian slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. He reached out and gently stroked her head. Tang, have you thought about how making someone watch something they don't like could make them really uncomfortable? Just like how you don't like watching the news broadcast. If Dad forced you to watch it every day, wouldn't that make you uncomfortable too? So, we shouldn't force our own thoughts onto others, okay?" Tang lowered her head in thought for a moment, then nodded. "Dad, I understand now. I won't ask Daisy to watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms with me anymore." "Good. My Tang is such a good girl. Tomorrow, go apologize to Daisy and promise her you won't do it again." "Okay, I understand, Dad." Chapter 29. Huh? Who is this handsome man? Seeing her daughter nodded earnestly, Xiuxian revealed a satisfied expression. "Okay, Tang is great. Go to sleep now. Sweet dreams, Tang. Good night, Dad." Xiuxian walked out of Tang's room. The reason he said all those things to Tang was because he didn't want her to grow up to be someone who imposed her own will onto others. He realized it today while watching TV. It might be because he spoiled her sometimes, and also because he had two younger brothers. Therefore, her subconsciousness thought her opinion was superior to others. However, everyone's opinions should be equal. He would provide Tang with a healthy and happy living environment, but he wanted her to develop a healthy set of values even more. That was why he talked to Tang so much tonight. Tang was very smart. He hoped she would listen. Even if she didn't, it would be okay. She was still young, and he would always be with her. Xiuxian didn't go back to his room to sleep, but instead went to the backyard. Because the task should have been completed, a ripple in the air appeared, and Xiuxian entered the system space. He arrived beside the air wall. Looking at the row of numbers on it, they had turned green. 35/20ths, unlocked. So there had been a total of 25 groups of guests today. The words, unlocked, were written there. But how could he unlock it? Xiuxian discovered the system was very lazy. It seldom explained anything necessary, and mostly left things for him to figure out on his own. He reached out and touched the green numbers, discovering that he could press them down, so he pushed hard. "Congratulations, Master, on completing the first task. Reward. Unlock Phase 2 Spiritual Farmland. 1 random skill draw. 1 body strengthening pill. Would you like to draw the skill now? Body strengthening pill has been placed in the subspace of the system. Note, all rewards from the system are for personal use only." The system voice, which had been absent for a long time, appeared by Xiuxian's ear. Immediately after, the air wall in front of Xiuxian vanished. He didn't focus on the last 2 rewards first. Instead, he walked forward, excitedly circling the area. He found that the newly unlocked land was about 2 acres in size, twice the previous area. And this newly unlocked land, besides being fertile beyond measure, also showed a faint glow on the black soil. Was this the so-called Phase 2 spiritual farmland the system mentioned? The soil looked different, bringing Chen Sui-Nian great delight. He eagerly looked forward to seeing what would grow on this plot tomorrow. After inspecting the land, Chen Sui-Nian focused on the remaining 2 rewards. One was a random skill draw, the other something called the body strengthening pill. With a thought, he connected with the system. Would the master like to draw? Yes. Congratulations, master, on obtaining the classic mechanism art skill. Note, this mechanism art has been improved by the system. The system was straightforward, saying no extra words and directly announcing Chen Sui-Nian's gain. Then, suddenly, a flood of knowledge surged into Chen Sui-Nian's mind. The mechanism art was a representative of ancient technological civilization, creating mechanical devices through various magical mechanisms. Chen Sui-Nian felt as though he had studied mechanism art for a long time. He was delighted. He felt like he could now create many magical things. Right now, he really wanted to go outside and test his abilities. However, he held back because he still had one reward to check. Entering the system's subspace, an ancient jade bottle appeared on a table. Chen Sui-Nian picked up the jade bottle with his hand, removed the lid, and saw a black pill resting quietly inside. Chen Sui-Nian tipped it into his palm. It looked like a regular pill, but emitted a faint pleasant aroma. The system called it a body-strengthening pill. Likely it strengthened one's physical body. Unfortunately, it couldn't be used on others. Otherwise, Chen Sui-Nian would have wanted Tang Tang to take it. Putting the pill into his mouth, it was sweet, quite nice, like chocolate. As he swallowed it, a warm current started from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body. Gradually, Chen Sui-Nian felt his body growing hotter, his skin turning red, and even white steam began to rise from him. Chen Sui-Nian started panting heavily, trying to cool himself down. About half an hour passed before Chen Sui-Nian felt his body temperature finally beginning to subside. While his body cooled down, Chen Sui-Nian felt as though his physical strength was surging. He even felt like he had grown slightly taller. When his body temperature completely returned to normal, Chen Sui-Nian felt his physical strength had reached its peak. It felt like he could lift a cow in his arms. He couldn't wait to leave the system space and went to the water vat in the kitchen. Grabbing both sides of the vat with his hands, he lifted it upward. Slowly, a water vat with a diameter of 1 meter was raised. What the hell? Chen Sui-Nian was shocked. The vat was full of water. It weighed at least 1 ton. Although he barely managed to lift it, it was already terrifying enough. This isn't just a body-strengthening pill. It's practically a superhero pill. The system must have noticed how, during the day, he could barely lift the wok anymore. How considerate of it to prepare this for him. No wonder it's called a system. It's truly powerful. And then there's the mechanism art. Though Chen Sui-Nian currently lacked the materials to try anything out, he could already tell how amazing this skill was. He clearly understood what the mechanism art was capable of. With all the right materials, he felt like he could build one of those amazing mechanical beasts seen in anime. And there was also the newly unlocked 2-acre Phase 2 spiritual farmland. Tomorrow morning, he would find out what kind of new species would sprout up. Completing this task thrilled Chen Sui-Nian endlessly. The benefits it brought him were just too numerous. But he couldn't find any progress bar indicating the next task. It seemed, just like the first task, the next one required specific triggering conditions. The first task showed up only after the guests arrived. He wondered what conditions would trigger the next mission. But Chen Sui-Nian wasn't in a hurry. His main priority remained raising his child. Fulfilling his thoughts, he returned to his room and washed off the layer of dirty sweat from his body. That came from taking the body-strengthening pill earlier. Fresh from the shower, Chen Sui-Nian looked into the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Who's this handsome man? How come he looks so great? All the excess fat on his face had disappeared, and his skin became smooth. His original height of 180 centimeters had now grown to 183 centimeters, 3 full centimeters taller. Moreover, his figure had become even more well-proportioned, with perfect, flowing muscle lines. Even more impressively, he now had visible 8-pack abs. Previously he had been neither fat nor thin, but now he turned into a model-like hunk. Except for still not being tall enough, Chen Sui-Nian could have gone straight into modeling. Touching his now handsomer face, he wondered if Tang Tang would even recognize him tomorrow. If that little kid really didn't recognize him, he'd punish her with an extra hour of handwriting practice. Poor Tang Tang, having such a bad daddy. After one last narcissistic glance at his face, Chen Sui-Nian, completely content, climbed into bed and went to sleep. Chapter 30. Owl. Owl. The dragon roars. The next morning, the first day Chen Sui-Nian woke up because he was so handsome. Seeing that Tang Tang and the others were still asleep, Chen Sui-Nian went to the backyard first. He entered the system space. The first stage spiritual field refreshed vegetables normally today, but there were no particularly special vegetables. Chen Sui-Nian, ever fickle, ignored them without hesitation. His attention was now on the second stage spiritual field unlocked yesterday. Chen Sui-Nian's pupils shrank slightly, because he saw vast fields of fruits. Like the first stage spiritual field, they were divided into 3 zones. Each section now was filled with fruit trees. The fruits were full and heavy, bending the branches. The fruits newly generated today were relatively common for now. Apples, pears, oranges, all familiar fruits. Chen Sui-Nian walked closer to observe. Each fruit looked plump and tempting, with vibrant colors that made one's mouth water at the sight. He picked an apple and took a bite directly. Crunch. A crisp sound rang out. Just listening to it made one feel the apple's crisp juiciness. As expected, his mouth was instantly filled with the apple's fresh, sweet, and crunchy flavor. It was sweet, but not like the kind that was overly sugared, but a natural, aromatic sweetness, fresh and pleasant. It could be eaten endlessly without getting tired of it. Chen Sui-Nian's pupils lit up. This fruit was just too delicious. It was in no way inferior to the cooked vegetables in flavor. This freshness of the fruit made Chen Sui-Nian feel as if his body had become several years younger. He picked another pear. The flavor was still sweet and crisp, just like the apple, equally delicious, just a slightly different taste. As for the oranges, it burst in his mouth, releasing a flood of juice. Chen Sui-Nian felt like he had bitten into a water balloon filled with orange juice. The sweet juice was almost sweet enough to get into his brain. He ate 3 fruits in a row. Only then did he force himself to stop from eating more. I'll make fruit porridge for them for breakfast this morning. Chen Sui-Nian thought about what breakfast to make today. That would surely be a surprise for Tang Tang. He took a look at the secondary system space. Sure enough, the rice that had grown yesterday had turned into grains with yellow husks instead of rice. Not directly edible. Looks like he would have to borrow a rice husker today. Otherwise the rice would be inedible. While thinking, Chen Sui-Nian found the storage spots for sunflowers and honeysuckle. His brows furrowed slightly. He still remembered his promise to send flowers to Tang Tang every day. But there was nothing he could do about sunflowers anymore. All the sunflowers had become seeds, so he had no flowers to give to Tang Tang. Honeysuckles, however, could still be woven into flower crowns. Chen Sui-Nian sighed. Looks like he could only make a flower crown for Tang Tang. Chen Sui-Nian exited the system space. He went to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast for today. Fruit porridge wasn't very common, but it was also quite delicious. The method was particularly simple. He peeled the pear, since the skin would affect the texture of the porridge. The apple didn't need peeling, and the orange could just be peeled directly. Then he cut up the apples and pears, and added them into the rice along with the oranges before adding water to cook it all together. While the porridge simmered, Chen Sui-Nian started weaving a flower crown for Tang Tang. Looking at the increasingly beautiful flower crown he had made, Chen Sui-Nian was very satisfied. He took the flower crown and went upstairs to Tang Tang's room. Finding his daughter, that little sleepyhead, still sleeping. His mouth lifted slightly as he gently replaced the slightly withered flower crown on her bedside with the new crown he had just made. Just as Chen Sui-Nian retracted his hand with the wilted crown, "Ow!" Tang Tang suddenly cried from under the blankets, grabbing her father's arm tightly and releasing a dragon's roar toward Chen Sui-Nian. "Ow! Ow! Dragon's roar." Chen Sui-Nian looked at his daughter, continuously pretending to bite him and blow air at his face. He smiled slightly. "You little rascal, you were awake and pretending to be asleep. You dare to scare me? Let me see if I spank you." "Haha, are you scared, Daddy? I'm a big bad dragon." Tang Tang wasn't worried about her father spanking her at all. She was her daddy's little treasure after all. "Scared? I was just surprised by Tang Tang." Chen Sui-Nian laughed as he responded to his daughter. "Humph," but Daddy was still smiling. "You weren't really scared. I'll go scare Daisy Sr." Tang Tang wasn't satisfied with her father's reaction and decided to try on someone else. "Well then, get up and wash up. I want Daddy to carry me." Tang Tang wouldn't let go of Chen Sui-Nian's arm. Chen Sui-Nian smiled and didn't refuse, simply picking her up and walking toward the bathroom. After finishing her morning routine, Tang Tang dashed downstairs with her little short legs and hid beside Senior Daisy's door, ready to give Daisy a big surprise when she came out. Daisy, who was still brushing her teeth, had no idea at all what terrifying thing was about to happen. Chen Sui-Nian, who had been following behind his daughter down the stairs, saw Tang Tang hiding by the door. He wondered whether he should warn Daisy. What if she really got scared? He took out his phone to send Daisy a message. But the moment he pulled out his phone, Daisy's bedroom door opened. "Ow! Ow!" The dragon roars. One of Daisy's feet had just stepped out when she saw a pink little ball suddenly jump out from the side, standing right in front of her, growling and waving its claws. Daisy's eyes immediately sparkled with little stars. Whose kid was this? How adorable. Her rosy little face changed expressions with her roaring sound, like a pink dough ball. Big, wide eyes, cute and lively. Even though she was making a face, she looked nothing like a scary ghost. Rather, she was incredibly cute. "Oh my little angel, you're so adorable. Let me give you a hug." After saying that, Daisy squatted down and scooped Tang Tang into her arms. This time, it was Tang Tang's turn to be taken aback. This wasn't at all how she had imagined it would go. Wasn't Daisy supposed to step back in fear and beg for mercy? Why did she hug her all of a sudden, and so tightly too? Tang Tang struggled hard to push her face out from Daisy's chest. "Senior Daisy, let me go. I can't breathe anymore." Hearing Tang Tang's voice, Daisy finally released her with reluctance. Watching how Tang Tang was treated, Chen Sui-Nian felt a tiny bit jealous, but quickly pushed the feeling out of his mind. He was a serious, respectable adult, after all. "Oh my little angel, good morning. You are just too adorable." Daisy greeted Tang Tang with a warm smile on her face. Tang Tang wrinkled her tiny, cute eyebrows. "Good morning, Senior Daisy." "But Senior Daisy, shouldn't you be scared of me just now?" Daisy felt a bit helpless. How could anyone get scared by such a cute little girl in a pink dress, making a soft and sweet-sounding roar? "Oh my little angel, you're still too little. Once you grow up, you'll be able to scare people properly." Daisy explained gently to Tang Tang. "Okay, I understand. I will grow up well." Tang Tang nodded her head thoughtfully while glancing at Senior Daisy's chest, as if understanding and yet not quite sure. Chapter 31. Refusing to let others freeload, starting with myself. Seeing that both of them were awake, Chen Sui-Nian called out. "All right, stop playing around. Come have breakfast." "Coming." Tang Tang was the first to respond, as always, quickly climbing onto the stool with her short legs. Daisy also walked over to the dining table and sat down, but upon realizing there were no bowls or chopsticks, she ran to the kitchen to fetch some. Meanwhile, xiuxian brought the pot of cooked fruit porridge to the table. A wonderful day begins with a meal like this. Looking at the fruit porridge she had never seen before, Tang Tang curiously asked, "Dad, what kind of porridge is this? I've never seen it before." "This is fruit porridge made by simmering fruits." Tang Tang's eyes lit up. "I love fruits the most. They're so sweet." "Then eat more. Remember to blow on it before eating." "Okay." After saying this, xiuxian scooped a bowl for Tang Tang. Watching her blow on the porridge to cool it before putting it in her mouth, Chen finally felt relieved. This little girl was finally not in such a hurry anymore. Daisy also served herself a bowl of porridge and stared at the beautifully colored mixture. She felt like the weather had improved instantly today. Eagerly taking a spoonful of porridge, Daisy's eyes suddenly widened. What was this taste? I only took one sip, so why does it feel like I'm lying in the embrace of nature? So comfortable, so sweet. Daisy's eyes sparkled as she couldn't take her gaze off the porridge. After eating the first bite, Tang Tang couldn't resist putting another spoonful straight into her mouth. Thankfully, xiuxian was quick to notice and grabbed Tang Tang's little hand just in time. Otherwise, the girl would have burned her mouth badly. Chen's lips twitched. He thought she had improved her manners. With no choice, he set aside his own bowl and started feeding her instead. Soon, the three finished off the whole pot of porridge. Stomach full, Daisy stared at xiuxian while rubbing her belly, her beautiful large eyes shining brightly. How could there be such a delicious cook? She really wished to take him home to cook for her. Suddenly, she had an idea and looked directly at Chen's face. "Oh, Chen, I was too busy eating just now, but now I just noticed. Did you grow taller? And your face looks slimmer and more handsome." After waking up, her attention had been solely on Tang Tang and the porridge, but now she realized Chen did seem more attractive, with a sharper, more defined jawline and even more handsome than before. Tang Tang also focused her attention on her father. "Yeah, I was too busy eating just now too. But now I noticed too. I think Dad got thinner, more handsome, and taller." All morning, Tang Tang had been thinking about how to scare people later in the super delicious breakfast. Hearing the two only just now realize what had changed, xiuxian felt cold inside. So what they're saying is, I'm not even as important as a bowl of porridge. I don't know either. Maybe it's a second growth spurt. I woke up like this morning. Climbing down from her chair, Tang Tang ran over to her father and pinched his face with her small hands. "It's real? It's not fake." Chen twitched his mouth. Of course, it was real. "Oh Chen, my god. This is so amazing." Daisy stared at Chen's handsome face with sparkling eyes. No woman could resist a handsome man, and Daisy was no exception. "Haha, okay. I'll go wash the dishes now." Chen felt slightly embarrassed being stared at by these two beautiful girls, one young and one mature. As Chen stood up, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside. "Morning, Xiuxian. Have you eaten?" Chen looked toward the door and saw that village chief Li Dashan had walked in through the courtyard. Chen frowned slightly. What did this old man come for so early in the morning? "Just finished." "Chief, do you need anything?" Instead of answering, the village chief looked at the empty pot on the table. "Xiuxian, I didn't have time for breakfast this morning. Any leftovers? I can just have a couple bites." "There's none left, chief. If you want, I can stir-fry you a couple of dishes." Seeing clearly that the old man wanted to freeload again, Chen decisively said there was none, refusing to let others freeload, starting with myself, resolutely suppressing this bad behavior. The village chief hadn't expected Chen to be so cold toward him. Thinking about his own private savings, he decided not to push. "Oh, that's how it is. Then forget it. Actually, I came mainly to ask, why did so many people come to the village yesterday?" Li Dashan had been at the village entrance yesterday, watching cars keep rolling into the village. The village square near the entrance was nearly full. He couldn't stop feeling excited. These were potential crowds of people. As it turned out, they either went to xiuxian's farmhouse to eat or went to play on Taosan Mountain, with large groups arriving one after another. This greatly surprised the village chief, who hadn't even started any promotions himself, yet so many people had already come. Upon hearing that the chief had come to ask about this, xiuxian glanced at Daisy, who was pretending to not know anything and playing with Tang Tang. "Well, you should thank Miss Daisy. It's all thanks to her." Hearing Chen mention her name, Daisy looked up curiously. Chief Li, looking at the pretty Eurasian beauty, asked, "Miss Daisy, were all those people here yesterday because of you?" Daisy blinked and replied, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe they came because they saw my video." "A video? Miss Daisy, which website did you post your photos on? There must have been such a big response." After all, wave after wave of visitors had arrived yesterday. "Oh, just on Douyin. Maybe a lot of people watched it. I was just lucky." xiuxian's lips twitched slightly. "Lucky? More like you have a lot of followers." "I see. That's great then. With so many people coming now, I don't even need to promote the village anymore. I'll go back now and call on the villagers to develop related industries." After saying this, Chief Li Dashan hurriedly walked out of the farmhouse. Although Chief Li likes to take small advantages, he really wants to help the village out of poverty. He's still a good village chief. xiuxian said, watching the chief hurry away. "Yes, Chief Li is quite dedicated indeed," Daisy replied. "Dad, it's time for us to go out and inspect our territory." Tang Tang noticed the time and thought it was time to stroll around the village and show off a bit. "All right, wait a second. Dad needs to make something first, then we'll go." After saying this, Chen went to the backyard and found a suitable wooden board left over from the renovation. He then took out a marker and wrote on it, "Business hours, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The number of guests was growing steadily. In the past, there were not many visitors, so everything was more casual. Now, things had changed. It was necessary to set business hours. Not too early, not too late, since Tang Tang needed her nap in the afternoon. The mornings were for playing with his daughter. Both were important and shouldn't be sacrificed for work hours. Although this might mean less income, he preferred to accompany Tang Tang as she grew. After finishing the sign, he hung it outside the entrance of the farmhouse. All right, let's go. Okay. Tang Tang nodded in agreement and followed after her dad. Daisy naturally followed along as well. Chapter 32. The trash-talking round of the territory battle. Between the blue bricks and gray tiles, cooking smoke gently rose, adding a touch of atmosphere to the village. On the village path, Tang Tang was walking along with her two followers. They arrived at the familiar pond. Daisy, look at this scenery. Yesterday, I was too busy taking pictures to tell you. This is my territory. Isn't the view beautiful? Tang Tang pointed at the pond as she spoke to Daisy. Daisy looked at the shallow pond edged with only a little grass and fell into thought. Yesterday, when photographing here, she only focused on shooting Tang Tang, intentionally avoiding including the environment. With her professional eye for beauty, she couldn't find any highlight at all. How did you find it scenic? Daisy's lips twitched. This blatant lie felt really uncomfortable, but she still tried hard to save face for Tang Tang. Oh, my little angel, this place really has a nice view. Xiuxian covered his forehead. He had experienced this kind of familiar conversation before and understood Daisy's feelings, the discomfort of telling a bold-faced lie. Hearing Daisy's words, Tang Tang nodded with satisfaction. Having her territory praised was quite satisfying. What do you think, Minister Dad? Xiuxian was taken aback. Why did she let him speak again? It's great. I think it's much more beautiful than the place controlled by Ma Dan next door. Xiuxian even flattered her a bit. After hearing her dad's words, Tang Tang's smile became even brighter. Let's go. Ministers, continue our inspection. Sure thing, Leader Tang Tang. Xiuxian responded cooperatively. Only Daisy looked confused. Oh, Chun, what does minister mean? Minister means you're her favorite subordinate, so you're called minister. After Xiuxian explained, Daisy understood. She didn't mind the term. Instead, she felt a bit happy. She was liked by Tang Tang. The trio continued walking until they reached the big locust tree. At the square across from the tree, they saw a familiar figure. Ma Dan. When enemies meet, their eyes flare. As soon as the two made eye contact, sparks seemed to fly. Miss Tang, tomorrow the territory battle begins. I'll take all your territories away. Ma Dan spoke with arrogance. Sir Ma, I hope you can still talk this way after losing tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will become the only leader of this village. Tang Tang fired back without yielding. Then Tang Tang added, I hope you can at least give me a little pressure. I don't want the competition to be too boring. Her words were even more arrogant than Ma Dan's. She really didn't watch all those episodes of Romance of the Three Kingdoms for nothing. Xiuxian had seen this before, so he wasn't surprised by the two kids' behavior. But for Daisy, who was seeing this for the first time, her mouth fell open. What are these two kids saying? Did I hear that right? Are two children really trash-talking each other? Finally, the two kids each gave a cold snort and left. Xiuxian didn't go home, but instead went to the village committee to find the village chief. He wanted to ask who in the village had a rice husker. He needed to borrow one, but the chief had left too quickly in the morning and he forgot to ask. On the way to the village committee, Daisy asked, Oh, Chun, what is the territory battle? Do villagers really fight to gain control of the farmland here? Daisy looked puzzled. Did this remote village in China still retain a tradition of fighting for territory? Xiuxian laughed and replied, No, it's not that complicated. It's just a game among the village kids. The pond and the big locust tree you saw today were won by Tang Tang through games. Daisy suddenly understood. Oh my goodness, then Tang Tang is really amazing. Very amazing. Not just a little amazing. Xiuxian said with a bitter smile. He recalled how Tang Tang dominated at marbles. She was a god in this area. After hearing Chen's words, Daisy became even more curious. Oh, then what game is it? Marbles. What's marbles? Daisy admitted she had never heard of the game. Well, they're glass balls. If you have time this afternoon, you can watch Tang Tang play in the backyard, then you'll understand. Oh, okay. It wasn't that Xiuxian didn't want to explain. It was just too troublesome, and she might not understand anyway. Seeing it with her own eyes this afternoon would make things clear. After a while, they arrived at the village committee. They saw the village chief carefully writing something at his desk. Xiuxian knocked once, signaling his arrival. The chief looked up and saw it was his two big blessings, immediately stood up to greet them with enthusiasm. Oh my, what wind blew my two honorable guests back here? He revealed his signature annoying smile. I came mainly to ask, chiefly, if you know whose family in the village has a rice husker. I need to borrow one. A rice husker? Many families have them. Zhao Xiaoming's family. That kid who often comes to play at your house, has one. Xiuxian thought of the shy little boy. Got it. Thanks, chief. No problem. Take care. After saying that, Li Dazhan returned to his desk and continued writing. Xiuxian, meanwhile, took the two girls and headed toward the farmhouse. Along the way, they passed a familiar spot. Two men with bruised faces were working in the field. Upon seeing Xiuxian's group walk by again, one of them started talking. Look, they're here again. That guy really has good fortune. That foreign beauty must be his wife. I'm so jealous. What are you looking at? Hurry up and work. Look at yourself. Who do you think you are to be jealous? Don't I look handsome? All the women in the village are begging to be my wife. Cut it out. You're uglier than a pig. Get back to work, or I'll give you another beating. Do you even know how to talk properly? If not, shut up. You think I'm afraid of you. You're just asking for it again, aren't you? What of it? Come on then. I let you win yesterday. With that, the two started fighting again. Xiuxian had already walked past when he heard the commotion, turned around, and twitched his lips. Wow, this scene feels so familiar. Why are you two fighting again? Daisy, standing next to Tang Tang, quickly covered Tang Tang's eyes. Oh, my little angel, you can't look. Daisy, keep an eye on Tang Tang. I'm going to break it up. Okay. Xiuxian didn't want to get involved at first, but this time, there was no village chief around, nor many people nearby. He couldn't just stand by and watch them fight endlessly. Besides, Tang Tang was here. He needed to show off the image of a responsible father. Xiuxian hurried toward the two fighting men. Seeing them locked in a brawl, Xiuxian felt a headache coming. Why fight like this? A real gentleman settles disputes with words, not fists. Thankfully, he'd taken that strength-enhancing pill yesterday. Otherwise, stepping in would have surely gotten him at least a couple of hard punches. That was exactly why he dared to step in now. The two were absorbed in their fight, completely unaware of Xiuxian's approach. Chapter 33. How can this man be so terrifying? Watching the two men twisting and turning on the muddy ground, almost twisting into a braided rope. Xiuxian seized the right moment when they had a slight gap. With one swift motion, he grabbed the upper man's clothing and yanked hard, pulling him right out and lifting him up by one hand. The braided rope was instantly untangled. The man who was yanked out was stunned. Just moments ago, being locked together felt warm, and now that they were separated it felt oddly chilly, though it did hurt a little. Let me go? Watch me beat this little bastard to death. Still unclear that he was now being lifted by just one man with one hand, the pulled-out man shouted. Xiuxian frowned tightly and said, "If you dare hit him again, I'll throw you straight into the septic tank." Hearing Xiuxian's icy tone, the man finally came to his senses, realizing he had indeed been lifted up by just one man's single hand. How strong was this man? The man still lying on the ground was also stunned, because he clearly saw the man lifting the other with just one hand. How terrifying could one man be? You still want to fight? Want me to join in and fight with you? Xiuxian said coldly. No more fighting. The man being held was so scared he started to stutter. What about you? Xiuxian shifted his icy gaze to the man on the ground. The grounded man shuddered under the stare. And me? I won't fight either. That's better. Xiuxian placed the man he was holding onto the ground. Without looking back, he walked away. The two men who were fighting just moments ago supported each other, watching Xiuxian's retreating back. They gulped hard. That was just too intense. Let's go. Back to cook dinner. Xiuxian said as he approached Tang Tang Daisy. Daisy's eyes sparkled with little shining stars. She had watched Xiuxian separate the two with a single move, then lift one of them powerfully by one hand. The two men dared not even speak. How impressive. Oh my god. Shun, you were too amazing. Daisy said excitedly. It's okay. I just used to work out a lot. Xiuxian casually gave a mundane explanation with a calm voice. Yet his heart was nowhere near as calm. Holy crap, I was too intense just now. I must have looked so cool. Which man doesn't dream of possessing unmatched power and bearing? Xiuxian was no exception. Sister Daisy, why are you praising my dad? What just happened? Tang Tang had just been covering her eyes by Daisy and saw nothing. Now curiosity was eating away at her mind. Oh my sweet angel, your dad just grabbed that man and lifted him with one hand. Then those two men didn't dare say anything and stopped fighting. Daisy animatedly explained everything to Tang Tang. Tang Tang listened with wide, shining eyes. Wow, dad is so cool. Next time, don't cover my eyes. I want to see dad defeating everyone like in the TV shows. Tang Tang insisted she didn't want to be kept in the dark anymore. She wanted to witness her father's heroic moments. No way. TV is one thing. Real life is another. You cannot watch. Xiuxian rejected his daughter's request. That is mean. You're treating me like a child. I'm already an adult. Alright, if you insist you're an adult, then tonight you cook for yourself. I won't cook for you anymore. Just Daisy and I will eat together. Xiuxian released his trump card. As expected, upon hearing that, Tang Tang immediately slumped. Okay fine, I won't watch. That's a good girl. It's not something to be proud of anyway. Xiuxian understood Tang. Tang wasn't really wanting to see violence, but simply longed to witness her dad's mightiness. Which child wouldn't want a strong, mighty father? Tang Tang was no different. And Xiuxian himself did like the idea of his child watching him with admiration, but this wasn't a good habit to encourage, so he couldn't allow Tang Tang to watch. Nothing further happened after that until they reached Zhao Xiaoming's house. Zhao Xiaoming's home was located slightly lower than the farm restaurant, a bit closer to the village. Just a little further uphill was the farmstay. Seeing the open gate, Zhao Xiaoming was cleaning around the house. Xiaoming, is your grandma at home? Xiuxian asked. Yes, my grandma is cooking. Uncle, wait a second, I'll go get her. Okay. Shortly afterward, an elderly woman with a head of silver hair walked out. Oh, it's Mr. Chun. What can I do for you? Grandma Zhao, I asked the village chief, and he said your family has a rice hulling machine. So I came to borrow it to hull some rice. Oh, I see. I haven't used that hulling machine in a long time. The child's father usually comes back and does the rice hulling for us. The machine is inside the barn in the courtyard. Let me show you. Grandma Zhao responded warmly. That's really troubling you. I hope it doesn't interrupt your cooking. I wouldn't want the food to burn. Oh, no problem. I haven't started cooking yet. I've just finished cutting the vegetables. That's good then. Xiuxian's worries disappeared. Arriving at the warehouse, Xiuxian helped lift the colored plastic sheeting and tested the machine. It worked fine. It still works. Grandma Zhao, hold on a second. I'll go get some grain now. Okay, go ahead. Leaving Daisy to watch over Tang Tang, Xiuxian quickly ran back to the farm restaurant. Entering his system's secondary space, he found the grain. A third of an acre's worth of rice wasn't much, only about 150 kilograms. He filled 2 large bamboo baskets. each holding about 25 kilograms. Holding one in each hand, he ran back to Xiaoming's house. Grandma Zhao looked shocked watching Chen Suiyan, who carried the baskets in each hand and still managed to run. Mr. Chen, your strength is just too incredible. I used to work out a lot, so I have a bit more strength. This basket of rice is for you, Grandma Zhao. Chen Suiyan placed one of the baskets in front of Grandma Zhao. Unlike village chief Li, Chen Suiyan would never just take things for free. Oh, no need. It's just a little electricity cost. Grandma Zhao wanted to refuse, but eventually was persuaded by Chen Suiyan to accept the basket of rice. An hour later, both baskets of grain were processed into jiabai dami. Looking at the crystal-clear, full-grained rice, Grandma Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Chen, what variety of rice is this? I've cooked for many years, but this is the first time I've ever seen such beautiful rice. It's just too gorgeous. I bought it from a friend of mine. I've had it stored for a while. I only just thought about it recently and decided to hull it, though I don't even remember the name. Still, it looks pretty tasty, doesn't it? Chen Suiyan skillfully used the classic, I have a friend method to cover things up, because people always tend to believe that everyone has an all-knowing friend. Helping Grandma Zhao properly store the rice, Chen Suiyan carried the remaining rice on his back and took Tang Tang and the others back to the farm restaurant. Just as they entered the gate of the farm restaurant, a voice rang out from behind. Boss, are you open already? I can't wait anymore. I had a taste yesterday, and since then I haven't been able to forget it. Chen Suiyan turned around to see a middle-aged man. He pointed to the sign on the side. Business hours, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's still early. You have to wait until 2. The middle-aged man immediately groaned in disappointment. But it's lunchtime now. What kind of restaurant closes during meal hours anyway? Your business hours actually skip the exact meal times. Indeed, Chen Suiyan's farm restaurant had perfectly managed to miss the standard meal times. But did that matter? Not really. Chen Suiyan wouldn't go begging for customers. Well, that's not something I can help. If you want to eat, you'll just have to wait until then. Oh fine, I guess I'll wait then. The middle-aged man gave in. Who could blame him? The food here was simply just too good. Chapter 34. Tang Tang is growing up. Let the middle-aged man rest in the courtyard. Chen Suiyan took Tang Tang and Darcy into the living room. Originally, Chen Suiyan planned to let the two of them rest in the living room while he cooked alone. Since today's lunch was very simple, there wasn't much to do. However, Darcy insisted on helping. So Chen Suiyan, not wanting to argue, allowed her to do some simple tasks in the kitchen. Meanwhile, seeing Sister Darcy helping, Tang Tang wanted to join too. Chen Suiyan refused, as this little kid was literally a kitchen disaster. Letting her help would only create more trouble, and he'd also have to keep an eye on her. It was already almost noon. If she kept running around in the kitchen, they wouldn't even be able to eat until after 1 o'clock. But the little one refused to back down. Finally, father and daughter reached a compromise. Chen Suiyan allowed Tang Tang to stand in the kitchen and watch, but not touch anything. Just be a lucky mascot. Today, Chen Suiyan planned to use rice from the system to prepare a classic dish. This dish was well known and beloved by all, young and old. You could say everyone had eaten it at some point. The ingredients required were very simple: rice, eggs, and chopped scallions. That's right, Chen Suiyan was going to make fried rice with egg. Chen Suiyan first took the system-grown scallions from the refrigerator and prepared to let Darcy wash them and cut into scallion bits. Then he went to rinse the rice to prepare for steaming. However, when Darcy accepted the scallions, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Oh Chen, I can wash the scallions, but I don't know how to use a knife. Darcy's words immediately stunned Chen Suiyan. You don't know how to use a knife? Isn't your father a Michelin-starred chef? Oh Chen, that's exactly why my mother and I rarely cook. We don't have to. Darcy looked slightly embarrassed, her face turning slightly red. Chen Suiyan twitched his lips. He spent 3 seconds feeling sympathy for Darcy's father. He must be quite the man. Suddenly, he glanced at Tang Tang, who obediently stood aside watching. He had a feeling that his daughter might one day also be a woman who didn't step foot in a kitchen. All right, you just wash the scallions and then rest. There's nothing left for you two to do anyway. Oh Chen, you're not tricking me, are you? Is that really all there is to it? Darcy's eyes showed disbelief. Exactly. I'm making fried rice with egg for lunch today. It's definitely simple. You just won't believe me. In truth, this was something Chen Suiyan could easily handle alone. But Darcy didn't believe him. She thought he was just using an excuse so she wouldn't feel bad about helping. Hearing that it was just fried rice with egg, Darcy believed him, although she felt a slight sense of disappointment. She knew fried rice with egg didn't really require much preparation, but it probably wouldn't taste as amazing as the food Chen Suiyan usually cooked. After Darcy washed the scallions, Chen Suiyan rinsed the freshly milled rice and began steaming it. Then he casually cut the scallions Darcy washed into small bits, put them in a small bowl for later use, and waited for the rice to finish cooking. After completing all of that, Chen Suiyan carried Tang Tang, the lucky mascot, from the kitchen. Darcy followed closely behind. Since the rice would still need around 20 minutes, there wasn't much to do in the kitchen now. They decided to watch TV while waiting. The moment he saw the TV, Chen Suiyan slapped his thigh as he suddenly remembered something. He gently pinched his daughter's little face. Don't you have something you should say to Sister Darcy? When she heard her father's words, Tang Tang's face lit up with realization, as she remembered. She ran up to Darcy. Sister Darcy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept making you watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms with me. I won't do it again. Darcy had originally been puzzled about what Tang Tang needed to say to her. But this was completely unexpected. Darcy smiled, her eyes lighting up slightly with surprise. Oh my little angel, you're far too polite. It's fine. I will try to understand it. She then reached out and patted Tongtong's cute little head. No need, sister. Everyone has their own preferences. You can do what you like. Darcy hesitated briefly, then smiled gently. Oh, my little angel, you're wonderful, so I'll listen to you. Seeing Tang Tang sincerely apologize, Chen Sui-Nian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his words had truly entered his daughter's heart. Then the group turned on the TV. Tang Tang struggled visibly, but finally held out the remote to Darcy. Sister, you can pick what we watch this time. We can't always watch what I like. Oh, my little angel, it's okay. Just watch whatever you like. Seeing Tongtong's little face scrunching up, Darcy said with a smile. Okay then, Sister Darcy. Tang Tang let out a sigh of relief. Then she happily started watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms again. Chen Sui-Nian was somewhat surprised by his daughter's act of handing over the remote control. He hadn't expected Tang Tang to take such a step, to actually let someone else watch what she loved on TV. He felt deeply gratified. Back home, Tang Tang would never have allowed anyone else to watch TV, and it had been very difficult for him as a father. But now, she had actually handed the remote over to someone else. Although her expression showed reluctance, at the very least, she had realized she couldn't monopolize the TV all by herself. You two keep watching. I'm going to make a few more dishes for you. Chen Sui-Nian was very happy. He could feel that Tang Tang was growing up, and out of joy, he wanted to cook extra dishes to reward his little girl. Yay! Tang Tang shouted excitedly. Darcy's eyes also sparkled with delight. She didn't quite understand why Chen Sui-Nian suddenly wanted to cook more dishes, but more food meant something positive to look forward to. Cheerfully, Chen Sui-Nian walked into the kitchen. He then prepared two more relatively simple and quick dishes. After stir-frying the dishes, the rice finished steaming. He opened the lid of the rice cooker, and a fragrant aroma immediately hit his face. Chen Sui-Nian's nose twitched repeatedly. The scent was incredibly tempting. The fragrance of the rice seemed to awaken a powerful longing for food deep in his heart. Looking at the glistening, plump grains of rice, shining with a glossy appearance inside the cooker, Chen Sui-Nian swallowed hard. He fought the urge, scooped all the rice into a bowl, and then broke it up with a spoon, setting it aside for later use. First, he added oil into the pan and heated it up, then poured out the hot oil and set it aside. Then he added oil again and a bit of salt. Finally, he directly cracked 3 eggs into the hot oil, without beating them in a bowl first. While pouring the eggs into the oil, he stirred furiously, breaking the eggs into small bits. When they were nearly cooked, he poured in the rice. Using the back of the spatula, he mixed the rice and egg together, ensuring that the rice wouldn't be crushed by the edge of the spatula, maintaining each grain's distinct texture. Finally, he sautéed everything on medium-high heat until nearly done, then added seasonings for flavor. A perfect plate of fried rice with egg was ready. The fried rice was golden and mouth-watering, with rice and egg blending perfectly. Especially the rice, already vibrant in color, now glistened with a golden hue from the eggs, making it even more irresistible. Chen Sui-Nian looked at his creation with satisfaction and nodded. He scooped the fried rice into the serving bowl. Just as he was about to carry it out, he turned his head and saw the two beauties at the kitchen doorway, drooling while staring at him. Chen Sui-Nian smiled gently. It's done now. Come help me bring the dishes out, and then we can eat. Tang Tang and Darcy had already been unable to resist the delicious smell drifting into the living room. Hearing Chen Sui-Nian's words, they eagerly rushed in to help. Since Tang Tang was too small to help carry dishes, she simply stood beside them, excitedly cheering. Finally, the three of them managed to carry all the dishes safely to the dining table. The beautifully presented, aromatic dishes sat quietly, awaiting their delicious fate. Chapter 35, Foodie. The fate of food is as fragile as foam. A pot of fried rice with egg and 2 side dishes hadn't even fully experienced the wonders of this world before being devoured by 3 demons. Daisy had eaten herself full again and was slumped on the chair. Inside, she offered an apology to the fried rice. She shouldn't have doubted its deliciousness. The rice was especially fragrant, with distinct grains. Each bite felt like a celebration for the teeth and tongue, pure joy. It was just too good. It was irresistible, and Daisy ended up eating 3 whole bowls. Tang Tang wasn't far behind, her small stomach managing to fit 2 bowls of rice. Luckily, Chen Sui-Nian had anticipated the power of fried rice, cooking enough rice and preparing plenty. Looking at the 2 women slumped in chairs, Chen Sui-Nian sighed helplessly. It seemed the dishwashing still fell to him. After washing the dishes, he had Tang Tang sit for a while to digest before letting her lie down for a nap. As for Chen Sui-Nian himself, he intended to use this time to prepare the ingredients for the afternoon service. However, considering the afternoon crowd and how busy it would be, he needed someone to assist with taking orders at the front. Outside in the yard, many people had already gathered, waiting impatiently for the restaurant to open. Chen Sui-Nian glanced at Daisy. She seemed like a decent candidate, but whether she would be interested in such a job remained to be seen. Still, he decided to ask. Daisy, may I hire you as an employee at my restaurant? I'll pay you just like yesterday. Daisy paused, then smiled. Oh, Chen, I'd be delighted. I'd be happy to help. Daisy looked at Chen Sui-Nian, her eyes shining. She was more than willing to take the job. After all, she had nothing much to do these days and found staying around the farmhouse rather boring. Moreover, she really wanted to help Chen Sui-Nian. Seeing Daisy agree, Chen let out a breath of relief. Thank you so much, Daisy. You've done me a big favor. This won't interfere with your photography work, right? Daisy's face slightly reddened. Truthfully, photography hadn't been her main reason for coming here. Oh, Chen, no worries. You can relax. All right then, I'll waive your rent directly, and I'll pay you 4,000 yuan a month. How does that sound? Oh, by the way, there is some dishwashing, but of course, I'll help you with that. For a restaurant, this wage wasn't particularly high, but then again, at Chen's farmhouse, the job was only 4 hours a day, including meals and accommodations. This was already very generous. Oh, Chen, that's totally fine. I think it's already great. Daisy was more than satisfied with this salary. Back when she was in university, she'd worked as a waitress. For someone with that kind of experience, the offer was satisfying enough. Most importantly, it meant 3 free meals every day cooked by Chen Xiuxian, something money could never replace. After everything was settled, Chen told Daisy to go rest while he went to get more ingredients from his system storage space. At precisely 2 p.m., Chen Xiuxian officially opened for business. The people in the yard were already restless, rushing into the living room all at once. Line up. Stand in line according to who arrived first. Anyone who cuts in line will be permanently blacklisted and banned from ordering. Chen Xiuxian restored some order. Gradually, the crowd arranged themselves into a well-organized queue. Hee, I'm first. Hey beautiful, I want pickled spicy potatoes, oil-braised eggplant, and dry-fried green beans. The middle-aged man's voice was excited. He had waited a long time for this moment. Bro, you're ordering 3 dishes alone. You gonna finish all that? A passerby behind him remarked. Just look at this baby bump. I've carried a baby for 10 months. What do you think? The man proudly patted his belly, implying that 3 dishes were no big deal. Bro, respect. The man behind gave him a thumbs up. Seeing everything proceed normally, Chen Xiuxian returned to the kitchen to get back to work. Meanwhile, a car was driving down the road toward Taohua village. Li Wen and Wang Lele hadn't visited Sui Sui Ninian farmhouse for quite a few days. Lele missed the food here? I've missed it like crazy, Li Wen said while driving. You're telling me. I was dying to come back. If it hadn't been for you being so busy with exams recently, I'd have dragged you here earlier, Wang Lele replied from the front passenger seat, swallowing hard. Just thinking about the farmhouse food had her salivating again. Li Wen continued. I made sure not to eat lunch today. My stomach's saved for this feast. Same for me, go on. I also skipped lunch deliberately, just for this meal. Excited, hungry gleams appeared in both of their eyes. A little later, Li Wen arrived at the village entrance in his car. He frowned tightly because he couldn't even find a parking spot. The village entrance plaza was already completely filled. Damn, why are there so many cars here today? Li Wen circled around but couldn't find a place to park. Eventually, he had no choice but to park on the roadside. Fortunately, there were still a lot of dirt sections next to the road. Half the car was parked on the dirt, leaving just enough space for one vehicle to pass through. After finally parking the car, Li Wen looked at the plaza filled with cars and had a bad feeling. Quickly, he grabbed Wang Lele and hurried toward the farmhouse. Upon arriving at the farmhouse and seeing the courtyard packed with people, his heart dropped. He immediately ran into the living room. He saw a Eurasian beauty and paused for a moment. Why was such a pretty waitress here? But he quickly recovered, because he had more important matters. Miss, I want to order some food. Okay, but you might have to wait a bit. There are still 15 tables ahead of you, Daisy replied while looking at her order notebook. Because there were so many waiting customers, even though the restaurant had just opened, there were already this many guests. Li Wen exhaled in relief. At least he wouldn't have to wait too long. After placing the order, he went outside the courtyard to wait. Because there were only 6 tables in the yard, many people were standing and waiting. How did this farmhouse suddenly become so crowded? Li Wen muttered, looking at the crowd in the courtyard. He knew this place wouldn't stay a secret for long, but he hadn't expected so many people to come in just a few days. Bro 1, that Eurasian beauty in the living room just now. I think she's that huge internet star, Daisy Zimilu. She has over 10 million followers. How come she's working here as a staff member? Wang Lele, who was also a small-time blogger herself, recognized Daisy. When Li Wen heard that, he furrowed his brow slightly. It was indeed a bit strange. In theory, a blogger with over 10 million followers wouldn't come to such a remote place. Bro 1 look. Wang Lele handed her phone to Li Wen. Li Wen's pupils shrank instantly. On the phone screen was an absolutely breathtaking landscape photo, accompanied by an incredible number of likes. The landscape photo was of Taosan Mountain behind this farmhouse. Bro 1, check the comments too, Wang Lele reminded him. Li Wen immediately opened the comments section. The top comment was pinned by Daisy herself, and it was her own review. Highly recommended. The farmhouse at the foot of the mountain. The taste of its food will leave you unforgettable forever. Then there were numerous comments below. It's really amazing. I tried it yesterday. The taste was so good it made my brain tremble. This is definitely not a planted comment. I swear on over 20 years of integrity. If the food isn't good, I'll live stream myself eating feces. Chapter 36. Aren't the two of you the real protagonists? Li Wen stared in disbelief. He understood now why so many people had arrived so quickly. The video had only been out for 3 days, and things would only get busier from here on out. He handed the phone back to Wang Lele with a sigh. Lele, looks like we'll have to queue up from now on. Those happy days of just walking right in are over. Haha, yeah, Wengu, it was so much better before. We could come right in and eat. Wengu, I'm so hungry. Wish I had eaten something before coming here. Wang Lele also sighed, holding his stomach as he spoke. Just bear with it a bit longer, Lele. I'm starving too. Li Wen was suffering as well. Not only had he skipped lunch, but he hadn't eaten breakfast either, and now his stomach felt like it was staging a rebellion. They waited for about an hour before it was finally their turn. Li Wen's legs felt a little shaky by then. In the end, they had to share a table with other customers. Li Wen and Wang Lele gleamed with excitement when Daisy brought out the dishes. As soon as the food hit the table, the two of them didn't even exchange words. They immediately picked up their chopsticks like 2 hungry wolves who hadn't eaten in days, startling the people sitting beside them. In the kitchen, Chen Xiuxian was busy working up a sweat, but didn't feel tired at all. At this time yesterday, his arms had already started to ache, but now his arms didn't hurt at all. They still had plenty of strength. That was thanks to the incredible effect of the strong body pill granted by the system. It made him excited about the rewards for the next mission. Only, the system hadn't assigned any missions yet. Even with so many customers yesterday, the system still hadn't reacted. So the activation condition for this mission clearly didn't depend on the number of customers. Had the system simply not issued a new mission? Or had there just been no more missions? Xiuxian considered another possibility, but he wasn't sure. He felt a slight headache. Systems in other people's novels were so considerate, constantly explaining things to their users and making sure they completed their missions. But his system just felt like one of those hands-off parents, never involved, always indifferent and lazy, not even willing to say more than one sentence. Xiuxian grumbled internally about the system. For hours passed quickly. The sun had turned orange-red and was about to sink below the horizon. After sending off the last batch of guests, Xiuxian went to the backyard. Tang Tang and her little friends were teaching Daisy how to play marbles. Since the dishes had finished right around closing time, Chen had let Daisy stop taking orders. That's why she now had time to come out to the backyard and watch the kids play marbles. Okay, you two need to go home for dinner now. All right, goodbye, uncle. Bye, uncle. Xiuxian called the two little boys back for dinner. Seeing her father arrive, Tang Tang turned to him and said, Dad, look how quickly Daisy's sister is learning. Xiuxian turned his gaze toward Daisy. Daisy was now using her delicate fingers to pinch a marble and flicked it forward. The marble flew in a perfect arc and hit another marble placed far away. Wow, so accurate. Xiuxian was amazed. Daisy, did you play this game before? Oh, Chun, no, this is the first time I've ever played. Daisy replied excitedly. She hadn't expected to have such a talent for it either. Oh, Chun, this game is so much fun. Daisy exclaimed and flicked another marble forward. Once again, she hit the target marble precisely. Let me try. Seeing how accurate Daisy was, Xiuxian couldn't resist giving it a go himself. He hadn't even had a chance to play against Tang Tang before getting utterly beaten last time. He accepted a marble from Tang Tang and flicked it at the same target marble that Daisy had just shot. The marble flew through the air in a perfect arc, then hit a small rock 20 centimeters away from the target. Xiuxian. Oh, Chun, never mind. Almost got it. One more try. Dad, just one more try? You can do it. Daisy and Tang Tang comforted him. Xiuxian regained his confidence and accepted another marble from Tang Tang, aiming again at the marble. The marble flew through the air once more in a perfect arc, but hit a stone farther away on the other side. Xiuxian. All right, forget it. Let's go eat. The food's getting cold. Xiuxian wanted to give up. Dad, no, you can do it. One last try. Oh, Chun, I believe in you too. You definitely can do it. Encouraged again by Daisy and Tang Tang. Okay, just one more try. Xiuxian took the marble handed by his daughter once again. He inhaled deeply, focused his eyes on the target, and flicked his finger. This time, the marble flew straight and true without deviation, heading directly toward the intended marble. Xiuxian's eyes lit up. Was he going to hit it? Tang Tang and Daisy raised their hands, ready to applaud. The marble was seen flying right over the target marble, and hit the one Daisy had just shot. Xiuxian, Tang Tang and Daisy froze midair with their hands raised. I swear I was aiming for the one behind, Xiuxian said awkwardly. I believe you. I believe you. That is so amazing. Tang Tang immediately clapped her little hands in praise. Oh my goodness, Chun, so impressive. I totally believe you. Daisy also reacted and started clapping again. Seeing how supportive both of them were, Xiuxian felt a bit better inside and asked curiously, how many times did you two practice before hitting that marble? Tang Tang and Daisy silently raised one finger. Once. Xiuxian. Well damn, are you two the real protagonists then? Xiuxian comforted himself. It's not that he was weak, it's just that the two of them were too crazy. Who in the world could hit a marble so far away on the first try? Cough cough, let's stop playing now, we should go eat before the food gets cold. Xiuxian coughed a bit to ease the awkwardness. Tang Tang and Daisy didn't try to persuade him again. Who couldn't hit it when it was so easy? They picked up the marbles they had shot and followed Xiuxian back to the living room to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. The dishes had been prepared earlier during the last batch of guests. The three of them quickly finished their meals, especially Xiuxian, who transformed his embarrassment into appetite, eating a full 3 large bowls. After dinner, Daisy and Xiuxian began washing the dishes. In front of them sat a large basin filled with plates left over from the entire day. The day had been so packed that there was no time to wash them, so they'd all been left until now. Tang Tang also wanted to help, but Xiuxian immediately carried her out of the kitchen. He had no intention of letting Tang Tang wash dishes. Who knows, this little girl might end up washing herself along with the plates. He certainly didn't want to have to give his daughter a bath while he was washing dishes. Tang Tang pouted and tried to protest, asking why Daisy could wash dishes, but she couldn't. Daisy is an adult. You're not an adult yet. When you grow up to be as big as Daisy, Dad will let you wash dishes. Fine. If I can't, I won't then. Tang Tang looked at Daisy, then looked at herself, and gave up with a disappointed expression. Chapter 37. The Muniulima reappears in the world. With Tang Tang no longer causing mischief, the plates were quickly washed. After cleaning up the kitchen, Xiuxian and Daisy returned to the living room. Tang Tang was already deeply immersed in reading the romance of the 3 kingdoms. She was even mimicking actions with her little arms and legs in front of the television. When she saw her father walk out from the kitchen, she changed tactics and charged toward him, shouting loudly, I am Chun Tang Tang from Taosan. Father, you petty thief, take this. Chen Sui-Nian twitched at the corner of his eye. Was this really his daughter? If it weren't for her wearing a little skirt, Chen Sui-Nian would have doubted he'd raised a son instead. Tang Tang dashed up beside him and wrapped her arms tightly around one of his legs. Haha, Dad, I caught you. You're dead. She looked up at Chen Sui-Nian proudly and declared. Without missing a beat, Chen Sui-Nian gave his daughter a light tap on the head. Mind your words. Who's dead? If you keep talking nonsense, you're not going to the territory battle tomorrow. Dad, no. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Tang Tang covered her head immediately and gave in, promising to behave from now on. Daisy stood behind them, watching the comical interaction with a silvery giggle. I think it's just that your skin's been itching. I've been too kind to you. If I keep this up, will you be climbing onto my head to pee next? Chen Sui-Nian squatted down and gently pinched Tang Tang's chubby cheek. I would never. I won't do that. I love Dad the most. Hugging Chen Sui-Nian's arm, Tang Tang began to act all sweet and affectionate. Her affectionate behavior made Chen Sui-Nian feel very content. All right, I'll let you off this time. Hee Dad is the best. Tang Tang then planted a loud kiss on Chen Sui-Nian's face. Okay, stay here and watch TV with Daisy. Dad's going to make something. Chen Sui-Nian wanted to test out the mechanical techniques in his mind. He had been itching to try it out for a long time. Since acquiring this skill in his mind, he had been eager to see how it worked. After all, which boy hasn't loved mechanical arts? Even though Chen Sui-Nian was approaching 30, his heart was still restless with excitement, for a man remains a youth until the day he dies. Dad, what are you going to make? Can I help too? Tang Tang asked curiously. You can, though the process might be a bit boring. Chen Sui-Nian nodded in agreement. Oh Chen, may I help too? Daisy also felt curious and wanted to join in. You're welcome to. Chen Sui-Nian agreed to Daisy as well. It was not a secret after all. Wait for me in the courtyard. After saying this, Chen Sui-Nian went to the backyard to fetch some wood, planks, and tools left over from the renovation. He was glad he hadn't thrown them away. Now they could serve a new purpose. He placed the materials on the dining table, the right height for working. Tang Tang and Daisy looked at the materials with wide-eyed curiosity. Dad, what are you making? Tang Tang couldn't help but ask. Tang Tang, do you want a wooden toy? Dad can make anything you like. Chen Sui-Nian said casually, originally intending to make something random himself. However, since Tang Tang was here, he could make her a toy especially. Tang Tang's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want Zhuge Liang's Muniu limo. Chen Sui-Nian was momentarily stunned. Wow, she chose one of the most famous mechanical designs. However, for Tang Tang, a devoted fan of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was perfectly normal for her to think of the Muniu limo. The Muniu limo were transportation devices invented by Chancellor Zhuge Liang of Shuhan during the Three Kingdoms period. They were used during northern expeditions, ensuring food supplies for the Shuhan army. As soon as Tang Tang mentioned its name, complete methods for making the Muniu limo instantly appeared in Chen Sui-Nian's mind, greatly refined and improved. And in Chen Sui-Nian's mind, building something like this was actually very simple and posed no real technical challenge. Alright, watch Dad perform. After saying this, Chen Sui-Nian started using his tools to cut the planks. Since the raw materials were limited, he decided to build a miniature version. Also, the Muniu and the Limu were two separate items originally, with the Limu being an upgraded version of the Muniu. Still, the skilled and clever Chen Sui-Nian decided to go with the appearance of the combined Muniu Limu from the romance of the Three Kingdoms, but planned to upgrade it by adding self-movement functionality. Tang Tang and Daisy stared in shock as the wooden planks and pieces transformed under Chen Sui-Nian's hands into delicate, intricate components. About 2 hours later, the miniature Muniu Limu was completed. It looked exactly like the one seen on TV, cattle's head with horse's legs, but was only as large as a cat. Tang Tang was so excited seeing the Muniu Limu appear in reality. Dad, this is amazing. It looks exactly the same as on TV. Haha, here it's yours now. Chen Sui-Nian felt quite satisfied with his first mechanical creation. Tang Tang excitedly grabbed the cat-sized Muniu Limu and placed it on the floor. Dad, will it move? The one on TV moves by itself. Of course, just like on TV. Tap its butt 3 times and it'll start walking. Chen Sui-Nian said with a smile. Tang Tang immediately tapped its butt 3 times. But perhaps because of her excitement, the last tap was too hard, sending the Muniu Limu flying forward. Chen Sui-Nian twitched at the corner of his eye. Great. This was his first creation. Couldn't she be a bit more careful? You don't have to hit it that hard. Just a gentle tap is enough. Chen Sui-Nian, Xin Keng, picked up his work from the floor and gently placed it back in front of Tang Tang. Oh, okay. Tang Tang knew she had tapped too hard and looked slightly embarrassed, sticking out her tongue apologetically. Then, Tang Tang gently tapped the Muniu Limu's butt 3 times. The Muniu Limu began to move on its own, crawling forward. Tang Tang's big eyes sparkled with wonder as she followed closely behind. Oh my god, Chun. You're amazing. This is incredible. It doesn't use electricity. How does it even move by itself? Daisy also gasped in awe, her big eyes filled with disbelief. This is our ancient mechanical arts, an extraordinary kind of technology. Chen Sui-Nian spoke deliberately in a calm tone, though his heart was bursting with joy inside. But as a mature man, he must maintain the composure of a man who remains unmoved even when mountains collapse before him. Seeing that the Muniu Limu was about to hit the courtyard wall, Tang Tang quickly grabbed its head and forcibly changed its direction. Chen Sui-Nian observed his daughter, who handled the Muniu Limu so roughly. He feared this wooden creature wouldn't last long. Alright, playtime's about enough. Time to go back to bed. Chen Sui-Nian checked the time. Since dinner had been a bit late, and making the Muniu Limu had also taken time. It was almost 9 o'clock now. It was time to put her to bed. Chapter 38. Strange happenings in the spirit field. Could it be that not even a blade of grass can grow? No way, Dad. Let me play a little longer. Tang Tang refused her father's request, indicating that she hadn't had enough fun yet. Xiuxian wasn't surprised at all by his daughter's refusal. This little girl had never once been willing to go to bed obediently. If you don't go to sleep soon, I'm going to take the walking ox cart away and won't give it to you. I'll give it to Daisy instead. Xiuxian deliberately tried to scare Tang Tang. Daisy's eyes lit up beside him. She really wanted it. Although it might seem a bit childish for an elementary school student, it was just perfect for her. After all, who could resist a walking ox cart? Oh, Chun, really? Thank you so much. Daisy responded in a surprised tone, playing along with Xiuxian. She knew that Xiuxian was only bluffing. He wouldn't actually give it to her. He was just trying to get Tang Tang to go upstairs and sleep. Sure enough, upon hearing Daisy's words, Tang Tang immediately panicked. Dad, no. I'll go to sleep. Don't give it to Daisy. Her little hands protectively held the walking ox cart, unwilling to let her father take it away. That's my good girl. Tap its butt 3 times to stop it, then we'll go upstairs to sleep. After saying that, Xiuxian gave Daisy a satisfied glance. He thought their teamwork just now was awesome. Daisy also replied with a delighted and modest glance. Though reluctant, Tang Tang obeyed her father's instruction and obediently patted the ox's butt 3 times, stopping the wooden cart. Xiuxian went to lock the courtyard gate. Say goodnight to Daisy. Good night, Daisy. Oh, my little angel, good night. After exchanging goodnights, Xiuxian carried Tang Tang upstairs. And of course, Tang Tang held the wooden cart tightly in her arms. This was her new favorite toy, and she was unwilling to part with it even for a second. So, Xiuxian carried Tang Tang while she hugged the wooden cart all the way into the bedroom. After helping Tang Tang wash up and change into her little nightgown and settle under the covers, Tang Tang wanted to put the wooden cart on the bed and sleep with it as well, but, as expected, Xiuxian refused. It's just been running on the floor. It would get the bed dirty. If you're willing to wash the blanket yourself, then you can put it. He took the wooden cart from her and placed it on the nightstand. Okay, fine then. Tang Tang glanced at the wooden cart, then at her blanket, and thought about her little hands not being capable of washing the blanket. With a small frown, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Xiuxian smiled, while gently patting his cute little girl's head. Alright then, tomorrow is the land competition. Get some rest early. Take the whole village in one fell swoop. Tomorrow I will rule the world, and become the sole ruler of the village. Just thinking about tomorrow lit Tang Tang's eyes with excitement. Alright then, time to sleep. Good night. Good night, Dad. After tucking his daughter in, Xiuxian quietly left the room. Back in his room, although Xiuxian had been busy all day, his mind remained sharp. It seemed the strong body pill enhanced not only his body, but his spirit as well. But for the sake of maintaining a normal sleep schedule, Xiuxian still chose to go to bed, since sleeping itself was enjoyable. Early the next morning, across Peach Blossom Village, there was a thick atmosphere of battle fervor. The clouds hanging over the village almost seemed to be condensed manifestations of their fighting spirit. The children of Peach Blossom Village had all gotten up particularly early today. Their parents didn't stop them either because they knew this was a particularly important day for their children. Some parents even prepared delicious breakfasts to cheer their kids on. However, this time, the other children in the village had lost their usual fighting spirit because of 2 giants overshadowing their generation. One was Mudon, the Emperor of Marbles, a local terror who grew stronger over time into a terrifying force within the village. The other was an outsider, a ruthless newcomer who, ever since starting to practice marbles, had caught up to Emperor Mudon in less than 2 months. It must be understood that Emperor Mudon earned his position through countless bloody battles within the village. But this outsider, in just 2 months, had defeated everyone in the village. No one was any match for her, and only Emperor Mudon could hold his own against her. In the previous great battle, they had clashed fiercely and evenly. This upcoming land competition would determine which of these 2 village terrors was stronger. The winner would become the sole king of the village, while the loser would be left in loneliness and obscurity, serving as the foundation upon which the new king rises. Therefore, though they knew they would only be spectators in this competition, they were still eagerly anticipating this world-shaking battle. And today, surprisingly, Tang Tang woke up early without needing to be called by Xiuxian. Xiuxian naturally knew what day it was, so he got up early and checked his system space first, intending to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Tang Tang. The first stage spirit field still gave Xiuxian no surprise. It only grew the same crops as before, but the second stage spirit field brought him a huge surprise. Today, the second stage spirit field remained completely barren, nothing growing at all. Yet right in the center of the field stood a tree. It wasn't tall, only about 1.5 meters high, and bore just a single fruit. It seemed as if the very existence of this tree had absorbed all the nutrients from the entire second stage spirit field. Xiuxian approached the tree and got a clear look at the fruit. It was about the size of an apple, entirely emerald green in color, emitting a strange, fragrant aroma. As soon as he caught the scent, his mouth began to water uncontrollably, his tongue tingled. It was extremely tempting. It was a kind of fruit he had never seen before. On its surface, a shimmering glow covered the fruit, making it clearly no ordinary produce. Just as Xiuxian was about to reach out and pick it, a system voice sounded in his mind. Warning, B. lingua has not yet ripened. Host, please do not pick it prematurely. Note, B. lingua, level 1 spirit fruit. Consuming it enhances one's physical constitution. There is a low chance of it appearing in the second stage spirit field. However, it requires the entire second stage field's nourishment for 2 full days before it matures. Current progress, half a day s. Chen Sui-Nian's pupils constricted. So the system had finally produced something extraordinary. Bilingua could enhance one's physical constitution. Although Chen Sui-Nian's body had already been strengthened, this fruit could be eaten by others too. In other words, it could be given to Tang Tang. The thought made him incredibly excited. Since it wasn't yet ripe, Chen Sui-Nian withdrew his hand from picking it. Looking at the jade-green fruit, he grew more and more fond of it, wishing it would ripen immediately so he could bring it out and feed it to Tang Tang. Moreover, he had just gained a crucial piece of information. The second stage spirit field had a low probability of spawning spirit fruits. This meant that this kind of fruit might appear again in the future, making Chen Sui-Nian delighted beyond measure. Yes, it was a low probability, but at least it was a chance. The first stage spirit field hadn't produced anything particularly good for so long, probably because its level was too low, resulting in an extremely low probability of generating such items. It seemed he needed to constantly complete tasks, unlock higher stage spirit fields, and thereby increase the chance of obtaining better drops. Chapter 39. Why such a big piece of land? Is the system going to train soldiers? Chen Sui-Nian finally understood the system's mechanics today. When Chen Sui-Nian was about to go to the system's subspace to fetch some ingredients, he suddenly noticed white text appearing on the air wall. His heart leapt with joy because he knew the appearance of white text meant the next stage of the spirit field unlocking task had been activated. Chen Sui-Nian walked toward the wall and read the text on the air wall. An excellent rural restaurant not only needs delicious dishes, but also an elegant environment. The size of the restaurant and the style of the houses are all crucial factors. Currently, the host's rural restaurant does not meet these requirements. Therefore, the system has decided to officially launch the rural restaurant transformation plan. First task, everything of the rural restaurant is built on land. The current area of the restaurant restricts its development. Please expand the land area. Task progress, 0.5/10 mu. He felt amazed that the system actually explained so much, and even gave the reason behind the task. However, it was strange that the task issued by the system required a rural restaurant to have 10 mu of land. You'd think it was for military training otherwise. Chen Sui-Nian twitched his lips. The 0.5 mu probably referred to the current area of the rural restaurant. But there was no choice now that the system had issued the task. Chen Sui-Nian would have to figure something out. 10 mu was around 6,000 square meters. That meant he would need to lease all the land surrounding the restaurant. Chen Sui-Nian even suspected the system was doing it on purpose. The numbers matched perfectly, ensuring that there would be no other households near the restaurant afterward. Although 10 mu was quite a lot, there was a benefit in the countryside. Your land couldn't be sold, but you could lease it from the village committee. Chen Sui-Nian's rural restaurant was at the foot of the mountain, so the land here was rough, uneven, and infertile, making it unsuitable for farming or habitation. Only the Chen family lived here. The closest neighbor was Zhao Xiaoming's family, which was already a distance away. Chen Sui-Nian planned to find the village chief sometime to negotiate leasing all this land. Today was truly a big day. The system had given Chen Sui-Nian a major surprise. After there was nothing else to do, he fetched some ingredients for breakfast from the system's subspace and exited the system space. Back in the kitchen, Chen Sui-Nian just finished preparing when he heard the pitter-patter of Tang Tang coming downstairs, fully dressed. Clip-clop. Tang Tang ran into the kitchen, saw her dad, hugged his leg tightly, and looked up to say, "Dad, today I want to wear that cape." Chen Sui-Nian's lips twitched. He inwardly wanted to refuse because that cape was just too cheesy. It was a red cape, which in itself wasn't a problem. But the key was that on the back of the cape were big characters. "I am the #1 heroine in the world." When he bought it initially, Chen Sui-Nian had been very reluctant inside. But since Tang Tang had begged so cutely, he bought it thinking it would only be worn at home for play. But the little girl insisted on wearing it outside to show off. How could Chen Sui-Nian possibly allow that? She was young and didn't care, but he still had his dignity to uphold. After wearing it out once to take her for a walk, the villagers all laughed at the girl's outfit, pointing and whispering. Though Chen Sui-Nian knew they meant no harm, merely found it amusing, he still couldn't bear the embarrassment. After that one time, Chen Sui-Nian had locked away the cape, not allowing Tang Tang to wear it again outside because it was too embarrassing. Tang Tang was upset about it for a while, but after Chen Sui-Nian made a large meal for her, the little girl finally gave up on the cape. Never expected today she would bring it up again. Chen Sui-Nian was initially going to refuse, but thinking about how meaningful today was for Tang Tang, truly a great day to unite the world, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, after breakfast, Dad will get it for you." "Yeah." Tang Tang jumped excitedly. She had missed her little cape dearly and now finally could wear it again. "Go play in the living room and stay quiet. Daisy hasn't woken up yet. Dad will make breakfast." Chen Sui-Nian sent Tang Tang out of the kitchen and began preparing breakfast. Since they had just harvested rice yesterday, he decided to cook congee today, which would taste better than regular rice. Chen Sui-Nian took out several fruits and planned to make fruit congee. Chopped up the fruits, mixed them with the washed rice, added water, and started steaming. Once the preparations were complete, Chen Sui-Nian went to the living room to accompany Tang Tang. "Do you have confidence today?" "Of course. Just look at who your daughter is." Seeing the proud expression on Tang Tang's face, Chen Sui-Nian gently patted her little head. "Careful, overconfidence leads to defeat." "Dad, you don't believe in me. HMPF. Tang Tang tilted her head, feeling disappointed that her father doubted her. "It's not that I don't believe in you. I'm just afraid you'll become too arrogant. Carelessness can cost you dearly." The idioms xiuxian used were all from the classic romance of the Three Kingdoms, which Tang Tang understood well. She furrowed her little brows, thinking about the TV show episodes she'd seen, and nodded. I get it. I won't be careless. I'll give it my all. That's my girl. xiuxian nodded in satisfaction. Oh, good morning. What are you two talking about? Daisy walked out from her room at this moment. Good morning, Daisy Jeff. Today you're going to watch me participate in the territory competition, right? Seeing Daisy walk out, Tang Tang excitedly ran over and said, Oh, my little angel, good morning. Sure, I'd love to. Daisy crouched down and gently pinched Tang Tang's rosy little cheeks. Daisy Jeff, guess what? I'm going to wear this super cool cape today. Tang Tang's eyes sparkled as if she were already imagining herself wearing that cape. Oh, my little angel, really? That sounds absolutely exciting. Daisy responded warmly. xiuxian twitched his lips, but said nothing. He had to admit, that cape really did look cool to the village kids. Many little boys had envied it, if only those words on the back weren't. I am the #1 heroine in the world. If it had said, #1 hero, someone would have surely borrowed it for a quick wear. Good morning. Breakfast is still cooking. xiuxian greeted Daisy as well, letting her know breakfast wasn't ready yet. Oh, okay, Chun. Daisy smiled sweetly in response. Soon after, the congee was done. xiuxian carried the pot to the table, while Daisy helped set out the bowls and chopsticks. Only Tang Tang, the lazy little piggy, sat on a chair, waiting hungrily to be fed. This fruit congee was made using both the system's fruits and the system's rice. As soon as it was done, xiuxian caught a scent he'd never smelled before. Fresh and sweet, the perfect harmony of rice and fruit aromas. It almost didn't feel like food anymore. It smelled even better than perfume, truly intoxicating. Oh my god, Chun, how did you do this? It's too fragrant. I'm seriously considering putting it on like lotion. Daisy exclaimed loudly as soon as she caught the scent. Tang Tang also sniffed excitedly with her little nose. Unsurprisingly, the entire pot of congee was completely devoured by the three of them. Chapter 40. The drumbeat of departure has sounded. xiuxian finished washing the bowls and chopsticks, then went upstairs and took out his sealed red cape and the wooden ox and horse. Tang Tang said the wooden ox and horse was her newly appointed general of oxen and horses. It would also join the great battle today. xiuxian, general of oxen and horses. If the wooden ox and horse could speak, xiuxian believed it would definitely protest against that name. When Daisy first saw the little red cape, she thought it looked quite normal, even a bit cool. Just as she was about to compliment, xiuxian flipped the cape around to reveal the writing on the back. Miss Warrior is #1 under heaven. Daisy's open mouth froze mid-yawn. Then she quickly closed it, covering her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Tang Tang didn't notice Daisy's reaction. Instead, she ran over to her father and grabbed the cape with both hands. Pobaji died a kids eyelet sunshine. It just so happened that she was wearing a red little dress today, making her look like a vibrantly blooming red flower. But those few characters completely ruined the whole effect. After putting on the cape, Tang Tang lifted her chin so high it almost touched the sky. She ran in front of Daisy, one hand on her hip, the other pulling the edge of the cape back with a flourish, letting it flow behind her. Daisy Jaja, look how cool I am. Finally managing to suppress her laughter, Daisy took a deep breath before speaking. Oh, my little angel, you are so cool indeed. Daisy had no intention of mocking Tang Tang, but those words were just irresistibly amusing to look at. Watching his daughter's gestures, xiuxian couldn't help but hold his forehead, thinking he really should let his daughter watch less TV. She had become far too dramatically pretentious. Hee, today I will wear this cape to conquer the world and let everyone know how powerful I, Miss Warrior Tang Tang, truly am. With steady little steps, Tang Tang declared her words and marched toward the door. Dad, Daisy, we are setting off to battle. xiuxian and Daisy also straightened their expressions and followed behind Tang Tang. The drum beats of departure had already sounded, and the three of them plus the wooden ox and horse embarked on their journey to the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, at Ma Dan's home, Ma Dan's older brother spoke to his younger brother. Ma Dan, this time you absolutely mustn't lose. Our family has always been one of the strongest marble-fighting families in the village. How could we lose to an outsider, and a little girl at that? I understand, big brother. I won't disgrace our family. For the sake of our family and the village, I will definitely win this victory. Ma Dan pounded his chest confidently. It's a pity though, I'm past the age limit and can't participate. Otherwise, I'd really like to meet this little girl who can actually hold her own against my younger brother. Ma Dan's older brother was already 12 years old, past the age of 10, and therefore, according to the rules of the territory battle, no longer qualified to compete. Don't worry, big brother. As the strongest among our family's generations, I definitely won't lose. Ma Dan swore solemnly. That's right. Then let's go. Ma Dan's older brother believed in his younger brother, for in terms of talent in playing marbles, his younger brother had long surpassed him when he was young. He was the most amazing marble prodigy he had ever seen. Okay, after saying that, Ma Dan left together with his brother. The location for the territory battle rotated clockwise among 6 symbolic landmarks in the village. The sequence was as follows: the pond, Peach Mountain, Bamboo Grove, Stream, Village Square, and beneath the large banyan tree. The last battle had been held in the Bamboo Grove, and this time it would be at the stream in the village. The group of 3 and a wooden ox and horse was already eye-catching enough. Tang Tang even activated the general of oxen and horses to lead the way, while she followed majestically behind with her cape fluttering, wearing an expression of Miss Warrior is #1 under heaven. xiuxian and Daisy walked behind it first, But as more and more passers-by cast their glances, the two felt so embarrassed their faces nearly turned red with shame. As time passed, they eventually became numb, accepting the astonished and mocking gazes from others with stoic expressions. Finally, a corner of the stream appeared within the trio's sight. Their eyes immediately lit up. For Tang Tang, it meant finally reaching the destination and being able to shine brightly. For Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy, however, it meant finally arriving at the destination and ending this wretched journey. After walking that path from the farm restaurant to the stream, Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy felt their skin had thickened quite a bit. Already gathered by the stream were many children and even some adults. They had all come to witness this great battle. The general of oxen and horses stepped forward first, heading toward the stream side. The crowd gathered by the stream side looked on in surprise as the wooden ox approached with step after step. It could actually move on its own. Then they saw Tang Tang closely following behind, wearing a red little dress and a red cape. Her little face was full of pride, clearly enjoying the envious glances from others. Finally arriving by the stream, Tang Tang stopped the general of oxen and horses. Dad, Daisy, hurry up, she called. Coming. Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy replied in voices tinged with reluctance. Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy walked up to the stream. They exchanged glances and both saw the exact same expression in each other's eyes, the look of someone preparing to face death bravely. Suddenly, Chun Sui-Nien shouted loudly, Miss Warrior Tang Tang has arrived. Then Daisy shouted right after him, Miss Warrior Tang Tang is Wudi under the heavens. As soon as these two sentences were spoken, the chattering crowd instantly turned to stone. The adults who had come to watch the battle stood with their mouths wide open, unable to close them for quite some time. What era is this anyway? The children around the stream, however, felt envious. What a stylish entrance. This dramatic entrance had been suggested by Tang Tang while they were on the way. At that time, Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy's expressions changed immediately, and they decisively refused. But they couldn't withstand little Tang Tang's cuteness. As she begged the two of them continuously, even nearly crying, Daisy's defenses collapsed first. She agreed to Tang Tang's request. With her ally gone, Chun Sui-Nien had no choice but to surrender as well. After shouting those two sentences, the pair wore expressions of total despair, completely indifferent at this point. They were already socially dead anyway. Ma Dan's home was close to the stream, so he arrived very early. Ma Dan and his older brother looked at Tang Tang, whose entrance had been so spectacularly flashy, and a trace of envy appeared in their eyes. Which child doesn't wish to have parents who could go crazy and play along with them like that? Wow, boss, you're here already. Wow, boss, you're so cool. This entrance was just too awesome. Tang Tang's two little followers, Zhao Xiaoming and Da Huang, ran over in admiration and said, Hee, it's nothing much. These are just some small displays of might from Miss Warrior, Tang Tang said modestly, though she couldn't help but smile upon hearing the praise from her subordinates. Behind Tang Tang, Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy shot her bitter, resentful looks. Well, do you have any sense of decency? You're making us lose face, and not even mentioning our contributions. Do you really think we won't quit on you? Chun Sui-Nien and Daisy silently complained in their hearts. Thus, the three people and the wooden ox and horse arrived at the scene. The two main protagonists of this great battle were finally both present. Chapter 41, a display that stuns the crowd. Silence falls. The village stream was shallow and narrow, but because it was running water, there were many small fish and shrimp. So the village kids often rolled up their pant legs and came here to catch them for fun. In the summer, this place and the pond were the two most popular spots for children to play. Now, both sides of the stream were already packed with children and adults. Have Ma Dan and his team arrived yet? Tang Tang asked her two younger boys. Report to you, boss. They have already arrived, just across the stream, Zhao Ming said, pointing toward Ma Dan on the other side of the stream. Tang Tang followed his finger and looked over. She indeed saw Ma Dan standing there with a slightly older boy. Noticing Tang Tang's gaze, Ma Dan smirked and provocatively shouted, Tang Tang, female hero, you're late. Is it because you're scared? Unwilling to show weakness, Tang Tang shot back. Ma, great hero. I have to beat you, scared? I just live farther away. In fact, the one who should be scared is you. Then let's settle this with action. Ma Dan, unbothered by Tang Tang's sarcasm, wanted to start the fight directly. Fine, let's begin. Tang Tang dramatically shook her cape, declaring in a heroic tone. That cool move of Tang Tang completely stunned all the kids present. How cool was that? Even Ma Dan slightly regretted not preparing a cape himself. He had already lost a psychological edge now. She's only bluffing. Brother, don't be intimidated. The more flashy she looks, the less confident she is. Believe in yourself, brother. Noticing his younger brother's uneasy expression, Ma Dan quickly encouraged. Okay, I know, brother. I'll try my best, his younger brother replied and walked toward Tang Tang. Equally confident and fiery, Tang Tang stepped toward Ma Dan as well. They stood face to face across the stream, exchanging glares, eyes flashing. You know the rules here at the stream, right? Yes, Zhao Ming already taught me. Tang Tang answered Ma Dan's question. Because there were 6 different spots for territory fights. Each game had slightly different rules. But overall the rules were similar, just small modifications depending on the terrain. For instance, the stream map. As the stream was narrow, instead of a normal map that extended vertically, the players were limited to a 7-meter area, across the top and bottom of the stream. The players would fight from opposite sides. If you got hit or accidentally dropped into the stream, you lost that round. Moreover, the stream area was filled with stones and weeds, which required better vision and observation. Ma Dan sneered coldly. Then let's begin. I hope you won't start crying afterward. Tang Tang smirked back at his provocation. Don't worry, That's not something you'll ever see. After their final trash talking, both retreated to their starting points. The decisive battle was about to begin. The children and adults watching above the stream had already cleared enough space. Xiuxian and Daisy had also stood far enough away from the battle range. What was coming now was Tongtong's stage. All they needed was to quietly witness her performance. Rock, paper, scissors. Both made their move at the same time. Tang saw that Ma Dan played scissors, knowing she had already lost this one. Now, Ma Dan had the first attack advantage. When Ma Dan saw he had gotten the first attack, a gleam of joy lit in his heart. Attacking first had an edge. Because the distance between the two starting points on this stream map was less than 5 meters. At this distance, both he and Tang had near-perfect accuracy. Getting the first shot meant the first round would already be his win. One flick of the marble, precise and perfect, struck Tongtong's directly. Excellent. Ma Dan's older brother, watching from the bank, shouted out in excitement as his younger brother hit the opponent's marble straight on. Ma Dan, Sr., really is far beyond us all. I've watched him step by step as he became this formidable. That outsider must be no match for him. Doomed to lose. A nearby boy sneered teasingly beside him. He had been defeated by Tang previously in the pawn match, so he did not support her this time. Xiuxian and Daisy, watching Tang being hit immediately, felt an inexplicable anxiety in their hearts. Don't worry, Uncle and Mississippi Ma Dan can't beat our boss. This hit was only because of the first attack advantage. Zhao Ming explained to Xiuxian and Daisy, which finally calmed them down, allowing them to continue watching the match. Once I land 4 more hits, I'll win this round. Are you already deciding which territory to give me? Usually, a territory battle was only 1 round, because in the village before, having just 1 territory was already a huge achievement. But in this generation, 2 freaks appeared, each managing to claim 3 territories. Therefore, they needed to fight 3 rounds. In each round, each player had 5 marbles in hand. Winning all of the opponent's marbles meant victory. Why are you already thinking about giving me territory? This was your only chance to hit me, and from now on, I'll show you what real terror feels like. Tang sneered coldly, her tone extremely arrogant, like a mighty demon king. Tang took out another marble from her hand, not placing it yet, because according to the rules, she had the first attack in this round. Hurry up and place your marble. Make sure to choose a good position, because next I'll show you what domination feels like. Unlike normal battlefield rules, within the respawn points that were less than 5 meters apart, after the first move, marbles could be placed freely. This rule was specifically designed to prevent someone like Tang and Ma Dan from turning the match into a game of who attacks first. Otherwise, whoever started would always win, making the competition meaningless. Hearing Tang speak so arrogantly, Ma Dan laughed loudly. Tang female hero, you're way too arrogant. I will show you the consequences of boasting. After speaking, he accepted a marble from a child who had been collecting marbles on the field specially for him. He already had 6 marbles in his hand. He took one out and placed it behind a stone where no marble could bounce back and hit it. He nodded with satisfaction and proudly said, "Okay, we can begin now." Right after he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. His entire body froze. In his mind, he could only repeat one sentence. What did I just see? He clearly saw a small marble fly across the sky in a perfect parabolic arc shining under the sunlight. The marble seemed to glow as it almost hit vertically, striking the marble he had hidden behind the stone. It was a stunning shot that amazed everyone present. All the spectators along the stream once again fell into deadly silence. So quiet, it was terrifying. Everyone stood there with mouths wide open, unable to believe their own eyes. Only Xiuxian and Tongtong's 2 younger boys were unsurprised. They couldn't help but curl their lips into a smile. The same thought echoed in the hearts of all 3. Tremble, mortals! This was the first time Daisy had ever seen something like it, her rosy lips opening wide in shock. Ma Dan's older brother stared at Tang as though she were some kind of monster. The boy who had earlier declared that Tang would surely lose also looked completely astonished, eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 42. I, the female hero, am the best in the world, unifying the entire land. The murmuring stream and the gentle breeze carrying just the right amount of sunshine made the morning by the creek extraordinarily pleasant and delightful. However, no one around the creek had the time to appreciate this beauty, because they were all deeply shocked. Ma Dan, don't panic, it must be a coincidence. Ma Dan's older brother, standing at the creek's side, was the first to regain his senses and shouted loudly. Hearing his brother's voice, Ma Dan himself came to his senses too. Right, it must be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could there be such a way of playing? He comforted himself repeatedly in his mind. The people watching the fight by the creek, after Ma Dan's brother's shout, also all regained their senses and thought it must be a coincidence. Exactly, it must be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could it be so terrifying? That same boy who had earlier declared that Tang would definitely lose now spoke up in agreement, explaining to the other children nearby. This eased the terrifying intimidation of Tang's move slightly. Because Tang was an outsider, not many village children supported her, but it didn't mean there were none. For example, Xiao Ming and De Huang were among her supporters, completely overwhelmed by Tang's amazing strength. Haha, you'll soon find out whether it's a coincidence or not. De Huang laughed loudly and shouted at the opposing side. Inside the creek battlefield, Tang and Ma Dan began their next round of fight. Tang took back the retrieved marble and gazed cutely at Ma Dan with her big eyes. It's your turn. I hope you can do well. Then she placed the marble behind a stone from which it couldn't rebound. Ma Dan inhaled deeply. In this situation, it came down to whoever exposed themselves first in the attacker's sight or found an unexpected rebound angle. Though Tang Tang had placed the marble behind a very safe stone this time, Ma Dan couldn't find a way to attack. But he wasn't anxious, because each stone could only hide one marble per round, and aside from the first time, which was relatively easier to hit behind the stone, the remaining attempts would be difficult since the stones were irregular and prone to mistakes. This happened to be his specialty. As long as Tang Tang made one mistake, he could seize the opportunity for a counterattack. In their last battle, he had barely had the edge over Tang Tang by relying on this tactic. He shot his marble behind the stone too, refusing to believe that Tang Tang could strike his marble vertically from high above again. How come you never learn? Tang Tang said with a sigh. Hee, the first time was just luck. I don't believe you can hit it again. Hearing Tang Tang's words, Ma Dan sneered disbelievingly. Just as the words faded, Ma Dan felt his eyes blur momentarily as a marble, gleaming in the sunlight, dropped before his eyes. Pop! The marble he had hidden behind the stone was struck once again. The entire area fell into absolute silence once more. Ma Dan's older brother stood there with his mouth agape, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. That boy who had declared earlier that Tang Tang would definitely lose had no words to say. Ma Dan staggered back a few steps, unable to believe that Tang Tang had struck his marble once again. No, it must still be a coincidence. One more round. He practically shouted this out, his eyes showing disbelief. Both sides placed their marbles again. Pop! Tang Tang's little finger flicked once more, striking Ma Dan's marble with perfect precision yet again. Everyone by the creek remained silent. Once might be a coincidence, twice might also be a coincidence, but the third strike was enough to prove otherwise. This was the terrifying strength of Tang Tang. Ma Dan's older brother silently looked at the little girl across the creek. He knew that this territorial battle had no uncertainty anymore. They had lost, completely, without even a chance to fight back. What followed was a one-sided domination. No matter how carefully Ma Dan hid his marble behind the stones, Tang Tang's celestial strike from nowhere would accurately target and hit it every time. Even if the marble hid behind the stone at a negative angle, it only prolonged the survival by one more round, because in the next round, he had to step out from behind that stone, and the result was thus predictable. 15 rounds over 3 rounds of fights, plus 1 round Ma Dan had won in the first round, totaled 16 rounds. All crushing victories for Tang Tang. 16 consecutive wins. Match over. Of course, Ma Dan hadn't not tried to resist, even attempting to mimic Tang Tang's technique. But the results were tragic. Not a single time did he hit Tang Tang's marble hidden behind the stone. After trying himself, Ma Dan realized just how terrifying that move truly was. Leaving aside how difficult it was to aim like that, you also had no visibility. The marble was hiding behind a stone, and you could only guess where it was located behind the stone, striking blindly. What amazed Ma Dan the most was how Tang Tang could have known the exact location of his marble hidden behind the stone. This was absolutely impossible. Could she really guess the exact position of his marble, just by the angle it was flicked from? This had gone beyond the realm of human capability. That little girl on the opposite side was no ordinary girl. She was a superhuman, a god. Ma Dan was now utterly hopeless. When the final round ended, Ma Dan's eyes were completely lifeless. I told you, that was your only chance to beat me. Tang Tang's arrogant voice rang in his ears. But he didn't respond. He simply walked stiffly toward his older brother, emotionless like a soulless corpse. Brother, I'm sorry. I lost. I've lost the village for us, he muttered weakly. It's okay. It's not your fault. She's just too terrifying. Ma Dan's brother replied, his voice equally drained of strength. None of the children from the village who had supported Ma Dan spoke a word. Silence reigned. That outsider girl was just too horrifying. The sun had risen high in the sky, its rays blazing down on them, yet they felt none of its warmth. The sky was clear and cloudless, but their hearts were shadowed by dark clouds. If even the strongest, Ma Dan, couldn't defeat her, was there truly no one left in the village who could stop her? They looked at that small figure across the creek, and they understood. Just now, the entire village had fallen into her hands. At this moment, the village no longer belonged to them. It had fallen into the hands of an outsider. The village had entered its darkest era, in stark contrast to the heavy silence among Ma Dan's group. Tang Tang's side was filled with joy. There stood Tang Tang, climbing to the highest point of the creek. She placed her tiny hands on her hips and flipped her cape. The red cape flew behind her in the wind, and the black characters embroidered on it were clearly visible to everyone. She shouted in her childish voice, I, the female hero, am the best in the world, unifying the entire land. All eyes were drawn to Tang Tang, stunned by her presence. At that moment, despite how overly dramatic and childish her act was, everyone envied her deeply. To defeat all rivals and stand above the world, declaring oneself the strongest, that was the dream of countless boys. How many had dreamed of this very moment and yearned for it? And yet, now, a little girl had fulfilled that dream. Chen Sui Nian watched his daughter from the shore, pride sparkling in his eyes. See that? That's my daughter. Chapter 43. Tang's Conquest of the Six Directions, Unifying Peach Blossom. Triumph. The victorious song had already begun, and the red cape fluttered proudly in the wind. At this moment, Tang Tang was the brightest flame. The children who supported Tang gathered around her, cheering loudly. Hero Tang Tang is the best in the world. She has unified the entire village. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Their leader had accomplished something unprecedented in the village, successfully uniting all its territories. Tang Tang had thus written a bold chapter in the history of the village's kids. Historically known as Tang's Sweeping of the Six Directions, Unifying Peach Blossom. She had become the first marble general in the village's history. Ma Dan looked at the magnificent Tang Tang, his hands trembling non-stop. That position was originally supposed to be his. Before Tang Tang came, he was the strongest in the village and the most likely to unify it. But all of that had been taken away by an outsider. He was furious. He lamented at the injustice of fate. Since Ma was born, why was Tang born as well? His heart was now on the brink of collapse. Let's go, brother. This place no longer belongs to us. Let's go home and prepare for the next battle. Ma Dan's older brother saw his younger brother's trembling hands. He understood how his brother felt. This was nearly all prepared for him. He had always believed himself to be the chosen one, the favored by the heavens. But now, everything was shattered, like a broken dream. Saying this, he grabbed his brother's hand and walked away from this sorrowful place. That was how reality was. The winner takes all. The weak become stepping stones for others to climb to the top. And even the children who once supported him had now all run to Tang Tang, because now she alone controlled all the territories. Looking at the group of young followers around her, Tang Tang revealed a satisfied smile. Everyone quiet down. I'll now introduce my assistants to you. You can hand your snacks over to them in the future. Tang Tang coughed intentionally to quiet everyone down. The children gathered around her immediately grew quiet. This is my right-hand general, Xiuxian. Hearing his leader call his name, Xiuxian stood forward immediately, chest out and head held high. This is my chief general, De Huang. De Huang stepped forward proudly as well. You can hand over your snacks to them in the future. However, to celebrate my unification of the village today, there will be no snack collection for this month. As soon as Tang Tang finished speaking, cheers immediately erupted from the crowd below. Hero Tang Tang is the best. That's awesome. Though this decision meant she would earn no snacks this month, she knew from reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms that to prevent unrest in her territories, she must first win the hearts of the people. She could always collect the snacks next month. She was confident she could hold on to her territory. Beside her, xiuxian and Daisy looked on with astonishment. This little girl, so young, already knew how to reduce burdens to win popularity. If she had been born in chaotic times, she would definitely have been a ruthless hero. So it was no waste reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Dressed in a red cape and little skirt, Tang Tang stood out vividly among the children, like a blazing flame. xiuxian checked the time. It was about that time. The territory battle had already ended. It was time to bring this proud little girl home for dinner. Tang Tang, that's enough. It's time to go home for dinner. Coming. Tang Tang's cheerful voice rang out. She ran toward him with her short little legs, arms outstretched. xiuxian smiled softly and opened his arms, lifting the little flame into them. Daddy, am I awesome or what? In her daddy's arms, Tang Tang couldn't wait to ask for praise and approval. You're amazing. Hero Tang Tang is the awesomest hero I've ever seen. The greatest in the world. Hee, thank you, Daddy. Mua. Hearing her father's words that touched her heart, Tang Tang joyfully gave her dad a big kiss on the cheek. xiuxian knew Tang Tang was extremely happy today. She had achieved her goal, so he didn't hesitate to shower her with compliments. In truth, even if his daughter hadn't won today, she would still be his #1 hero, his most amazing little woman. Click. The sound of the camera shutter drew the pair's gaze. It was Daisy taking photos, capturing this warm scene. Oh my god, I couldn't help it. The moment when little angel Tang Tang kissed, you just now looked the most beautiful in the world. Please forgive me for another sneaky photo. Daisy said, looking slightly apologetic. That's okay, just don't post it online. xiuxian shook his head, showing no concern. Hee. Daisy sister, was I awesome just now? Did you capture the battle scene too? Tang Tang said excitedly, also hoping to hear praise from Daisy. Oh my little angel, you're the most amazing kid I've ever seen. I've never seen anyone as strong as you in my own country either. I've taken lots of photos, and I'll show them to you when we get back. What Daisy said was completely sincere. When it came to marbles, Tang Tang was definitely the best around. Awesome. Tang Tang joyfully cheered. Now she could admire her own glory over and over. Alright, let's go home. I'll cook a big meal to celebrate your triumphant return today, at lunchtime. xiuxian smiled and pinched Tang Tang's little cheek. Hee, Daddy is the best. Hearing about the big meal at lunch made Tang Tang even happier. Daisy was also smiling beside them. Thanks to the little angel Tang Tang, she would get to enjoy a delicious meal too. And so, the three of them, plus the cow horse, began their triumphant journey home. Ma Dan's older brother brought the broken-hearted Ma Dan back home. Ma Dan slumped into a chair, his eyes blank as he spoke. Brother, why? Why can someone be so strong? Ma Dan's older brother looked at his younger brother with pain in his heart. Not long ago, he had been so full of youthful ambition. Don't worry, little brother. If we can't beat her now, then we'll train harder. In the next territory battle, we will take back what was ours. Ma Dan shook his head stiffly. Brother, you haven't faced her yourself. You don't understand. I felt like a mere ant before her. She defeated me effortlessly. 16 consecutive losses. Brother, ever since I stepped onto the path of playing marbles, I've never been defeated so badly. All I can see in my mind now is her figure, that marble falling from the sky. That oppressive pressure is still haunting me. I feel like my hands can no longer even hold a marble. After saying that, Ma Dan tried to pick up a marble with his hand, but his hands were shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't even grip it. Seeing his brother's trembling hands, Ma Dan's older brother felt a sharp pain in his chest. He knew things were bad. His younger brother had developed a mental block. If he couldn't overcome this fear, his entire career as a marble player would be destroyed, and he would never be able to hold a marble again. That little girl is actually this terrifying. Ma Dan's older brother sighed inwardly. There was nothing he could do about a mental block. He could only hope his brother would eventually overcome it himself. It's okay, little brother. You will conquer everything. You are the strongest prodigy this village has ever had. Ma Dan's older brother tried to encourage his brother. It was all he could do now. Chapter 44. May I have your autograph? Peach trees dotted the small path between the village houses. 3 people, 1 cow, and a horse were walking along, chatting and laughing. Daddy, can I buy a few more capes when we get home? I want black ones, white ones, and purple ones too. Xiuxian hesitated for a moment, instinctively wanting to say no. But then he recalled Tang Tang's commanding presence today. Indeed, the cape had suited that scene perfectly. He also thought that he had already lost face enough today anyway, so he nodded and agreed. All right, I'll order them on the phone once we get back. It's been a while since I bought you new clothes. We can also look for some little dresses. Wah, Daddy is the best. Tang Tang felt like she was about to burst with happiness today. Not only had she won the territory contest, but her dad was going to cook for her, and even agreed to buy her the capes he used to not allow her to wear. Multiple ones. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Daddy, can I skip my handwriting practice this afternoon? Tang Tang blinked her big eyes hopefully at Xiuxian. Xiuxian's lips curled up slightly. Good? Good for what? You must think I'm pretty gullible. Absolutely not. You still need to practice your writing. Fine, I'll do it. Tang Tang was about to squeal with excitement after hearing the initial good, but Xiuxian abruptly turned her down, leaving her hope dashed for nothing. Xiuxian couldn't quite understand what the little girl was thinking. How could she even make such a request? There was no way he would agree. She definitely needed to practice writing. Daisy quietly watched the father-daughter interaction. She found such a warm scene quite pleasant just to observe. I wonder when I could have a daughter as lovely as her. If little angel Tang Tang were my daughter. Daisy thought this, and then suddenly glanced at Xiuxian's handsome face as he held Tang Tang, and her eyes sparkled. Chun is a single dad, and yet so handsome, with such a lovely daughter. He cooks deliciously and is so gentle. Marrying him doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. As Daisy kept thinking, her face turned red. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks with her hand, quickly shook her head, and pushed those thoughts out of her mind. But the way she looked at Xiuxian had already changed. Suddenly, Xiuxian furrowed his eyebrows as he spotted 2 familiar figures doing something very familiar. He covered Tang Tang's eyes with his hand, sighed, and handed her over to Daisy. Daisy also saw the 2 familiar people and grimaced slightly. She took Tang Tang and immediately continued covering her eyes. Only Tang Tang looked utterly confused, unaware of what was happening. Daddy, Daisy's sister, what's going on? Nothing. Just something you shouldn't see. Daisy, keep an eye on her. I'll be right back. Okay, Chun. Without another word, Xiuxian strode toward the 2 men locked in a fight. He didn't understand. The path from the creek to home was in a completely different direction than yesterday's. Logically, they shouldn't have met at all. Also, why did these 2 fight again? Told you to leave earlier. You just wouldn't listen. Now the territory contest is over, and you blame me. What do you think you deserve if not a beating? Lin Yo said while pinning Wang Daju underneath him. If you hadn't dragged me to peep at Annie He on the way, would we have been late? Wang Daju suddenly pushed hard, catching Lin Yo off guard, and flipped him over, so he was underneath. Approaching closer, Xiuxian finally understood. These 2 must have wanted to come watch the territory contest. Maybe on the way someone had told them it was already over, so they started blaming each other and eventually ended up fighting. Cough cough. He walked over helplessly and cleared his throat. The 2 fighters, caught up in their tussle, heard the familiar voice and their faces changed. Looking up, they saw it was Xiuxian. Whoosh, they instantly sprang apart. Big brother good. We were just messing around. Yeah, just doing some exercise, not serious at all. Both Lin Yo and Wang Daju hurried to explain. All right, get lost. Don't block our way here. Got it. We'll leave right away. And with that, Lin Yo and Wang Daju hurried off with excitement. Xiuxian had no intention of talking more with these 2. They had fought for 3 consecutive days, and their little boat of friendship still hadn't capsized. It seemed like fighting might just be their hobby. If it hadn't coincidentally happened right on his way home, Xiuxian wouldn't have bothered with them at all. He waved at Daisy to signal that everything was settled and motioned for her to come over. Only then did Daisy uncover Tang Tang's eyes and walked with her to reunite with Xiuxian. Daddy, did someone get into another fight again? Tang Tang asked excitedly. Tang Tang, hearing the muffled sounds, guessed the reason. Yeah, Xiuxian nodded. Then did Daddy grab each of them with one hand again? Tang Tang's voice was full of excitement. She wanted to know if her daddy had shown off his might again. No, by the time Daddy arrived, they had already finished fighting and left. Daddy wasn't even involved. Oh, Xiuxian's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her. All right, let's go home quickly. It's almost 11 o'clock. Xiuxian checked the time and spoke up. He had promised Tang Tang a big lunch today and needed to save some extra time for it. The rest of the way home was uneventful, except for some villagers who had taken an interest in the territory contest. Upon learning that Tang Tang had won first place, they congratulated her a few times. However, the little girl, upon hearing this, eagerly chased after them and asked if they wanted her autograph. The villagers were first taken aback, then laughed. Sure, but we don't have a pen on us, so maybe another time. But to their surprise, Tang Tang immediately pulled out a pen from her pocket. Xiuxian and the villagers couldn't help but twitch their lips. Wow, did you plan this in advance? You even carry a pen with you everywhere. But we don't have any paper either. We can't possibly sign on clothes, it'll wash off. One villager had barely finished speaking when Tang Tang pulled out a small notebook. Xiuxian stood there stunned. Where on earth did that come from? He clearly remembered that her little dress pocket wasn't that big. Also, Who on earth carries a notebook and pen just waiting to sign autographs? Seeing Tang Tang's adorable face and expectant eyes, the villager had no choice but to nod in agreement. Tang Tang joyfully signed her name, still a bit wobbly, onto the notebook. The villager happily accepted it. Though it might not mean much to him, it could be a gift for his own child. Considering Tang Tang's current status among the village kids, his child would definitely love it. From then on, every time a villager greeted Tang Tang along the way, she would sign her name and give it to them. By the end of the journey, that small notebook was almost completely filled and nearly torn apart. Finally, the 3 people, 1 cow, and 1 horse were nearly back at the farmhouse. Chapter 45. Xiuxian severely beats Fan and Jian. By now, many people had already gathered outside the farm restaurant, chatting in groups while they waited. Most of them were familiar faces from the previous day because the food here was just too delicious to have only once. It just so happened that today was the weekend. So many people who had gone home could not endure the craving anymore. Controlled by their inner gluttony, they had driven back here early, all hoping to taste Xiuxian's food as soon as possible. Boss, could you open the door earlier? Yeah, look how early we came. It wasn't easy. You don't open until 2 p.m. That's just too late. Some customers began to speak up, hoping Xiuxian could open earlier. Sorry everyone, the opening time is clearly written outside. Because I have a daughter who needs a nap at noon, we can only open at 2 p.m. Xiuxian replied calmly. Boss, can't you just be a bit flexible? Taking a nap isn't that big a deal. Your daughter's nap isn't more important than our meals. If you refuse money, aren't you an idiot? Suddenly, a harsh voice came out from within the crowd. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to tell who had spoken, exchanging confused glances. Xiuxian frowned. With his enhanced physical senses, his hearing had also improved, immediately pinpointing the man who had just spoken. He was a monkey-faced man with sharp features, now feigning innocence amidst the crowd. Xiuxian's lips curled slightly as he called for Daisy to take Tang Tang inside first. Once Daisy and Tang Tang had entered the living room, Xiuxian approached the monkey-faced man directly. You can leave now. Don't force me to beat you. Wu Jian's face changed as he looked up at the man standing before him. He hadn't expected to be found out. He considered himself a professional, hired precisely to hide within the crowd and stir things up with provocative comments. In the business, most people had, at one time or another, been discovered and beaten, but not him. Never had he been found. He was known as a role model in this particular field. Yet today, in this remote little mountain village, a simple farm restaurant owner had spotted him. Still, he put on a brave face. Boss, what do you mean by that? I've been waiting here for so long. You're suddenly chasing me away for no reason. It seems a bit like bullying customers as a big shop, don't you think? Wu Jian was an old fox. He wanted to brand Xiuxian immediately as arrogant and unfair. Without evidence, what could he do? Moreover, the people here had all been waiting a while, and they still needed to wait over 2 more hours for the food. Many likely already felt a bit resentful toward Xiuxian. If he could stir up emotions, others might back him up. Yeah, boss, you can't just chase people out like that. We waited a long time without any complaints, so suddenly kicking someone out doesn't seem fair. Hardly had Wu Jian finished speaking when someone else spoke out in support. A hint of joy appeared in Wu Jian's heart. He knew it was his accomplice, Li Fan, helping him apply pressure on Xiuxian. Xiuxian remained expressionless, merely turning to look at the man who had spoken. This was a man of plain appearance, whom Xiuxian had already noticed earlier. The man, upon seeing Xiuxian approach Wu Jian, had silently moved from beside Wu Jian to a different part of the crowd. Xiuxian gave a cold laugh. He now understood the trickery of these 2 men. This man had moved away the moment he saw his companion being targeted, trying to avoid being seen as working together. Then, pretending to be just another person, he had backed up his companion with words. The unknowing bystanders nearby began to stir. Li Fan, experienced as he was, immediately continued to stir the crowd. Boss, I don't think the person who spoke earlier was even him. How can you arbitrarily pick someone out of anger? That seems quite unreasonable. If you run your business like this, no matter how good your food is, we'd be too scared to eat here. Someone with a fiery temper in the crowd responded immediately. Yeah, boss, everything you do must have proof. If not, we'd feel too insecure eating here. What if something happened and you blamed us? At the entrance, the crowd was now fully restless. Yeah, boss, you can't behave like this. You made us wait, and that's fine. We accept your restaurant's rules. But you can't just chase someone away like that. The crowd began buzzing, attacking Xiuxian. Only a few people moved aside, unwilling to get caught up in this messy affair. Wu Jian, looking at Xiuxian mockingly, thought to himself. So what if you figured it out? Just watch. I'll make sure you don't have a single customer left. Can you all shut up? Do any of you have any evidence that the boss did anything wrong before you start attacking him? Suddenly, a girl's voice exploded through the crowd. Perhaps because she had shouted too loudly, the entire crowd instantly fell silent, all turning their heads to look at the girl who had just spoken. Xiuxian also looked at the girl in surprise. She was a young girl, likely still in university. Her long black hair reached down to her waist, and her delicate heart-shaped face still carried a hint of youthful innocence. Possibly because her shout had been too loud, her face was still slightly flushed, and she was taking small, panting breaths. Little girl, you can't think like that. The boss was the one who threw someone out without proof first. Li Fan, noticing the sudden chill in the atmosphere, quickly spoke up. Ning Xiu had just opened her mouth to snap back at him when another calm, male voice rang out. It was Xiuxian speaking. If you want evidence, I'll give you evidence. Chen Suiyin walked outside the courtyard gate to an empty space beside a large tree, pointing up at it. Come take a look for yourselves. Curious, everyone turned to look, wondering what kind of evidence Chen Suiyin could have found. When they saw what was on the tree, everyone froze. Because mounted on the tree was a camera pointed directly at the courtyard gate, and it was the kind with audio recording capabilities. I spent a lot of money on this camera. It's an Ultra HD one. At this distance, I can even see the wrinkles on your faces. And yes, it records audio too. Would you like to go check the footage with me? Chen Suiyin spoke slowly. Wu Jian and Li Fan stood frozen, unable to believe that this small farm restaurant had hidden a microphone-enabled camera on the tree. Chen Suiyin walked up to Wu Jian and gently patted his stunned shoulder. It wasn't a big deal originally. You could have just left. But you stirred up the crowd. You deserved it. Smack. Wu Jian tried to beg for mercy, but hadn't even gotten a word out before being slapped straight onto the ground. Chen Suiyin had actually pulled his punch. Given his strength, he was afraid he might kill Wu Jian with a full-force slap. Then, he walked toward Li Fan. If I'm not mistaken, you're working with him, right? No, I'm not. You can't hit me. I'm not with him at all. Li Fan tried to deny everything, but seeing Chen Suiyin's muscular frame, he instinctively stepped back in fear. Smack. Without saying a word, Chen Suiyin swung his arm again, and Li Fan let out a pitiful cry as he was knocked to the ground. Get out of here. If not, I'll slap you both a few more times. Wu Jian and Li Fan didn't dare to say another word. Covering their faces, they fled the scene in panic. Chapter 46. Tell me, on what grounds? Chen Suiyin watched the two retreating figures fleeing in disgrace, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. As the best dad ever, how could he not install surveillance cameras around his own home? And it wasn't just this one tree that had cameras. His house was protected with 360-degree, Chunfeng-weight security. He turned his gaze to the crowd and pointed towards the people who had just walked aside, refusing to get dragged into the mess, and the girl who had spoken up for him. Except for you all, and that girl, everyone else can leave. I suppose I don't have to explain why, Chen Suiyin said calmly, without the slightest hint of emotion in his tone. But it was like throwing a bomb into the crowd. Immediately chaos erupted. What do you mean? We didn't do anything. Yeah, what did we do? Why are you chasing us away? Isn't the person who insulted you already gone? Some people in the crowd feigned ignorance and started to argue. Yeah, now you're acting innocent. What you all did just now, you've already forgotten everything. Such thick skin. Ning Xiu couldn't stand it anymore. This group was simply too shameless, so she shouted back. Hey, miss, why are you cursing people? We were just ignorant, that's why we got misled. How can you blame us for that? That's right. Nobody's perfect. Be more generous, boss. Let us keep eating. Listening to the voices in the crowd, Chen Suiyin shook his head in disappointment. He stopped Ning Xiu from continuing and spoke up himself. In your ignorance, why did you immediately believe those two men instead of me? Tell me on what grounds? Why did you immediately accuse me without knowing the facts? Tell me on what grounds? And after realizing you were wrong, why did you expect me to be magnanimous without even apologizing? Tell me on what grounds? Chen Suiyin's tone was cold as he confronted the crowd. These three grounds left the group completely speechless, their faces growing increasingly pale. He is so cool. Ning Xiu stared at the sharp-tongued Chen Suiyin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Just leave quickly. I don't welcome people here who can't distinguish right from wrong and just point fingers blindly. Hearing this, what face did that group still have to remain? They all fled instantly. In front of the farm restaurant, a large crowd had vanished in a moment. Chen Suiyin addressed the remaining group. All of you can come inside and wait in the courtyard. As the remaining people were still stunned by Chen Suiyin's commanding presence, Ning Xiu rushed up to him excitedly, her pretty eyes sparkling. Wow boss, you're so cool. You're my idol. Chen Suiyin was taken aback. This girl was quite lively. Not really. I just couldn't stand it. But you, young as you are, seem much clearer-minded than those people. Of course, people like them are social tumors, while I am a beautiful flower of society. Ning Xiu happily accepted Chen Suiyin's compliment and proudly gave herself another plug. Chen Suiyin smiled slightly. Well said. Whatever you eat today in my shop will be free, as a thank you for speaking up earlier. He liked this girl quite a bit. She was righteous and had a solid moral compass. He didn't mind treating her to a meal. After all, encouraging good deeds could only make the world better. Yay, thank you boss. Boss is so handsome. But boss, I still have another friend. Is that okay? Ning Xiu waved her hand, and a shy girl hiding among the crowd walked to her side with a red face. She's a bit introverted, so she hid earlier. Hello boss. Hello. Chen Suiyin looked at the girl who had walked up beside Ning Xiu. She had short hair and wore glasses, clearly the well-behaved type. It's fine. No problem at all. One more person made no difference. Chen Suiyin wasn't that petty. Thank you boss then. You're welcome. Rest in the courtyard for now. I need to go cook for my daughter. After saying that to Ning Xiu, Chen Suiyin returned to the living room. Ruan Yao, this boss is totally my idol. Handsome and such a great person. Ning Xiu patted the shoulder of the shy girl next to her excitedly. Okay, stop fangirling. Let's find a seat. It's going to take a while. Ruan Yao shook her head with a smile at her friend's starry-eyed admiration. When Chen Suiyin returned to the living room, he saw both Daisy and Tang Tang giving him thumbs up. Daddy is so cool. You're definitely my daddy and didn't make me lose face. Upon hearing Tang Tang's precocious comment, Chen Suiyin accepted it without protest. He squatted down and used his hands to pinch her chubby little face mercilessly. What are you talking about? You're getting too bold for your own good. Ow. Daddy, I'm sorry. Please stop pinching me. Tang Tang began to beg for mercy, succumbing to Chun Sui Nian's merciless hands. That's better. Only then did Chun Sui Nian release Tang Tang's soft, tender little face. Oh Chun, you're amazing. You chased away so many people all by yourself. Daisy's blue eyes sparkled with admiration. Not really, not really. They were wrong from the beginning. I just took advantage of their weaknesses. Chun Sui Nian replied modestly with a smile. All right then, I should hurry and prepare lunch. After all the commotion, a bit of time had passed. The hard-working chef Chun had to get back to the kitchen quickly. He firmly rejected the idea of letting Daisy and Tang Tang help him in the kitchen. These two delicate women, who had never touched water or real work, would only slow him down. Opening the refrigerator, Chun Sui Nian found it fully stocked with fresh vegetables. Each morning, he would visit the system's storage space to stock up, filling the fridge to the brim. The ingredients needed for the afternoon business would be transferred to a small room next to the kitchen during the midday break. This small storage room contained everything Chun Sui Nian needed for cooking. He took out today's vegetables from the fridge. Since he had promised Tang Tang a big feast, he had a busy day ahead. Potatoes were peeled, sliced into strips, rinsed to remove starch, and stir-fried over high heat. Eggplants were cut into chunks, soaked in salted water for 10 minutes, then drained, coated in cornstarch, gently fried until tender, and finally tossed in sauce to soak up the flavor. Chef Chun worked diligently in the kitchen, and soon, fresh vegetables were transformed into delicious dishes. Each dish looked beautiful, smelled irresistible, and tasted heavenly. Once the dishes were brought to the dining table, Daisy and Tang Tang, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately began tasting them with chopsticks. Seeing the two girls eating heartily, Chun Sui Nian smiled with satisfaction. The fatigue from cooking just now vanished entirely. Chapter 47. That old man came to mooch off a meal again. After the three of them finished eating the entire table of dishes, Chun Suian asked Tang Tang to go upstairs for a nap, and Daisy also went to her room to rest after helping Chun Suian wash the dishes. Chun Suian, on the other hand, began preparing for the afternoon's business, taking out about the same amount of ingredients from the system's secondary space as he had done the previous day. He started making some preparations in advance, chopping ingredients and mixing sauces, ensuring that he could sell more during the afternoon shift. As for the possibility of finishing all preparations and not selling anything, Chun Suian was completely unconcerned. That sort of thing hardly ever happened in his farmhouse restaurant. The issue was usually not enough to meet demand. Driving away a small group of people had barely affected his revenue. Whether that group would speak ill of his shop afterward or attempt revenge, Chun Suian couldn't be bothered to care, nor was he afraid. Li Fan and Wu Jian drove down the road, leaving the village. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Wu Jian, sitting in the passenger seat, covered his face and said bitterly, "I just can't figure it out. How did he recognize me? I changed my voice deliberately, yet he figured it out in an instant." Li Fan, keeping one hand on the steering wheel while covering his face with the other, replied, "Although I don't understand how he recognized you either, I do know one thing. He hits hard. My face is still burning after nearly an hour. Shit, mine's the same. That guy must have martial arts training. Never thought I'd mess up in such a small village." Wu Jian shot back irritably. Li Fan sighed and said, "Messed up is messed up after all. We are in this business, so it's nothing surprising. The only pity is the food. We won't get to taste it again." Their profession came with a certain unwritten rule. Once you got caught and beaten, that cleared the debt, and revenge was off limits. It was like keeping a bit of hidden virtue for themselves. Li Fan had no intention of pursuing this further. Wu Jian, however, didn't agree with that view. He wasn't going to care about rules this time. Being beaten by someone like that, there was no way he'd just let it go. He needed to go back and find a way to vent his anger. He must ruin that farmhouse restaurant, or else he wouldn't have lived up to his reputation all these years. A trace of malice flickered through his eyes. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Suian opened the doors on schedule. Customers swarmed in, and business remained thriving as ever. Meanwhile, Ning Xiao and Ruan Yao, two girls, wasted no time being polite to Chun Suian. They ordered 4 dishes total. And for the tourists who came to Peach Blossom Village, the sight of the flowers seemed forgotten. In the end, they were all captured by Chun Suian's meals. They all stopped by for a hearty meal before going up the mountain to casually enjoy the peach blossoms afterward to help digest the feast. Busy times passed quickly. The sky had already been painted in a golden-orange hue by sunset. 4 hours had passed in no time. Chun Suian locked the courtyard gates, ending the day's work, and brought the remaining dishes up to the dining table, calling for Daisy and Tang Tang to come eat. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, Chun Suian heard a familiar middle-aged voice. "Xiuxian, it's me, the village chief. I've come to talk to you about something." Outside the courtyard gate, the village chief Li Dashan knocked on the door. Chun Suian looked at the dishes on the dining table and grimaced. What a time to pick. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? That old man definitely came to mooch off another free meal. Still, this was good timing. There were things Chun Suian needed the village chief for too. Chun Suian stood up, went to the courtyard, and opened the gate for the village chief. Li Dashan's grinning face immediately came into view. "Xiuxian, am I interrupting your dinner?" Li Dashan smiled as he saw Chun Suian come to open the door. Chun Suian twitched at the corner of his mouth. "You know damn well what time it is, so why even ask?" Chun Suian mentally grumbled but held back, needing to ask the village chief for help afterward. "Not at all, chief. The dishes are just on the table. Would you like to join us for some food?" "My pleasure. I haven't eaten yet. Let's have dinner first, and then we'll talk about business." When he heard Chun Suian offering him a seat, Li Dashan's wrinkled face lit up with joy. That was exactly why he chose this moment to come. What a guy? He actually accepted without a second thought. You could at least pretend to be subtle. Geez. Looks like being thick-skinned has its perks, xiuxian mentally commented. Xiuxian led the village chief into the living room. When Tang Tang and Daisy saw Li Dashan walk in, they both displayed expressions as if facing a formidable foe. Without saying a word to greet him, they hastened their eating pace instead. They knew that this old man would come and snatch the dishes away from them. Li Dashan, who had just raised his hand to greet them, quietly put it back down when he saw that the two women clearly had no interest in acknowledging him. Although he was also anxious now and wanted to rush to the table, because he knew the fighting power of these two women, he still had to maintain some dignity as the village chief. Only after xiuxian brought bowls and chopsticks did he finally join the battle. Immediately, a tripartite confrontation formed at the dinner table. Why 3 sides? Naturally, because xiuxian was too weak to compete with the other 3. Soon, the battle ended, and the dining table was completely cleared. Li Dashan put down his chopsticks contentedly, feeling physically and mentally refreshed. It was even more delicious than meals cooked by his own wife. Village chief, go ahead, tell me what you came for? xiuxian asked while looking at the village chief slumped in the chair. Oh right, I still had official business to talk about. Li Dashan straightened his posture. Eating had made him too comfortable, nearly causing him to forget. You see, Xiuxian, so many people go in and out of your farmhouse restaurant every day. I thought, how about letting villagers sell some handmade products near your place? Do you think that's okay? xiuxian thought for a moment and found no problem. It wouldn't affect him at all, plus it could help villagers increase their income. He saw no reason not to agree. He nodded and said, that's fine, there's no problem. But since I only operate in the afternoon, lunchtime would be when visitors come, so remind the villagers to be mindful of the timing. No problem. As long as you agree, everything is fine. Tonight, the village chief was truly satisfied. Not only had his request been accepted, but most importantly, he had gotten a free meal again. Chief, your matter is settled, and you've had your fill. Now it's my turn. I hope to trouble you with one request, if you don't mind. There's no question of mind or not. Whatever you need, Xiuxian, I will definitely help. Without even asking what the request was, Li Dashan immediately agreed. xiuxian was his benefactor, and helping him would only make it more justified for the village chief to keep mooching meals in the future. That's great, chief. I want to lease about 10 mu of land around here. But when he heard xiuxian's request, the smile on his face froze. He doubted his ears. He must have misheard. Xiuxian, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Li Dashan couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked again. Chapter 48. Oh my god, Chun, this is bribery. xiuxian had expected the village chief's reaction, so he repeated once again. Chief, I want to lease about 10 mu of land around the farmhouse. Hearing Chun repeat it, Li Dashan finally believed his ears, but he couldn't figure out why he needed such a large piece of land. Xiuxian, why do you need such a big piece of land? It's not like you need it for the farmhouse. Chun really wanted to reply, I don't know either, it's the system's task. Go ask the system yourself. But he couldn't say that or he'd be considered insane. He made up an excuse. You see, Chief, you know my cooking is especially delicious. There's another reason. It's because I use a special method to grow vegetables, which tastes slightly better than regular ones. So I want to lease the nearby land to grow vegetables. Of course, all this was just made up by Chun. Getting the land first was the priority. Whether he would actually farm it or not could be discussed later. Li Dashan found Chin's reason rather unconvincing. The land around the farmhouse is all barren and sloped, so it's practically abandoned. Leasing it to you is not a problem, but if you're going to use it for farming, the harvest will definitely be poor. Also, how can you manage to farm 10 mu of land alone? Li Dashan had found the suspicious point. You, xiuxian, would die of exhaustion trying to farm 10 mu of land alone. Chin knew his reasoning was flimsy, but he couldn't think of a better excuse. Chief, do you trust me? I can turn these 10 mu of land into treasure. So he decided to bypass logic and directly appeal to trust. Li Dashan was taken aback by Chin's question. I want to believe you, but it's clearly impossible. Chief, since the land nearby is just going to waste anyway, wouldn't it be better for me to lease it? Chun persisted in persuading him. It's not that I'm unwilling, but 10 mu is quite a lot. Not so easy to lease. Li Dashan replied with difficulty, glancing at Chun, then at the table. xiuxian naturally understood immediately. You can come eat for free every week. Every 3 days. Every 5 days. Deal. Chun understood the meaning behind the village chief's words. There wasn't really any problem. It was just this old man wanted to get free meals. So, finally, he reached an agreement with the village chief that the latter could come for free once every 5 days. You know, Xiuxian, I've always believed in you. These 10 mu of land will surely be transformed under your hands. Li Dashan said happily. You weren't saying that just now. Can't you stop changing your tune so fast? Chen was mentally mocking the shameless old man. Don't worry, Chief, of course I will. Still, Chen didn't say it out loud. After all, they had just reached an agreement. Oh my god. Chun, you two are bribing each other. Daisy exclaimed, having understood the conversation between Chun and Li. However, Li Dashan and xiuxian gave her a terrifying stare, the kind that implied, you talk, we kill you. Oh, I must have heard wrong. Looking frightened under their gaze, Daisy tilted her head, indicating that she hadn't heard anything at all. Only then did Li and Chun withdraw their glares and resumed their pleasant chatter. Xiuxian, I think I'll go first. Come to the village committee tomorrow if you have time to handle the paperwork. Sure, Chief. I'll be there in the morning. Take care. While walking off together, Li Dashan and xiuxian kept chatting joyfully, like old friends who had known each other for years. After seeing off the village chief, Chen locked the courtyard gate and sighed in relief. At least he'd gotten past this obstacle. The task should be completed tomorrow. Meanwhile, Li Dashan also felt quite pleased as he left the farmhouse. Not only had he resolved the issue of villagers selling handmade products, but he had also dealt with the large plot of wasteland. Most importantly, he could come here for a free meal every 5 days from now on. Although he had some private savings, it was barely enough for 1 or 2 meals, and he was reluctant to spend it. If he could get free meals, why should he spend his own money? As for what Chen wanted the wasteland for, as long as Chen didn't break the law, he wouldn't pry much. Chen didn't seem like the type to do anything bad. There must be a reason for it. Thinking like this, Li Dashan reached home. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife staring at him from the dinner table. Then came a loud, scolding roar. "You rotten old man, coming home this late without even telling me. Do you want me to make sure you never return home again?" Li Dashan felt a throb in his head. "Don't be angry, my dear wife. I was just busy at the village committee, so I forgot." He didn't dare to tell his wife that he had gone to the farmhouse to discuss things. She would surely think he went there to ogle beautiful women, and then he'd never be able to explain himself. It had already spread around the village, saying that there was a Eurasian beauty working at the farmhouse down by Peach Blossom Hill. And to make matters worse, Li Dashan had forgotten to send his wife a message in the evening because he was trying to seize the opportunity for a free meal. So he could only claim he had been working at the village committee. "Fine, considering how busy you've been lately with the village's poverty alleviation efforts, I'll forgive you this once. Hurry up and eat. I saved some food for you," said Li Dashan's wife, xiuxian. Li Dashan twitched his lips. Just now he had eaten so much at the farmhouse. How could he possibly eat more? If he did, he might actually throw up. "Wife, I'm actually not really." What did you say?" xiuxian shot him a fierce glare. The words Li had started to say got stuck back in his throat. "Nothing. I said I'm almost starving." "That's more like it. I kept this food warm for you for so long. If you don't finish it, you'll be sorry." Upon hearing his wife's words, he sat down at the dining table, chopsticks in hand, but hesitated to take a bite. He really was too full. Eating more would definitely make him vomit. And if he did, his wife would think he disliked her cooking, making things even worse for him. Either way, it seemed like he was doomed. Right now, he deeply regretted not just telling the truth earlier, that he had been at the farmhouse discussing things. "What? Why aren't you eating? Do you want me to feed you myself?" xiuxian glared at Li Dashan, who still hadn't lifted his chopsticks. Li Dashan steeled himself. Either way, he really couldn't eat another bite. "Wife, I'm not hungry. I really don't feel like eating much. Let's just save the food for tomorrow." Hearing Li Dashan's words, xiuxian's face darkened. Her hand gripped his collar tightly as she questioned him. "Oh, so suddenly you can't eat? Have you already eaten outside? Where did you eat? Who were you with? Did you go see some other fox spirit?" Her questions exploded like bombs in Li Dashan's mind. It made his head ring loudly, buzzing with fear. Chapter 49. A scream that rang to the heavens. Li Dashan was grabbed by the collar by xiuxian, feeling as if he must have done something terribly wrong in a past life. How had he ended up married to such a wife? He quickly begged for mercy. "Come on, honey, I never said I was looking for a fox spirit. Can't you see how old I am? Then why won't you eat it?" Fine, I'll eat it. Isn't that what you want?" Li Dashan sighed deeply. In the end, he couldn't escape his fate. So why hadn't he just eaten it from the start? All the words he had spoken earlier would have been the point. Li Dashan's heart sank into endless gloom. Staring at the dish on the table, he picked up a mouthful with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth. It had been a perfectly fine dish, but now he couldn't taste anything at all. In fact, he felt slightly nauseous. He chewed for a long time, unable to swallow. "What are you playing at, chewing so carefully like that? Swallow it right now." xiuxian couldn't stand it, such a tiny bite, and he was chewing for so long. Li Dashan's heart ached. It wasn't that he didn't want to swallow. It was his stomach that refused to comply. Seeing Li Dashan still hadn't swallowed, xiuxian smacked him hard on the mouth. Caught off guard, under the external force, the food in his mouth was pushed down his throat. Naturally, his stomach protested furiously. It rejected the food entirely. The contents in his stomach started to surge upward. Finally, it reached the edge of his mouth, and Li Dashan couldn't hold it back anymore. He vomited it out powerfully. That's right, not just a simple vomit. It sprayed out violently, right onto xiuxian's body. xiuxian froze instantly, and then a scream that reached the heavens rang out. "Li Dashan, you're dead meat. Honey, puke. No, please don't." Li Dashan's pleading voice also rang to the heavens, but mixed in with the sound of vomiting. Unlike the turbulent situation with village chief Li, xiuxian was enjoying a particularly warm and cozy moment inside the farmhouse. Beside him sat a beautiful woman, and in his arms was an adorable little girl. Together, they happily watched television. As for the show, with Tang Tang around, there was no need for explanation. Of course, it was Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Actually, neither xiuxian nor Daisy had any intention of competing with Tang Tang over the TV. "Oh right, Daisy, can I see the photos you took today?" xiuxian suddenly remembered that Daisy had taken quite a few photos of Tang Tang today. "Oh yes, Chun, of course." After saying that, Daisy went to her room, retrieved the camera, and handed it to xiuxian. "Daddy, I want to see them too." Tang Tang's attention was drawn to the camera, diverting her eyes from the TV screen. xiuxian flipped through the photos with Tang Tang. In the pictures, Tang Tang wore a red cape, basking in the sunlight, her little posture standing straight and proud. A young general indeed. Even the overly dramatic pose looked atmospheric under Daisy's photography skills. xiuxian whistled. So this was the charm of photography? Tang Tang, however, couldn't tear her eyes away, staring at the camera screen, stars sparkling in her eyes. Daddy, look. I look so cool. Yes, our Tang Tang does look very cool. xiuxian had to admit, those photos truly turned out very nicely. Flipping further through the images, he reached the photo of Tang Tang kissing him. Even though he was holding her in his arms, her bright red cape was still fluttering in the air. In the photo, only Tang Tang's rosy cheek and pouting lips kissing his face were visible, her eyes filled with joy, like a proud little creature blazing with red. As for xiuxian, his face was beaming with happiness, pure joy radiating from every corner of his expression. The entire photograph overflowed with happiness. xiuxian really wanted to print the picture and frame it. But there was no place to develop photos in the village. He would have to go to the city sometime. Tang Tang, would you like to go into the city to play for a bit? When she heard her father's words, Tang Tang's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to go to the amusement park. Hearing that, xiuxian's heart tightened. Since Tang Tang had grown up, he had never once taken her to the amusement park. Not that he didn't want to go, but every time, things fell through. Because of work, xiuxian rarely had any vacation time. And when he finally managed to get a few days off, his ex-wife suddenly changed plans because of one of her parties. She had to attend a gathering instead, and they ended up arguing, with the amusement park visit completely forgotten. Thinking about this, xiuxian felt deep guilt toward Tang Tang. He gently patted his daughter's head, smiling slightly. All right then, I'll pick a day, and we'll go into the city. Daddy will take you to experience every single ride in the amusement park. Yay, Daddy is the best. Tang Tang said joyfully. Daisy, can you send me these photos? I'll get them printed when we go to the city. xiuxian didn't forget to add as he spoke. Oh, of course. Can I go with you? I have a car. I can drive you there. Daisy said she wants to go with us. xiuxian nodded. That worked out perfectly. He wouldn't have to take Tang Tang on the bus then. Great. That'll be very convenient. Thank you. Oh, no problem at all, Chun. I really want to go to the amusement park too. Joy sparkled in Daisy's eyes. She could really go to the amusement park with Tang Tang. Yay, can Daisy JJ ride the roller coaster with us? Tang Tang suddenly exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Daisy's expression stiffened. She hated roller coasters the most. Why was this little girl not like other little girls? Couldn't she just love the merry-go-round like normal kids? No, you're too young to ride that. Before Daisy could even open her mouth, xiuxian had already crushed Tang Tang's idea in the bud. Daisy shot xiuxian a grateful glance. It would have been hard for her to refuse directly. But I wanna. Dad, why not? I wanna ride it. You just said you'd go on every ride with me. You can't lie to a kid. Tang Tang pouted, clearly upset, calling her father out for breaking his promise. It's not that Dad won't let you ride. It's just that you're too small. The staff won't allow you to get on. It's too dangerous, okay? xiuxian patiently explained to her. Well then, if not the roller coaster, what can I play on? Tang Tang felt a bit down for a moment, but soon bounced back with excitement. Oh my little angel, we can go on the merry-go-round. Daisy quickly suggested. The merry-go-round. Horses. Can they go to war too? Tang Tang's eyes sparkled again. She loved war stories the most. Daisy paused for a moment, twitching her lips. No, not the war kind. They're beautiful horses, and you sit on them, and they spin around in circles. At first, Tang Tang's face fell when she realized it wasn't for fighting, but then perked up again when hearing about the beautiful horses. She liked beautiful things very much. Okay, I want to ride that. Daisy finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least she had found something she and Tang Tang could enjoy together. xiuxian smiled gently. His daughter had such a wide variety of interests. She loved both the things boys liked and the things girls liked. Chapter 50. Even the most ordinary person can become irreplaceable. Tang Tang was a girl, but just like every little boy, she loved pretending to be a knight-errant, playing marbles, and even reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And she was even more into the dramatic and overly emotional cool stuff than most boys, like that cape. Only someone deeply immersed in the dramatic flair of their youth would actually like wearing it. But at the same time, she also loved the things girls usually enjoy, like pretty dresses, flowers, and stuffed animals. Nothing was off limits for Tang Tang. She was also even more self-obsessed than most girls. Back then, she and Daisy spent a full hour and more taking photos by a small pond beneath a big locust tree. xiuxian also noticed that, all her life, Tang Tang had never really disliked anything. She remained full of curiosity about the world and wanted to try absolutely everything. Oh wait, except for the news broadcast. xiuxian glanced at his daughter, who was excitedly discussing the amusement park project with Aunt Daisy, suddenly remembering that his daughter actually did have things she hated. A thought formed in his mind. If Tang Tang misbehaved next time, he would punish her by making her watch the news broadcast. He imagined how incredibly expressive her little face would be. xiuxian grinned wickedly as he imagined Tang Tang's face, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. Tang Tang was chatting happily with Daisy, her mind brimming with wonderful fantasies about the amusement park. Unaware that beside her, her father wore a sinister smile, mentally drafting a series of cruel punishments for her, just waiting for her to misbehave next time. The three continued chatting for a while longer, even helping Tang Tang pick out several capes. Finally, xiuxian checked the time. Then he took Tang Tang upstairs to bed. After giving Tang Tang a bath and changing her into her pajamas, Tang Tang, already in bed, grabbed onto xiuxian's hand as he finished saying goodnight and was about to leave. Daddy, I want to hear a story. It's been a long time since I last listened to one from Daddy. xiuxian hesitated briefly, then smiled and nodded. Back when they first arrived in Peach Blossom Village, he used to tell Tang Tang bedtime stories beside her bed every night. in order to soothe her when her emotions had been unstable. Eventually, when Tangtang's emotions had stabilized, he gradually stopped telling the stories. Though he didn't know why she suddenly wanted to hear a story tonight, xiuxian was more than willing to continue. Alright then, what story does Tangtang want to hear tonight? I want to continue listening to the little prince's story. Tangtang replied without hesitation. She loved that story about a little boy who could travel to various planets. Alright, and where were we the last time we left off? We were at the part where the little prince met the fox. xiuxian didn't open the book. The story was already deeply memorized in his heart. He began telling it in a soft, gentle tone. When the little prince realized his rose wasn't the only one in the universe, he was heartbroken and lay crying in the grass. Then suddenly, a fox appeared. The little prince asked the fox to play with him because he was very troubled. But the fox refused because he hadn't yet been tamed by the prince. So the prince asked him, "What is taming?" The fox said taming means creating a connection. For instance, to the fox, the little prince was just an ordinary little boy, no different from the countless other little boys in the world. And likewise, to the little prince, the fox was just an ordinary fox among millions in the world. But if the prince tames the fox, then the fox becomes the only one in the prince's world, and the prince also becomes the only one in the fox's world. At this point, Tangtang suddenly seemed to grasp something, and her big eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy, I think I understand now. Was Tangtang tamed by Daddy?" xiuxian smiled and nodded. "That's right. And Daddy was also tamed by Tangtang. That means no matter how disobedient or naughty you might be, you'll always be the only one in Daddy's world." xiuxian said with a smile. Daddy's the one being naughty. Tangtang is very good. Suddenly I feel all warm inside, and sleepy too." As she listened to her father's words, Tangtang felt a warm and comfortable sensation spread through her chest, making her feel drowsy. Haha, alright then, Tangtang's a good girl. Now go to sleep. Today's story is done. Sweet dreams, Tangtang. MMHM, good night, Daddy. xiuxian gently kissed Tangtang on the forehead, then quietly left the room. Warm feelings filled his heart as well. Although the story of the little prince was not about family love, xiuxian believed that love was the same in essence, whether it's familial or romantic love. As long as the two of you are each other's one and only, even if you're just an ordinary person, you can still become irreplaceable. That was exactly what xiuxian wanted Tangtang to understand. Although Tangtang might not fully understand now, planting the seed in her heart was enough. The next morning, early dawn arrived. Sunlight and bird songs poured into the room together through the window. The man who had been sleeping soundly was awakened. xiuxian sat up from the bed and stretched lazily, feeling completely relaxed. Since moving to Peach Blossom Village, xiuxian had enjoyed the best sleep of his life, something he had never experienced back in the city. After getting up and washing up, he went to check on Tangtang in her room. A faint smile rested on her little face. She was clearly sleeping peacefully. Not wanting to wake her, xiuxian turned his attention to an important mission. Today was the second day. Biling fruit should be fully matured by now. xiuxian walked into the backyard. Ripples appeared in the air as he entered the system space. He chose to appear directly at the spirit field in Phase 2. The moment he entered, he smelled a unique fragrance, an aroma he had never encountered before. This fragrance seemed to enter his body through every single pore, leaving his entire body feeling relaxed and refreshed. He approached the small tree, where the apple-sized fruit had now fully ripened, crystal clear and plump like a green gemstone. He reached out to pick it. This time, he heard no system warning. He had successfully picked it. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. Biling fruit. Matured, grade 1 spirit fruit. Consuming enhances physical strength, no side effects. xiuxian was slightly astonished. This fruit actually had an introduction. Previously, none of the vegetables or fruits had ever received such treatment. Spirit fruits were indeed different. xiuxian barely resisted the urge to eat it, and carefully placed the fruit into his basket. This was definitely for Tangtang. Then he moved to the spirit field in Phase 1 for a quick check. But, as expected, nothing surprising awaited him. Only cabbages, cucumbers, and tomatoes had grown. These three were the usual staples. There were already mountains of them in the auxiliary space. He picked a few cucumbers and tomatoes, grabbed some corn from the system's auxiliary space, and then exited the system space. He headed straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the day. Chef Chun was making vegetable corn egg sandwiches for his two beautiful girls today. Sliced the cucumbers and tomatoes for later use. First, he peeled the corn kernels, mixed them with a little starch and eggs, and then added a bit of salt for seasoning. This technique helped the corn stick together with the eggs, preserving the freshness of the corn and eggs without creating a dense, bread-like texture. He heated the pan, added oil, and poured in the corn-egg mixture to fry into a pancake. Once cooked, he sliced it into toast-sized pieces and took out the rarely used store-bought bread. He then placed the cucumbers, tomatoes, and corn-egg pancake neatly on the bread. Finally, he made a diagonal cut through the sandwich. The simple yet delicious vegetable corn-egg sandwich was ready. Chapter 51. Tangtang eats the biling fruit. xiuxian looked at the very appealing-looking sandwiches and nodded in satisfaction. His cooking skills were getting better and better. He carried the large plate of sandwiches to the dining table. Daisy had already woken up because of the smell. xiuxian told her to eat first while he went upstairs to call his little sleepyhead, holding the biling fruit in his pocket. Daisy looked at the sandwiches on the plate, sniffed repeatedly, and frowned. The sandwiches did smell good, but not quite like the scent that had woken her up. That aroma had been more tempting. She had been awakened precisely by that smell. She followed the scent with her nose and realized it came from xiuxian himself. She was confused. How could he emit such a wonderful scent? But she couldn't very well go after him to ask. So she redirected her attention back to the sandwiches, swallowed hard, and decided that although not as fragrant as that earlier aroma, they still smelled great. She impatiently grabbed one and took a bite. So good. Daisy's eyes curled into crescents. The fresh, juicy flavor of the cucumbers and tomatoes had been absorbed by the bread, completely eliminating the usual dryness associated with sandwiches. All she could feel was softness. The sweet taste and texture of the corn and egg mixture added even more dimension to the sandwich. Daisy swore this was the best sandwich she'd ever eaten. This was what a sandwich was supposed to be. The ones she'd eaten before were barely sandwiches at all, just bread stuffed with vegetables. They couldn't be compared. Upstairs in Tongtong's bedroom, Xiuxian opened the door, walked to Tongtong's bed, and took out the biling fruit. As soon as he placed it near Tongtong's little nose, her eyes snapped open and her tiny hand shot up in a blur. Before Xiuxian could even react, Tangtang had grabbed the fruit and taken a bite. His mouth hung open slightly, surprised by her speed, so fast. Just as he was about to stop her from eating it immediately and tell her to brush her teeth first, he saw her hungrily devouring the fruit like a little mole. He decided not to interrupt, better let her finish it. In a matter of moments, Tangtang devoured the entire biling fruit. Xiuxian was surprised to find there wasn't even a pit. Dad, do you have any more? This fruit is so yummy. Tastes even better than your cooking. Tangtang licked her tiny fingers and asked. Nope, that was the only one. It's all gone. Okay. A look of disappointment passed across Tongtong's little face. That fruit had been incredibly delicious. All right then, time to get up and wash up. There are still sandwiches downstairs. Xiuxian picked Tangtang up from the bed, preparing to take her to wash up. Suddenly, he noticed Tangtang felt a little warm. He frowned. Hadn't the system said there would be no side effects? Tangtang, do you feel any different in your body now? Still concerned, he couldn't help asking. No, not at all. Tangtang looked puzzled at her father's question, but immediately after speaking, she sensed something wrong. She felt a sudden warm current running through her hands, feet, and body. Dad, no, I feel warm in my hands, feet, and all over. She cried out in astonishment. Xiuxian knew it had begun. The effect of the spirit fruit was taking hold. Don't worry, Tangtang. It'll pass soon. Once this warmth fades, you'll find yourself stronger, more powerful. Xiuxian comforted her. But Dad, I feel like it's getting hotter. I feel like I have so much energy inside me. It's uncomfortable. Dad, put me down. I want to go running. Xiuxian could also feel Tongtong's temperature rising. It was similar to his own experience when he took the physical enhancement pill from the system, though not quite this intense yet. Tangtang began struggling in his arms. Xiuxian had no choice but to let her down. As soon as her feet touched the floor, she tried to bolt out, but Xiuxian quickly pulled her back to put her shoes on. Only after she had them on did Tangtang dash outside. Xiuxian hurried after her, worried something might go wrong. At the same time, he frantically questioned the system in his mind. Hadn't you said there were no side effects? The system might have sensed Xiuxian's anxiety this time. For once, it actually responded. Don't worry, master. This is not a side effect. The biling fruit contains too much spiritual energy for a child so small. She needs to expend a bit through physical activity. Once she's burned off the excess, everything will be fine. No harm at all. Xiuxian exhaled in relief, his heart finally calming down. He quickly followed Tangtang into the yard. Tangtang was already running in circles in the courtyard, taking quick little steps and sprinting around the yard. Daisy stood beside her, a sandwich in one hand, staring wide-eyed at Tangtang in the yard. Just now, she had seen Tangtang rushing downstairs in such a hurry and thought she was eager to eat breakfast, so she picked up a sandwich to hand to her. But Tangtang didn't even glance at her and ran straight into the courtyard. Xiuxian quickly followed behind. She wanted to ask him what was going on, but before she could get the words out, Xiuxian had also turned into a blur and ran into the yard ahead of her. Confused, Daisy made her way to the courtyard and witnessed a shocking scene that left her speechless. Oh my god, Chun, what on earth is happening to the little angel this early in the morning? Daisy asked in shock. Well, she suddenly has too much energy and just wanted to run a bit. Xiuxian didn't know how else to explain it, so he just said that. Daisy twitched her lips. What kind of excuse was that? Oh Chun, did the little angel do something wrong and you're making her run as punishment? Looking at Tangtang running frantically in the courtyard, Daisy worried that Xiuxian had given her a punishment. No, Daisy. She wants to run by herself. I didn't make her do this. Xiuxian hurried to clarify, refusing to take the blame. But truthfully, the real culprit was him. He had been the one who gave Tangtang the biling fruit. Don't worry, Daisy. Let her run for a bit. It's not a bad thing to get some exercise. All right, Chun. Since the little angel's father said it was fine, Daisy decided not to ask further. Seeing that Tangtang didn't seem like she would stop anytime soon, Xiuxian went back to the dining table and brought the sandwiches out to the yard, eating one while admiring Tongtong's running posture. Tangtang felt like her tiny arms and legs had been powered by batteries and just couldn't stop running. She really didn't want to run right now, and seeing her dad, the real culprit, sitting there eating while watching her run, she became even more upset. Dad, leave some for me. Don't eat it all. She shouted anxiously. All right, don't worry, I'll save some for you. Don't rush, and watch your steps. Xiuxian replied loudly. Hearing her dad promise, Tangtang finally felt reassured and continued running. Under Daisy's astonished gaze, Tangtang kept running nonstop for more than half an hour before finally stopping. But instead of feeling tired, she felt refreshed, and the strange, bloated sensation inside her body had completely disappeared. The moment she finished, she rushed to her father's side and grabbed a sandwich from the plate, immediately eating it hungrily. Chapter 52. A car accident. Saving people. Looking at Tang Tang, who was taking big bites of her sandwich, Chen Sui-Nian pinched Tang Tang's soft arm and asked, "How do you feel? Anything uncomfortable?" "No, Dad. I feel fine, just a little hungry." Tang Tang mumbled through a mouthful of sandwich. "That means the excess spiritual energy from the Bailan fruit has been released." Chen Sui-Nian felt relieved. Besides, the Bailan fruit wasn't as intense as the body-strengthening pill. He had just pinched Tang Tang's arm, and it was still soft without any muscle gain, which relieved him greatly. He was afraid that Tang Tang would end up like him later, with six-pack abs. That wouldn't be fun at all. As for exactly how much her physical strength improved, he would test it after she finished eating. "Oh, my little angel, are you tired? Running for so long." Daisy was still in shock and hadn't fully recovered yet. Which little girl could run nonstop for over half an hour? More importantly, she wasn't even tired, didn't break a sweat, didn't drink any water, and had a great appetite. Daisy sister, I'm fine. I feel even better after running." Tang Tang answered while continuing to eat. "Oh my god, little angel, you're just too amazing." Daisy still couldn't believe it. This little girl was truly gifted. After Tang Tang finished her sandwich, Chen Sui-Nian led her to the kitchen and handed her a bucket of water. "Tang Tang, try lifting this bucket." "Okay, Dad." Daisy looked completely baffled. What on earth was going on? That was a full bucket of water. Even some weaker, thinner adult women might find it hard to lift. How could he let a little girl do it? Was he serious? Daisy watched as Tang Tang, barely taller than the bucket, struggled to lift it with both hands. It was absurd, really? Daisy's mouth dropped wide open, suspecting her eyes were playing tricks on her. It had to be an illusion. Today's events had shocked her beyond belief. Tang Tang slowly put the bucket down, exhaled through her mouth, and proudly looked at Chen Sui-Nian. This was a piece of cake for her. "Dad, wasn't I awesome?" Tang Tang herself was also a bit surprised. Although she sensed her strength had increased, she hadn't expected such a huge improvement. "Awesome. That's my Tang Tang the Great." Seeing Tang Tang lift the bucket, Chen Sui-Nian now had a general idea. Though the bucket wasn't very big, just slightly larger than a trash can, for a little girl like Tang Tang, it was already amazing, probably her limit. The Bailan fruit was indeed effective, especially after releasing all the excess spiritual energy. He just wondered, if another spiritual fruit appeared in the future, would eating it enhance Tang Tang's strength again? Chen Sui-Nian tried asking the system in his mind. No, the effect of the same spiritual fruit can only work once. Hearing the system's voice echo again in his mind, Chen Sui-Nian felt a bit surprised. He felt delighted. Since the farm renovation plan was initiated, the system had spoken much more. But after learning that the same fruit could only take effect once, Chen Sui-Nian felt disappointed. That meant he couldn't continuously enhance Tang Tang's physical strength. He could only wait for the system to generate new kinds of spiritual fruits. System, what's the exact probability of new spiritual fruits appearing? What kinds of fruits can appear? Chen Sui-Nian asked in his mind. Since the system was active today, he should make the most of it and ask questions. System, are you still there? This time, the system gave no response again and fell silent once more. He twitched his lips, knowing the system had gotten lazy again. He shrugged and stopped asking. "Of course I'm awesome. Dad, where's my cape? And where's General Nyoma? Today is my first day leading the village, and we're going to inspect everything." Tang Tang snapped out of her joy over the newfound strength. After all, it was her very first day on the job. "All right, I'll get it for you. Wait while I wash the dishes." Chen Sui-Nian went upstairs to get Tang Tang's cape and General Nyoma. But when he came back down, he found that Daisy had already washed all the dishes and pots. "Daisy, thank you." "Oh, no problem. It was just a little bit of work anyway." Daisy said that was nothing. "Let's go, Dad." "Daisy sister, let's head out." Tang Tang grabbed the cape from Chen Sui-Nian's hand and put it on her shoulders, like a young general issuing orders. Chen Sui-Nian and Daisy smiled slightly and replied, "Coming." And so, the three people and one beast marched forward to inspect the village. Tang Tang currently controlled 6 different plots of land, surrounding the village completely. Starting from Taosan Mountain, then the pond, the big locust tree, the village square, the stream, and finally the bamboo forest. From the bamboo forest, walking a bit westward would lead back to Taosan Mountain. Along the way, Tang Tang strutted proudly like a victorious rooster. The children playing inside her territory greeted her respectfully upon seeing her. "Hello, General Tang Tang. General Tang Tang is truly amazing." Under the weight of these repeated praises, Tang Tang almost lost herself in the title General Tang Tang. She couldn't even walk straight anymore. If not for Chen Sui-Nian holding her up, she might have fallen into the field by the roadside. And she kept smiling while walking, behaving exactly like a clueless landlord's spoiled kid. Chen Sui-Nian helplessly looked at his daughter. As they calmly walked toward the village square, an unexpected incident happened. On the road leading to the village square, Chen Sui-Nian never expected a car accident to occur here. Tang Tang also snapped back to attention and, holding onto Chen Sui-Nian's leg, frowned cutely as she asked, "Dad, is there a car accident ahead?" "Yeah." Chen Sui-Nian nodded. The accident seemed to have just happened. One car had flipped into the field, its frame badly deformed. The doors were likely jammed shut from the impact. The village chief and a few villagers were trying to pry open the door with iron bars, but were making no progress at all. The other car had its front end crumpled inward, though not as badly as the flipped one. At least it hadn't flipped over. The people inside had already been rescued and were lying unconscious on the village square. The village chief and others were now trying to rescue the people trapped in the first car, but appeared overwhelmed, unable to open the door. Xiuxian hesitated slightly before finally speaking. Daisy, I'm going to help. You take Tang Tang and stay away from here, preferably by the big locust tree. I'm worried the cars might explode later. All right, Chun. Daisy's eyes also revealed concern. Xiuxian handed Tang Tang over to Daisy. But as he took his first step forward, he felt someone pulling him back. It was Tang Tang's small hand. Dad, be careful. Tang Tang's eyes were full of worry. Don't worry, Tang Tang. You have to believe in Dad. You know, Dad has always been strong. And strong people, when they face difficulties, must do their best to help, right? Xiuxian smiled and gently patted Tang Tang's head. Then I'm going to. Tang Tang is also very strong. Tang Tang immediately spoke up, insisting she wanted to join Dad. Chapter 53. That was close. Just a little bit more. Upon hearing that Tang Tang wanted to help, he firmly refused. No way. Tang Tang is still too young. Tang Tang's strength isn't enough yet. You can help only when you grow as big as Daddy. Okay. Tang Tang nodded disappointedly. She knew she wasn't strong enough yet. Seeing Tang Tang agree, Xiuxian patted her head and turned to go assist. Village chief, make a little space for me. I'll help too. Xiuxian approached the village chief and others. No need. This door is completely jammed. Even the three of us couldn't make any progress. Adding another person wouldn't help much. I've already sent someone for help. Let's just wait for them. The village chief, xiuxian, sighed, stopped trying to pry open the door, and indicated he had done all he could. The expressions on the faces of the people around him mirrored his own. Xiuxian could already smell the heavy gasoline fumes. He noticed gasoline had leaked from the car and spilled onto the field, covering quite a large area already. The car was overturned, likely already completely soaked in gasoline. He furrowed his brows. There wasn't much time left. This car could explode at any moment. Village chief, we don't have time. This car could explode any second. Give me that crowbar. Without waiting, Xiuxian grabbed the crowbar from the village chief and made his way to the car door. Inside the car, there was no sound at all. The person inside must have already lost consciousness. No time to think. Examining the area where the village chief and others had been prying earlier, Xiuxian knew it was indeed the best spot. The problem was simply a lack of strength. Xiuxian reinserted the crowbar into the spot where the others had been prying, braced his feet against the car, and began applying force. Creak, creak. The deforming sound of the car door continued to echo. The village chief and others were stunned. Earlier, even with three of them, they couldn't budge it even a bit. The car door yielded slightly under Xiuxian's efforts, but wouldn't budge further. Veins bulged on his neck. He was already exerting all his strength. But it still wasn't enough. Don't just stand there. Hurry and help. At Xiuxian's shout, xiuxian and others finally reacted and rushed forward to assist. 1, 2, 3, push, crash. Finally, through the combined effort of the four men, the car door was pried open. An opening large enough for a person to crawl through was now visible. Great. Finally pried open. The village chief and others started cheering. Meanwhile, Xiuxian quickly crouched and entered the car. Time was life now. Xiuxian saw a young woman. Because the car had overturned and her safety restraint held her in the seat, her entire body was upside down, her head leaning sideways, covered in blood. It was already hard to recognize her face. Xiuxian almost doubted whether she was alive or not, but he didn't have time to check. With one hand, he released her seatbelt while using the other to support the woman, careful not to cause her further injury when pulling her down. After a tense operation, Xiuxian finally pulled the young woman out of the car. He quickly cradled her in both arms and ran away from the vehicle. Get away now. Are you trying to die? Chen shouted at the village chief and the other three who were still watching near the car. The village chief and others immediately followed Xiuxian away from the car. Boom! A huge explosion followed. The car exploded just 20 seconds after they fled. Thankfully, all had escaped to safety. Looking at the burning car, the village chief and others felt relieved, their hearts still racing. If they had left just a little later, they probably would have been in serious trouble. Gently placing the young woman onto the ground at the village square, Xiuxian was glad he had felt her breathing while carrying her. She must still be alive. Brother Chun, thank goodness you were here. If it weren't for you, this girl, and all of us, could have gotten seriously hurt. With an expression still filled with fear, the village chief thanked Xiuxian. No problem. Did you call an ambulance and the police yet? These people need medical attention. Xiuxian replied anxiously. I did call already. I rushed here as soon as I found out about the accident. It might take a while though. I've also sent for the village doctor. He should arrive soon. The village chief nodded, indicating everything was already done. Good. Then there's nothing more for me to do here. I should go first. I suppose the paperwork still can't be processed now. That's right. I have to stay here with these people. If I have time tonight, I'll bring the documents to your farmhouse. Great. Then I'll leave it to you, village chief. After saying that, Xiuxian immediately walked off. There really wasn't anything else for him to do here. Plus, with that loud explosion earlier, he didn't know whether Tang Tang had been frightened. He had to hurry back and check on her. Daisy was also anxious beneath the big locust tree, holding on to Tang Tang, who kept struggling to go find her father. The explosion just now made Tang Tang extremely worried about her father's safety. Her eyes had turned red. Daisy sister, let me go? I need to find Daddy. Oh no, not yet. We don't even know if there will be another explosion. It's too dangerous to go over there. Daisy had also felt worried upon hearing the explosion, but she dared not take Tang Tang to risk going near. When she saw Chen Xuanyan running toward them, her heart finally settled. Fortunately, nothing had happened to him. Only then did she feel relieved enough to put Tang Tang down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Tang Tang immediately ran toward her father. Soon, father and daughter were hugging tightly. Daddy, I'm so glad you're safe. That explosion was so scary. Tang Tang's big eyes locked onto Chen Xuanyan's face, as though fearing he might truly vanish. How could I have any trouble? I still have such a lovely daughter. I wouldn't dare get hurt. Chen Xuanyan pinched Tang Tang's cute little face gently. Not fair. Daddy's hands are dirty. Don't pinch my face anymore. Tang Tang tried to dodge her father's mischievous hand, but failed. Once again, Chen Xuanyan got his way. Haha, what's wrong now? Because daddy is dirty, you don't like me anymore? Hearing her father say he'd saved someone, Tang Tang's eyes, still red from fear, suddenly sparkled with admiration. Wow, daddy is so awesome. I don't care at all. Daddy is a big hero. He truly deserves to be my daddy. Please, you're just flattering yourself. You don't mind, huh? Then prepare yourself for the dirty face attack. After saying that, Chen Xuanyan rubbed his now cat-like smudged face against Tang Tang's rosy cheeks. No, daddy is naughty. Tang Tang tried dodging left and right, but she was no match for her father and soon also turned into a little spotted mess like a kitten. In the end, both father and daughter burst out laughing, looking at each other's faces. Daisy watched from the side. Just moments ago, Tang Tang had been so sad, but now she was laughing joyfully thanks to Chen Xuanyan. Daisy couldn't help but smile too. Click, she captured the moment with her camera once again. Satisfied, Daisy looked at the photo displayed. Although father and daughter's faces were very dirty, the scene was full of warmth. It's all daddy's fault. How can I continue inspecting my territory like this? No matter what, I want a big feast for lunch as compensation. Alright, I'll make it for you when we get home. Chen Xuanyan readily agreed to Tang Tang's request. Then the three of them began walking home while continuing to inspect their territory along the way. Chapter 54, Setting up stalls in front of the farmhouse. Around 11 o'clock, the three of them returned to the farmhouse chatting and laughing. Perhaps because of the car accident at the village entrance, there weren't many customers at the farmhouse today. However, on both sides of the road leading to the farmhouse, many villagers had gathered. They hadn't come to eat, but each had brought a small stool and sat by the roadside. A piece of cloth was spread on the ground before them, and they had actually set up little stalls. It seemed that the village chief had already spoken to these villagers beforehand, so after speaking with Chen Xuanyan yesterday, the villagers were already ready to start selling today. There were various handmade items on display. All of them were things made from wood and bamboo. There were peachwood plaques carved into amulets of peace, each engraved with the characters for safety and hanging from a red string. There were also bamboo baskets, peachwood swords, and other such items. Chen Xuanyan himself wasn't particularly interested in these things, as he understood machinery techniques and could also craft such items, even more intricately than these. But Tang Tang and Daisy became excited. Women have an inherent fondness for shopping and browsing. Daddy, let's go take a look. Tang Tang tugged at Chen Xuanyan's hand and rushed toward the stalls. Daisy excitedly followed along. Tang Tang squatted in front of a stall and picked up an amulet with her tiny hand, examining it with wide, curious eyes. Tang Tang, do you like it? This is a charm for peace. It can bring safety and blessings to your family. If you like it, Grandma will give it to you. An elderly woman, sitting before the stall with a kind face, spoke to her. Because Tang Tang frequently toured the territory and was just naturally adorable and lovable, most of the villagers already knew this cute little girl. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Tang Tang's big eyes sparkled. Really? Grandma? Of course. Would Grandma ever lie to a little child like you? Wow. Then thank you, Grandma. Haha, no need for thanks. After scoring a free charm, Tang Tang handed it to her father. Daddy, this is for you. Grandma said it keeps people safe. The next time Daddy goes to be a big hero, it will protect you. Hearing Tang Tang's innocent voice, a warm feeling filled Chen Xuanyan's heart. He hadn't expected that the little girl had wanted the charm for him. Okay, then Daddy will accept this charm. Chen Xuanyan smiled broadly as he took the charm. He would keep it safely. Grandma, I'll buy another one. Alright, 5 yuan each. Here's your 5 yuan change. No worries, Grandma. You can keep the change. Also, let me pay for Tang Tang's just now. I don't want to take advantage of you. You've worked hard making these. Chen Xuanyan handed 10 yuan to the elderly stall owner, paying for both charms. The 5 yuan piece charm might have been simple, but it really was cheap. He handed the newly bought charm to Tang Tang. This one is also from Daddy to you. Let it protect our Tang Tang and help you grow up healthy and happy. Wow. Thank you, Daddy. But Tang Tang also wants Daddy to always protect me. Haha, sure. Daddy will always protect Tang Tang. Chen Xuanyan gently pinched his daughter's now dirty little face, his expression filled with affection. Daisy watched the father and daughter together with envy on the side, also wishing someone could give her a peace charm. Suddenly, Tang Tang noticed Daisy behind her dad. She gave it a little thought. Daddy, can I buy another one? Sure. Though he didn't know why Tang Tang wanted another charm, Chen Xuanyan still took out another 5 yuan and handed it to her. Grandma, one more please. Alright, little flower cat. Hey Xiuxian, what happened to your and Tang Tang's faces? The old lady handed the charm to Tang Tang as she asked. There was a car accident at the village entrance, and I went to help deal with it. The moment Chen Xuanyan said this, the stall vendors were all taken aback. That explained why no customers had come by yet. Our village actually had a car accident. It's been years since the last one. I hope no one was hurt. The stall-owning grandma said with genuine surprise. The news hadn't spread around the village yet since the accident had just happened. Yes, I hope nobody was hurt either. Chen Shuiyin thought of the unconscious people and sincerely hoped they were all right. What about Tang Tang then? What happened to her face? Did she also go help? Haha, no she didn't. I was the one who got her dirty. This way we look more like a father and daughter pair. Chen Shuiyin laughed as he explained. Daddy is mean. Tang Tang pouted as she held the charm with her small hands. After saying that, Tang Tang walked to Daisy's side, holding the charm in her hand. Sister Daisy, this is for you. Let it protect you too. Daisy's plump red lips opened in an O shape. Her blue eyes overflowed with surprise. Oh my god, my little angel, you are just too sweet. I absolutely love it. Daisy happily took the peace charm from Tang Tang and, without worrying about getting her clothes dirty, gave Tang Tang an enthusiastic hug. Ugh, Sister Daisy, enough already, it's smothering. Let me go. Tong Tong's muffled voice came from inside Daisy's embrace, and only then did Daisy let go of her. But her eyes were still full of affection for the little girl. The male villagers who had set up stalls nearby looked at Tang Tang with obvious envy. If they were in her place, they wouldn't mind suffocating at all. Chen Shuiyin felt very pleased about Tong Tong's gesture of giving the charm to Daisy. This little kid actually considered Daisy's feelings. It was quite impressive. He gave Tang Tang a big thumbs up. Tang Tang felt really happy seeing her father praise her. Tang Tang, I have a peachwood sword here. Do you want to take a look and see if you like it? I've got a wooden horse, come check mine. The stall owners suddenly started shouting to attract Tang Tang to look at their goods. Chen Shuiyin was momentarily stunned. Right in front of his farmhouse, it was starting to feel a bit like a bustling market. Tang Tang walked toward the sounds and looked curiously at a wooden horse. Uncle, does your wooden horse walk by itself? No, of course not. Wooden horses don't walk by themselves. The man was holding the wooden horse, which was simply carved from a piece of wood. It was quite basic and stiff-looking, without any mechanisms. Upon hearing his reply, Tang Tang shook her little head in disapproval. Uncle, you're not good enough. You made a wooden horse that can't even move. The man's lips twitched. Wooden horses weren't supposed to move anyway. His version was already quite well made. Thank you very much. Tang Tang, just look at how lifelike my wooden horse is. I'll sell it to you cheap, if you like it, kiddo. No, I don't want it. Your wooden horse can't move. I want one that can. That was still her answer. But Tang Tang, wooden horses don't move. Such a thing doesn't even exist. The man said helplessly. Hee. Uncle, just watch carefully. Let me show you something new. Daddy, bring the ox horse general over. Tang Tang giggled and said to Chen Shuiyin. Chen Shuiyin smiled and played along with his daughter, bringing over the wooden ox and horse he had been carrying. The man looked at the contraption with widened eyes. He had seen it before, but from a distance, and had assumed it was just a regular wooden horse. Only now, seeing it up close, did he realize that this horse was made of countless intricate mechanisms, and was exquisitely crafted. Chapter 55. Was this boss previously a special agent? The man looked at the intricate mechanical horse in front of him. Although slightly surprised, he still couldn't believe that a wooden horse could actually move. Tang Tang, your wooden horse can move? Don't joke with me. If it really moves, I'll give this wooden horse to you. Then uncle, remember what you said. No going back on your words. Tang Tang then slapped the general bovine horses, but 3 times, shouting loudly. General bovine horse, charge forward. Immediately after she finished speaking, the general bovine horse strode forward steadily on its wooden legs. This scene completely stunned everyone present. No way, how is that possible? How can a wooden horse move? The man held the wooden horse in disbelief. Chen Shuiyin understood his shock. Indeed, a wooden horse shouldn't be able to move. It defied the law of conservation of energy. But this wooden horse was created with the craftsmanship granted by the system. The mystery of this ancient mechanical art needed no further explanation. When he had more time and materials in the future, Chen Shuiyin even wanted to try making the legendary mechanical beasts. That was the real mastery of mechanics. This current wooden horse could only be considered carpentry. Uncle, see? I wasn't joking. The wooden horse really moves. You're just not good enough. Tang Tang lifted her chin proudly. The man's face turned awkward. He was just publicly outdone by a little girl. But he wasn't about to get angry at a young girl, handing his wooden horse over to Tang Tang. Okay, you win. This wooden horse is yours. Thank you, uncle. Tang Tang joyfully accepted the horse. She had another new toy now. But I'm really curious how this wooden horse was made. It actually moves on its own. I don't know. My dad made it. Isn't he awesome? Tang Tang slapped the general bovine horses, but 3 more times as she spoke, stopping its movement. Boss Chen, your craftsmanship is impressive. Could you teach me? If I could do it, I think I could strike it rich. The man said excitedly. This, unfortunately, I can't. It's a family trade secret. I can't pass it on. Chen Shuiyin smiled and declined. Well, I'm glad Boss Chen doesn't sell them. Otherwise we wouldn't have any business left. The man knew there was no chance he would be taught, but was just speaking casually. Haha, making such a wooden horse takes quite a lot of time. Not worth it compared to cooking. Chen Shuiyin replied. That's true. I heard from the village chief that your dishes are amazing. That's why so many people came here. So he suggested we use this time to set up stalls. The man praised. You flatter me. Well, I'll go back to cook first. Alright, see you, Boss Chen. After saying that, Chen Shuiyin took Tang Tang and Daisy into the farmhouse. Washing his and Tong Tong's face, Chen Shuiyin said, You two rest in the living room for a while. I'm going to cook. Okay. Tang Tang and Daisy obediently stayed in the living room, not asking to help. After all this time, they had learned they couldn't help Chen Shuiyin in the kitchen, only get in the way. Since the system space hadn't generated any new ingredients for the past couple of days, Chen Shuiyin cooked the classic old dishes. Soon, the diligent chef Chen completed today's lunch. 5 dishes and 1 soup. Tang Tang and Daisy were already eager and hungry, waiting at the table for Chef Chen to serve them. As soon as Chef Chen announced it was time to eat, the two pounced forward, devouring the delicious, flavorful dishes. In the end, not one dish was spared. They were all killed. After lunch, Tang Tang and Daisy went to rest as usual. Xiuxian took a wooden board from the backyard and wrote a few large words on it. You are now under video surveillance. Please mind your behavior. Then he tied a rope to it and hammered a nail into the doorpost of the courtyard gate, hanging it there. Xiuxian didn't fear trouble, but he disliked constant annoyances. By putting up this sign, many issues could be avoided. After hanging it up, he returned inside to prepare for the afternoon business. Some customers had already arrived and were strolling around the small stalls, passing the time idly. There's surveillance here? I don't see any. Xiang looked puzzled at the sign Xiuxian had hung. Brother, you didn't come yesterday noon, did you? Someone overheard Xiang and responded. No, why? I've never been here before. A colleague brought me here. No wonder. Follow me. I'll show you where the surveillance camera is. Xiang followed the man to a big tree. There, look up. Xiang looked up in the direction the man pointed. His pupils slightly contracted. There, hidden among the green leaves, was a high-definition camera facing the main gate of the courtyard. Wow, was this boss previously a special agent? He hid the camera so well. Xiang couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation. Let me tell you, don't mess with this boss easily. Why not? Xiang asked curiously. Could it be that this boss really had been a special agent before? Then, as Xiang listened, the man recounted what had happened at noon the previous day. This boss is truly ruthless. He doesn't hesitate at all to throw punches. You'd better watch out, or you'll get slapped in the face. Luckily I was standing to the side yesterday and wasn't chased away. Hearing the man's words, Xiang whistled in astonishment. Inside, he felt more than a little admiration for Boss Chen. That's a real man. Unafraid of money, decisive in chasing away troublemakers, and never hesitating when it comes to throwing a punch at scumbags. Even Xiang, being a journalist, was somewhat eager to interview the owner of this farmhouse resort. And with such superb craftsmanship, why did this man choose to bring his child and settle in the remote countryside to run a farmhouse? Although he was on vacation now, his instincts as a journalist told him this man definitely had a story behind him. But thinking about it again, he gave up. He had taken a hard-earned break, and he had already let his colleague report and interview the car accident that just happened at the village entrance. He came here for rest first. So, he decided to clear his mind and just enjoy his vacation. After returning to the stall, he browsed around for a while longer. The booths were filled with small handmade crafts by villagers, simple, yet very affordable. Xiang casually bought a few things as souvenirs. Later, a man was speaking on the phone as he walked beside Xiang. Editor-in-chief, don't worry. I will definitely interview the key individuals. This afternoon I'll send you the article. After ending the call, the man muttered in surprise. Xiang, why are there so many more stalls here now? Wang Bing, you're asking me? How would I know? This is my first time here. I thought they had always been around. Xiang replied irritably. Haha, that's right. When I came the day before yesterday, there weren't any. Wang Bing scratched his head awkwardly. How did the interview go? Did you get everything figured out? Xiang asked. More or less. The accident probably happened because both cars were going too fast and couldn't dodge in time, causing the collision. Fortunately, no one died, just a few injured. I interviewed the village chief and others who pulled people out of the wreckage. They said the key hero who saved lives was actually this farmhouse boss. Without him, someone might have died. Xiang was a bit surprised. Once again, it somehow came back to that intriguing man with secrets to tell. Chapter 56. Heroic Father Xiuxian. Xiang, having overheard his colleague talking about the farmhouse owner again, asked curiously. Oh, what's going on this time? Well, here's the thing. The car overturned in the field had its doors jammed shut from the impact. The village chief and a few others tried to pry one open but couldn't make any progress. Just when they were about to give up and wait for help, the farmhouse owner insisted there was no time to waste. The car was going to explode. He grabbed a crowbar, forced his way in alone, and managed to create a small gap in the door. With everyone's help afterward, they fully opened the door and pulled the person out. No more than a few minutes after they all moved away, the car really did explode. Wang Bing summarized what had happened. After hearing Wang Bing's explanation, Xiang understood that this would likely be reported as a heroic act, and the farmhouse owner would be the main figure in the story, described in detail. Wow, this farmhouse owner is truly something else. Xiang became even more curious about the owner. He really is. Who would have thought we'd run into a news event just by coming out for dinner? Right now, my editor wants me to interview this owner and get the story written up. Wang Bing nodded. Then let's go in and conduct the interview now. Xiang spoke up. He was eager to meet this man with an interesting story. Xiang and Wang Bing walked into the courtyard and reached the living room door, but found no one inside. Wang Bing knocked gently on the door and called out. Is the owner around? Xiuxian, who heard the noise, came out from the kitchen, eyeing them with confusion. Chill. Keep it down, my daughter's sleeping. It's written outside that it's not opening time yet. Please wait a while. Seeing Xiuxian appear, both men were momentarily taken aback. This guy was kind of good looking. Although Wang Bing had been here once before, he had only eaten in the yard and never actually met Xiuxian. They took out their press credentials and whispered. Mr. Chen, hello. We're reporters from the Meisher Times, here to interview you. Journalists? Interview me. Xiuxian looked puzzled. He couldn't recall doing anything notable. Yeah, this morning at the village entrance, there was a traffic accident. Didn't you save someone, Mr. Chen? Seeing the puzzled look on Xiuxian's face, Wang Bing explained. Oh right, I remember now. But it wasn't just me, several of us helped, including the village chief. Why don't you interview them instead? There's no need to interview me. Chen Sui-Nian remembered the rescue, but hadn't thought much of it. To him, it was simply doing what he could. He wasn't interested in an interview. After all, he still had to prepare for the afternoon service. But no, the village chief and others have already been interviewed. From what they said, if it weren't for you, that girl wouldn't have survived. You're the key person, the hero. Our purpose is to promote positive energy, and it won't take much of your time. 20 minutes max. Since Wang Bing sounded sincere, Chen Sui-Nian figured it wouldn't hurt and agreed. All right, go ahead. Come in and sit down. Great. It'll only be a few questions, quick and easy. Relieved that Chen Sui-Nian had agreed, Wang Bing said. Once they were seated, Xiuxian took notes while Wang Bing led the questioning. When you stepped in to rescue people, what was going through your mind? Were you afraid? I didn't think about much. I just thought, since I could contribute something, I might as well do it. After all, it was a life at stake, and I was young and strong enough to help. As for being scared, sure, there was some fear. Plus, my daughter was right beside me, and I wanted to set a good example for her. Chen Sui-Nian slowly answered, describing his thoughts at that moment. A courageous, heroic act, and a great father figure. Wang Bing nodded, murmuring, as if analyzing Chen Sui-Nian's words. He continued asking, so how did you figure out the car was about to explode? When I approached the vehicle, I could clearly smell gasoline. I also noticed that the fuel tank was leaking, so I got worried it could explode any second. Keen powers of observation. Wang Bing nodded again and muttered. Hearing this remark, Chen Sui-Nian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth and replied, isn't that something any normal person could have noticed? Where's the keenness in that? But then why didn't the village chief and others notice it? Wang Bing countered, which left Chen Sui-Nian momentarily speechless. Inwardly, he strongly wanted to say, because they're too dumb. But that was something he could only mutter about internally. He couldn't go around bad-mouthing the village chief behind his back, after all. Then Wang Bing asked a few more questions, all of which Chen Sui-Nian answered one by one. That's all for today's interview. Thank you for your cooperation, Hero Chun. Wang Bing had already started calling him Hero Chun, because once tomorrow's news was out, Chen Sui-Nian would be hailed as a hero among the people. No, I can't accept that title. Just call me Boss Chen, please. Chen Sui-Nian quickly responded. Haha, Hero Chun, no need to be humble. Saving lives is a good deed. You deserve this title. Xiuxian, who had been quietly taking notes, suddenly spoke up. But I still have one question to ask Hero Chun. Were you ever a secret agent before? Chen Sui-Nian, Wang Bing, both looked at him puzzled. No, of course not. Why are you asking that? Haha, nothing. Just a joke. Xiuxian had his reasons for asking such a question. First, he thought about the hidden camera in the tree, and then the fact that Chen alone had managed to force open a car door that several people together couldn't budge. These details made Li suspect that Chen Sui-Nian might not be an ordinary person, so he asked it jokingly. But aside from that, there's another thing I'd like to discuss with Hero Chun. Regarding what happened yesterday at noon, since the values you conveyed were so positive, I also want to include it in the article. May I? Xiuxian suddenly recalled the story he had heard from passersby, and said, sure, no problem. Since it's going to be in the news anyway, just go all the way with it. Chen Sui-Nian nodded, showing no objection. Great, then we won't bother you anymore. We'll go outside and wait for the opening. You can sit in the courtyard and wait. Okay, Hero Chun. After saying this, Xiuxian left with a puzzled Wang Bing following beside him. Once the two had left, Chen Sui-Nian smiled slightly, not expecting that there would actually come a day when he made the news. Then he went back to the kitchen and resumed his busy work. Xiuxian, what happened at noon yesterday? Once seated in the courtyard, Wang Bing asked. Xiuxian then retold the story he had overheard from others. What a powerful incident. This must definitely go into the article. Society needs more people like Hero Chun. Wang Bing said excitedly after hearing Li's explanation. Exactly. If more people like Hero Chun, those with upright values and willing to act on justice, emerged, society would become a better place. Xiuxian agreed wholeheartedly. Chapter 57. For Dad, I want to watch the news broadcast. By the afternoon, the impact of the car accident at the village entrance had mostly faded. More people began coming to the farmhouse for meals. With many stalls set up outside, the area in front of the farmhouse had become lively again. Some people wandered around to pass the time, buying inexpensive little items as souvenirs. For example, amulets for peace of mind. Although people knew they might not actually work, they were bought simply for good luck, and besides, at only 5 yuan, why not? The afternoon passed quickly. Just as Chen Sui-Nian placed the dinner dishes on the table, village chief Li Dashan arrived as promised, stepping into the living room with his habitual mooching stride. Xiuxian, I'm here. Have you eaten dinner yet? Not yet, village chief. In fact, I knew you were coming, so I just brought the food out and have been waiting for you. Chen Sui-Nian said with an insincere smile, his face full of pretended joy. So, does this count as one of the 5-day intervals? Li Dashan casually waved the documents in his hand and asked. No way, how could it count? The village chief made a special trip, of course, it doesn't count. In his heart, however, Chen Sui-Nian was thinking completely differently. I'll endure it until the mission is completed. Just a few more free meals won't kill me. Haha, Xiuxian, I liked you the moment you stepped foot in this village. Now that I see you again, I like you even more. Come, let's eat. Li Dashan laughed loudly, his heart full of delight. Today was another successful mooching feast. All right, please take a seat. Chen Sui-Nian replied with a smile. Tang Tang and Daisy, seeing the old man Li Dashan return once again, both frowned. Normally, they only had to compete with one person at mealtime. Now the difficulty had instantly increased twofold. Once again, the Three Kingdoms strife scenario played out, and xiuxian, like a small country, could only align himself with the slightly weaker side, Tang, and continuously served her dishes. Xiuxian, no matter how many times I eat your food, I always get amazed anew. It's truly top-notch delicious. Leaning back comfortably on the chair, Li Dashan said after a satisfying meal. Thank you for the praise, village chief. Now, shall we discuss the land contract? xiuxian wanted to finish the task quickly and get rid of this mooching monster. Sure, here's the contract. I've already announced it in our village group. Everyone agrees to let you rent it, so you just need to sign here. Really? That's great, village chief. xiuxian quickly signed his name. There you go, Xiuxian. All you have to do is pay 1,000 yuan per month to the village committee. That low. xiuxian was a bit surprised. He had mentally prepared himself for a heavy payout. This price was unanimously agreed by the villagers. Although the land is large, it's all barren, uncultivated land. And besides, the villagers quite like both you and Tang. Most importantly, today the small profits they made from setting up stalls in front of your farmhouse made them willing to give you a discount on the lease. It's a win-win for everyone. Li Dashan said with a smile. Ah, I see. Then I truly appreciate the village chief and all the villagers. I'll transfer the money right now to you, village chief. xiuxian took out his phone and transferred the money to the village chief. Got it, Xiuxian. Congratulations. You now have the right to cultivate and use 10 acres of land. I believe you will turn them from wasteland into treasures. Village Chief Li Dashan offered his congratulations. Thank you for your kind words, village chief. My belly's full, and the business is done. I'll be on my way then. All right, village chief. Let me walk you out. Good, Xiuxian. You're always such a polite young man. You're too kind, you're too kind. The two politely exchanged words, stepping to the main gate of the courtyard. As soon as the village chief stepped out through the gate. I'll walk you this far. I'll lock the gate now. Make sure you watch your step on your way home, village chief. All right. Smack. Li Dashan's lips twitched. His sentence was only half out when xiuxian had already shut the courtyard gate behind him. However, he didn't think too much of it and started heading home. Tonight, he wasn't afraid. He'd already told his wife at home. Back inside, after closing the gate, xiuxian exhaled deeply. Finally, no more seeing the village chief's old face. It feels so much better. Walking into the living room, Tang and Daisy had already cleared the table. The dirty plates and chopsticks had been piled together with those from the day. xiuxian felt a sense of relief. These two women could still help him out. He dragged Tang out of the kitchen. The little one wasn't suited to staying there. Then xiuxian and Daisy began the washing up for the day. After finishing the dishes, the three of them sat in front of the television watching shows together. Dad, do you think what happened this morning might be on TV? Tang thought of the times before, seeing heroic good deeds shown on television. Why are you asking this? Even if it's on TV, it'll just be the news broadcast. You wouldn't watch that anyway. xiuxian planned to keep it a little secret for now and not tell Tang. Tang wrinkled her little brows. But if it's Dad on TV, then I will watch the news broadcast. Really? The problem is, even I don't know if I'll be on TV. It could be tonight, or maybe tomorrow. So, if you want to see Dad on TV, Tang, you need to start watching the news broadcast right now. xiuxian said. Hearing her dad's words, Tang's little brows nearly knotted together. It seemed like she was struggling inside. After quite a while, Tang finally relaxed her brows, as if she had made a major decision. Dad, I want to watch the news broadcast, starting right now. After saying that, Tang felt like a deflated balloon. Her whole body drooped as she collapsed onto the chair, her body clearly resisting this decision. Yet her eyes were filled with determination, as if declaring, I will definitely see Dad on TV. Seeing Tang like this, xiuxian nearly burst out laughing. Daisy, on the other hand, looked at Tang in amazement. Oh my goodness, little angel, cheer up. We don't have to watch the news broadcast after all. She reached out to help Tang sit upright, but she just slumped back down again. Daisy Jaja, I'm fine. I can watch the news broadcast. I must see Dad on TV. Tang said firmly, but her body didn't match the strength in her words. It remained limp. Oh, little angel, there's no need to be like this. We can just watch the replay. What if the news doesn't even cover it? Then you'd be watching for nothing. Daisy kept trying, hoping to cheer Tang up again. No, I don't want to. I must see Dad on TV as soon as possible. Even if I don't end up seeing it in the end, I still must see Dad on TV because he's a hero. He's my dad. Tang's words hit xiuxian like a heavy blow straight to his heart. His heart trembled, and he picked Tang up from the chair and into his arms. Silly child, you don't have to watch tonight. You can just watch the morning news at 8 tomorrow. Chapter 58, Mission Accomplished, Spirit Field? xiuxian's heart was stirred by Tang's words. He pulled Tang into his arms as she lounged lazily on the chair and smiled as he spoke. How did Dad know? Tang's body instantly became energized, no longer limp, as she lifted her small face to ask. Because Dad has superpowers. I can predict the future. xiuxian said mysteriously. I don't believe Dad's nonsense. I've already grown up, and I know it was Dad who gave me the sunflowers. There are no fairies. Tang pursed her lips, showing no respect as she directly exposed xiuxian's lie. xiuxian was speechless, never expecting that his daughter had already figured it out. How did you find out? The sunflower seeds. Dad gave me sunflower seeds to eat, so I guessed, and Dad has been giving me flower reeds all the time. I'm not stupid. I know it's all done by Dad. Tang Tang wore a face that screamed, "I'm so smart." Haha, you're amazing, Tang Tang. Chen Sui-Nian patted Tang Tang's head and praised. The reason Dad knew it's tomorrow on TV is because today a reporter came to interview Dad when Tang Tang was taking a nap. Realizing that he couldn't fool this little kid anymore, Chen Sui-Nian told her the truth. But this little kid immediately clenched her small fist and gave Chen's chest a gentle thump. "Umph, Dad is so mean. Dad tricked me into watching the news broadcast." Chen Sui-Nian didn't stop her. The little punches weren't hard, just her way of venting the annoyance from being teased by her father. "Okay then, if you keep punching, you won't have much time to watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms tonight." After getting a few playful hits, Chen Sui-Nian smiled and spoke up. Then Tang Tang finally opened her soft, tiny fists and stopped attacking her father. She turned her face to the side, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and pouted as she said, "Umph, this time the female knight will just barely forgive Dad. Thank you, Master Tang Tang, for your great kindness and virtue." Chen Sui-Nian humorously bowed his hands together, making a martial arts gesture in response. Giggle giggle. Daisy's laughter rang out from the side. Seeing such a funny father and daughter, she couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Daisy's laughter, Chen Sui-Nian and Tang Tang also couldn't contain themselves, exchanged glances, and started laughing too. The living room was instantly filled with cheerful energy. After watching TV for a bit longer, Chen Sui-Nian took Tang Tang upstairs to sleep. After helping her wash up and carrying her to bed, Chen looked at the slightly decayed flower wreath on the bedside table and knew he would need to make another one for the little girl tomorrow. Tang Tang also noticed her father's gaze and spoke up. "Dad, there's no need to make another flower wreath. It's a waste of flowers." "Is that so? Then Tang Tang won't have a flower wreath anymore, huh?" Chen Sui-Nian was a bit surprised at his daughter's decision. "That's okay, it doesn't matter. Even though the flower wreath is gone, the love from Dad's wreath is always on my head, right?" Tang Tang blinked her big eyes as she looked up at Chen Sui-Nian. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Chen Sui-Nian froze for a moment, and then his lips unconsciously lifted. "You little kid, when did you get so sweet with words? Then we'll do as you say, we won't make it anymore. Hee hee, then Dad can take the flowers meant for the wreath tomorrow and make fried eggs with them." At Tang Tang's words, Chen Sui-Nian's lips twitched. "Oh, so that's your real intention, huh? You greedy little glutton." He reached out and pinched Tang Tang's adorable little cheeks. "Alright, so that's why you suddenly didn't want the flower wreath, huh? So you could eat them? Fine, I'll satisfy you tomorrow morning." "Hee hee, thank you, Dad," Tang Tang said happily. "Alright then, it's time to sleep." Okay. And Dad, if I'm not up by 8 tomorrow morning, make sure to wake me up. I want to watch Dad on TV." Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Sui-Nian smiled gently. "I know, now go to sleep." "Alright, Dad, good night." After exchanging good nights, Chen Sui-Nian quietly left the room. However, instead of going back to his bedroom, he went downstairs to the backyard. Ripples formed in the air as Chen Sui-Nian entered the system space. Tonight, he just finalized the contract, so the mission should have been completed. Earlier, Tang Tang and Daisy were still awake, so he couldn't check the system space. Now that Tang Tang and Daisy had both gone to their rooms, this was the perfect time to check. He was quite excited about the reward this mission completion would bring. In the system space, Chen Sui-Nian walked over to the air wall to check the mission. Mission progress, 11 acres/10 acres. Mission completed. Unlocks available. Looking at the white text that had turned green, Chen Sui-Nian felt in his heart that the mission was indeed completed. He reached out and pressed the numbers. "Congratulations, Master, on completing the second mission. Completion reward, Spirit Field, Phase 1 unlocked. 1 random skill draw, 1 golden cleaver. Would you like to draw your reward now? Golden cleaver has been added to the system subspace. Note, all rewards from the system are for personal use only. Reselling prohibited. Transferring prohibited." The system's voice once again echoed in Chen Sui-Nian's mind. As the system's voice faded, the air wall on the right side of the second phase spirit field vanished. Chen Sui-Nian felt puzzled because this time, the task had not unlocked a spirit field, it had unlocked another spirit field. He walked around, measuring the land with his feet. Just like the first phase spirit field, it was roughly about 1 acre in size and seemed identical to the spirit field. As if sensing Chen Sui-Nian's confusion, the system's voice reappeared in his mind. An outstanding farmhouse must have a rich variety of dishes, not only vegetarian dishes, but also meat dishes. The first phase spirit field will transform daily into different animal farms. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Sui-Nian felt a surge of joy in his heart. So the word field in spirit field actually meant an animal breeding farm. That meant they would soon be able to enjoy meat dishes produced by the system. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Although the vegetables from the system were incredibly delicious, who could resist the temptation of eating meat heartily? Moreover, the meat produced by the system definitely wouldn't be ordinary meat. It would surely taste much better than regular meat. But what specific type of meat it would be, he would only find out tomorrow. The system hadn't announced a new task yet, so Chen Sui-Nian turned his attention to the remaining 2 rewards from the system. Same as last time, there was 1 random draw chance and an awarded item. Without drawing the reward first, he instead entered the system subspace because the awarded item slightly surprised him. A golden cleaver. It couldn't actually be made of real gold, could it? When Chen Sui-Nian saw the golden cleaver, its brilliance instantly blinded him. The cleaver was entirely golden yellow in color. Its handle and blade seamlessly blended together, both engraved with finely detailed patterns, making it resemble a true work of art radiating a dazzling glow that screamed, "I'm super expensive. You can't afford me." Chen Sui-Nian picked it up and examined it in his hands. clicking his tongue in amazement. This cleaver must be every chef's ultimate dream. Chapter 59 Acquiring Top-Level Knife Skills. Xiuxian looked at the extremely prestigious kitchen knife in his hand. He thought to himself, what a pity. This kitchen knife could only be used by him. Otherwise, if he could sell it, he wouldn't have to operate this damn farmhouse. He could relax for decades. However, he had one question. Isn't gold a soft metal? Can it really be used for cutting vegetables? He brought the knife to his mouth and bit it with his teeth. Ouch! Xiuxian winced in pain and let go. His teeth were sore from the bite. The hardness of the golden kitchen knife was much greater than he had imagined, and its blade looked exceptionally sharp. The system must have applied a special treatment to this gold knife. Xiuxian then took a few vegetables from his system's subspace to try out. He found the gold knife much sharper and easier to use than his current kitchen knife. Though the golden knife weighed more than an ordinary one, Xiuxian's enhanced physique made it perfect for him. Xiuxian gazed with satisfaction at the golden knife in his hand. This would be his main weapon from now on. Putting the knife away, Xiuxian prepared to start the lottery draw. System, start the draw. Congratulations, master. You have acquired top-level knife skills. Note, knife skills are the most fundamental ability for a chef. Good knife skills can not only beautify the appearance of ingredients, but also aid in cooking and improve flavor absorption. The moment the system finished speaking, Xiuxian not only felt a surge of knowledge about knives entering his brain, but also sensed muscle memory building in his hands, as if they had been wielding a knife for years. This newly drawn skill delighted Chef Chen greatly. It was finally a skill directly related to being a chef. Previously, Xiuxian's knife skills were nothing more than average, but now, holding the golden kitchen knife in his hand, it felt as if he and the knife had become one. He felt as though there was no ingredient he couldn't process. Fully satisfied, Xiuxian exited the system space and placed the golden knife on the knife rack in the kitchen. Its golden glow instantly made the stainless steel knives around it seem dull and lifeless. He wasn't worried about someone stealing it either. First of all, it was unlikely that any thief would even target his small farmhouse. Secondly, the golden kitchen knife was a system-protected item. As soon as he had left the system space, he had asked the system, what happens if the golden knife gets stolen? The system responded, system-rewarded special items are protected by the system itself and cannot be stolen or lost. Rest assured, master. Although Xiuxian didn't completely understand how the system protected it, and the system didn't explain further, he didn't press further. That wasn't something he needed to worry about. He chose to trust the system's abilities. After safely placing the golden knife, Xiuxian returned to his room, thinking he could finally eat meat to his heart's content the next day, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Xiuxian pushed open the window. It was still a beautiful day, filled with the fresh scent of sunlight and plants, making him feel refreshed all over. He glanced at the time. 6:30 a.m. Tang Tang could sleep a little longer. He went to her room and saw her still fast asleep, so he didn't wake her. Instead, he went downstairs directly to the backyard. The air rippled slightly as Xiuxian entered the system space. He chose to appear directly inside Stage 1 spiritual field. Goo goo, cluck cluck, cock-a-doodle-doo. As soon as he entered, Xiuxian was greeted with a chorus of rooster crowing coming from all directions. Then he realized he was standing right in the middle of a group of chickens. There were all kinds, roosters, hens, red ones, black ones, big and small ones. It was like a complete poultry farm. A sudden circular fence appeared around the edge of Stage 1 spiritual field, enclosing all the chickens within, clearly forming a chicken farm. The black soil beneath had also changed into a habitat suitable for raising chickens. Though the fence wasn't tall, only a meter or so high, none of the chickens could escape. Xiuxian saw one chicken attempt to fly over the fence, but was immediately knocked back down, falling onto the ground dazed and seeing stars. There was an invisible air wall above the fence. There were about dozens of chickens hopping about freely inside the enclosure. Looking at these lively, energetic chickens, Xiuxian frowned. Yesterday, he had been thinking only about eating meat, and forgot one important thing. He had no idea how to slaughter a chicken. Growing up entirely in the city, it was already rare for him to be able to cook. How could he possibly know how to kill a chicken? Looking at these lively chickens hopping around, Xiuxian sighed. It seemed these chickens would have to live for another day. What concerned him was whether the system would automatically kill the chickens tomorrow, or whether he would have to keep them in the system's subspace until he figured it out. If he had to keep them alive, he might need to go to the village to learn chicken slaughtering skills. Helplessly, Xiuxian walked away from the chicken farm, thinking that tomorrow he must make a big bucket full of chicken dishes and eat his fill. The fence posed no obstacle to Xiuxian. The invisible air wall could not stop him either. He nimbly flipped over the fence and arrived at the Stage 2 spiritual field. Xiuxian felt slightly disappointed, because no spiritual fruits had appeared in the Stage 2 spiritual field today. Only ordinary fruits had appeared, though the types were different from last time. This time, they were bananas, watermelons, and strawberries. Seeing strawberries made Xiuxian feel quite satisfied, since Tang Tang loved strawberries. After picking some of each into the vegetable basket, Xiuxian walked toward the Stage 1 spiritual field. Looking at the ordinary vegetables once again, Xiuxian felt a bit disappointed. Was the Stage 1 spiritual field just never going to produce anything good? It had been a long time already, and all it had ever given were ordinary vegetables. Can't you guys perform just a little better? Look at the Stage 2 spiritual field next door. It gave me a spiritual fruit as early as the second day. And you? You've been here for over 2 months and still haven't produced anything. After scolding the Stage 1 spiritual field, Chen Sui-Nian headed to the system subspace. Today, Tang Tang was going to eat honeysuckle stir-fried eggs, so he took out some honeysuckle flowers to prepare for making the dish. Suddenly, a bright idea popped into his head. Honeysuckle stir-fried eggs. Eggs. Since there are hens in the chicken farm, does that mean there are eggs? I didn't notice earlier. I should go back and check quickly. Realizing this, Chen Sui-Nian immediately ran back the same way to the chicken farm. He placed the vegetable basket outside the fence, then flipped over and jumped into the chicken farm. Goo goo, cluck cluck, cock-a-doodle-doo. The sudden intrusion startled the chickens, scattering them in all directions. Chen Sui-Nian began searching carefully through the chicken farm. Though he didn't know how to slaughter chickens, he definitely knew how to collect eggs. Perhaps due to the system's effects, the chicken farm was completely odorless. In no time, Chen Sui-Nian actually spotted a light yellow egg on the ground. Sure enough, there are eggs. Chen Sui-Nian exclaimed in excitement. He searched from one end of the chicken farm to the other and indeed found many eggs. He wrapped them up in his shirt, filling it completely. There were nearly 2 pounds worth. Chen Sui-Nian returned with a full load. He placed the eggs into the vegetable basket over the fence, then climbed back over as well. Looking at the eggs in the basket, Chen Sui-Nian nodded in satisfaction. These eggs were larger than ordinary eggs, with a healthier and more vibrant appearance. Happily, Chen Sui-Nian exited the system space with the vegetable basket in hand. Chapter 60, a new version of vegetable omelette. Chen Sui-Nian happily returned to the kitchen, took out the eggs and honeysuckle flowers, and placed the remaining fruits in the fridge for preservation, to be eaten when Tang Tang woke up. He glanced at the time and saw that only 20 minutes had passed. There was still some time before the 8 o'clock news. He should have enough time to prepare breakfast. Today he had system-provided eggs, so Master Chun was going to make vegetable omelets again. The taste would surely be upgraded by more than one level. The previous vegetable omelet was more like a vegetable pancake rather than an egg-based one, as eggs had only played a supplementary role. This time, however, would be different. The eggs were also products from the system. They should definitely overpower the vegetables this time. He took the necessary vegetables from the fridge and removed the corn kernels. With the newly acquired golden kitchen knife, he shredded the cabbage and carrots. Such a smooth cut. High-quality tools really make a difference. Chen Sui-Nian exclaimed in admiration. He put all the vegetables into a bowl, added flour, and several eggs. The egg whites from the system eggs were crystal clear, and the yolks were golden yellow, far superior to ordinary eggs. It made Chen Sui-Nian exclaim that indeed, system-made products were simply the best. Next, he added seasonings and mixed everything thoroughly. Without turning on the stove, he brushed a thin layer of oil into the pan, then scooped the mixture into a pancake shape, creating a crater-like hole in the center, and then cracked an egg into it. Then, he turned on the stove and began to fry. When one side had formed, he flipped it over and continued frying. This time, the aroma of both eggs and vegetables surged forward simultaneously, stirring the taste buds. Chen Sui-Nian held back his eagerness, finished frying all the omelets, neatly arranged them on a plate. He added oil to the pan again, took out more eggs, and beat them into an egg mixture. He picked the honeysuckle flowers from the vines and placed them in a bowl. After heating oil in the pan, he first stir-fried the honeysuckle until nearly 8/10 done, then poured in the beaten eggs. Stirring vigorously over high heat, he coated every honeysuckle blossom in egg, and once fully cooked, removed them from the pan. Thus, a real vegetable omelette and stir-fried honeysuckle with egg were born in Chef Chen's hands. Chen Sui-Nian checked the time again and realized it was already 7:30. Just as he was about to go upstairs to call his little lazy girl to get up, he heard pattering footsteps. He walked out of the kitchen and saw Tang Tang running down the stairs wearing a white little nightgown, throwing herself into his arms. Chen Sui-Nian picked up the tiny Tang Tang and smiled as he spoke. Not bad. My little sleepy head managed to wake up on her own. Haha, of course I did, but Dad is the real pig. I'm Hannah the heroine. I got up early on purpose to watch Dad on TV. Tang Tang pinched Chen Sui-Nian's nose upward with her little hands, making it look like a pig's snout, laughing as she said it. Alright, let go. If you don't let go right now, today you won't get any breakfast. Chen Sui-Nian twisted his face, trying to escape Tang Tang's magic grip, but unfortunately failed, and just said. Hearing Dad's threat, Tang Tang finally released her grip. Smells so good. This fragrance is new to me. It's something I've never smelled before. Dad must have made something really delicious again. Tang Tang energetically inhaled the aroma and spoke again. You've had them before, vegetable omelets and scrambled eggs with honeysuckle. Then why does it smell different today? It smells even better than before. Chen Sui-Nian was a bit surprised. This little brat actually had such a sensitive nose. You'll know once you taste them. You haven't washed up yet, right? Haha, I didn't. Dad caught me. Tang Tang grinned and replied. In that case, we must hurry. It's 7:30 now. The TV program will start soon. After saying this, Chen Sui-Nian took Tang Tang upstairs to wash up. A few minutes later, Chen Sui-Nian led a freshly bathed and dressed Tang Tang downstairs. Daisy had already brought the bowls, chopsticks, and 2 dishes to the dining table, but hadn't started eating, waiting for them. Oh, my little angel, you look so pretty today, Daisy said, complimenting Tang Tang when she saw her. Tang Tang was wearing a light pink dress, with fair skin, big eyes, a tiny nose, and black hair falling over her shoulders, like a little fairy. Thank you, Daisy sister. Daisy sister is pretty too, Tang Tang politely replied. Alright, time for breakfast now. We don't have much time before the news starts, Chen Sui-Nian declared. Instantly, the mutual flattery between the two stopped. Tang Tang climbed onto the dining chair, and Chen Sui-Nian sat down as well. Chen Sui-Nian served Tang Tang an omelette and added some scrambled eggs with honeysuckle into her bowl. Thank you, Daddy. You're welcome, eat up. Tang Tang couldn't wait and took a bite of the omelette. Her big eyes instantly widened even further, and her small mouth wouldn't stop as she began to munch furiously. Daisy also took a bite. She had already been unable to resist. While serving the food, her saliva had almost dripped onto the dish. The moment the omelette touched her tongue, Daisy, who had developed a refined palate from a young age, instantly realized that this omelette was different from the last one. This time, the omelette was truly an egg omelette. Its eggs were incredibly tender and fragrant, far superior to the last version. In the previous vegetable omelette, the eggs had only played a supporting role, but this time, eggs had taken center stage. Combined with the still delicious vegetables, this omelette was so delicious that Daisy almost cried out in delight. In just a few bites, she devoured an omelette the size of a palm and quickly reached for another one. Observing the reactions of the two beautiful girls, Chen Sui-Nian felt very satisfied. He also picked one up and took a bite. The moment the omelette entered his mouth, his eyes instinctively narrowed. So delicious. The tender, fragrant eggs and the sweet, crisp vegetables blended perfectly this time, unlike last time, where the eggs had only served to enhance texture slightly. Soon, within less than 10 minutes, the two plates were completely devoured by the three of them. Chen Sui-Nian checked the time. It was already 7:50. He still had time to wash the dishes. You two can go turn on the TV. The news will start soon. I'll wash the dishes and come right over. After saying that, Chen Sui-Nian carried the bowls, chopsticks, and plates to the kitchen. Daisy sister, did you eat enough? I feel like Dad made less breakfast today, Tang Tang said. Oh, my little angel, I noticed that too. Maybe we've just developed bigger appetites recently. Tang Tang nodded without thinking much about it. Chatting as they went, Tang Tang and Daisy settled in front of the television and turned it on. They flipped to the local channel and watched a few advertisements. Now it's exactly 8 o'clock. Welcome to the My Town Morning News. The broadcast began with the familiar sound of the news program. Dad, the news has started. Hurry up. All right, coming. Chen Sui-Nian came out carrying a tray of strawberries and cut fruits. Washing the dishes hadn't taken long. He had mostly been preparing the fruit. Whoa, strawberries. I love strawberries the most. Seeing the fruits in her father's hands, Tang Tang immediately gasped in excitement. Daisy's eyes also lit up. What girl could resist sweet fruits? Chen Sui-Nian placed the fruit tray on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa. Such an important occasion can't be taken lightly. We must prepare some snacks, right? Chen Sui-Nian said with a smile. Whoa, Dad's the best. As soon as Chen Sui-Nian placed the tray down, Tang Tang reached out her little hand. She grabbed a strawberry and popped it into her mouth, her eyes immediately curving into crescent moons. Chapter 61. Daddy, you're really on TV. You're a hero. Daddy, this strawberry is too delicious. It's the best strawberry I've ever eaten. Tang Tang quickly finished one and reached out with her little hand again. I'm glad you like it. Eat slowly. We don't know when the news broadcast will get to us. Chen Sui-Nian also picked up a strawberry and put it in his mouth. One bite, and it burst with juice, deliciously sweet and fragrant. Daisy used a fork to pick up a piece of bright red watermelon and placed it into her luscious little mouth. The fresh and sweet juice immediately exploded in her mouth. Daisy felt like this watermelon was sweet all the way into her brain. Her mind was now filled with nothing but watermelon. Oh my god, Chun, this watermelon is just too good. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Eat more. Chen Sui-Nian laughed. He wasn't afraid of being exposed either, because the backyard had originally been set up by the system for others to see. From outsiders' perspectives, the backyard had a messy variety of crops planted all over the fields. In addition, the system would alter other people's thoughts, making them believe that the backyard was Chen Sui-Nian's vegetable patch, and that all of the vegetables had been grown by him there from the beginning. No one would find it odd, but rather take it for granted. Chen Sui-Nian had tested this ability before, and Daisy's reaction just now had proven it again. Although Daisy had been here for many days and never seen Chen Sui-Nian working in the fields, she still instinctively believed that this watermelon had been planted by him previously. As for Tang Tang, she thought it was because Daddy had secretly gone to the backyard to plant things when she wasn't looking. As for the village chief and customers who were not often at the farmhouse, they were even more convinced that Chen Sui-Nian had grown these crops during his spare time. In short, the system ensured that all the items coming from the system space appeared perfectly normal. Chen Sui-Nian had gradually figured out this ability of the system and couldn't help but admire its power and wonder once again. The three of them sat eating fruit and watching the news broadcast. Perhaps because of the fruit, Tang Tang's usual weakness and laziness upon seeing the news broadcast didn't even surface this time. When the fruit plate was almost empty, the news finally started reporting the incident. The three sat up straight immediately. At 9:30 yesterday morning, a traffic accident occurred at the entrance of our city's Peach Blossom Village, where two cars collided by accident. One car rolled directly into the farmland and subsequently exploded. Fortunately, with the help of local villagers, Ms. Lee inside the car was rescued in time. The injured are currently receiving treatment in the hospital and are not in life-threatening condition. Next, please watch the detailed report. After the female host in the studio explained briefly, the TV screen changed to the surveillance footage from the village entrance. The footage clearly showed the collision and the entire process of Chen Sui-Nian rescuing the person from the car. At the same time, the male host's voice explained the details accompanying the footage. At the very moment the accident happened, the village chief Li Dashan, along with villagers Wang Er and Li Si, started the rescue mission. They first rescued the occupants from the other vehicle, but when they tried to save the people in the second car, an accident occurred. Due to the impact, the car door was deformed and jammed. The three of them pried for a long time without any success. Just as they were about to give up and wait for professional rescue, the owner of the local farmhouse, xiuxian, stepped forward. He sensed that the car was about to explode. Instead of running away, he grabbed the crowbar from the village chief and started prying without giving up. The car door that had not budged at all with the combined efforts of the three men was finally loosened slightly by xiuxian alone, and with the help of the village chief and others, Ms. Li was successfully rescued. And just within 20 seconds after xiuxian rescued Ms. Li, the vehicle exploded. It can be said that xiuxian not only saved Ms. Li, but also saved the village chief and the others. In this rescue mission, his sharp observation and perseverance saved a human life. Xiuxian and the village chief showed bravery when others were in danger, doing their part. They are heroes without doubt. This news report was very long, followed later by written interviews with xiuxian and the village chief. It mentioned that xiuxian was also a great father who taught his daughter through actions, the most effective way of education. We believe that having such a father must make his daughter feel extremely proud. Tang watched with shining eyes. She didn't expect to see herself mentioned on TV. Even though her part was brief, it was still mentioned. xiuxian was also somewhat surprised. He originally thought it would be just a written report, but Mei Shangdavid actually included surveillance video. Fortunately, they had blurred their faces on TV. No one could clearly see his face. However, the news did mention that he was the owner of a farmhouse, and xiuxian had a feeling that his business might soon experience another wave of popularity. Daddy, you're really on TV. You're a hero. Tang finally couldn't help but exclaim. Her big eyes were fixed on her father, filled with sparkling light. Which child wouldn't want their father to be a hero, especially one who appears on television? Tang now deeply admired her dad. Oh my god, Chun, you looked so handsome when you were rescuing people. Daisy's blue eyes were also shining brightly. Even with xiuxian's thick skin, in this moment, being praised and looked at like this by two beautiful girls, he still felt his face turning red. Hee low-key. It was just a small effort. xiuxian shyly chuckled a couple of times. Daddy, do you think they will send you a banner of appreciation? Tang began to imagine. After all, as the daughter of Tang the heroine, her dad had done something so face-giving. Daddy doesn't know? Probably not. xiuxian shook his head. Oh well. Tang felt a bit disappointed. If they could send a banner, this matter would truly be impressive. Seeing Tang's disappointed expression, xiuxian's lips pressed together slightly, and he pinched her cheek. Tang, the truth is, this isn't really something worth showing off about. Daddy's honor came at the expense of someone else's injury. There are still people suffering in the hospital right now because of this incident. If I could, Daddy would rather not have this honor if it means avoiding anyone getting hurt. Do you understand? Upon hearing her father's words, Tang's cute little brows immediately furrowed together. But then, why were you on TV? Because the accident already happened, and someone risked their life to save others. We need to praise people like that. Only this way will there be more good people like Daddy and the village chief. xiuxian patiently explained to Tang. Tang, I know this is difficult for you to understand right now, but Daddy still hopes you know this. Doing good deeds and helping others should come from a heart that genuinely wants to assist, not from a desire to show off. When you truly understand this, you can become a real hero. Chapter 62. Departure. Destination, the amusement park. After speaking, xiuxian knew the words he had just said would be hard for Tang to understand at her current age. And saying that now was like pouring a bucket of cold water over her head. But xiuxian still wanted to say it, because the right values mattered far more than temporary happiness. Tangent thought for a moment, then suddenly lifted her head. The frown that had been knotted on her brow finally relaxed. Dad, I understand now. Even if nobody thanks us, even if it won't be on TV, and even if it's not impressive, we still do good deeds and help others. That's what a real hero is. xiuxian was taken aback, then he smiled joyfully, because his daughter truly understood what he meant. That's exactly right, Tang. You're absolutely brilliant. xiuxian scooped Tang into his arms and kissed her plump little cheek. Of course, you better believe it. I'm Tang the heroine. Tang raised her little chin proudly, accepting xiuxian's compliment. Daisy also looked at Tang in amazement. Though this was an easy concept for adults, for a young girl, it was extremely rare. Tang always brought her surprises. Finally, they finished the fruit platter. Tang's little belly was round and full, and the CCTV news broadcast had also ended. After the fruit tray, xiuxian saw Tang already standing by the door hugging the Numa great general, ready to take him and Daisy to patrol her territory. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Tang, don't you forget something? At her father's words, Tang's little face was filled with confusion. Suddenly, she jerked her head up, as if she'd just remembered something. Oh Dad, right, the cape. We haven't put on the cape yet. xiuxian hesitated. He really didn't mean that silly cape. Shaking his head slightly, he said, No, we discussed it 2 nights ago. Think again. The little head was plunged back into thought. Beside him, Daisy's eyes suddenly lit up. She figured it out. Oh, my little angel, the carousel. She gave Tang a hint. Instantly, Tang's eyes lit up as well. What? Dad, are we going to the amusement park? Yes. Since I don't have anything today, I'll take you to play there. xiuxian smiled gently as he nodded. 2 nights ago he'd promised the little girl they'd go, but they postponed it yesterday after Tang took the Bailan fruit. Today was free, and a new mission hadn't been issued from the system, so he decided to close the restaurant for the day and spend quality time with Tang. As for the customers who might come by and leave disappointed without a meal, he could do nothing about that. After all, his daughter's happiness was more important. Besides, they could always go enjoy the flowers behind the restaurant instead. Yay, great, Tang Tang cheered excitedly. I'm gonna wear my cape too, Tang Tang suddenly declared and turned to run upstairs to fetch it. Chen Sui-Yin and Daisy's expressions changed instantly, and Chen Sui-Yin quickly grabbed Tong Tong's little hand. Forget about the cape. When we ride attractions at the amusement park later, it will just get in the way. It's inconvenient. Chen Sui-Yin held Tong Tong's small hand while saying this. Oh, my little angel. Yes, your cape might get stuck in the rides. Daisy chimed in with agreement beside them. Although Chen Sui-Yin and Daisy didn't mind the cape much within the village itself, things were different outside the village, where more people would see it. It would be better not to take that silly cape. Hearing her father and Daisy speak this way, Tang Tang pouted adorably with her eyebrows furrowed, and finally gave up her plan to fetch the cape. Dad, so does that mean I can't bring Nyoma the Great General either? Yes. After all, we'll need our hands free for the rides. We can't hold him the whole time. Chen Sui-Yin nodded, almost forgetting that the wooden ox and horse actually moved on its own. Okay then, I can only leave you at home. Tang Tang sighed. All right then, let's go. Daisy, do you need to prepare anything? Chen Sui-Yin turned to Daisy and asked. Oh, Chen, wait a second while I get my bag. The car keys are inside. All right, take your time. After speaking, Daisy went into the room and shortly came out carrying a small white handbag. A camera hung around her neck, and when matched with her energetic, youthful appearance, she looked even more vibrant and lively. All right, it's getting late. Let's go. Yay. Tang Tang cheered up again. After speaking, Chen Sui-Yin took Tang Tang and Daisy out the door. He locked the courtyard gate, hung up the sign that read, closed for today, and the three headed toward the village entrance. In the village square by the gate, a small white car stood alone, parked there quietly. Since the village only had narrow paths, the car could only be parked at the square by the village entrance. No one in the village owned a small car, so at this moment, Daisy's car was the only one parked there. If they were any later, people coming for dinner would start arriving by car, and there would be nowhere to park. The car accident from yesterday happened on the road outside the village, so it hadn't affected Daisy's car. The accident yesterday was caused by a speeding car entering the village, which collided with another vehicle that had unexpectedly arrived and was trying to leave the village, and they couldn't avoid each other in time. Oh Chun, that's my car. Here are the keys. Let me give them to you. A man should drive. Daisy smiled as she handed the keys to Chen Sui-Yin. It's nothing. It should be me driving anyway. Chen Sui-Yin smiled and accepted the car keys. It was over an hour's drive from the village to the city center, which would be pretty tiring to drive. Oh, my little angel Tang Tang, let's sit in the back seat. My car has so many snacks. When she heard Daisy's words, Tong Tong's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, Daisy sister. After saying that, Daisy took Tang Tang and sat into the back seat. Chen Sui-Yin smiled slightly, walked toward the driver's seat, opened the door, and got in. The moment his head entered the car, he smelled a fresh fragrance. It wasn't perfume, but more like a natural body scent. No wonder it's a woman's car. It's way nicer than those stinky cars driven by smelly men. Chen Sui-Yin thought to himself. Because Chen Sui-Yin used to work in land surveying, he often needed to drive to various places. Although he didn't personally own a car, the company would provide one. But this field was dominated by men, and since they spent so much time outdoors, it was normal to sweat. So you can imagine how unpleasant the smell inside those cars could be, as if you were driving a jar of pickled cabbage after years of fermentation. Just as Chen Sui-Yin settled his body into the seat, he felt something underneath him poking his butt. He reached under with his left hand to check. This texture, this shape. Chen Sui-Yin frowned slightly, already sensing something unpleasant. He pulled it out. It was a pink piece of clothing, symmetrical in shape. A woman would normally use it. Judging from its size, it was rather large. His face immediately flushed red. Chapter 63. I think we can't keep this thing anymore. Chen Sui-Yin felt his old face burning with embarrassment. He had pulled it out halfway before quickly stuffing it back in. This was just too awkward. Why would Daisy leave this thing on the seat? Chen Sui-Yin looked at Daisy and Tang Tang chatting happily in the back seat, completely unaware of his discomfort. Maybe Daisy forgot she left this pink thing here. Chen Sui-Yin suddenly didn't know how to handle the situation. He couldn't possibly pull it out now and hand it back to Daisy. Not only would it be incredibly awkward between them, but Tang Tang was also here. This was a bit inappropriate for kids. If Tang Tang asked about it later, both he and Daisy would be even more embarrassed. Oh, Chun, why aren't you driving? Daisy noticed Chen Sui-Yin was still sitting sideways and hadn't started the car, so she asked curiously. It's nothing. I'm just adjusting my seat. Chen Sui-Yin took a deep breath to calm down his embarrassment. Whatever, I'll just leave it like this. He shoved the item back under his butt and started the car, heading into the city. As a result, that thing pressed uncomfortably against Chen Sui-Yin's, but for over an hour. When Chen Sui-Yin got out of the car, he thought he should find a chance to mention this to Daisy, either to wash it or throw it away. But in any case, he couldn't keep it with him anymore, not after his but had defiled it for over an hour. Chen Sui-Yin drove straight to the largest amusement park in my city. Ronlo Amusement Park. This was the most complete amusement park in the city, and even famous nationwide, especially for its Ferris wheel. My city star. It was the tallest Ferris wheel in the country. Even standing outside the park, one could clearly see the towering figure of the Ferris wheel. Wah? Dad, the Ferris wheel is so big. I want to ride it. Tang Tang gasped with excitement, her eyes shining brightly. Okay, today, let's have fun to our heart's content. Chen Sui-Yin patted Tongtong's head and smiled. Yay, I'm going to ride everything in this park. Dad, Daisy, let's go inside quickly. After she spoke, the little girl pulled both Chen Sui-Yin and Daisy toward the entrance of the amusement park. After waiting in line for a bit, the three entered the park smoothly. Chen Sui-Yin had bought an all-day pass, allowing them to ride any attraction unlimited times. Arriving at the amusement park for the first time, Tangtang looked at the dazzling variety of rides, and at first couldn't decide which to play on. Looking left and right, she darted through the crowd eagerly. The trio attracted quite a bit of attention wherever they went. The adorable to a fault Tangtang, the beautiful and charming half-foreign beauty Daisy, and the incredibly handsome Chen Sui-Yin, who had been transformed by the strength pill. Each of them alone would draw looks, but together, the three of them caused onlookers to constantly turn their heads in admiration. Some guys stared at Daisy with drooling mouths and were consequently drenched in drinks by their girlfriends standing beside them. Of course, many girls were staring at Chen Sui-Yin holding Tongtong's hand, stars sparkling in their eyes. So handsome. That man. Isn't the little girl he's holding hands with his daughter? Of course. Look at that half-foreign beauty beside him. Obviously a family. What a shame. Already married young. I was even thinking about going up to ask for his contact info. You wish. You probably wouldn't even be able to speak in front of him. Two girls whispered while discussing Chen Sui-Yin and the others. To outsiders, it looked like Chen Sui-Yin was leading Tangtang, but in truth, only Chen Sui-Yin knew. He was the one being dragged along. The little one hadn't decided on a ride yet, and kept dragging him around everywhere. Daisy held the camera, ready to snap photos of the two at any moment. Alright, Tangtang, no more running around. Otherwise, we'll run out of time and won't get to play any games. Chen Sui-Yin observed the indecisive Tangtang and called out. Upon hearing her dad, Tangtang realized this too, her little brows furrowing. Then she pulled Tangtang back again, returning to the entrance. Tangtang, why are we going back again? Chen Sui-Yin wore a baffled expression, completely unable to understand Tongtong's thinking. Dad, let's start from here and play each one by one. I just looked around. The games are so many. I'm going to play them all. Tangtang blinked her big eyes excitedly. Chen Sui-Yin's lips twitched. Tangtang, this amusement park is huge. We can't finish it all in a day, so we should play the attractions we really want to first. Chen Sui-Yin explained to Tangtang patiently. After realizing she couldn't play all the games, Tongtong's little cute eyebrows frowned again. Alright then, first let's play the carousel, then that big wheel, and then bumper cars. Tangtang first named 3 rides she recognized. Okay, then we should get going quickly, there are so many people now. Chen Sui-Yin smiled and nodded, then took Tangtang toward the carousel. Happy music reached their ears, and Tongtong's eyes sparkled as she looked at the horses spinning in the air. Dad, this wooden horse is even more amazing than the great general cow horse. It can actually fly. Tangtang said in amazement. This was her first time seeing a carousel. Yes. Chen Sui-Yin laughed in response. Actually, in theory, the great general cow horse should be more impressive than the carousel. After all, it could move without electricity. And this wooden horse is much prettier than the one you made, Dad. Tangtang added. Chen Sui-Yin's lips twitched. Wow, you really won't even give your dad a little face? Back then, materials were simple and there was little paint available. Of course it couldn't compare with these elaborately crafted, eye-catching, beautiful horses. You talk too much. Say one more word, and I'll take you home. See if I don't. Chen Sui-Yin pinched his daughter's little cheek, threateningly. Could he really have no face left? Nua, I don't believe you. Dad is the best, and won't get angry. Tangtang stuck her tongue out, and said without any panic. Oh my little angel, you're just too cute. Don't worry, if Chen really tries to take you home, I'll stop him. Besides, the great general cow horse really isn't as nice looking as the carousel horses. Daisy, watching Tangtang make a face, was immediately enchanted by her cuteness, and stood on Tongtong's side to support her. Thank you, Daisy. Daisy is so great. Dad, see? Daisy said yours isn't as pretty as this one. Tangtang, now that Daisy was supporting her, became even more confident. Alright. This time you win. What you said is right. Chen Sui-Yin had no choice but to admit defeat since he obviously couldn't actually take Tangtang home right now. Clap. Daisy, we won. Oh my little angel. Yes, we did. Excitedly, Tangtang ran over to Daisy and high-fived her. Chapter 64. Daisy is actually afraid of heights. Chen Sui-Yin looked at the two excited women and shook his head helplessly. Okay, it's our turn now. Let's go. He lifted Tangtang onto a carousel horse and instructed her. Grab on tight, don't fall off. Tangtang nodded her little head excitedly, curiously observing the carousel horse beneath her. The horse was snow white with splashes of colorful clouds, and, most excitingly, actually had wings. This was far more beautiful than her wooden general the cow, which had only plain colors. After making sure Tangtang was settled, Chen Sui-Yin mounted the horse to Tongtong's left, watching over her. Daisy sat on the horse to Tongtong's right, flanking her with Chun. This positioning was perfect for taking photos of both Tangtang and Chun. The carousel began to turn slowly, spinning and rocking up and down gently. At first, Tangtang felt a bit nervous, but after getting used to it, she let loose entirely. Dad, fly. My wooden horse is flying. Tangtang laughed joyfully on the carousel, an experience entirely new to her. Watching Tongtong smile, Chen Sui-Yin also felt happy. What could be happier for a father than seeing his daughter's smile? Daisy continuously clicked away with her camera. She loved this adorable girl so much. Tangtang was simply a little angel who had descended from heaven. When the carousel ended, Tang Tang immediately dragged both xiuxian and Daisy toward the direction of the Ferris wheel. Standing below the Ferris wheel, Tang Tang opened her mouth wide looking up at the enormous wheel that towered hundreds of times her own height. Dad, this big wheel looks even bigger up close. Of course, but it's called a Ferris wheel, not a big wheel. Xiuxian laughed. Oh, so it's called a Ferris wheel. Tang Tang looked enlightened. Xiuxian twitched his mouth. He hadn't said wheel at all. Oh, sweetie, although it does look like a wheel, it's not a wheel. It's called a Ferris wheel. Daisy helped explain further to Xiuxian's relief. But Tang Tang seemed to have missed the correction entirely. Okay then, here I come, big Ferris wheel. Tang Tang shouted loudly and ran toward the queue. Upon hearing her still misname it, Xiuxian shook his head slightly with a smile and decided not to argue the point with her anymore. He followed Tang Tang's pace and joined the line behind her. Daisy smiled beautifully, unable to help herself around the adorable child, and followed suit. Soon, the three of them boarded the Ferris wheel. Tang Tang leaned against the glass, watching as they climbed higher and higher, seeing people shrink into tiny figures, cars into small vehicles, and large houses into miniature buildings. Everything below appeared to be shrinking, and her eyes remained bright and sparkling. Dad, things on the ground have gotten smaller. Foolish child, it's not that things on the ground have gotten smaller, it's just that we're farther away from them. Near is big and far is small, Xiuxian explained, smiling. Looking outside the glass enclosure, the view displayed clusters of buildings and a bustling city. Although magnificent, Xiuxian felt it wasn't as beautiful as the view outside his bedroom window, where pink peach blossoms and tender green branches still caught his heart. And the Ferris wheel really was more beautiful to view at night. Suddenly, Xiuxian felt his arm being grabbed by a pair of soft and slightly cool hands. He shifted his gaze away from Tang Tang and saw that Daisy had hold of him. Daisy's body slightly trembled, and she looked at Xiuxian with a faint apologetic smile. Oh Chun, sorry, I'm just a bit scared of heights. Can I hold on for a moment? Xiuxian smiled faintly. It's fine, go ahead. If you're afraid of heights, you didn't have to come up here at all. Oh no, I wanted to take pictures of little angel Tang Tang riding the Ferris wheel for the first time. Those are already taken, so I'll endure a bit longer. Though her face looked pale, Daisy's eyes sparkled with the joy of having taken great photos. Are you okay, Daisy? What's afraid of heights mean? Seeing Daisy's unusual expression, Tang Tang quickly stepped in front of her to ask with concern. Being afraid of heights means you feel scared when you're up high. Alright, go back to looking at the view. Don't disturb your Daisy sister. Oh okay, Xiuxian answered on Daisy's behalf. Daisy shot Chen a glance filled with gratitude. With the continued climb upward, she couldn't bring herself to speak anymore. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Xiuxian clearly felt the grip on his arm tighten and grow even colder. With his other hand, he gently patted Daisy's pale knuckles. Of course, this wasn't some attempt to flirt or take advantage. It was simply meant as comfort between friends. After all, Daisy had been extremely kind to both Tang Tang and himself. Take a deep breath, relax, close your eyes, and think about something else. Don't think about being on the Ferris wheel. Xiuxian's voice was very gentle. Hearing Xiuxian's soft voice and seeing the gentleness in his eyes, Daisy suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart, as if it had been struck and started beating faster. She and Chun exchanged glances, both flustered. Hurriedly, she followed Chin's suggestion and closed her eyes, though her heart continued to race, her fear and anxiety, however, noticeably fading. Seeing that Daisy had closed her eyes and her body was no longer trembling, Xiuxian felt a little surprised. So the method he had just suggested offhandedly actually worked? The Ferris wheel completed its rotation. Xiuxian carried Tang Tang, supporting a still leg-weary Daisy, timing their way off carefully. Putting Tang Tang back on the ground, Chun helped Daisy sit on a nearby bench to rest a bit and feel the ground beneath her feet again. Tang Tang ran over to Daisy, using her tiny hands to massage Daisy's legs. Daisy sister, let me massage your legs. Get better quickly. Daisy was deeply touched by Tang Tang's thoughtfulness. Oh, thank you, my little angel. You're too considerate. Don't worry, Daisy sister. Once you're better, we can go to the next ride. Daisy, Xiuxian twitched his lips. He had known all along that this little brat had planned it this way. Oh, my little angel, I'm already fine. Let's go. Hearing Tang Tang, Daisy stood up quickly. It's okay. Don't worry about this kid. We'll leave once you're fully rested. Xiuxian said to her. No rush. Let your sister rest properly. She only gathered her courage to ride up there for the sake of taking nice photos of you. Xiuxian pinched Tang Tang's rosy cheeks again as he spoke. Okay, then Daisy sister, you rest well. I'm not in a hurry. My little angel, sister really is fine now. Let's go to the next ride. Daisy smiled, stroking Tang Tang's head. Oh, Chun, really, I'm perfectly fine now. I've already recovered. Daisy turned to Xiuxian. She truly had recovered. His reassurance during the ride had already made her feel much better. Good then, let's get going. We should still have time for one more activity before noon. Yay, Tang Tang cheered happily. Then, Xiuxian led Tang Tang and Daisy toward the bumper cars. Chapter 65, The Invincible Bumper Cars. Xiuxian walked ahead with a bag slung over his shoulder, holding Tang Tang's hand. The bag Chen carried was the one Tang Tang had just snatched from Daisy. This place only has Dad as a guy, Tang Tang reasoned. And Daisy isn't feeling well. How can Dad not help the girl with her bag? That's not gentlemanly at all. Xiuxian twitched his lips. Where had this little brat picked up the word gentleman anyway? Daisy wanted to take back her bag, but Tang Tang blocked her. With a helpless smile, Xiuxian said, Forget it, it's fine. The bag isn't heavy anyway. Let me hold it for you. How about the camera too? Let me take it. Hearing that, Daisy didn't pretend to refuse anymore. Oh Chun, thank you. But no need for the camera. I'll keep it and take pictures. All right. Chun nodded with a smile, then pulled Tang Tang along as he walked ahead. See? That's what a real gentleman does. Tang Tang declared proudly. You think you know everything. Chun teased, ruffling her hair. It was no big deal anyway, just carrying a bag for Daisy. Behind them, Daisy watched xiuxian carry her bag, recalling what he'd said to comfort her on the Ferris wheel. An involuntary smile curved her lips. Soon, the three of them reached the bumper cars and began lining up. Tangent watched the vehicles inside crash into one another, shrieks and laughter echoing constantly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, something thrilling. Hello? Due to the bumper cars only seating 2 people, could you please confirm, will the father accompany the child, or the mother? When it was xiuxian's turn, the worker smiled politely and asked. Chun paused for a moment. Daisy immediately flushed, quickly explaining. Oh no, I'm not. Her heart started pounding, thudding fast. She felt herself acting strangely. Based on her usual personality, she wouldn't even blush at such words. And why was her heart racing like this? Oh my god, no. Am I falling for Chun? Daisy stole a glance at xiuxian, then shook her head fiercely, trying to erase the thought. Yet, she couldn't help but recall what had happened on the Ferris wheel. Ah, sorry about that. I thought you two were just so well matched. The worker smiled awkwardly at Daisy and Chun. Not a married couple at all. Handsome guy, beautiful lady. Only a couple like that could have had such a lovely little girl. The worker looked at Tang Tang while thinking. But honestly, who could blame her for the misunderstanding? Although Daisy had big blonde curly hair, her facial features looked distinctly Eastern, almost as if she had dyed or styled it to look like that. Hearing the worker's words, Tang Tang turned to look at Daisy thoughtfully. xiuxian, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice anything. He turned and asked Tang Tang. Tang Tang, do you want to ride with Dad, or with Daisy? Hearing Dad ask her, Tang Tang snapped out of her thoughts and began to ponder this tough decision. I want to ride with both Dad and Daisy, she said honestly. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but each car only fits 2 people. The worker chimed in again. Oh my sweet angel. Chun, you two go ahead. I'll just go over there and take pictures for you. Daisy offered. Compared to riding the bumper cars, she'd much rather take photos of Tang Tang. Well then, Tang Tang and I will go in. Chun nodded. Tang Tang glanced at the bumper cars, then at Daisy. Suddenly, she ran over to her. Daisy squat down. Not knowing what Tang Tang wanted, Daisy knelt down. Mwah. Daisy, next time we'll ride together, but remember to take really pretty pictures for me, okay? Tang Tang kissed Daisy on the cheek loudly, then laughed. Daisy froze for a second, then grinned widely and nodded. Oh my god, my little angel. Don't worry, I'll make sure you look absolutely adorable in the photos. She felt a tingling sensation, floating and light, as if she'd just been kissed by a tiny angel. Thanks Daisy. I'm going to ride the bumper cars now. Go ahead, sweetie. After saying that, Tang Tang ran back to her dad. The worker looked on with jealousy, wishing she, too, could be kissed by such an adorable child. xiuxian also felt slightly surprised at Tang Tang's behavior. This little girl actually noticed that Daisy might feel left out, and specially ran over to kiss her on the cheek. Earlier, when she saw the charm at the store, Tang Tang was also worried about making the big sister feel bad, so she asked him for money to buy it for Daisy. She's really growing up, Chun thought, watching his little girl. Dad, let's go in quickly, we're wasting so much time. Alright. Chun led Tang Tang to one of the bumper cars and climbed in. Buckling Tang Tang's seatbelt, xiuxian joined the chaotic battle inside the bumper cars. As soon as Tang Tang got into the car, xiuxian felt as if her whole aura had suddenly changed. From the sweet little girl just moments ago, she now seemed like a fierce young general. Dad, charge! Tang Tang suddenly shouted, raising her fist with one hand. xiuxian was startled by Tang Tang's sudden voice, but then chuckled. Alright, let's go. He stepped hard on the gas pedal. The bumper car slammed into another one, and both Chun and Tang Tang leaned forward due to the inertia. Before either of them could straighten themselves back up, they were hit again by another car. Their bodies swayed uncontrollably, shaking from side to side, almost falling over. Tang Tang immediately got upset and shouted, Dad, crash into them back. I'm the boss of the village. How dare they bully me like this? xiuxian wanted to say something, but didn't speak. He could only follow Tang Tang's command, pressing the gas and charging back. Dad, left side. Dad, watch out, can't you fight at all? Dad, yes, that one. Hit him. He hit me the most. Throughout the entire game, Tang Tang's voice echoed in xiuxian's ears. He kept fighting exactly as Tang Tang commanded, and they truly dominated the battlefield. Other bumper cars would immediately turn and run when seeing Tang Tang, because her yelling was just too scary. She seemed to have unleashed some deep-seated battle instinct, and was playing super excitedly. Tang Tang had clearly become the undisputed bully of the bumper cars. But this style of playing was just a little tough on xiuxian. Even after the game ended, and he got out of the car, Tang Tang's voice still rang in Chen's ears. The sound lingering in his ears as if it would never fade away. xiuxian walked over with Tang Tang to reunite with Daisy. Tang Tang ran happily toward Daisy. She had truly enjoyed the game. Daisy sister, did you capture all my heroic moments on camera? Yes, lots of photos. Daisy stiffly nodded. Thinking back to how Tang Tang had just played the game, Daisy couldn't help feeling shocked. She had originally expected to take a nice set of beautiful photos. At the beginning when the game started, everything was still okay. She managed to take one normal picture. But once the bumper cars started moving, Tang Tang lost all facial control, acting like a wild horse set free. Her little mouth screamed constantly. Not a single expression was normal. No wonder she loves reading the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Until the end of the game, Daisy couldn't even press the shutter anymore. She was just too stunned the whole time. She couldn't believe that was the same sweet little angel. Luckily, as Daisy looked at Tang Tang now, who had returned to her sweet self in front of her, she realized her little angel had come back. Chapter 66. Wu Jian and Li Fan returned empty-handed. In the picturesque Taohua village, while xiuxian and the others were having a great time at the amusement park, outside the entrance of xiuxian farmhouse, there was a chorus of sighs and complaints. Oh man, why isn't this farmhouse restaurant closed today? This is such a waste of time. What bad luck. My God, I barely managed to take a day off work. All my plans are ruined now. The crowd outside was chattering nonstop in complaints. However, two men in the crowd had particularly gloomy expressions. One of the men, with a sharp face and rat-like eyes, was Wu Jian, the one who had previously accused xiuxian falsely at the farmhouse, and who had been slapped by xiuxian and fled in disgrace. Beside him was his companion from last time, Li Fan. Li Fan also had been slapped last time, but he had originally decided to let it go and not return here. After all, they were exposed because he wasn't skilled enough. He couldn't blame others. But Wu Jian insisted on dragging him along, claiming he couldn't swallow this humiliation, and he was determined to teach the restaurant owner a lesson. He even promised Li Fan didn't need to take any action, just help shoot a video. Li Fan understood his friend's personality well enough. Helplessly, he came along. They had come prepared with a variety of methods used to defame shops, intending to film footage and post it online. They had even gone so far as to wear disguises to avoid being recognized. But now, they found all their preparations were in vain. Because today, the farmhouse wasn't even open, casting Wu Jian's face into gloom. That kid's lucky. Let him live a little longer. Let's go. Wu Jian snorted coldly and turned to leave. Li Fan looked at Wu Jian's retreating figure and shook his head. He always had a feeling something bad would happen. Perhaps Wu Jian would end up humiliated again by that man. Still, he didn't dwell on it. In their line of work, they were often hired by businesses to tarnish rival companies. Smearing a small, remote restaurant in a village? It couldn't be easier. Getting caught last time was probably just a fluke. And of course, they hadn't spotted the hidden cameras either. That was what really made them fail. He followed Wu Jian out of the village. The crowd gathered in front of the farmhouse also gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, xiuxian and the other three were walking through the amusement park, searching for a place to eat lunch. Food is as important as steel. Eating is crucial. Though Tang Tang, the little girl, didn't want to eat at all. She wanted to keep playing. But of course, xiuxian wouldn't allow that. You can't grow tall without eating properly. But Dad, can the food outside be as good as yours? Tang Tang asked, snuggled in xiuxian's arms. The question put xiuxian a bit on the spot. In reality, it probably wouldn't be. Restaurant food inside the amusement park tends to be expensive and mediocre. This is different. Each restaurant has its own unique taste. We have to try before we know. xiuxian could only answer this way. He was merely trying to find a random place to satisfy their hunger. Now that he wasn't exactly short on money, he was willing to accept being ripped off. After all, going back outside the amusement park to eat would just waste too much time. Okay, then let's try. Tang Tang nodded her head, pouting slightly. Eventually, xiuxian chose a restaurant that looked like a Western restaurant and entered. The decor was nice, with a hint of luxury. A few people were scattered across the room. It seemed that customers like xiuxian weren't exactly common here. After sitting down, a waitress came over with the menu. Welcome, sir. Here is the menu. Please have a look and decide what you'd like to order. xiuxian took the menu and placed it in front of Tang Tang. Look, do you see anything you want to eat? Tang Tang's eyes lit up as she flipped through the menu excitedly. Dad, there's steak here. And ice cream. Can I have both? xiuxian nodded with a smile, agreeing. There's also egg tarts and pizza. Can I have those too? He continued to smile and nodded again. After all, it was rare for them to bring the child out for fun, better to satisfy her. Also, there's hamburgers and fried chicken. I want to try those too, Dad. xiuxian's expression froze slightly, but he stiffly nodded. You're such a great dad. Your little girl must be so happy. The waitress smiled and said cheerfully. xiuxian's mouth twitched slightly. I think you're the happy one, getting so much money from us today. xiuxian silently grumbled in his heart. That's all then. Just bring us these. xiuxian ordered one steak per person as the main dish. Then ordered the egg tarts, fried chicken, and everything else Tang Tang had pointed out. That should be enough. All right, sir, just a moment. We'll be right out with it. The waitress happily skipped away with the menus. If there could be more guests like this, it would be perfect. And the best part is, he's handsome too. The waitress thought happily to herself. Soon, the dishes arrived at the table. Tang Tang stared at the large piece of steak in front of her, unsure how to start. She frowned slightly. How exactly was one supposed to use this knife and fork? xiuxian watched Tang Tang struggle and couldn't help but smile slightly. He took his own steak, cut it into bite-sized pieces suitable for Tang Tang, and handed it over to her. Here, I've cut it up for you. You can just use your fork to eat it. Wow, thank you, Dad. Tang Tang's eyes lit up. This was so much more convenient. Daisy, watching xiuxian's gentle and considerate behavior, couldn't help but let her eyes sparkle again. Tang Tang picked up a small piece with her fork and took a bite. She chewed thoughtfully. Then, she frowned. Dad, you lied. This is nowhere near as delicious as your cooking. xiuxian took a bite of his steak too. Its flavor was, at best, average, not bad, but far from delicious. Naturally, it was no match for his own cooking. All right, we're here to have fun today. Just eat a little now, and when we get back tonight, Dad will cook a big feast for you, okay? xiuxian said gently, ruffling Tang Tang's hair with a smile. Tang Tang obediently nodded and went back to focusing on finishing her plate. Even though it wasn't as tasty as her dad's food, she still wouldn't waste anything. After all, not everyone was like her dad, who could cook something so delicious. Daisy also took a bite, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She regularly ate steak, and this steak was truly just average. She already started to miss the food xiuxian made. In truth, it wasn't their fault for feeling that way. Their taste buds had, without notice, become accustomed to the exquisite flavors of the farmhouse cuisine. In comparison, the taste of this restaurant's food was naturally underwhelming. Still, the three of them didn't waste a single bite. They finished everything. Although the taste wasn't great, most of the dishes were meat, something they rarely ate much of back at the farmhouse. So it wasn't entirely unpleasant to eat. This was also precisely why xiuxian had chosen a Western restaurant. Chapter 67. Xiuxian, the rich and foolish man. Okay, are you both full now? Let's continue having fun. Xiuxian said, looking at the now empty plates on the table. Full, Tang Tang said excitedly, thrilled that they were going out to play again. Daisy was also happy, ready to take more beautiful photos of Tang Tang. Those bumper cars were just an accident. She was going to reshoot Tang Tang's photos, completely erasing the memory of the bumper car incident. Only Xiuxian couldn't help twitching his mouth when he paid. Well, he knew it would be expensive and had mentally prepared himself, but he was still surprised. It was much more expensive than he had imagined. He paid the bill with a slight twinge of regret. Have a nice trip. We welcome you to come again next time. The waitress said cheerfully. Don't worry, this was the first time, and also the last. I definitely won't be coming here again. I'll only play this foolish role once. Xiuxian inwardly grumbled. After paying, Xiuxian took Tang Tang and Daisy out of the restaurant. The waitress watched their departing figures with a lingering look. Tourists like him, who were foolish and had money, weren't easy to come by. What's more, this family had such high looks. Just watching them was visually pleasing. Could this be the type of situation where God doesn't favor anyone entirely? When a door is open for you, another one is closed? This family must have chosen the door of beauty and closed the window of intelligence. Xiuxian and the others had no idea what the waitress was thinking behind their backs. Xiuxian himself was just thinking that he really needed to update the meat dishes at his farm restaurant. Meat dishes offered higher profit margins, and conveniently, his system space could now regenerate chickens, ducks, fish, and pork. He just hoped the system would also help slaughter the chickens. If not, it could be a problem. Even if he learned how to do it himself, handling the whole process alone would be exhausting. The actual slaughtering is quick. The real hassle comes from plucking the feathers. Back when he was younger, his family bought a live free-range chicken. That single chicken nearly drove the entire household crazy. No one in the house dared to kill it at the time. Xiuxian's father had just bought it on a whim on the way home from work from a farmer. He carried it home happily, and the entire family was initially excited, having never seen a live free-range chicken before. But later they became anxious, because nobody in the house actually knew how to slaughter a chicken. His dad hadn't thought about that part when he bought it. Eventually, the chicken stayed at their house for a few days, filling the entire house with its foul smell. They couldn't bear to throw it away, and for that, his father received a scolding so harsh it felt like hot soup poured on his head, from Chen's mother. Finally, a neighbor's rural grandfather came to the city and helped slaughter the chicken, finally giving the bird a peaceful end. Once the chicken was killed, they followed the grandfather's method to start plucking the feathers. They boiled water, scalded the chicken, and then pulled each feather one by one. The whole family nearly threw up. The chicken smelled terrible. With masks on, they spent an hour just plucking all the feathers. Finally, the chicken was dismembered by the family, then cooked in every way imaginable, stir-fried, boiled, deep-fried, etc. A variety of brutal methods used purely to vent their frustration toward the chicken while it was still alive. In the end, everyone at the dinner table ate unusually heartily. But that free-range chicken had also left an indelible memory in Xiuxian's mind. So if the system couldn't help with slaughtering and plucking, even if he learned how, he couldn't slaughter many chickens in an afternoon, let alone earn much money. Sigh, I can only hope the system can do a better job. Xiuxian sighed inwardly. Daddy, hurry up, let's go shoot some guns. Tang Tang's voice pulled Xiuxian back from his thoughts. Tang Tang had found a shooting game. It was a target shooting game with toy guns. The higher the score, the better the prize. Since there were prizes, it was also a paid game. Daddy, can I play? Tang Tang tugged Chen's hand, her big, cute eyes full of anticipation. Of course you can. Xiuxian smiled and nodded. Chen paid for the game and took 3 guns, one for each of them. Each gun had 10 bullets. The targets were scored out of 10 rings. A score of over 80 rings would win a small stuffed toy, 90 rings and above won a larger stuffed toy, and a full 100 rings would earn an extra large life-size teddy bear as a prize. This large teddy bear sat on top of all the other toys, its huge eyes gazing at everyone as if saying, if you've got the guts, come and win me. Tang Tang couldn't take her eyes off that large teddy bear. Her eyes burned with determination. Daisy, looking at the large stuffed bear, also seemed a little tempted. After all, what girl could resist a giant, adorable stuffed animal that was bigger than herself, so soft and comfortable to hug? Xiuxian, being a straightforward guy, didn't feel much except for a little curiosity. He just wanted to try shooting a gun. They walked to the shooting station. Looking at the target, Xiuxian furrowed his brows. Although the distance wasn't far, only about 5 meters, the target itself was extremely small. Each scoring ring was barely the size of 2 rubber bullets. The higher the score, the smaller the ring, much tinier than usual targets. Even with his enhanced eyesight, Chun could barely make out the center clearly. It was about the size of a marble. Though he didn't feel confident about hitting it, he still had Tang Tang and Daisy with him. Two individuals who were practically even more like the main characters than he was, possessing terrifying natural talents. Hitting something as small as a marble shouldn't be a problem within 5 meters for them. Hey, Tang Tang, Daisy, do you have the confidence to take home that biggest teddy bear? Xiuxian smiled while asking. Of course, I will definitely bring that bear home. Tang Tang confidently replied. Oh Chun, I'll try my best. Daisy said so outwardly, yet her eyes revealed strong ambition to take that bear home as well. Ha ha ha, little girl, don't talk big. That bear isn't so easy to get. It's been here since the beginning of this game station, and nobody has ever scored a perfect 100. The shop owner laughed from the side. He pointed at a signboard beside him. The top of it bore 3 large words. Hero list. See this? The highest score on the hero list is only 99. Nobody has ever hit 10 perfect 10s in a row. If you manage that, you'll be the mightiest hero on the list, earning a medal for the title of greatest hero. Upon hearing the shop owner's words, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled even more. Xiuxian twitched his lips slightly, thinking to himself that today might spell trouble for the owner. The big teddy bear was probably doomed to be taken away. By saying that, wasn't he practically poking right at Tang Tang's sweet spot? This little girl loved being the mightiest hero more than even that large teddy bear. Owner, please accept my condolences. Xiuxian muttered silently inside. Oh really? Then I'm definitely going to grab this title of the mightiest hero. Tang Tang clenched her little fist tightly. Haha, good luck to you then. The owner also liked this cute little girl, so he spoke a few more words with her. Brat, don't exaggerate. Today, I, Wang Teng, will take that title for sure. A teenage boy's voice rang out from the side. Chapter 68, Ace Sniper. A boy's voice rang out from the shooting booth nearby. Xiuxian and the others turned to look. A short-haired boy around 12 years old had just fired his last bullet. 99 rings. The staff at the shooting range exclaimed in amazement. Xiuxian frowned slightly. This boy was pretty accurate. How come all the kids these days are so scary? It's only 99 rings. I can do that too. I'll show you later. Tang Tang pouted and said Bu Fuchi dut. Haha, little girl, this boy is currently the top 1 on the heroes list. He has come here many times, and every time he scores 99 rings. Before Wang Teng could reply, the owner spoke first. Really? Kids like to brag, that's all. You'll see later. It won't be 99 rings today. I feel like I'm in a really good condition today, and I'm definitely going to hit 100 rings. Boss, reload the bullets. Wang Teng said confidently, as if he'd forgotten that he himself was also a kid. Then let's have a competition. Let's see who wins the title. Fine. If you cry after losing, the uncle there can't blame me, okay? Wang Teng looked at Xiuxian and said, it's fine, just compete fairly. If my daughter loses, it's just because her skill isn't good enough. I won't blame you. Xiuxian shook his head and said it was okay. He believed in his own daughter. Back then, he himself had been brutally beaten. Oh, my little angel, cheer up. Daisy encouraged Tang Tang from the side. Don't worry, Daisy sister. I will definitely win. Tang Tang said with a smile. I see you're young, so I'll let you go first. Wang Teng took the gun loaded with bullets from the boss. Then you might not have a chance to shoot at all. Tang Tang picked up the gun and began aiming at the target. Her little face looked extremely focused, acting all high and mighty. I hope you have some luck and hit 1 10 ring at least. Wang Teng sneered. He didn't believe a little girl could hit a 10 ring. After all, he came from a military family and had been told since childhood that he had great talent in shooting and had trained so hard that he had achieved such excellent shooting skills. For this little girl to hit 1 10 ring was pure luck. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Tang Tang's first bullet was fired. 10 ring. The staff inside shouted obediently. Instantly, the surrounding air became quiet. Xiuxian raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder she's my daughter. She really is the protagonist. He originally worried that his daughter hadn't played this game before, whether she could be as good as playing marbles, but now, that worry dissipated completely. Not bad for a little girl. Yeah, the first shot is a 10 ring. She's actually quite good. The onlookers around began to praise. Just luck. Let's see if you can get 10 rings in the next 9 shots. Wang Teng snorted. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Tang fired her second shot. 10 ring. The staff's voice rose again. Oh, my little angel, you're amazing. Daisy's eyes sparkled. It must still be a coincidence. Wang Teng frowned. Bang, bang, bang. 10 ring, 10 ring, 10 ring. Tang Tang fired 3 more shots, each hitting 10 rings. The surrounding onlookers were already stunned. After all, this was a little girl. Wang Teng didn't speak either. His expression became serious. Although he could do the same too, he was someone who could shoot 99 rings, but seeing Tang Tang so effortlessly and skillfully, he still started to feel uneasy. Other people who were playing games nearby also put down their guns and silently watched Tang Tang. Bang, bang. Tang Tang fired 4 more shots. 10 ring. All 10 rings. The staff shouted. The owner's expression was also getting worse now. Could it be that the big teddy bear prize was really going to be won by this little girl? At this moment, Wang Teng stood still, staring at Tang Tang, his hands clenched tightly into fists. Not 10 rings. Not 10 rings. He prayed frantically in his heart. Bang. 10 ring. Total of 100 rings. The staff shouted excitedly. The crowd watching instantly burst into cheers. You're amazing, little girl. Yeah, today has really been an eye-opening experience. Little girl, when you grow up, would you like to join the army? You'll definitely be an ace sniper. Tang Tang put down the gun, raised her proud little chin, and slowly turned around to face everyone. Everyone, don't get excited. If you want autographs, remember to line up. After speaking, Her little hand actually pulled out a small notebook and a pen from under her little skirt. Xiuxian's face twitched. Wow, when did you take that notebook and pen from home? Everyone around was also momentarily stunned, their mouths twitching. Who brings a notebook and pen with them to sign autographs for others? And look at your little skirt, there aren't even any pockets. Where exactly did you pull that from? Everyone on the scene was in shock, except two people whose faces darkened. Wang Teng and the owner. Wang Teng's face turned pale, glaring at the cheerful Tang Tang, disbelief written all over his face. This can't be possible. He had challenged the 100-ring target for so long, and this little girl actually did it in one try. He started doubting his own talent. Trembling slightly, he picked up the already loaded gun, aimed at the target, and fired. Missed the target. Wang Teng stared at the gun in his hands. He had missed the target entirely. This was the first time since he'd held a gun that he had completely missed. He placed the gun down, realizing his mindset was off right now. The bullets fired would definitely not be accurate, and he knew for sure he had lost the match today. The game booth owner also looked at Tang Tang with a gloomy expression. He had been running this game for so long that the costs were already long recovered, but you just paid once and took away the biggest prize. It's hard for me too, you know? What do you think? I told you earlier, I was definitely going to win that title today. Although I've taken the title, to make it up to you, I'll give you my autograph. Seeing no one rushing to ask her for an autograph, Tang Tang turned to Wang Teng with sparkling eyes and said cheerfully, a stab straight to the heart. Wang Teng suddenly felt a pain in his chest, his mouth twitching as he glared at Tang Tang, who gives autographs to their rivals. Was she trying to humiliate him even more because he hadn't lost badly enough? Forget it. I lost, and I admit defeat. Wang Teng muttered, pursing his lips. Oh well, then I won't. Aunties, uncles, big brothers, big sisters, does anyone else want one? Seeing that Wang Teng had declined, Tang Tang began moving toward the onlookers watching the competition, actively signing her name for people. Wang Teng's mouth twitched again. Was this little brat genuinely trying to sign autographs for people, or was she just being overly enthusiastic? But who just hands out autographs like that without being asked? Chapter 69. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. The onlookers, who had been watching the competition, were surprised to see the cute little girl with a notebook and pen walking toward them. She was actually trying to push autographs on them forcefully, which left many people confused and taken aback. Sisters, don't you think I was amazing just now? Are you sure you don't want my autograph? Tang Tang asked as she approached the three girls, blinking her big eyes. Looking at Tang Tang's rosy little face and sparkling eyes, the three pretty girls' hearts melted completely. Oh sweetie, in that case, give us one. Upon hearing their words, Tang Tang's face immediately lit up with joy. Without even picking up the pen, she simply waved her tiny hand, and 3 signed sheets of paper, each bearing her full name, were instantly ripped out and handed to them. Everyone was stunned again. Was this autograph pre-signed? Just as Tang Tang was preparing to approach her next target, Xiuxian came and grabbed her back with one hand. Alright, stop showing off. Come with me to collect your prize. Daddy, do you want an autograph too? Tang Tang asked without forgetting to speak up. You want to give one to me? Dream on. Xiuxian replied, knocking his little finger gently on her head. Humph. Fine then. Don't have one, she muttered while covering her head with both tiny hands and pouting. Putting Tang Tang down in front of the owner, Xiuxian spoke. Boss, we can claim the hero title badge and that big bear now, right? Of course, let me get them for you. But could I ask the young lady to sign her name on this wall? She's the very first hero who scored a perfect 100 rings. The owner pointed to the nearby Heroes Hall of Fame wall. Sure, of course. I will write. Tang Tang eagerly responded before Xiuxian could even open his mouth. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiuxian realized that for Tang Tang, the Heroes Hall might be more appealing than the stuffed bear. There was no need to ask. Of course, the little girl would love to leave her name behind. He had never imagined that the handwriting skills he taught Tang Tang for extra security would end up being used for autographs. As Tang Tang skillfully wrote her name on the wall, her eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing her name at the very top. Proudly tossing her hands behind her back, she realized after a couple of shakes that she wasn't wearing her cape. After attempting it a couple more times, she furrowed her cute little brows and gave up. Sir, what's with your daughter's odd behavior? The owner asked, puzzled. Although the owner didn't understand what she meant by that action, Xiuxian did. His lips twitched slightly. He knew that his little girl was attempting to dramatically flip her cape, only to find that she hadn't brought it with her, and thus couldn't display her usual flourish. Nothing, just ignore her. Boss, please hand over the remaining prizes. He declined to mention such an embarrassing, overdramatic gesture. Alright, wait a second. After saying so, the owner turned around and fetched the largest teddy bear from the pile, then pulled a badge from a small box. Congratulations. These are all yours now. Thanks, boss. Xiuxian said as he accepted the teddy bear and badge. After all, it was the biggest entertainment center in my city. They wouldn't go back on their word. Daddy, I want to wear the badge. Tang Tang clung tightly to her father's leg. True to form, she clearly preferred the badge over the teddy bear. Daisy, could you hold the bear for me? I need to help Tang Tang put the badge on. Xiuxian said to Daisy. After Daisy took the oversized teddy bear, Xiuxian clipped the badge onto Tang Tang's chest. Instantly, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled, and she puffed up her little chest proudly. Daddy, do I look cool? You bet. My Tang Tang is the coolest. Her father replied as he stroked her head. Receiving praise from her father, she immediately ran to stand beside Daisy. Daisy sister, do I look cool? Of course cool. You're definitely the coolest little angel, Tang Tang. Daisy said while hugging the bear, lavishing her with praise. After receiving compliments from both her father and Daisy, Tang Tang smiled happily. Only then did she redirect her attention back to the giant teddy bear standing almost as tall as an adult. Wah, this teddy bear is so big. I'm gonna name it General Bear. Throwing her arms around one of its legs, about all she could manage, Tang Tang began rubbing her face affectionately against it. Okay, now stop rubbing. Let Daisy finish shooting. We'll move on to another event afterwards, xiuxian said as he took the newly named General Bear from Daisy. Daddy, aren't you going to play too? I'm not going to shoot anymore. If you want to play, I'll give you my gun. xiuxian wasn't stupid. With Tong Tong's astonishing performance and his own accuracy, there were too many people watching. If he went up there to shoot now, he'd definitely embarrass himself. He wouldn't do something so foolish. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. There was some truth to the words of the ancients. Okay then, I'll shoot. Tong Tong's eyes lit up. She hadn't had enough shooting yet. There's only one extra large stuffed doll. If you score a perfect again, you'll only get a regular-sized doll this time. Seeing Tang Tang ready to shoot again, the owner quickly said, no problem, regular is fine. xiuxian wasn't bothered. After all, he had already taken away the best prize. He believed in leaving a little room for others. It would make future meetings easier. If Wu Jian and Li Fan had known what xiuxian was thinking right then, they would have cursed him out loud. Why didn't you think like this when you slapped us both across the face? Haha, great then, you guys have fun. The owner breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, xiuxian was considerate enough not to insist on getting the extra-large stuffed doll. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to handle it. After that, Tang Tang and Daisy began playing the shooting game again. As expected, Tang Tang scored another 100 rings, and surprisingly, Daisy managed to shoot 99 rings. Seeing the score Daisy achieved, xiuxian felt secretly relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he had been smart enough to give up. Otherwise, under the performances of both Daisy and Tang Tang, his result would have looked truly pitiful. Once again, people around them were shocked. Who knew these two women could be so terrifyingly skilled? Wang Ting looked at Daisy, who had scored 99 rings, and his sense of insecurity grew stronger. Why could anyone seemingly just walk up and match his performance? Having won 2 more large stuffed dolls, the trio happily prepared to move on to the next activity. Excuse me, my name is Wang Tong. Would you like to have another match with me sometime? Just as they were about to leave, Wang Ting suddenly ran in front of Tang Tang, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He wasn't the type to give up easily. Since he had lost, he would aim to win next time. Sure, but I don't live in the city, I live in the countryside. We wouldn't really be able to have a rematch. No problem, I'll bring the equipment and find you in the countryside. Seeing that nothing would stop Wang Tong from pursuing the rematch, Tang Tang gladly agreed. Great, I live at xiuxian farmhouse in Taohua village. Come find me when you're ready to challenge me again. Alright, I'll definitely come. Chapter 70. Having an employee like you is a blessing for the boss. After making plans with Tang Tang, Wang Tong silently returned to the shooting station and began practicing intensely, watching the retreating figures of the 3 who had already left. Meanwhile, xiuxian and his group had walked around and finally found another appealing game attraction. What made this game different was that players could also win stuffed toys. After their previous experience at the shooting booth, xiuxian and friends had developed a great plan to recoup their admission fees. They decided to specifically pick games that offered prizes, enjoying the fun and earning rewards at the same time. What a great idea. This time, they stopped in front of a punch strength testing machine. The ultimate prize for this machine was a life-sized large stuffed toy, but this time, it wasn't a bear, it was a huge husky. This instantly made xiuxian's heart skip a beat. As the name suggests, the punch strength testing machine was a device that measured the force of a punch in kilograms. And the method of winning a stuffed toy here was straightforward. Reach a certain level of force, and you could claim a corresponding prize. Of course, each try required payment. This time, xiuxian didn't let Tang Tang or Daisy join, because he knew their strength wouldn't be enough. Standing in front of the machine, xiuxian rolled up his sleeves, ready to shine. Young man, you look pretty thin. Why not let me do it for you? For just 10 yuan, I'll punch for you and guarantee you win a stuffed toy. A burly guy with thick arms suddenly proposed. xiuxian was taken aback. No wonder he had been standing around the machine all along. He thought he was a staff member, but it turned out he was just a middleman. No thanks, I can do it myself. Bro, this machine isn't as easy as you think. The minimum for the smallest prize is 250 kilograms. Without professional strength, it's almost impossible to reach that. The muscular guy explained with a smile. Oh really? Then how much strength do you think you have? xiuxian curiously asked. My punch is around 350 kilograms. That's already very impressive. After saying this, the muscular guy glanced at Daisy standing nearby, hoping for her attention, but Daisy wasn't looking at him at all. Her eyes stayed fixed on xiuxian, which left him slightly disappointed. And the highest reward here is for reaching 600 kilograms. That's championship level strength. No one's ever reached that before. Considering your build, you're definitely not a strong man. So if you don't want to waste your money, let me help you. The muscular guy stared at xiuxian, hoping he would give up and pay him instead. Got it, thanks. But I'll pass. xiuxian replied, then immediately threw a punch. 610 kilograms. Muscular guy. Tang Tang and Daisy. That's amazing. Looking at the number displayed on the machine, the muscular guy stood stunned. That can't be right. It must be a machine error. Alright then, where do I claim the prize? xiuxian asked, ignoring the man's disbelief. You need 2 more punches at that level, then I'll give you the husky plush. xiuxian frowned, turning toward the muscular guy with a questioning gaze. You're a staff member? Yes. Then why did you offer me help cheating? Just a side job, bro. Anyway, I'm just an employee. Those toys aren't coming out of my pocket. The muscular guy replied without even a hint of shame. Xiuxian twitched his lips. Wow, no wonder he had misjudged earlier. Having employees like you must be a real blessing for your boss. 612 kilograms. 615 kilograms. Xiuxian followed up with 2 more solid punches. After seeing the numbers on the screen, the muscular guy was finally convinced. After taking some photos, he handed the giant husky stuffed toy over to Xiuxian. Bro, didn't expect you to have such strength with your build. Just train martial arts since childhood. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Xiuxian didn't want to waste more time here. There were still many stuffed toys he needed to win. His time was precious. Oh well, nothing much, just that you've set a new record here. If you'd like, you could leave your name on the leaderboard. The muscular guy walked toward a nearby display screen. Xiuxian raised an eyebrow. A leaderboard here? It actually made sense. Setting up a leaderboard would stimulate people's spending habits, attracting constant competition, and serving as proof of one's strength. Xiuxian himself wasn't particularly interested in leaving his name. However, beside him, a little figure was already excitedly waiting. Daddy, can I write my name up there? Tang walked up to Xiuxian and tugged his sleeve. Xiuxian looked down at his little girl, gazing up at him with eager eyes, and smiled slightly. I can write my name up there? Should be okay, right? He nodded and looked at the muscular guy. The muscular guy hesitated a little, seeing how tiny Tang was. Well, according to the rules, that shouldn't be allowed. 720 kilograms. Xiuxian punched the machine again, and the number on the display went even higher. Muscular guy. But then again, maybe it's not impossible. Seeing the display reading a higher force, he changed his tune instantly. When the muscular guy agreed, Tang happily ran over to the screen and wrote her name in her crooked handwriting. Looking at the childish scribbles now at the top of the leaderboard, the muscular guy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After finishing writing her name, Tang returned to Xiuxian's side and hugged the husky plushie's leg. Daddy, let's call it General Doggy from now on. Sure, great idea. Whatever you like. Xiuxian nodded. This time, the names Tang had picked actually sounded normal, much better than Bullhorse General at least. Then for the rest of the afternoon, the 3 of them wandered around the amusement park, trying out a few other attractions. However, they didn't win any more prizes, because the small toys weren't worth keeping, and the large stuffed toys required games they weren't good at. When the time felt right, they wrapped up their amusement park trip and prepared to find a photo printing shop before heading home. Daddy, when can we come here to play again? As they exited the amusement park, Tang turned back with a lingering gaze and asked, when there's a fireworks show next time, we'll come back in the evening. The view from the Ferris wheel will be even more beautiful then. Xiuxian smiled and replied, yay. Hearing that she could come back again, Tang cheered happily. Xiuxian and Daisy each held a large plush toy, one a bear and one a husky, as they got back into the car. As soon as he got in the car, Xiuxian's expression changed. He saw that symmetric pink spherical textile item was still sitting on the seat. He had forgotten to take it off when he got out to help Tang into the car earlier. Well, looks like you'll just have to keep sitting under my butt for a bit longer. After placing Bear General on the front passenger seat, Xiuxian opened the navigation app on his phone and drove to the photo printing shop. Chapter 71, Daisy's Hostility. Evening. The dim yellow streetlights had already turned on, adding a touch of warmth to the city. A white compact car was driving through the city streets, finally stopping in front of a photo studio. 3 people got out of the car, 2 women and 1 man, 2 adults and a child. It was Xiuxian's group, just returned from the amusement park. They came to the photo studio to develop the pictures Daisy had taken. There were many photos: Peach Blossom Hill at sunset, helping Tang weave a flower crown, Tang winning the territory battle, and others taken today at the amusement park. Welcome. Are you here to take photos or to print existing ones? As soon as they walked into the photo studio, a slightly overweight middle-aged woman approached them. We're here to print photos. Xiuxian answered. Li Xiuxian looked at the 3 newcomers, slightly stunned. What a perfectly matched family. Okay, please follow me. Just transfer the photos to me, and that'll be fine. Li Xiuxian smiled. Then, she led Xiuxian and the others to her computer. Daisy removed the memory card from the camera and handed it to Li Xiuxian. Are we printing everything on this card? Li Xiuxian asked while inserting the memory card into the card reader connected to the computer. No, we'll choose some to make into an album, and a few others to frame. Xiuxian shook his head as he replied. Alright then, let's go ahead and pick the photos you want printed. Li Xiuxian stepped aside, leaving the computer for the 3 of them. Xiuxian sat in front of the computer with Tang in his arms, and they began choosing photos. Dad, this one is nice. Tang immediately found the photo of herself winning the territory battle. Alright, let's include that one. Xiuxian smiled. Daisy stood silently on the side watching. Although these photos were all taken by her, almost none of them included her. Soon, Xiuxian and Tang had picked out the photos, and also selected the album and frames. Boss, that's all. The ones specially marked are to be framed. Use this album and these frames. Alright, there's a waiting area over there. Please have a seat, I'll print them right away. After Li Xiuxian spoke, she got busy with her work. Xiuxian led the others to the waiting area and sat down on the chairs, eating some snacks. Just after sitting down, a young girl entered. When she saw Xiuxian, she paused in surprise. Boss Chun, what are you doing here? Ning Xiu didn't expect to see Xiuxian in her own family's photo studio. Xiuxian looked at the girl who had just walked in, his expression puzzled. He couldn't recall knowing a young woman like her in the city. Who are you? I'm that girl who stood up for you at your farmhouse entrance and helped you deal with the troublemakers. You even gave me and my friend a free meal. Ningxiu stepped closer to Chun Sui-Nian in excitement, seeing that her idol had actually forgotten her. He looked at her pretty, youthful face and finally remembered. The girl who had spoken up for him. All right, it's you. I'm here to print some photos. Imagine bumping into you. What a coincidence. He smiled. Yes, what a coincidence. I didn't expect it either. Ningxiu blinked with sparkling eyes, excitedly replying. Seeing how close Ningxiu had approached Chun Sui-Nian, Daisy, who was sitting on the chair eating snacks, felt a sudden tightness in her heart. Her eyes showed obvious hostility. Tang, after glancing briefly at Ningxiu, didn't think much of it and resumed eating her snacks enthusiastically. So what brings you here? This is my family's shop. Tonight, I just happen to want to stay at home, so it's really coincidental that I met you and your family here. Also, boss, your daughter and your wife are so beautiful. If only I looked like that too. Ningxiu looked at Tang and Daisy with obvious envy. Hee, thank you, sister. But I'm handsome too, you know. Tang lifted her head from her snacks and proudly replied upon hearing someone complimenting her. Daisy, upon hearing Ningxiu's words, blushed slightly. She wasn't blushing because of being called beautiful. She was embarrassed because she was referred to as Chun Sui-Nian's wife. Ah, no, you misunderstood. I'm not Chen's wife. Daisy hastily opened her mouth to clarify. That's right. Daisy is my friend, nothing like the relationship you're implying. Ah, okay then, I got it wrong. Sorry about that. Ningxiu quickly apologized. But as she saw Daisy's blushing cheeks and anxious expression, she couldn't help but think something else. It seems like this pretty elder sister has a thing for Boss Chen. Well, they definitely look perfect together. I might just give them a bit more of a nudge. Ningxiu thought to herself before opening her mouth again to speak. But if not, that's really a pity. You two look so perfectly matched. It would have been so nice if you were together. After saying this, Ningxiu immediately noticed Daisy's face turned even redder, her heart racing. Haha, don't joke like that. Look at my age. I already have a child of my own. Chun Sui-Nian chuckled, taking Ningxiu's words as a playful tease. Ningxiu didn't push the topic further. Talking too much might backfire. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. Hello, I'm Ningxiu, the xiuxian show of affection. I'm Chun Sui-Nian. This is my daughter, Tang. Hello, I'm Daisy. Chun Sui-Nian and Daisy politely responded. Well then, I won't interrupt your rest anymore. I'll go help my mom. Ningxiu smiled and excused herself. After all, she shouldn't keep them too long. All right, Chun Sui-Nian nodded. After Ningxiu left, she found her mother, who was currently printing Chun Sui-Nian's photos. Mom, these photos are so good. They look even better than the ones you take. Ningxiu joked with a playful tone. Go die somewhere, will you? As soon as you come home, you talk nonsense again. But truthfully, these photos really are nicely taken, especially this one. Xiuxian showed Ningxiu the photo where Tang wore the flower crown. Wow, this feels so full of love. That little girl's eyes are so touching. Ningxiu gasped with admiration. All right, help me frame these few pictures. Got it. Shortly after Ningxiu left, Xiuxian came out with the printed photos, followed closely by Ningxiu. Your photos are done, young lady. These pictures are really well done. If you open a photo studio, I might even lose my job. Xiuxian smiled at Daisy. Ningxiu chimed in by giving a thumbs up enthusiastically. Oh, no, I was just randomly snapping some shots. Daisy smiled modestly. Daisy Sr., no need to be so humble. They really look better than my mom's. Ningxiu playfully teased her mother. You two know each other? Xiuxian didn't seem to mind her daughter's comment, but felt curious instead. Her daughter actually knew these customers. Of course. I told my mom already. Didn't I go to the countryside a few days ago? That farm-style restaurant with amazing food? It belongs to Boss Chen here. And Daisy Sr. works there too. Chapter 72, Fear of Heights and Afraid of the Dark. Ningxiu slowly began explaining to her mother. Xiuxian also recalled the rural trip her daughter had told her about. Oh, I remember now. So you're that incredibly handsome owner of the farmhouse Ningxiu mentioned. Well, this is quite a coincidence. In that case, I'll give you an 80% discount. Let's be friends, and you're welcome to come again next time. Haha, then thank you, boss. Next time, have Ningxiu bring you to our farmhouse for a meal, and I'll give you an 80% discount too. Chun Sui-Nian politely exchanged favors and refused to take advantage. He wasn't like the village chief who loved to freeloading. I've paid already, so we'll take our leave now. All right, take care on your way out. After paying, Chun Sui-Nian took Tang and Daisy and left. The three of them exited the photo studio and returned to their car. Chun Sui-Nian took the driver's seat, that familiar uncomfortable seat that always poked at his butt. But his backside had already gotten used to it, so he started the car and drove towards the village. By the time they reached the village, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. It was nearly pitch black outside, with no streetlights in the village, only faint lights dotting the darkness. The road back to the farmhouse was a winding country path. Worried Tang might fall in the dark, Chun Sui-Nian placed the 2 large stuffed toys in the car to be retrieved tomorrow. He carried Tang with one arm and held up his phone's flashlight with the other, walking in front. Daisy followed closely behind, carrying the photos, but she also held on to Chun Sui-Nian's clothes with one hand because she was scared of the dark. Walking down this quiet rural path only heightened the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. She cautiously glanced around, knowing full well that looking around like this would make her even more scared, but she couldn't help herself. She kept imagining strange things suddenly jumping out from the darkness. Walking in front, Chun Sui-Nian could feel his shirt being tightly pulled, so much that it almost began to twist out of shape. He hadn't expected this. He thought Daisy, who seemed so bold and fearless normally, would actually suffer from both acrophobia and nyctophobia. Woof! Ah! Daisy screamed, and immediately jumped forward, hugging Xiuxian tightly from behind. Xiuxian stopped walking, his mouth twitching slightly. Just a dog barking? Don't be afraid, Daisy. It's okay, it's just a dog. From within Xiuxian's arms, Tang stretched her small hand over her father's shoulder, gently patting Daisy's head, trying to calm her. Feeling the softness from behind, Xiuxian spoke. Yeah, Daisy, no need to worry, it's just a little dog. Look! Right after Xiuxian finished speaking, a thin yellowish dog ran across the middle of the path, and then disappeared into the darkness. Daisy exhaled deeply. Truthfully, she wasn't even afraid of dogs. But with the pitch-black environment and her already tense nerves, that sudden bark startled her, resulting in her extreme reaction. She slowly loosened her grip on Xiuxian, but kept holding tightly to his shirt with one hand. Just hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Daisy nodded softly. Xiuxian and the others had already passed Zhao Xiaoming's house, nearly there. That little dog earlier seemed to be Zhao Xiaoming's. After walking a bit longer, Xiuxian finally led them back to the farmhouse. Daisy relaxed, finally releasing the corner of his shirt that she nearly tore off. They entered the living room. You two rest here in the living room. I'll cook dinner for you right away. It was already quite late, and they hadn't eaten dinner yet. Originally they had planned to eat in the city, but Tang and Daisy insisted on returning home to eat. With no choice, Xiuxian had returned home first with the car. After saying that, Xiuxian turned and went to the kitchen, fetching 2 cucumbers for Tang and Daisy to nibble on while he went back to prepare dinner. Tang and Daisy accepted the cucumbers and comfortably sat in the chairs of the living room, happily munching away. Only the hard-working Chef Chun was suffering as he started preparing dinner. Since it was already late, Xiuxian decided to make a simple pot of noodles. He took several vegetables from the refrigerator and prepared to make a vegetable medley with noodles. He lit the stove, turned on the heat, cut the cabbage, potatoes, radishes, and boiled them all together. When they were almost fully cooked, he added the noodles. After the noodles were done, he seasoned the dish. Normally, boiling these vegetables together like this wouldn't make something delicious. However, the vegetables Xiuxian used were from his system space. As long as he didn't add any other bad-tasting ingredients, the dish would definitely never taste bad. This was evident from the 2 women drooling at the kitchen doorway. Xiuxian's lips slightly curled into a smile. It's ready. Come in and get the bowls and chopsticks. Time to eat. Upon hearing Xiuxian's words, Daisy entered to fetch the bowls, chopsticks, and spoons for the 3 of them and laid them on the dining table. Xiuxian scooped up the noodles into a large bowl and carried it to the table. Tang had already climbed onto the chair by the dining table, eagerly waiting with her mouth open. The fresh aroma of various vegetables perfectly blended together, creating a fragrance far greater than the sum of its parts, continuously luring all 3 of them. Daddy, I want some. Tang said impatiently. Xiuxian smiled and scooped a bowl for her. Let me feed you. You might not get it into your mouth by yourself. Tang was still not very skilled with chopsticks, and the noodles had just come out of the pot, very hot. Xiuxian worried that this clumsy kid wouldn't know to blow them cool before stuffing them into her mouth. Daisy also served herself a bowl. Smelling the familiar fragrance of the vegetables, she felt completely relaxed. Without lunch, her day had felt incomplete. Looking at the colorful, fragrant noodles, Daisy lifted a strand with her chopsticks, blew gently on it, and popped it into her mouth. The moment the noodles touched her tongue, Daisy felt her taste buds come alive again. Compared to this single strand of noodles, the steak from lunch seemed utterly unremarkable. Then she took a sip of the noodle soup. Daisy felt like her tongue was dissolving in delight. The mixed flavors of the vegetables contained no strange aftertaste, but instead were incredibly delicious, layered, and brought multiple sensations to her tongue. Tang's little mouth was also chewing furiously. The speed at which Xiuxian fed her couldn't keep up with Tang's voracious appetite. 1 bowl, 2 bowls. Halfway through the 3rd bowl, Tang finally burped loudly, but still insisted she could eat more. Xiuxian refused. Eating too much at night was unhealthy. In fact, Xiuxian had noticed that Tang's appetite seemed to have increased. She had eaten more at lunch than before too. He wasn't sure whether this was due to the effects of the spirit fruits or simply because Tang was growing. After finishing 2 bowls, Daisy also couldn't eat anymore. Fortunately, Xiuxian had made quite a lot, leaving about a little over a bowl's worth in the pot. Seeing that Tang and Daisy were done, Xiuxian finished off the rest himself, including Tang's half bowl. Daisy helped Xiuxian wash the dishes, and it was already 8:30 p.m. Tang had already turned on the TV and started watching The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. You can only watch for half an hour, then it's bedtime. Okay, I understand. Apparently aware that it was already very late, for the first time ever, Tang didn't resist and obediently nodded in agreement. Chapter 73, It Rained in the Village. Seeing Tang being so well-behaved, Xiuxian nodded in satisfaction. It had been worth the whole day of exhaustion, making her that happy. He sat beside Tang and picked up the photos they had developed today, flipping through them. Truth be told, Daisy's photography skills were genuinely impressive. The pictures didn't need much editing and still looked great. Daisy, you haven't been updating your videos lately, right? You've been hanging out with us every day. Don't your 10 million followers urge you to post new content? Xiuxian asked casually before realizing he shouldn't have known Daisy was a big influencer. However, it wasn't a big deal anyway. Oh, Chun, you found out. Daisy didn't show much surprise upon Xiuxian knowing her identity. After all, Anyone could find out who she was by just doing a simple online search. Oh, Chun, it's fine. I'm mostly just taking a break for a while to reflect and improve myself. Daisy answered with an excuse. She certainly wouldn't admit it was because she enjoyed eating too much here to want to leave. Well, if you ever decide to go, remember to tell me in advance. I'll cook a big meal for you to say goodbye. Xiuxian said with a casual smile. Upon hearing Xiuxian's words, Daisy felt slightly upset, as if he didn't really want her to stay. Although she knew that wasn't what Xiuxian intended, she couldn't help but think that way, which made her feel uneasy inside. If it were the old her, she wouldn't have cared, but after a full day of enjoying herself at the amusement park, her feelings toward Xiuxian had changed. Thus, she had become more sensitive and prone to overthinking about his words. Daisy, are you feeling unwell? Why did your face suddenly change? Noticing Daisy's expression suddenly shift, Xiuxian asked. Oh, Chun, nothing serious. I guess I just got too tired today. Then you should go back to your room and rest. You don't have to keep us company. Oh, no problem, Chun. I also want to watch some TV for a while. Hearing what Xiuxian said, Daisy shook her head and began watching TV together with Tang Tang. However, her mind had already wandered elsewhere. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Could it be that I really have fallen for Chun? Should I confess to him? But what if he rejects me? Then could I still continue to like him? Would I still be able to stay here and eat his delicious meals? Inside her heart, Daisy started to think chaotically and occasionally stole glances at Xiuxian, finding his gaze gentle and his face handsome, before quickly turning her eyes away again. Okay, time's up. It's time to go back to sleep. Xiuxian's voice interrupted Daisy's thoughts. Unconsciously, she had been lost in thought for half an hour. Okay, Tang Tang obediently jumped off the chair and ran to the television to turn it off. Good night, Daisy's sister. Oh, good night, my little angel. Before going upstairs, Tang Tang and Daisy exchanged goodnights, and then Tang Tang obediently followed her father upstairs. After helping Tang Tang wash up and change into her nightgown, he tucked her into bed. All right, after such a long day you must be tired. Go to sleep now, good night. Okay, good night, Dad. Xiuxian gently touched Tang Tang's head, turned off the lights, and quietly left the room. The next morning, this time, it wasn't birdsong or sunlight that woke Xiuxian up. It was the pitter-patter of raindrops. Today, it was raining in Peach Blossom Village. After dressing up, Xiuxian walked to the window, opening it just a small slit to prevent the rain from getting into the room. It looks like we're not opening today either. Looking at the tables and chairs unprotected in the rain, Xiuxian said from the living room entrance. It wasn't that Xiuxian hadn't considered buying a big umbrella, but large umbrellas only worked for light rain. As soon as the rain became heavy and the wind blew at an angle, the umbrella's effect became minimal. Moreover, since there were usually few customers, he hadn't wanted to waste the money. Xiuxian wasn't against finding a solution for rainy days, but that would require installing a canopy for the courtyard, which was quite expensive. Hence, this plan had been put on hold. Xiuxian, holding an umbrella, walked to the courtyard's entrance and hung up the closed sign again. Just as Xiuxian was about to return, he suddenly noticed a small note attached to the courtyard gate, possibly overlooked last night due to the darkness. When Xiuxian tore it off and read it, the corner of his mouth twitched. Boss, I hate you. Why didn't you open the door today? I took such effort to get the day off, and now I've wasted it all. I curse you never get a 7 when playing mahjong, and that everything you buy at the market instantly goes up in price. What a vicious curse. Too bad though, I don't even play mahjong, nor do I buy groceries. Xiuxian smiled lightly, not minding it at all. After closing the door properly, he headed to the backyard. Today was a very important day. Whether he could enjoy big chunks of meat in the future depended on what happened today. Ripples formed in the air, and instead of entering the system space, Xiuxian entered the system's auxiliary space. Because those chickens were definitely stored inside here. As soon as he stepped into the system's auxiliary space, Xiuxian raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but smile broadly. Because the auxiliary space had changed. Now it was divided into 2 zones. One side remained the same with ordinary vegetables, while the other side was the reason Xiuxian's face lit up. It was unknown how the system managed it, but neat rows of iron racks now appeared. All the newly generated chickens yesterday were now neatly hung in lines on these racks. Each chicken had been stripped of its feathers and now hung bald on the iron hooks. The system is truly awesome. Looking at those featherless chickens, Xiuxian couldn't help but praise. This had saved Xiuxian a huge amount of effort. Right now, it was manageable since only chickens were spawning. He could learn how to slaughter them. But what if pigs or cows started spawning in the future? How would Xiuxian handle slaughtering such big animals? Thinking about it made him token, but now it was solved thanks to the system. Surrounded by this group of bare-bodied, embarrassed-looking chickens, Xiuxian looked forward to tasting the dishes he would make from them. Suddenly, he noticed 2 boxes placed at the end of the chicken racks. Walking over, his eyes lit up. One box was filled with eggs, and the other box, surprisingly, was filled with chicken feathers. These feathers were big and beautiful, apparently the best feathers from each chicken. Xiuxian felt quite delighted. The system didn't waste anything. Every usable item was collected. Looking at the feathers, an idea came to Xiuxian's mind. He picked up some of the feathers and placed them in a corner of his vegetable basket. He didn't take the eggs, there were plenty in the fridge already. Then he picked one chicken and placed it into the basket before leaving the system's auxiliary space. Carrying the vegetable basket, Xiuxian entered the main system space. Moo. Chapter 74, Tailless Yellow Cattle. The moment Xiuxian entered the space, he heard the sound of a cow mooing. Then his pupil shrank, because today, only one cow had spawned. It was entirely yellow. It was a yellow cow. But this cow was just a bit too big. Xiuxian could only look up to it. This one cow equaled about 2 ordinary yellow cows in size. It was probably about 3 meters tall. The cow seemed to notice Xiuxian's arrival. It lifted its head, which had been eating grass, glanced at Xiuxian, and then continued to graze. This shouldn't be a creature existing on Blue Planet, right? Xiuxian swallowed, looking at the cow in astonishment. Yellow-tailless cow, named for lacking a tail. It has a gentle temperament and comes from Star. Its meat is tender and delicious, but due to excessive hunting, it has gone extinct. The system's voice sounded in Xiuxian's mind. Hearing the explanation, Xiuxian twitched his lips. Well, the system was getting more powerful now. It could now even spawn alien creatures, and even extinct ones at that. Xiuxian wasn't overly shocked by the cow coming from an alien world, because the moment he awakened the system, he had realized this world wasn't as simple as he had thought. However, he didn't care much. As long as it didn't affect his and his daughter's life, there was no point thinking about it too much. Currently, there was nothing he could do to change anything anyway. Just living well was enough. Opening his shop every day, enjoying delicacies, watching his daughter grow up happily, he was fully content. Looking at the large yellow cow, Xiuxian felt somewhat relieved the system would help kill it. Otherwise, such a huge cow, apart from the question of whether he dared to kill it, would take him ages to handle alone. But he noticed something. He might have spawned only one cow this time during the first phase of Ling Chong, but this wasn't a Ling cattle, meaning it was merely a normal cow, unlike the Ling fruits from last time. Realizing this, Xiuxian felt a little disappointed. He had originally thought since only one cow had appeared, perhaps his luck had struck again, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. He just didn't have that good fortune. Xiuxian didn't go inside, only looked around the periphery, not disturbing the final day of this last tailless yellow cow. Let it comfortably graze on grass all day. At least the grassland the system generated looked fertile. Its flavor should be quite good. Just as he shifted his gaze from the yellow cow to the air wall, his eyes brightened, because he saw white text appear on the air wall, an indication that a new task had arrived. He quickly walked up to the air wall, reading the newly appeared white text. A truly excellent farmhouse-style restaurant should never cease operations because of weather conditions. An excellent farmhouse restaurant should accommodate guests who want to dine in under any weather condition. Farmhouse transformation plan. Second task. Please, master, renovate the farmhouse to ensure guests can dine under any weather condition. Note: excluding extreme weather events such as tsunamis, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, etc. Task progress, determined by the system as completed or not. Seeing the white text displayed on the air wall, Xiuxian frowned. It was different from the previous tasks. This task was more abstract, not a fixed condition. It required Xiuxian to think for himself. The standard of completion was no longer numerical, but left to the system's own judgment. In other words, even if one day Xiuxian finished renovations and thought everything was okay, if the system thought otherwise, the task still wouldn't be completed. But from the positive side, if Xiuxian thought something wasn't good enough, yet the system found it acceptable, the task could surprisingly be easier. However, Xiuxian believed it definitely wouldn't be simple to complete. The task described an environment in which dining could be carried out under any weather condition. Although the system did add a note, excluding extreme weather, those events mentioned, like tsunamis, hurricanes, and volcanic eruptions, belong to the category of natural disasters. This indicated how high the system's standards were. Thus, simply setting up a few umbrellas wouldn't work. At minimum, it would need something like a steel-framed greenhouse. However, such a steel-framed greenhouse wasn't cheap either, around 100 yuan per square meter. It would cost a significant amount, plus summer was coming. Eating inside such a metal greenhouse would likely feel like steaming yourself alive. Another reason was its ugliness. It would clash with the surrounding environment, instantly spoiling the ambience of the farmhouse. Originally, beneath the beautifully picturesque Peach Mountain, there was a little house. It gave such a refined feeling. Suddenly, a blue steel-framed greenhouse would feel extremely jarring, though customers might not necessarily mind or even notice. Xiuxian would. After all, he had come to the countryside to experience this kind of lifestyle. Thus, this plan was also rejected by him. However, soon Xiuxian came up with another idea. He did, after all, know some craftsmanship techniques. Building a small wooden dining house using only wood and bamboo would be simple and inexpensive. All he needed were wood and bamboo, both of which were plentiful in the countryside. He only needed to ask the village chief for help when the time came. Besides that, Xiuxian seemed to have discovered the way the system activated tasks. This time, the task had been triggered because of rain limiting the development of the farmhouse business. Therefore, the system had issued a task to push Xiuxian to renovate it. The previous task had been due to limited farmland, requiring expansion. The very first and second tasks had been activated after guests had arrived. Therefore, whenever a situation arose that either restricted the farmhouse's development or could accelerate its growth, the system would issue a new task. That was why the system called these tasks the farmhouse transformation plan. In the future, even without assigned tasks, he would at least know where to look for possible issues to activate a new task himself. The system was lazy and offered no explanations, so he'd just analyze it on his own. Self-reliance brings self-sufficiency. Gaining further understanding of this space, Xiuxian left the first phase Ling field with great satisfaction. He arrived at the second phase Ling field. Although it didn't bring him a big surprise today, it still gave him a small one. It had produced many prickly balls, round spherical objects covered in sharp spines. But each sphere had already split open, revealing the nuts inside. with many already fallen on the ground. Actually produced chestnuts. Xiuxian's eyes immediately lit up. Looking at the scattered chestnuts on the ground, he knew what he would prepare for lunch today. He didn't touch those chestnuts still inside their spiky husks, because those were prickly and difficult to handle. Better to leave that to the system. Xiuxian picked up many chestnuts from the ground and placed them into his vegetable basket before heading to the first phase ling field. Not impressive at all. You should learn from your two older brothers. Look, they've both given me surprises, but you, having been with me the longest, still produce nothing extraordinary. Just not impressive at all. Xiuxian sighed, looking at the rather ordinary first phase ling field as he expressed his disappointment. It was just too reluctant to strive for improvement. He picked a few newly spawned fresh tomatoes and put them into his vegetable basket before exiting the system space. Chapter 75, A White Phantom? Returning to the kitchen, Xiuxian saw that Daisy and Tang Tang had not yet woken up. It looked like they were too exhausted from playing yesterday. Normally they would have been awake by now and come to the kitchen looking for snacks. Xiuxian decided to take advantage of this time to prepare breakfast, since it would take longer than usual this morning. Since there was a chicken now, Xiuxian planned to make chicken soup noodles today. The first step in making chicken soup noodles was to boil the chicken broth first. He didn't know whether it was the system's doing, but on this chicken there wasn't a single wound at all. It had just died alive. However, before it died, it probably hadn't felt much pain since there were no wounds. Xiuxian held a moment of silence in his heart for this chicken. Then he hesitated for a bit because if there were no wounds, wouldn't the chicken's blood still be inside its body? What if blood splattered out once he cut into it? But thinking alone wouldn't solve anything. Xiuxian took out his golden chef knife and gently sliced slightly into the chicken's neck. No blood flowed out. This relieved Xiuxian, so he proceeded to gut the chicken. Starting from the middle of the chicken's chest, he cut vertically and split the chicken into halves. He removed the internal organs and then cut the chicken into larger pieces. Although there was no chicken blood anymore, there was still some residual blood foam on the surface of the meat pieces. He rinsed them off with clean water, then placed them into a basin for later use. Whether it was due to his knife skills acquired from the system or the golden chef knife's sharpness, or perhaps a combination of both, slicing through the chicken had been smooth and effortless. The difficult parts were no challenge at all. One swift knife motion and the meat gave way easily. Xiuxian held the golden chef knife in hand, gazing at the neatly cut chicken pieces that seemed almost untouched by effort. Suddenly, he felt as if he could perfectly disassemble even a cow if faced with one. As long as it was an ingredient, there was nothing he couldn't slice open, and Xiuxian felt confident in this. Once the chicken was cut, Xiuxian didn't start boiling the soup right away. That was because he didn't intend to use ordinary water to make the chicken soup. He had a better idea. Since he was making it, he might as well strive for perfection. He retrieved cabbage, tomatoes, onions, and carrots from the refrigerator and placed them on the cutting board. He spun the golden chef knife around once in a flourish before slicing through the vegetables, and with a few quick glimmers of the blade, all the vegetables turned into neatly cut vegetable dices. Xiuxian intended to use this vegetable stock as the base for his chicken soup instead of plain water. By doing this, the resulting chicken soup would be even more delicious. After all, this was stock made from system-grown vegetables. Just the vegetable broth itself was already delicious. Xiuxian was not worried that the vegetable broth's flavor would overpower the chicken. It wasn't as if this were just an ordinary chicken anyway. It was a product of the system, and he had full confidence in the system. Besides, if its flavor really was overwhelmed by the vegetable broth, then that chicken clearly wasn't worth it anyway. It would be worse than just the vegetable soup. First, he threw all the diced vegetables into the pan and stir-fried them until they released their juices, and then added water before covering the lid to continue stewing. A little while later, Xiuxian lifted the pot lid once the cooking was nearly done, and instantly, a fragrant aroma of the vegetable broth filled his nostrils, making his mouth water. However, this was only the supporting act. He poured everything out and filtered the contents. All that remained was the rich vegetable broth. Then, using a strainer spoon, he squeezed every last drop of essence from the vegetable pieces. The vegetables had turned into a pulp and were set aside. Next, he poured the filtered vegetable broth into the pressure cooker, and then added the waiting chicken pieces into the pot as well. Finally, he added 10 peppercorns, 1 bay leaf, and a little seasoning. He didn't cover the lid, then started stewing. While the broth was simmering, Xiuxian started kneading the dough for noodles. Although he could have used the pre-purchased dried noodles, hand-rolled noodles were necessary to perfectly complement the richness of this chicken soup, and Xiuxian didn't want the noodles to spoil the experience. Unfortunately, wheat had not yet appeared in the system space. Otherwise, he could mill his own flour. Using flour from the system would allow the noodles to achieve their most complete form. The bowl of chicken soup noodles would be fully perfected. While rolling the noodles, Xiuxian kept an eye on the broth and removed any scum that appeared. After 20 minutes, he switched to low heat for slow simmering, and the dough had finished resting. Xiuxian started preparing the noodles. There wasn't enough space on the kitchen countertop, so he took the dough to the dining table and rolled it into a flat round shape until it reached the ideal thickness. Then he folded the round dough twice, sliced it into strips of an appropriate width, and finally unfolded and tidied them up. The hand-rolled noodles were done. When Xiuxian returned to the kitchen with the noodles, the entire kitchen was already filled with the rich aroma of the chicken and vegetable soup. He felt as though he had entered a paradise, where every pore in his body involuntarily inhaled this intoxicating fragrance. Xiuxian took a deep inhale and satisfied himself. Then he set up another pot of water, brought it to a boil, and cooked the noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, He rinsed them in cold water to make the texture more chewy. Looking at the chicken soup simmering gently, xiuxian fished out all the chicken pieces. It wasn't that he no longer wanted the chicken. Instead, he carefully tore all the meat from the bones. This chicken still had important uses. Half of the shredded chicken meat he returned to the soup, while the other half was mixed perfectly with the leftover vegetable pulp, along with some seasoned sauce. In no time, a fresh serving of shredded chicken with vegetable mash was completed. It would be today's side dish. After finishing the shredded chicken, xiuxian took a deep breath. Finally, it was time for the last step. After all this careful preparation, nearly an hour had passed. Everything had been leading up to this moment. xiuxian carefully added the noodles into the chicken soup. He couldn't cook them too long, or they would become soggy. Just 30 more seconds to heat them through was enough. As soon as the 30 seconds passed, xiuxian turned off the stove precisely. He scooped the chicken noodle soup into a bowl and placed it into a basin. xiuxian held the prepared scallion pieces in hand, ready to complete the final soulful touch. Just as he was about to sprinkle the fresh green scallions over the dish, whether it was his imagination or not, xiuxian saw a brief shimmer of light across the surface of the chicken soup. At that very moment, the aroma of the chicken noodle soup burst forth fully. The scent of the vegetable broth hadn't overpowered the chicken soup's fragrance, nor had it been completely overshadowed. The rich, meaty aroma of the chicken perfectly blended with the freshness of the vegetable broth, as if they were naturally made for each other. A perfect gift from heaven. The scent violently surged into xiuxian's nostrils. He felt like his nose had actually expanded to absorb even more fragrance. xiuxian gritted his teeth, pinched his nose shut, and quickly ran out of the kitchen. If he didn't hold his nose, the fragrance would trap him in the kitchen forever, rendering him unable to take even a single step away. But right now, Tang Tang was still asleep. He had to go wake her up. xiuxian immediately rushed upstairs. As he was about to open the door to Tang Tang's room, the door suddenly opened by itself. A little girl in a white nightgown ran straight out from inside. Before xiuxian could even get a clear look, Tang Tang shot past him like a white phantom and vanished at the bottom of the stairs in an instant. xiuxian. Chapter 76. The Ultimate Chicken Soup Noodles. xiuxian's mouth slightly opened. Was that Tang Tang who had just walked past him? But what was going on with her speed? Was that the kind of speed a human child could possibly have? xiuxian quickly turned around and ran downstairs as well. Arriving in the kitchen, xiuxian twitched at the corners of his mouth because he saw two women standing in front of the pot of chicken soup noodles, frantically inhaling its aroma. Daisy's pretty face was almost touching the noodles. Tang Tang, being shorter than the stove, was hopping up and down while sniffing. xiuxian could understand. After all, this pot of chicken noodle soup could be considered his current masterpiece, something even he couldn't resist, let alone these two food lovers. Okay, step aside everyone. Let me bring it to the dining table. xiuxian coughed slightly, bringing the two back from their state of bliss. Tang Tang heard him, instantly zipping out and quickly climbing onto the dining table, waiting for xiuxian to feed her. Daisy also pulled her face away from the chicken soup, then turned around and picked up the 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks along with the bowl of vegetable mash with shredded chicken. Together with xiuxian, she headed to the dining table. Alright, let's dig in. As soon as xiuxian said that, Daisy eagerly took her bowl with her chopsticks. She had been woken up by this fragrance. After quickly washing up, she followed its scent straight to the kitchen. This time, she didn't make a mistake. The aroma of the chicken soup was exactly the same as what she had smelled. Unlike the previous morning, when the scent that woke her up didn't quite match her breakfast. Without even cooling the noodles, she hurriedly took a bite with her chopsticks, putting it straight into her mouth. She was scalded so much she kept opening her mouth wide, blowing air to cool it down. But no matter how painful the heat was, she didn't want to spit the noodles out. Because the noodles were just too delicious, she couldn't bear to spit them out. The flavor of the chicken soup tasted like a long-awaited rain after drought, moistening her dry tongue, making her crave for more. It was exquisitely savory. So much so that one would think the word savory itself had been created solely for this chicken soup, redefining the very meaning of deliciousness in this moment. Daisy became unstoppable, continuously eating mouthfuls of noodles with surprising skill for someone using chopsticks. xiuxian also scooped himself a bowl, but he couldn't eat immediately. He needed to feed Tang Tang first. Otherwise, Tang Tang might become so impatient she'd end up grabbing the noodles with her hands. Barely restraining himself from devouring the noodles, he cooled them slightly before handing them to Tang Tang with his chopsticks. Tang Tang's small mouth completely enclosed the chopsticks, swallowing the noodles in one go. Immediately, her little body stiffened, her adorable big eyes seemingly sparkling with a flash of brilliance, as her small mouth rapidly started chewing. After a couple of feeds, xiuxian got clever. He deliberately gave more noodles each time, making Tang Tang eat slower so he could sneak in a bite or two himself. Finally tasting the chicken soup noodles himself, xiuxian's pupils constricted sharply. This chicken noodle soup seemed otherworldly. The chicken broth and vegetable soup blended perfectly, combined with firm, elastic noodles, as if someone were giving a full-service massage in your mouth. In no time, the three devoured all the noodles, leaving not a drop of soup, but they were still craving more. So they all turned their eyes to the vegetable mash with shredded chicken. Because the essence of the chicken and vegetables had already been given to the chicken broth, it was a little inferior by comparison. Nevertheless, the three of them finished it without leaving a trace. After finishing their meal, the three of them all slumped back into their chairs. This time, even xiuxian had fallen under its spell. In the past, xiuxian could usually resist the dishes he cooked and didn't end up eating nonstop like Tang Tang and Daisy. But this time, xiuxian couldn't control himself either. Only when the entire pot of chicken soup noodles was empty did he snap back to reality. After sitting comfortably for a while in the chair, xiuxian picked up the completely empty plates, brought them to the kitchen, washed them, and placed them neatly. After finishing his bath, he returned to the living room, where Tang Tang and Daisy had already turned on the TV. Since it was raining today, Tang Tang couldn't patrol her territory, so their morning activity became watching TV instead. But the show wasn't Romance of the Three Kingdoms anymore. This time, it was Chinese Paladin. Tang Tang had watched Romance of the Three Kingdoms countless times and coincidentally finished the final episode last night, so she changed it to Chinese Paladin today. Chinese Paladin was just as beloved by Tang Tang as Romance of the Three Kingdoms was. In fact, it wasn't limited to just these two dramas. Tang Tang loved any drama that involved handsome guys, brotherhood, and fighting. However, currently, her favorite two remain these. Daisy was also very surprised today. She had already braced herself for watching another round of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But Tang Tang had changed the channel to Chinese Paladin, which Daisy really liked. At least, it wasn't just scenes of smelly men fighting. There were many love stories interwoven into it, and she was deeply moved by those love stories. In particular, Linger's tragic death left her melancholic and feeling sorrowful for quite some time. Oh, my little angel, you like this too? Yeah, Daisy Jijia, do you like watching it too? Oh my goodness, what a coincidence. Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, she had found a TV show that she and Daisy Jijia both liked. Daisy was genuinely happy too. After watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms together with Tang Tang for such a long time, she was finally able to switch to another show, and even better, one that she actually enjoyed. xiuxian sat aside watching the two girls who were visibly thrilled about finding this common interest, his lips slightly upturned. However, in his mind, things weren't as simple as they seemed, certainly not as wonderful as the two girls imagined. xiuxian could confidently bet that they were definitely watching the show for different reasons. He himself had watched this drama series before. Its romantic elements and plot twists were among its biggest highlights. He had never seen anyone watch the show solely for the fight scenes, skipping over the love stories and the actual storyline entirely. But since Tang Tang started watching it, he actually had seen just that. Tang Tang only loved the cool action scenes and skipped through all the other parts without pause, barely even stopping for a moment. This had ruined xiuxian's experience entirely when he once wanted to enjoy a nostalgic rewatch. Or rather, there had been absolutely no enjoyable experience at all. Though he wasn't entirely sure about Daisy's preferences, he could easily guess that she wasn't the type who would like violence and fighting. She must have been drawn in by the romantic storylines of the drama. So the result was obvious. One wanted only the fight scenes while the other avoided them entirely. They had perfectly missed each other's interests. What was key was that neither of them realized it yet. They both thought they had discovered a shared hobby and were now happily watching together. Looking at Daisy's delighted expression, xiuxian slightly shook his head. He could already imagine her displeased face later. At the beginning of the drama, things were still fine. There were many fight scenes, Li Xiaoyao battling the demon guard in his dream sequence. So Tang Tang didn't skip it, watching with an excited expression. Daisy was also enjoying it, as seeing the familiar opening scenes brought back memories of the show from her heart. Chapter 77. Tang Tang's strange way of watching drama. Daisy looked at Li Xiaoyao's face on the TV and couldn't help but feel that fate was unfair. Why couldn't two people in love just be together peacefully? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at xiuxian. She saw him watching the TV intently and immediately turned her face back, cheeks blushing slightly. Whenever she thought about love, she inevitably thought of xiuxian. Remembering that day at the amusement park, she stole another glance at him, fortunately without being noticed. Daisy turned her head back and focused her attention back on the TV. The first scene had already ended. As soon as Li Xiaoyao woke from his dream, Tang Tang's small hand pressed the fast-forward button. Daisy's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything, thinking perhaps Tang Tang just didn't want to watch the beginning part. xiuxian also raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Tang Tang hadn't changed and was up to her usual behavior again. Then, Tang Tang paused at the part where Li Xiaoyao was approaching the island to seek the immortal pill. Daisy suddenly understood, since this was where the plot really began. Skipping the previous part was acceptable. She continued watching with renewed excitement, expecting the sweet story about Li Xiaoyao and Linger on the island. However, when Li Xiaoyao destroyed the stone statues guarding the island and finally reached Zhao Linger after passing all the trials, Tang Tang suddenly pressed the exit button and went straight to the second episode, then pressed fast forward again. This sudden action completely confused Daisy. What was the point of this? Then, she fast-forwarded until the moment Li Xiaoyao was about to return and paused again. At this point, Li Xiaoyao met the three men who had tricked him into destroying the island's traps, preparing to kidnap Linger, and another fight broke out. As Linger, devastated by Grandma's serious injury, unleashed her inner spiritual power to defeat the three attackers, Tang Tang fast-forwarded again. Now Daisy finally understood. This little kid only liked the fighting scenes. She ignored all the plot and love story parts. Daisy twitched her lips. No wonder this kid closed the first episode after Li Xiaoyao completed the traps. Apparently from that point onward, there were no more fights, just romance and plot development. xiuxian saw Daisy's initially happy expression turn puzzled, and then sour, so he knew Daisy had also discovered Tang Tang's special way of watching the show. Watching Tang Tang repeatedly fast-forwarding, pausing, and skipping episodes, Daisy felt very uncomfortable. Nothing like the feeling of watching it the first time. She wanted to say something the whole time, but the words got stuck in her throat every time. Compared to Daisy's discomfort, Tang Tang was much happier, gesturing excitedly with both hands. It was exactly because of this that every time Daisy tried to say something, she held herself back. Daisy felt the same sensation she had felt when first watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Just when Daisy was feeling particularly uncomfortable, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Xiuxian and Daisy both turned their attention toward the yard. Xiuxian's face changed slightly. Inwardly puzzled, he wondered who would come to the farmhouse at this time, especially on a rainy day. Could it be the village chief had come to mooch off him again? But it was only morning. Even if he had come, there was no food to eat now. Daisy was also slightly curious because in all the time she had stayed here, except for that old man always stealing her food, hardly anyone came around. Tang Tang, however, blocked out the outside world entirely, continuing to focus on the noble drama. Xiuxian stood up, took an umbrella, and walked to the courtyard gate. As soon as he opened the door, he indeed saw the village chief's familiar face. He twitched his lips, almost wanting to tell the chief bluntly that there was no food right now, and started to close the door again. However, he saw 3 more people holding umbrellas behind the chief. One he recognized, the reporter from the last interview, probably named xiuxian. Beside him stood a man and a woman, both around 50 years old, and seemed like a married couple. Seeing Xiuxian open the door, the village chief said with a wide smile, "Xiuxian, let me introduce. This reporter you should still remember, so I won't talk about him. The key people are these two. They're the family of the car accident last time, the parents of the girl you saved." After the village chief from Li Dashan village finished speaking, the couple handed the bundles in their hands to the chief and Mr. Li to hold. Then, the couple stepped forward. Without saying a word, they both bowed deeply to Xiuxian. Xiuxian was momentarily stunned, didn't react at first, then came to his senses and hurriedly reached out to help the couple back up. "What are you doing? You're giving me too much honor." Being bowed to by 2 elderly people was a bit too much for Xiuxian. Even though he had saved their daughter, he had only done it because it was in his nature. He hadn't expected anything in return. "No, without you, our daughter would have lost her life. She's our only child, so this bow is well deserved. This is our sincere gratitude." The man from the couple spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yes, there's truly nothing wrong with accepting it. We're genuinely grateful to you, the hero." The wife also spoke, her voice just as hoarse. It was clear that both of them had been crying for days. After all, they only had one daughter. Xiuxian himself had a daughter too, so he could understand their feelings. If Tang Tang had been in a car accident, he probably would have felt like losing half his life as well. "All right then, please come in first. It's raining outside." Xiuxian invited everyone into the farmhouse and led them to the living room. Daisy looked slightly surprised as the group entered. She hadn't expected so many guests. Instead of staying seated, she got up and brought chairs for them. Xiuxian was somewhat taken aback. Daisy was actually being this polite. Tang Tang was also drawn away from the TV, curiously watching all the newcomers. This couple, the man named Li Ichi and the woman named Wu Jie. Li Ichi and Wu Jie didn't sit down immediately. After thanking Daisy, they took the gifts from Li Xiang and the village chief and handed them to Xiuxian. "These are just some small gifts, not much, but please accept them." Li Ichi spoke sincerely. Xiuxian had originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw the bloodshot eyes of the couple, he knew that if he didn't accept, it would trouble them deeply. So in the end, he did accept the gifts. It was just a small gesture, after all. "In that case, I'll accept them. Thank you both. You don't need to thank me. It's we who should be thankful. You saved our daughter's life. Nothing can compare to that." Wu Jie looked at Xiuxian with deep gratitude. "All right then, no more calling me hero. Just call me Xiuxian. Please, all of you sit down quickly." After Xiuxian accepted the gifts, everyone finally took their seats. Once everyone was seated, to everyone's surprise, Daisy poured each person a cup of tea. Xiuxian looked at Daisy in astonishment. Where on earth had this foreign girl learned about these Chinese customs? The village chief and others were also very surprised by Daisy's politeness. Then they turned to Xiuxian, nodding in approval, thinking that the two were quite a well-matched pair. Chapter 78. It's actually real gold. While doing these things, Daisy felt delighted inside, because she knew these were usually the kinds of things the mistress of the house would do. If she did them, didn't that indirectly mean she was the mistress of this house? The looks village chief and others casted toward her seemed as if to say this mistress is truly polite, which made her feel especially comfortable. After pouring water for everyone, instead of joining the conversation, she sat beside Tang to watch TV with her, just like a real mistress. Xiuxian didn't think much of it. Even if he had, he wouldn't have connected it to that. Therefore, he simply assumed Daisy was just trying to help him out. "Hero, besides these gifts, we also have one more item to present to you. It might not be expensive, but it represents our heartfelt gratitude." After saying that, Li Ichi took out a very exquisite large box from the only remaining bag. The box was about 60 centimeters long, yet quite thin at only 10 centimeters thick. Xiuxian had a bad feeling about this. "Please don't tell me it's a banner of appreciation." Right then, Li Ichi opened the box, revealing exactly a banner of appreciation inside. On the red background were 2 rows of glittering golden words. "Your kindness is as immense as the mountains. True heroism indeed. Fearless in the face of danger, you stand tall and firm." Xiuxian twitched the corner of his mouth. He actually guessed right. He never imagined in his life that someone would present him a banner of appreciation, let alone with such impressive words. "There's truly no need for this banner. I really don't deserve it. Chen Sui-Nian quickly refused. Hero, you must accept it. We thought long and hard. Giving money seemed too vulgar, so we decided on this banner instead. We won't leave until you take it. Li Yiqi wore a determined expression. Yes, Mr. Chen, please accept it. After all, you saved their daughter's life. This banner is well deserved. You wouldn't believe how teary-eyed Mr. Li and his wife, Wu Jia, were when they came to find me. That's why I brought them here early this morning. Please accept this token of their sincerity, Mr. Chen. Li Xiang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up to support Li Yiqi. That's right, young Chen. This is what you deserve. Although it's a fine virtue not to seek rewards when doing good deeds, accepting this also reassures them. The village chief looked at the banner with envy. He wished he could have one too, but he didn't deserve it. After all, it was Chen Sui-Nian who played the key role back then. Who else gave up at the time but Chen, who kept trying to force open the car door. Thus, Chen deserved the banner. After hearing the three of them pleading and seeing the sincerity in the Li couple's eyes, Chen Sui-Nian's heart softened. Well then, I'll accept it. Upon hearing Chen's acceptance, both Li Yiqi and his wife exhaled in relief. In fact, they had also considered giving money directly, but felt that would seem disrespectful to their savior, so they chose this banner instead, adding a small surprise onto it. After chatting a while longer, the Li couple prepared to leave. Chen invited them to stay for dinner, but they declined, as they needed to take care of their daughter at the hospital. Chen then didn't insist anymore. Surprisingly, the village chief and Li Xiang looked at each other with shining eyes, wanting to stay for dinner, but once the Li couple left, they found it awkward to stay themselves. Hero, next time when my daughter is fully healed, I'll bring her to see you personally to express our thanks face to face. Li Yiqi held tightly onto Chen Sui-Nian's hands while speaking. No, really, there's no need. Just let her recover well. Your heartfelt gratitude is already sufficient. Chen Sui-Nian said this, yet he knew perfectly well that his words would have absolutely no effect. This couple definitely would bring their daughter here in person. After seeing off the four guests, Chen Sui-Nian exhaled in relief. He found such an atmosphere a little embarrassing. He really hadn't wanted to be thanked. Returning to the living room, he found little Tang already leaning over the banner looking at it closely. Dad, there's really a banner of appreciation. It's so cool. Tang's big eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Sui-Nian carefully looked at the banner again. This one was indeed quite nice, much more delicate than ordinary ones. Besides the golden characters in the center, even the edges of the banner had golden edging, making it appear more noble and valuable. Even the pole of the banner had golden finishing touches, making it very pretty. Moreover, the gold color used was much brighter than usual. It must be top-grade craftsmanship. Dad, are the golden words on this banner actually made from real gold? Of course not. It's called gold stamping, a process involving other metal alloys. Usually, they are definitely not made from real gold. Chen Sui-Nian explained slowly. Oh, I thought it was gold. Tang nodded understandingly. Oh, Chen, I really feel like this is actually real gold. Daisy looked at the banner with a slightly furrowed brow. Because the gilded characters looked exactly like the real golden seal on her father's envelope. How could that be? Chen Sui-Nian expressed his doubt. Who would actually use real gold for gilding on a banner? In such a large area, it must not be gold. He stepped closer to examine the banner carefully. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, because he also felt that it really looked like real gold. Because one corner of the gilded words on the banner had actually peeled up slightly. If it were truly gilded, it should never peel off so easily. It felt more like gold leafing, not gilding. Only by making gold foil into characters and pasting them onto the banner could the corner come off so quickly. And this small peeled corner seemed deliberately left behind for Chen Sui-Nian to discover. No wonder they left in such a hurry after delivering the banner. Chen Sui-Nian inhaled sharply. If it were real gold, then the price of this banner wouldn't be cheap at all. There was so much gold foil on it. Even worried the characters weren't enough, so the pole and the edges of the banner were also covered. But Chen and Daisy weren't professionals after all. They could only rely on impressions. However, when he looked at the gifts Li Yiqi and his wife had previously brought, Chen Sui-Nian twitched his lips. Goodness, he hadn't looked carefully before. Now he realized these gifts weren't simple at all. They were expensive items like ginseng and deer antler slices. Now he could be certain. Those characters on the banner were definitely real gold. Chen Sui-Nian smiled wryly. Thinking back, the couple's clothing wasn't ordinary either. This was what a rich family looked like. Even their banner was golden. Chen Sui-Nian chuckled silently. The couple hadn't mentioned anything, probably fearing that if he found out, he'd definitely refuse to accept it. Although somewhat shocked by their generosity, he quickly calmed down. Regardless of how valuable the items were, the most precious part was always the giver's intentions. Even knowing that the rescued girl's parents were extremely wealthy, Chen Sui-Nian wouldn't demand anything in return. He had never saved people expecting any reward. Chapter 79. Chen Sui-Nian's Solution. The rain outside continued to drizzle drop by drop. Chen Sui-Nian first put away the items Li Yiqi had brought. Although he kept saying it was just a simple favor, deep down he felt genuinely happy, not because of the expensive gifts, but because of the joy of saving a life. And Li Yiqi and his wife really put a lot of thought into the gifts. Forget about the brocade flag for a moment. Knowing Chen Sui-Nian was a chef, they had chosen luxurious ingredients as their gifts. Looking at the packages in his hands, today's lunch would definitely be elevated by several levels. That's right, Chen Sui-Nian planned to use these items for lunch today, so he placed them all in the kitchen. As for the brocade flag, under Tong Tong's intense insistence, it eventually hung in her room. Chen Sui-Nian wasn't worried about it being stolen. First of all, there were no thieves around here. Even if there were, who would ever think that a brocade flag would be covered in so much gold? If anything, hiding the flag might draw more attention from thieves. This was the so-called saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Tangent with excitement stared at the brocade flag in her room, as if it were her own award. Daddy, General xiuxian, and General Doggy are still in the car. When are we going to get them? Tang Tang suddenly remembered her two subordinates, still waiting outside. Don't worry, we have to wait until the rain stops at the very least. Xiuxian replied with a smile. Okay. Tang Tang nodded. Oh my little angel, your room is so beautiful. Daisy had followed Xiuxian and Tang Tang upstairs this time. It was her first time going upstairs and the first time she had entered Tang Tang's room. Tang Tang's room was entirely pink-themed, with pink floral wallpaper on the walls, complemented by pink soft furnishings and furniture that truly made it look like a fairy tale princess's room. The curtains were sky blue, standing out amidst all the pink like a slice of sky, surprisingly harmonious and perfectly matching the pink wallpaper. Outside, white gauzy decorations added a touch of refinement, making the room even more elegant. Tang Tang's little bed was a princess-style bed, decorated with carefully selected princess bedding by Xiuxian. Even Daisy's childhood dreams of being a princess were awakened, and she began imagining herself as the sleeping beauty waiting for a prince's gentle kiss. Thank you, Daisy sister. Tang Tang gave a sweet smile. She was also very satisfied with her own room. Indeed, Tang Tang's room was quite beautiful. Because money had been tight back then, the other rooms had been decorated rather casually. But Tang Tang's room had been a top priority, elaborately renovated at a considerable expense. After all, hardship was something for adults to endure, not for children. When the renovation was first completed, Xiuxian had been a little nervous. Tang Tang couldn't be treated like an ordinary little girl. Aside from interests typically considered feminine, the little one also enjoyed activities usually liked by boys. He had even considered designing Tang Tang's room with a martial artist theme. But just imagining a little girl with a pink face wearing a dress inside such a room felt really out of place, so Xiuxian eventually settled on a princess theme. Luckily, Tang Tang loved it. On the first day she saw the room, she jumped up and down with joy, smothering Xiuxian's face with kisses. However, now the items in the room had slowly started to drift away from the princess style. There was the tall and imposing general bull and horse, a childish little cape, and the eye-catching brocade flag hanging on the wall. Now the room had both the cuteness and elegance of a princess room, while carrying a touch of a heroic aura. After hanging the brocade flag properly, the three went downstairs again. Daisy continued sitting with Tang Tang to watch Swordsman Legend, Battle Edition. As for Xiuxian, he took out a pen and paper to start on the main task. He wanted to draw a plan to build a weather-protected area in the courtyard. The earlier he completed the system mission, the better. Thanks to the knowledge from the mechanical arts in his mind, drawing plans was nothing difficult for him. The system reward mechanical arts wasn't simply teaching him the skills, it had imprinted the principles deeply into Xiuxian's mind. Moreover, there were various types of mechanical houses within the mechanical arts knowledge, making it easy for Xiuxian to create blueprints. What he designed was a mechanical pavilion. When it rained, panels on all four sides would automatically lower to block the rain. When the weather cleared, the panels could be retracted. Looking at the delicate pavilion drawn on the blueprint, Xiuxian nodded with satisfaction. Such a building was fitting for his countryside-style business. In comparison, the small two-story house seemed a little underwhelming alongside such a pavilion. Xiuxian began to consider renovating his own house. He wanted to transform the small two-story building and courtyard into a classical-style grand mansion. Combined with the idyllic environment and the exquisite bamboo pavilion, it would be absolutely perfect. But with his current capabilities, aside from possibly lacking enough funds, he had no problem handling the technical aspects. Xiuxian shook his head and decided to set this idea aside temporarily. For now, he should focus on completing the system mission first. Xiuxian started calculating the required materials for the pavilions, 6 in total. Fortunately, his courtyard was large enough, or else even these 6 pavilions wouldn't fit. After finishing the calculations, Xiuxian took out his phone and sent a message to the village chief. He wanted to ask about the availability of building materials. Earlier, the village chief had come by, but because there were too many people around and he hadn't yet calculated the exact material needs for the pavilions, Xiuxian hadn't asked. Chief, do we still have any timber and bamboo left in the village? I want to purchase some more. Xiuxian typed the message and sent it. This wasn't the first time he had bought materials from the village. When he first purchased the house and started renovating it, he had made a purchase before. Originally, the construction company was supposed to handle that, but their material supply base was far from Taohua village. The required amount wasn't large enough to justify a long-distance transport, which would have been very uneconomical. So they discussed with Xiuxian the option of purchasing materials directly from the village. Eventually, he got in touch with the village chief and bought the materials locally. The village chief replied quickly, "There might be some left, but lately no one has been building new homes, so the supply might not be enough. How much do you need, xiuxian? Let me check for you." "All right, chief. I'll probably need about 25 logs with a diameter of around 20 centimeters, and..." Xiuxian sent the village chief the full list of materials he required. "Sorry, xiuxian, but we don't have that many left in the village. Cutting trees these days is much more complicated than before. You even need to apply for a logging permit, so villagers aren't cutting down trees as much anymore." Reading the village chief's reply, Xiuxian frowned. "Chief, can I apply for a logging permit then?" He typed and sent the message immediately. The village chief responded quickly, but the message made Xiuxian feel uneasy. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. Since you aren't the owner of the village's forest resources, you don't qualify to apply for one. Chapter 80. Daddy, are you going to play with other kids? After seeing the message from the village chief, Xiuxian's eyebrows knitted tightly together. This was completely different from what he had expected. He hadn't imagined things would be so complicated in the village. If he gave up on buying directly from the village, then transporting the materials from the city would be a substantial expense. This forced Xiuxian to reconsider how he would complete the system's task. Xiuxian, if you really need it, I can apply for a logging permit and sell you the trees from my own property. Just as Xiuxian was thinking, the village chief sent him a message. Xiuxian's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought the village chief wasn't so bad after all. Aside from his tendency to freeload, he was great in every other way. Then thank you, chief. Why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I've developed some new dishes. They won't count toward the previous meals. Xiuxian decided to thank Li Deshan for his help by letting him freeload once. After all, food cost him nothing to prepare. Haha, Xiuxian, it's settled then. This afternoon I'll take you to the forestry bureau, and then tonight we'll go to your place for dinner. How does that sound? After seeing off Li Yiqi and his wife, Li Deshan was currently inside the village committee office. Seeing the message from Xiuxian, his old face almost broke into a wide smile. The bamboo and timber in the village hadn't been harvested in a long time. His own groves and woods had nearly been abandoned. Who would have thought they could now be exchanged for a meal? Excellent. Definitely worth it. Okay, I don't have anything on this afternoon, so let's go together. Xiuxian thought for a moment. It was raining today, and business wouldn't be open in the afternoon anyway, so he might as well get the logging permit with the village chief. After sending the message, Xiuxian turned off his phone. He walked over to Tang Tang and gently stroked her head. Tang Tang, Daddy has to go out for a while this afternoon. Can you stay at home and play with Daisy Auntie? Chen's words exploded like thunder in Tang Tang's mind. Daddy isn't taking me along. Does that mean Daddy doesn't want me anymore? Does Daddy have another favorite kid somewhere? 1,000 possible explanations instantly rushed through Tang Tang's little head. Her face instantly went blank, her large eyes losing their usual sparkle as she turned her head stiffly to look at Xiuxian. Xiuxian was startled by Tang Tang's expression. Why was her reaction so intense? Daddy, where are you going? Why aren't you taking me? Her voice was hollow and weak, as if her body had been hollowed out. Daddy is going with the village chief to obtain a permit this afternoon. There's no time to play around. Plus, it's raining today. Taking you along would be inconvenient, and you might get bored. Xiuxian said while gently stroking Tang Tang's head again. Then is Daddy going to meet other children? Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback at the question. Why would he go look for other kids? Then, upon seeing Tang Tang's anxious gaze, he realized what was going on. His little girl was afraid that he would abandon her for other children. After all, for the past 2 months, he hadn't gone anywhere without her. He gently pinched her cute cheeks. Of course not. Daddy has more than enough with just Tang Tang. Then Daddy, we must pinky swear. Tang Tang stretched out her short little finger, wanting to make a pinky promise with Xiuxian. Xiuxian also stretched out his finger, hooking it with hers. All right, pinky swear. Daddy, once we make a pinky promise, you have to keep it. Tang Tang seriously looked into Xiuxian's eyes. Yes, Daddy will definitely keep it. Xiuxian also solemnly replied. All right then, keep watching TV, and Daddy will go cook now. Okay. After sealing their promise, Tang Tang's expression finally returned to normal, and she continued watching her show. Xiuxian understood why she was so worried. Because her mother used to leave her alone at home often, and the little girl was used to sitting in an empty room by herself. That was why she feared Daddy might become the same. If Daisy hadn't come to the farmhouse, Xiuxian would surely have brought Tang Tang along. However, the weather today was not great, and they weren't going for a play date. So he still decided it was better for Tang Tang to stay at the farmhouse with Daisy. After all this time together, Daisy was clearly not a bad person, and Xiuxian trusted that she would take good care of Tang Tang. Daisy, I'm afraid I'll need you to stay with Tang Tang this afternoon. Oh, don't worry, Chun. I'll make sure my little angel is perfectly looked after. Daisy then patted her broad chest reassuringly, indicating there was nothing to worry about. Great, then I'll go start preparing dinner first. Xiuxian smiled, nodded, and then turned to enter the kitchen to start his work. Once inside the kitchen, he first unwrapped the ginseng and deer antler that had been delivered. Li Yiqi had given 2 boxes of each item. Unlike the large gift packages from outside, the ginseng and deer antler inside were much smaller in size. The ginseng was translucent in color, evenly shaped, and with full roots. Although Xiuxian didn't know much about ginseng, he could tell this piece must be of fairly good quality. As for the deer antler, he also didn't know much about it, but assumed it mustn't be bad either. He took out the ginseng and deer antler and placed them aside first. Xiuxian then walked to the backyard and entered the system's secondary space, from which he fetched 2 chickens. Today at noon, Master Chun was going to prepare 2 hearty dishes. One was braised chicken with chestnuts, and the other was chicken stewed with ginseng and deer antler. One of the chickens was a black-boned chicken, which Xiuxian had specially chosen for stewing with the ginseng and deer antler. He neatly placed the 2 chickens on the cutting board and proceeded to gut them both, removing all the unnecessary internal organs. Then, he cut both the black chicken and the regular chicken into chunks and placed them into separate basins for later use. He washed the ginseng and deer antler and sliced them. He then grabbed a handful of goji berries he had bought earlier but barely used, washed off the surface dust, and set them aside just like the ginseng and deer antler. Next, Xiuxian added 2 spoons of salt to the black chicken and soaked it in clean water for a few minutes to wash away the remaining blood on the meat. After rubbing and soaking for 2 minutes, he rinsed the chicken again in clean water. Finally, he drained the chicken and directly placed it into the pressure cooker. He added in the ginseng, deer antler, and goji berries, then added clean water to begin cooking. Xiuxian had originally intended to use the vegetable broth from this morning as the base, but upon thinking further, he realized the flavor of the vegetables might overpower the taste of the ginseng and deer antler. Plus, Xiuxian also wanted to experience the authentic flavor of the system's black chicken, so he decided not to use the vegetable broth base at all. As the ginseng and deer antler chicken soup slowly simmered, Xiuxian used the time to start preparing the next dish. Braised chicken with chestnuts. He took out from the refrigerator the chestnuts produced by the system that morning. Using a pair of scissors, he made a cross-shaped incision on the top of each chestnut, so that after boiling, the chestnuts would open up more easily for Xiuxian to peel. Once all the chestnuts were cut, he placed them into boiling water and cooked them for several minutes. Once the incisions all burst open, he fished them all out and peeled them while they were still hot. If you were to ask Xiuxian whether this was scalding hot, of course it was. But if they cooled down, they would become extremely hard to peel. Chapter 81. This name sounds so nourishing. Xiuxian peeled all the chestnuts and set them aside for later use. Then, into the freshly cut chicken pieces, he added 2 teaspoons of salt and 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Finally, he added some ching soy and mixed well for 2 minutes. The baking soda used here helps keep the chicken tender and fresh during stir-frying. Like the black chicken, he also mixed the chicken for a few minutes, then rinsed off the surface salt and baking soda with ching soy. After squeezing off the water, he placed it aside in preparation and began working on the ingredients. Ginger and garlic were chopped finely for later use. Green pepper, red pepper, and onion were cut into irregular bite-sized pieces. A pot was heated with oil, and the previously peeled chestnuts were added and stir-fried for 1 minute over low heat to bring out their fragrance, then removed and set aside. Then more oil was added to the pot along with rock sugar, which was sautéed until caramelized to create a rich color. Once the sugar had been properly caramelized, it was removed and set aside. Again, the pot was added with base oil, heated until about 70% hot, and then the chicken pieces prepared earlier were added. After adding the chicken pieces, he didn't move them immediately at first, letting the bottom side fry until fragrant. Then he turned the chicken over. Once the chicken was thoroughly aromatic, he added the previously prepared chopped ginger and garlic, then added some dried chili peppers to enhance the flavor. When the previously added ingredients became fragrant, the previously caramelized sugar was added. After stirring evenly, the previously prepared chestnuts, green and red peppers, and onion were added, and everything was mixed until uniform. Seasonings were then added, the pot lid was placed on, and everything was stewed for 25 minutes before serving. After covering the pot with a lid, Xiuxian took 2 cucumbers, and with a golden flash from the legendary chef's knife, peeled and sliced them in one smooth motion. He planned to make a cool cucumber salad as a side dish. After finishing everything, he sat down in a chair to rest since all the dishes were prepared and only required cooking time. Xiuxian glanced at the golden chef's knife, feeling as though his legendary knife skills had nowhere to be fully used. The dishes he could make were only a few homely dishes that did not demand particularly advanced knife techniques. As he gently ran his fingers along the blade, a feeling of empathy welled up inside him. There was a vague sense of loss in being unable to completely display his abilities. Xiuxian gave a faint smile and pushed those thoughts out of his mind. He was only the owner of a small rural restaurant. Peacefully raising tang tang here was enough. As time passed by, the aroma from both dishes gradually spread outwards. A big and small glutton somehow appeared at the kitchen door again, sniffing deeply. Xiuxian looked at the two and gave a faint smile. All right, almost done, time to prepare for lunch. No sooner had Xiuxian spoken than the two sprang into action. Tang Tang dashed backward and climbed onto a chair, waiting for lunch without causing trouble in the kitchen. And Daisy went forward to help Xiuxian carry the dishes onto the dining table. Xiuxian first lifted the lid of the chestnut braised chicken pot. The moment the lid was removed, a puff of white vapor spilled from the lid, followed immediately by an intense aroma. Instantly, both Xiuxian and Daisy were overwhelmed by the scent. The two felt as if they were in a heavenly paradise, matching the scent of the morning chicken soup. Xiuxian swallowed hard, held down his impulse, scooped the braised chicken and chestnuts into a bowl, and handed it to Daisy to carry outside first. He then walked toward the second pot and opened the pressure cooker lid. The same white vapor rose first, followed again by an aroma even stronger than that from the chestnut braised chicken just before. Xiuxian again scooped it into a bowl and carried it out. Meanwhile, Daisy had already brought out bowls, chopsticks, rice, and the cool salad while he was serving. The last dish was brought onto the dining table, meaning lunch was fully ready. Daisy and Tang Tang stared intensely at the food, their drool nearly dripping onto the floor. All right, dig in. No sooner had Xiuxian finished speaking than two blurs of arms shot forward, grabbed a piece of chicken each, and withdrew even faster. Daisy was at least considerate enough to blow on her chicken before placing it into her mouth. Tang Tang, however, wasn't as clever, completely forgetting to check for heat and cramming it straight into his mouth. Xiuxian's mouth twitched. He swiftly reached out and grabbed Tang Tang's little arm. This clumsy kid, why couldn't he ever learn to blow on the food before eating it? Dad, let me go. I want to eat meat. Tang Tang tried to struggle and puffed his cheeks, saying, these dishes are just out of the pot. You need to blow on them first, or you will burn your mouth. Without listening to Tang Tang's protest, Xiuxian helped cool down the chicken piece before finally letting go. Only then did Tang Tang finally eat the chicken as he wished. His large eyes instantly crinkled into narrow lines, his little mouth chomping rapidly like a sewing machine. Daisy quickly ate one piece and without hesitation or delay, immediately went in for a second bite, scooping up another piece of chicken into her mouth. At this moment, there was only one thought in Daisy's mind. I want to eat. As Tang Tang was eating the meat, xiuxian picked several pieces of chicken, cooled them by blowing gently, and placed them into her bowl. This should keep her busy for a while. Finally, I can eat too. I'm always the last one to eat, and the most exhausted one, sigh. xiuxian chuckled at himself inwardly before ladling himself a bowl of ginseng and deer antler black chicken soup. Just hearing the name made xiuxian feel like this soup must be super nourishing. He lifted the bowl and took a sip. Instantly, it felt like a flavor bomb had exploded in his mouth. A strong burst of umami filled his tongue. The chicken flavor was especially rich, the taste perfectly balanced. The subtle hint of ginseng and deer antler added layers of complexity, making it even more fragrant than the morning chicken soup noodles. xiuxian couldn't help himself and gulped the entire bowl of soup down in one go. The three of them took turns, bite after bite, and before they knew it, both large platters of chicken were completely finished. xiuxian now also joined the group of post-meal loungers, along with Tang Tang and Daisy. The three sat slumped in their chairs, happily patting their round, full bellies. Dad, when did you learn how to cook meat so well? It's so delicious. Tang Tang voiced her question. Before, Dad hadn't known how to cook meat dishes at all. Nearly every meal was vegetarian. If it hadn't tasted so good, it would have been no different from a monk's diet. You could say I suddenly had an awakening and figured out the secret to cooking meat dishes. That's why it's so delicious. Dad will cook meat dishes often from now on. xiuxian laughed and gave a casual explanation. He wouldn't say that it was actually because his system space had started generating meat dishes, which was why he could cook them now. If Tang Tang didn't believe him, that was fine. If she actually believed him and discovered that Dad's skill wasn't the reason, but rather the ingredients, wouldn't that hurt his pride? Yay, Tang Tang wants beef. I love beef the most. Upon hearing her dad say that, Tang Tang cheered excitedly. All right then, Dad will cook beef for you tomorrow. xiuxian laughed and nodded. As for why it couldn't be tonight, it was definitely because the system wouldn't generate beef until tomorrow. After washing the bowls and chopsticks, xiuxian tucked Tang Tang into bed for a nap. Chapter 82. The Little Girl Under the Window. Dad, be careful on the road, and come back early. Tang Tang lay in bed, her big eyes fixed on xiuxian. I know. Dad will come back as soon as he finishes. Go to sleep now. Dad will wait until you fall asleep before leaving. xiuxian smiled and gently stroked Tang Tang's head. Obediently, Tang Tang closed her eyes. xiuxian sat quietly by the bed, watching her long lashes, her little upturned nose, and couldn't help but smile. Having such a cute little girl is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me, he thought silently to himself. After a while, Tang Tang's breathing slowed. Once he was sure she was asleep, xiuxian quietly turned off the light and left the room. Daisy was waiting for him downstairs in the living room. Oh, Chun, here are the car keys. You can borrow my car. Thank you, Daisy, but that won't be necessary. The village chief probably has a car. He said he would drive me. I don't want to bother you. xiuxian replied with a faint smile. He truly appreciated Daisy's kindness, but since the village chief had offered to take him, it was likely he had a vehicle. So he didn't want to inconvenience her. Oh, Chun, then I guess that's okay. Drive safely. I'll take good care of Tang Tang. All right. If anything happens, call me, and I'll come back right away. xiuxian nodded and picked up an umbrella before leaving the living room. As he stepped out through the courtyard gate with the umbrella raised, he looked back at the window of Tang Tang's second-floor room. xiuxian, I think you're even more reluctant to leave than Tang Tang. You actually thought Tang Tang was watching you through the window. She's already asleep. How could she be watching you from the window? It's just your imagination. xiuxian mocked himself silently. But still, this feeling in my heart really does hurt, huh? He gave a wry smile in his thoughts. Then he firmly decided. He must go and return quickly, and turned forward again, walking on. What xiuxian didn't know was that his intuition wasn't wrong. At the very moment he glanced toward the window, the little figure standing by the window immediately crouched down, successfully avoiding his gaze. Now, beneath the window of Tang Tang's room, a tiny person crouched low to the ground, eyes red-rimmed, staring at her own little finger, silently affirming in her heart. Dad will definitely come back. We Pinky promised. Even though she had been betrayed and lied to by her former mother more than once, she still chose to believe her father. xiuxian walked with his umbrella to the village committee building, where he saw an old tricycle parked outside. A sense of unease crept into his heart. He knocked and entered the office, finding Li Dashan sitting behind a desk. Li Dashan spotted xiuxian and warmly stood up to greet him. Young Chun, finally here. I've been waiting for you. xiuxian looked at the old smiling face of the village chief. Although the man had never done anything truly wrong, and had often helped him, Chin couldn't help thinking about stomping him with the bottom of his shoe for no apparent reason. Sorry to keep you waiting, village chief. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to kick off his shoes, he politely returned the greeting. No problem, no problem. Well, shall we go then? The earlier we go, the earlier we'll be back. All right. After saying that, the village chief led xiuxian outside. Seeing the rusty tricycle, Chin felt a chill in his heart. His worst fear had come true. This tricycle, on the verge of falling apart, indeed belonged to the village chief. Come on in. Don't look down on this old thing. It's made countless trips to the city and back without a hitch. Li Dashan proudly patted his beloved ride. Dong dong. Pa. As if mocking the chief's praise, the tricycle made a strange noise. Chen Sui-Nian's lips twitched. Man, is your car really going to fall apart? Haha, no big deal. Just a little sound. Old cars make noises after years of use. Fangxin, I guarantee we'll arrive safely in the city. Li Dashan, hearing the noise, also felt a bit embarrassed and quickly offered a flustered explanation. Well then, village chief, I'll trust you. I'm putting my life in your hands. Chen Sui-Nian still decided to climb aboard. After all, going back to get Daisy's keys was not an option now. It would waste too much time. The tricycle had 2 seats, one front, one behind. After Chen Sui-Nian climbed in, he was actually pleasantly surprised to find a seatbelt and promptly fastened it for safety. The village chief got in after him and started the engine. Immediately, the whole vehicle began to vibrate. Chen Sui-Nian felt as if his butt was being massaged with each tremor, but he sighed in relief. The level of vibration was within acceptable limits. However, once the tricycle started moving forward, he immediately regretted getting on. The vehicle began to sway violently. The gentle massage-like vibration quickly turned into if someone was actually beating his backside. Chen Sui-Nian was so frightened that he tightly gripped the handle by the car window. Luckily, it was only vibrating quite severely, but once the vehicle was in motion, it remained fairly stable. At the very least, during the entire journey, Chen Sui-Nian only felt as if his 2 buttocks had transformed from 2 whole chunks of flesh into 2 lumps of minced meat. But other than that, everything was fine. They safely arrived at the Forestry Bureau. Because there were no other towns or county seats between Taohua Village and my city, the forestry management of Taohua Village was directly handled by the nearest district. Xiuxian, you're lucky these days. There's a policy in effect simplifying complicated procedures. Otherwise, for a logging permit like this, you wouldn't get it processed in less than a week. Now, it only takes a maximum of an hour, Li Dashan said, while walking into the Forestry Bureau with Chen Sui-Nian. If that's the case, then why do so few people in the village cut trees anymore? What else could it be? Other than the fact that it doesn't make money, what other reason could there be? Unless you have a large forest, otherwise you can't earn much. It's better to go work in the city instead, so most of the young people from the village have already left. Only a few old people are left behind, and they're even less likely to go up the mountains to cut trees. The village chief answered Chen's question with a worried look on his face. Chen Sui-Nian nodded. He understood now. This was exactly why some villages were becoming increasingly desolate. Young people earn money outside, so naturally, they no longer wanted to return to the village to develop it. Instead, they brought their families to the cities, causing more and more rural villages to gradually disappear. Chen Sui-Nian wasn't an expert, so he didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing for society. But in his heart, he still really liked the countryside. Besides the issue of not making money easily, Chen felt in almost every other aspect, the countryside was better than the city, beautiful scenery, fresh air, and better people. But this was only his own personal view, after all. People still had to earn money to support their families. Regardless of the lifestyle you desired,